Chapter 153, Kill Them Both. Chapter 153, Kill Them Both. The battle went back and forth with King Lu's Turk continuously summoning the guards and the gang repeatedly slaying them all. Because King Lu's Turk summoned the guards so frequently, the gang had no time to focus fire on King Lu's Turk alone. The overall damage for AoE skill was high but still weaker than a single hit damage, thus, King Lu's Turk's HP dropped at a snail's pace. The gang had to drag the battle without realizing it. Luckily, Han Ning-shui had a great talent for healing and she was already an expert in MP before she reached level 30. After she had gained Divine Soul, her healing power was further improved, which almost made her MP inexhaustible. On the other side, Shadow of Revenge, SHP was high but Annie Ballroom did decent damage, so, Shadow of Revenge, SHP depleted rapidly. Han Ning-shui wanted to heal Shadow of Revenge, but the system showed that it was invalid to cast spell towards the target, so she could only helplessly gaze at Shadow of Revenge, SHP dropping. Ha, Shadow, you useless crap. You were useless when you was living, you are also as useless in death. Annie Ballroom fired Soul Burst at Shadow of Revenge to destroy its last drop of HP and she wore a contemptuous expression. After losing Shadow of Revenge, who held the highest aggro, Annie immediately turned her target to Han Ning-shui because nobody had attacked her before and certainly Han Ning-shui, who performed mass healing, would become her target as she held the highest aggro. Zhang had been keeping an eye on the other battle, so he hurriedly took out the quest spear from his inventory and selected it. Suddenly, Shadow Turk's soul appeared once again with full HP. The Centaur Prince immediately dashed towards Annie Ballroom, raised his spear and roared, "TCH, I'll kill you." It was the same action with the same dialogue as before. Annie Ballroom was stunned, and stopped attacking Han Ning-shui after she fired a single soul burst at Han Ning-shui. Annie Ballroom turned around to deal Shadow of Revenge, crying out, "Impossible! You are already dead! I just killed you, you are already dead! TCH, you betrayed me, you betrayed love and you even want to kill me now!" Shadow of Revenge roared with anger, "Go to hell!" This pair of nominally couple started to fight once again. 90%, 80%, 70%. King Lu's Turk's HP dropped slowly. He summoned the guards continuously and the gang cleared the summoned guards repeatedly in a cycle. Poor King Lu's Turk had the esteemed title of being a boss, but was subjected to repeated AoE skills as if he was just another minion. 20%, 10%. 3%, 2%, 1%, dot. No! No! King Lu's Turk howled loudly in anguish and rage, clinging on to his life. "I'm the king of centaurs, I will dominate the world, the land is all mine. All the beauties are also mine. I'm immortal, I'm IMM. Pa, the huge and tall body crashed down. This king had died hundreds of years ago but the evil sorcerer had used undead magic to resurrect him. Now, he faced death again. Ding! The party you are in has killed King Lu's Turk. Obtained 120,050 EXP, 50 points party bonus. It was really exhausting killing this old fellow. If not for him summoning so many minions, I suppose we would have killed him earlier." Now only did Endless Starlight dare to discuss the strategy after killing King Lu's Turk. King Lu's. Annie Ballroom howled shrilly, countless black light surged from her body and 8 dark stripes appeared on her beautiful face. It was another kind of sexy. Pa! She threw another soul burst towards Shadow of Revenge, instantly killing him, even when he still had about 40,000 HP. F***CK, after her father-in-law died, she releases her anger on her husband. This woman is really cruel. Fatty Han shouted. Another, Shadow of Revenge, was summoned again, shouting something among the lines of, "TCH, I'll kill you," and dashed towards Annie Ballroom. Before he could reach her, he was already slashed to pieces by Annie Ballroom's Shadow Whip. No need to summon anymore. Zhang rushed forward. Annie Ballroom, King Lu's Turk has died and Shadow of Revenge is not useful anymore. The developer won't let us defeat Annie Ballroom so easily. If Shadow of Revenge could be used, then there would be no healing stress for the team because they could defeat Annie Ballroom easily. What if we had hit Annie Ballroom first? Yin Weier blinked her eyes and asked. She may have been immune to damage, probably had a full HP recovery ability before death, who knows? Doesn't matter anymore. Zhang continued rushing towards Annie Ballroom and threw a chain of skills at her. Han Ning-shui still held the highest aggro, so Annie Ballroom totally ignored Zhang. Annie Ballroom cast Dark Anguish, Touch of Weakness and Soul Decay, 3 debuffs on Han Ning-shui, followed by Soul Burst and Shadow Whip. Many texts and debuffs floated above Han Ning-shui's head. -2,000. -1,000. -1,000. +1,802. -300. -1,000. +363. -500. Han Ningxue had only about 4,300 HP, so only had about 600 HP after being struck by Annie Ballroom. She was petrified in fear and hurriedly cast Holy Shield while yelled at the same time, "Silly you, help me!" Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh in his heart, looking at her somewhat comical predicament. He threw a Vanguard's aggression at Han Ningxue and her received damage was reduced by 90% immediately. As a result, Annie Ballroom's attacks towards Han Ningxue were not harmful anymore and Han Ningxue immediately casted healing spells, recovering her own HP to full. Zhang Yang dared not take any chances and hurriedly summoned Servant, Clear Lotus, to cause high damage output in order to hold the highest aggro. Otherwise, the effect of Vanguard's aggression would end after 10 seconds, and without any immunity and life-saving skill, Han Ningxue would not survive much longer. 8, 7, 6, 2, 1. 10 seconds of Vanguard's aggression effect ended and the barrier shielded around Han Ningxue disappeared immediately. Han Ningxue still held the highest aggro. Annie Ballroom threw another soul burst towards Han Ningxue and took out half of Han Ningxue's HP. Minus 2,000. Ah! Silly you, faster get your aggro, I'm going to die. Han Ningxue screamed. Yan Wei'er rarely ever saw Han Ningxue with such an embarrassing expression, she could not help but laughed along with Zhang Yang. Minus 3,440. Destructive Smash Critical Strike. After a high damage output, Annie Ballroom had finally turned around and stared at Zhang Yang with her eyes full of grudge and anger. "Foreigners, you killed my beloved man, I want all of you buried together with my beloved man." Damn, this shameless woman still dares to talk like that. How did the previous prince and queen deal with such a character? Endless Starlight muttered. Ding! You have received the effect of Dark Anguish. Receiving 500 shadow damage every 3 seconds for 18 seconds. Ding! You have received the effect of Touch of Weakness. All your attacks and healing effect will be reduced by 5% for 1 minute. Ding! You have received the effect of Soul Decay. Receiving 300 shadow damage every 2 seconds for 24 seconds. A chain of system alerts flooded his log, and a row of debuffs appeared above Zhang Yang's head. His body was surrounded by black color air, which was the same as Han Ningxue. Luckily Zhang Yang had regained the aggro in time. Ding! Annie Ballroom has released Soul Burst. Minus 1,600. Another damage text floated across Zhang Yang's head once again. Annie Ballroom's Soul Burst was instantaneous and had high damage value. Luckily it needed 6 seconds of cooldown time. Otherwise, Zhang Yang would not withstand a Soul Burst coming at him every second. Ding! Annie Ballroom is channeling Shadow Whip. Dealing 1,000 shadow damage every second for 3 seconds. Annie Ballroom wielded her wand, a ray of black light instantly twined around Zhang Yang's body and minus 640 damage text floated across his head every second. Crash Magic. Immune. Zhang Yang was unable to interrupt Annie Ballroom's casting and took its damage. Sis, let me avenge you. Yan Wei'er shouted and whirled her weapon, stabbing the back of Annie Ballroom, which caused a chain of attacks. Thus, many damage texts appeared across Annie Ballroom's head. Little brat, weren't you laughing happily just now? Han Ningxue said angrily. Yan Wei'er smiled and said, "No, that must have been your imagination." The gang started to deal damage forcefully and hacked away at Annie Ballroom. Although Annie Ballroom had cast many skills, the damage value was not horrible. Her DPS was just about 1,200, but it was still higher than Han Ningxue's healing value. However, Zhang Yang could use life-saving skills. These were the differences between a tank and a healer. If they dragged the battling time any longer, then Zhang Yang's skills cooldown time would not be enough. Annie Ballroom's HP was only about 900,000, with the team's DPS at above 5,000, and Annie Ballroom could not last for more than 3 minutes. Zhang Yang started a chain of attack with Berserker's Heal followed by the Lover's Sword lifesteal effect, Shadow of Merlinda, and Shield Wall, which outlasted Annie Ballroom. No! No! Annie Ballroom yelled madly before dying, "I cannot die. I'm the prettiest centaur, the queen of centaurs, I cannot die." 0%. Annie Ballroom crashed down. Ding! The party you are in has killed Annie Ballroom. Obtained 117,550 EXP, 50 points party bonus. Ding! You have completed the quest, kill them both. Gained 100,000 EXP. Yes, we did it. Endless Starlight and Daffodil Daydream got excited and jumped up. Hanging Shui and the usual party members showed dull expression as they already killed a lot of Grey Silver bosses, so they were not excited at all. Sigh, they are all Grey Silvers, why don't they release a few Yellow Gold bosses for us to kill? Fatty Han sighed. Yes, I want Yellow Gold items. Yan Wei'er eyes shone. Thanks to the yellow gold ring that Zhang Yang had obtained, the gang was drooling and looked forward to yellow gold items. Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, yellow gold bosses will appear when we are above level 50. Based on the assumption that higher leveled castle dungeons equals higher leveled bosses, the final levels boss is probably a yellow gold boss as King Lusturk is already level 48. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, Centaur Guard. Chapter 154, Centaur Guard. Yellow gold boss? The gang spluttered out in unison, hardly able to mask their excited expressions. Zhang Yang nodded his head and said, King Lusturk is already level 48, so the final boss could be above level 50. In general, the final boss is stronger, so it is likely to be a yellow gold boss. Han Shui thought about it and said, like Cave of Bones, wasn't there a few bosses at the front of the dungeon that were green copper followed by the gray silver boss appearing at the end? Yes, it is. Yan Wei Er excitedly said, then will that boss drop a skeletal warhorse? When players reach level 40, they could buy mounts from the mount shop at the capital. The mounts were just the normal generic mount where they could choose between white, brown, or black color horses. They could buy the mount at 10 gold coins only, so it was common that every player had a normal horse as a mount. Besides, the horses sold in mount shop only increased movement speeds by 200%, unlike skeletal warhorse as 300% riding speed. Although they had been killing Shurian many times, it still never dropped the leash of skeletal warhorse. So, Yan Wei Er had been in great anticipation of the skeletal warhorse since long ago. Zhang Yang smiled and said, I don't know about that, but if the final boss is yellow gold boss, then it will be the first yellow gold boss in China server, even for the global 8 servers. So, it definitely will drop best items. Let's go, let's kill ourselves a yellow gold boss. Yan Wei Er shouted with excitement. Zhang Yang saw Yan Wei Er started stepping forward, he shook his head inside, Evil Snow, is this little brat really suitable for trading and businesses? Aren't you afraid that she will give the whole company to others on a whim? Han Shui didn't take offense at the nickname Evil Snow. On the contrary, she quite liked it. When she saw Yan Wei Er putting out such behavior, she also sighed and said, Yan Er, don't you want to loot boss corpses? Ah. Yan Wei Er only recalled she had not yet looted the 2 boss corpses. She hurriedly turned back and ran towards the boss corpses and said, Don't fight. Don't fight. The boss corpses are mine. Daffodil Daydream laughed and said, Yan Er is really funny. Yan Wei Er ignored the comment but looted Annie Balram's corpse first. Circlet of Sacrificial Abyss, Grey Silver, Cloth Armor. Defense, plus 4. Vitality, plus 96. Intelligence, plus 48. Spirit, plus 16. Unidentified. Level requirement, 40. Amazing, so many vitality points from this equipment. Daffodil Daydream muttered. Circlet of Sacrificial Abyss was terrifying compared to her level 30 green copper helmet, which added only 36 vitality points. 2 people with spellcaster classes demanded the loot together. This time it was Han Shui's turn to be luckier, and she won the role. Ring of Honesty, Grey Silver, Ring. Vitality, plus 20. Intelligence, plus 20. Unidentified. Level requirement, 40. Note, Treasure of Centaur Race, gifted by Chateau Turk. Poor Chateau, you must find a good lover in your next lifetime. Fatty Han pretended to be emphatic when he read the note showed on the post of Ring of Honesty's description. He had bad luck in finding women. Endless Starlight started to response. Daffodil Daydream immediately refuted, as a woman, of course, we have the power to pursue happiness. Damn, Annie Balram had an affair and she is still in the right? Endless Starlight said immediately. Daffodil Daydream stated drearily with a faraway look in her face, perhaps the evil prince liked Annie due to her beauty and forced her to marry him. Then what about her getting entwined with the king? 100 Shots also joined the discussion. Why should women have to submit to humiliation? Do they deserve to be held down under your body? Daffodil Daydream spoke loudly, if any guy dares to force me and I could not fight against him, maybe I would also seduce another guy and make him a cuckold. Daffodil Daydream deserved to be called as fujoshi as she dared to speak anything. Instantly, the discussion reached a heated peak. Yan Wei Er didn't pay much attention to it and continued to loot Annie Balram's corpse. Recipe, Limitless Cape. Use, you learn how to craft, Limitless Cape. Requirement, Advanced Tailoring. Again it's Han Shui and Daffodil Daydream. Both of them had advanced tailoring. Finally, Daffodil Daydream won the role this time. After she had learnt the recipe, she posted, Limitless Cape's attributes. Limitless Cape, Grey Silver, Cape. Vitality, plus 30. Strength, plus 20. Equipment, absorbs 50 damage value for every attack dealt. Level requirement, 50. True Justice said equipment for tanks had made an appearance. Endless Starlight's eyes shone immediately and said, Sister Daffodil, you must craft one for me. Daffodil Daydream pursed her lip and said, I will craft for anyone but not you. Zhang Yang also said, if you could craft this cape, it could be sold at a good price at auction house. Really? Daffodil Daydream asked dubiously, as absorbing 50 damage value for every attack dealt did not seem much to her. Zhang Yang laughed, it is pretty mediocre for just one piece of equipment, but what if you gather into said equipment? Said equipment? Then it could actually absorb 500 to 1000 damage value already. 100 Shot said, that's mean, there will be a huge damage reduction said equipment in the future? Yes. Zhang Yang nodded and said, after level 50, True Justice said equipment for tanks will appear with additional high damage absorption attribute. Berserkers and Templars finally do not need to compete for the equipment against Guardians and Defenders anymore. Heis, finally I can relax a little bit. Han Shui said with a feeling of relief. Zhang Yang smiled secretly and said in his mind, if the tank equipped more damage reduction equipment, the stress from healer to heal tank would be lesser. But the bosses in the future would mostly use AoE skills, so healers would still have to work harder for the party. He left the evil Snow to her happiness for a while and kept that information to himself. They already picked up the good loots from Annie Balram's corpse and now Yen Wei went to loot King Lu's Turk's corpse. Seal of the Empire, Grey Silver, Shield. Defense, plus 400. Vitality, plus 160. Unidentified. Level requirement, 40. Wow, they actually used the seal to make his shield, it is so creative. Fatty Han said happily. Zhang Yang glanced at Endless Starlight who was looking at Seal of the Empire, with a most hungry expression, smiled and said, Starlight, take the shield. Endless Starlight immediately showed a grateful but in fearful expression and said, how can that be the case, you are still using a level 30 shield. Why don't you take this, Seal of the Empire, and give the bones of the Chimera to me? Zhang Yang shook his head and said, your current equipment is too rudimentary and shield is the best to increase defense and HP. With the hammer you looted earlier and this shield, you can stand alone in the future. I would not have to worry and I will be confidently able to leave the second team to you. Having said that, Zhang Yang gave up his role. Endless Starlight was touched and almost cried in tears, he sniffled and accepted the request. Endless Starlight equipped the shield solemnly and swore secretly that he would lead his own second team with distinction, in order to repay Zhang Yang's trust. Silly you, not bad huh, wheedling people in that way to be loyal to you. Han Shui sent a private message to Zhang Yang. This evil Snow had really seen through Zhang Yang's mind and knew that he was trying to capture people loyalty. Zhang Yang replied her private message, when did I wheedle you and make you loyal to me? According to my conscience, there is nothing between you and me. Bastard. Now only Han Shui realized the sentence she used just now could have left much to the imagination. It could have been referring to others or even herself, so Zhang Yang won this war of words. After Endless Starlight equipped Seal of the Empire, his defense value increased to 430, which exceeded Zhang Yang's defense value. Besides, his HP also spiked up to more than 5,800, but it was still slightly lesser than Zhang Yang's HP a little bit. His aggro ability had substantially gone up as well, as he had a level 40 Grey Silver weapon. It was easy to beef up a tank before level 50 as long as the tank had a good weapon and a good shield. Like now, he was just a step towards being a beefed up tank. After level 50, tanks needed to search around for damage reduction equipment, which would be a tiring process. Zhang Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. The next time when they explore 5-man and 10-man dungeons, they could call out 2 teams at the same time. They could also go for 20-man, and even 50-man dungeon raids by combining 2 teams into one. However, to become a strong guild, 2 fast progressing teams were still not enough, they needed at least 3 to 4 fast progress teams before they could surpass the same level of hardcode mode dungeon teams. We should develop slowly and surely, it is impossible that we would achieve that in the blink of an eye. Wah, I loot a good item. Yen Wei yelled excitedly. Servant, Centaur Guard, Copper Tier Servant. Use, summons a Centaur Guard to fight for you and lasts for 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 hour. You can only summon a servant at the same time. If you summon any servant, then other servants will share the same cooldown time. Level requirement, 40. Little brat, it's just a Copper Tier servant and you're celebrating like that? Zhang Yang laughed and said. TCH, you won't understand us because you already have a Silver Tier servant. Yen Wei rolled her eyes at Zhang Yang, before she politely bowed to the gang and said, brothers, sisters, uncles and aunts, please give me this servant, thank you. Endless Starlight and Daffodil Daydream were the new members of the gang, and they also obtained many good items from them, and were greatly satisfied, so they would not fight with Yen Wei-er for that servant. Yen Wei-er had always been highly favored by the gang, so Sun Xingyu, Fatty Han and 100 Shots also gave up on their roles. Zhang Yang already had silver tier servant, so he would not fight for a copper tier servant as well. He gave up his role as well. But Han Yingxue put up one of her fingers, showing it to Yen Wei-er and said, 1 week worth of housework. Yen Wei-er immediately jumped up and said, Han Yingxue, you are fishing in dangerous waters, I'll cut off ties with you, but 2 weeks of housework. Han Yingxue put up 2 of her fingers. 1 week. Yen Wei-er gritted her teeth in silent fury. Deal. Han Yingxue gave up her role. This copper tier servant finally belonged to Yen Wei-er. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, Gigantic Skeleton. Chapter 155, Gigantic Skeleton. Although she betrayed herself of her 1 week effort, but the joy of acquiring a servant put a great smile on Wei Yen-er's face, and with a swoop, she summoned her servant out. Centaur Guard Antola, Copper Grade Servant. Level, 48. HP, 3100. Under comparison, the servant was so much taller than Clear Lotus, with a long spear in his right arm, constantly having his upper body turning around, looking at the surroundings, appearing desperate for a fight. Little girl, what's the damage output for this servant? What particular skill sets does he have? Zhang Yang asked. The details of the servant's attributes were only shown to their masters. Wei Yen-er paused for a moment and said, melee damage range is in between 524 to 584. Attack interval is 3.6 seconds, damage per second is 154, and only one skill called Force Strike, effects similar to the warriors. Zhang Yang nodded. The average attack of this servant was the same as a level 48 player wearing a level 40 black steel tier equipment. It was still not as good as his level 36 silver grade servant. Besides, it was much more inferior when in comparison to their skills, especially the substitute skill, that was among the best. As Wei Yen-er was busy with her new servant, Han Yingxue took her place in touching the remaining loots from the boss. Soul Brave Chestplate, Grey Silver Armor. Armor, plus 20. Vitality, plus 96. Strength, plus 48. Agility, plus 16. Unidentified. Required level, 40. This piece of equipment should be given to Wei Yen-er, to increase her maximum HP, stepping up every member of the main party to exceed the maximum HP of 5,000. After salvaging the remaining 7 to 8 pieces of green copper equipment, the party went through the long stone steps to the 5th floor, which was the final palace floor as well. Thinking that the final boss might be a yellow gold boss, everyone was a little thrilled. If we can take out a yellow gold rank boss, will it be announced in the system announcement? Fatty Han spoke with his face showing that he had been longing for it. Ever since the first clear in the garden interior, it had been so long since his name was published on the system announcement. No wonder this swagger could not endure that loneliness inside him. Zhang Yang nodded his head and said, it should be, after all, no team has defeated any yellow gold rank boss before, ever. But Endless Starlight and Daffodil Daydream instantly had a shine in their eyes. For the two of them, at where they were right now, having their names well known on the server was like a far-fetched dream to be fulfilled. But it seemed that in this one moment, that dream could be fulfilled, which led their hearts to jump very violently. There were no monsters along the way, and the gang had arrived at the 5th floor of the palace in no time. Compared to the 4th floor, the last floor looked more like an attic that was a 50 meters long square structure. In the middle of the attic, there was a gigantic skeleton structure, with a huge scythe in its right hand. In front of it was a very short person in a black robe, waving a wand, channeling some sort of pitch-black light into the body of that giant skeleton. The person in the black robe was no taller than a meter, with the magic staff in his hand being way taller than he was, making it very uncomfortable to look at. Evil Necromancer Zack, Yellow Gold, Undead. Level, 50. HP, 2 million. Mana, 1 million. It's real. A yellow gold tier boss, the gang spoke in unity. Endless Starlight was filled with tears all over his face, and said, not only have I defeated a grey silver boss, but to also see a yellow gold boss with my own eyes? No regrets. No regrets even to death. Look at your unworthy face. Fatty Han spoke with his scorned face, do not forget, how many beauties and pretty faces in the world are waiting for us to comfort them. Hey, so what is the deal with that skeleton structure? Wei Yen-er asked while pointing her fingers at the gigantic skeleton structure. Gigantic experimental skeleton, elite, undead. Level, 50. HP 0/1000000. The game company will never place something useless like that in the game. Zhang frowned and said, something's fishy about this. The skeleton might get up during battle. How do we fight, then? Zhang gave it some thought and said, Starlight and I will draw the boss together. If the skeleton ever gets up, I will block that skeleton monster. Whichever monster has a higher attack, we kill it first. Starlight currently has the aggro ability and has his HP up high. Dealing with the boss won't be any issue for him. Endless Starlight instantly blushed, with endless excitement. Before meeting them, he had never seen a gray-silver boss before, what more a yellow-gold boss. Now that he actually had a chance to tank against a yellow-gold boss, it was naturally hard for him to conceal his excitement. Little Snow, give Starlight a shield and let's get a move on. Zhang said. Han Shui lifted her arm to instantly cast Holy Shield on Starlight. Endless Starlight drew out his mace and shield, kept his emotion in check and said, let's begin. After saying it, he ran straight to the boss. The breath of a lively soul. Zack had a vast aggro range, as he already noticed Starlight approaching from afar. He suddenly turned around, revealing a face full of wrinkles and pimples. Although the face looked dry and deflated, but it was still distinguishable that he was a human rather than a dwarf when he was still alive. Chang chang chang. The sound of the clashing metals rung, and an iron fence descended on the entrance, blocking the way out. It was pretty obvious that no player could leave the 5th floor now before the battle ended. Die, you piece of dwarf. Getting the rare chance to be the protagonist, Endless Starlight was caught in his moment of excitement, and with a wave, he threw his shield straight out. -1. What a high defense, shield toss could not do the trick in breaking the defenses. Although Endless Starlight had an increasingly large amount of melee damage with a level 40 weapon, the strength value only provided a fixed damage, which required accumulation of equipment pieces to enhance the damage output. Having approximately 190 strength, he could only stare and do nothing when encountering a boss with super high armor. Zhan Yu, what a high armor this boss has! Endless Starlight exclaimed in shock. Zhang nodded and said, 200 at the least. Oh, just so it happens, I still need some souls to complete my darling. Zack pointed his staff towards the ground, as he instantly floated into the air and landed onto the shoulder side of that skeleton structure. My darling, open your eyes, it is time for a massacre. Boom! A kindle of greenish flame appeared within the gloomy eye sockets of the gigantic skeleton almost immediately. Clack clack clack, every bone of the structure was making the sound of bursting cracks. Plus 100,000 inch plus 100,000, with the continuous appearance of green healing numerical value appearing above its head, the HP bar of the monster was recovering very swiftly. The whole process did not even take a second, just half a second. Just in a blink of an eye, the gigantic skeleton was already in the state of full health. Even if Zhang wanted to charge forward to use Destructive Smash, it was already too late. Oh! The gigantic skeleton suddenly probed its skull forward and let out a burst of deafening roar. Oh, come and get a taste of my darling's power. Zack smiled viciously on the shoulder side of the skeleton and continued to say, darling, kill them. Kill all of the lively souls. Searching out with its arm, the gigantic skeleton picked up the scythe by the ground, with the front edge of the blade charging up with a bright red glow, emitting a horrifying breath of blood. It abruptly waved its scythe and gave a heavy slash at Endless Starlight, who was charging at the front. Divine Shield. Endless Starlight immediately activated his skill. This was a similar skill as the Warrior's Block, with the effect of increasing 50% rate to absorb one hit and deflect a holy damage equal to the strength value. Although it was not a 100% rate, it could be effective against all assault types. This was also why defenders were more familiar in drawing magic-type monsters. -192. Endless Starlight was lucky, that attack was successfully absorbed and caused a deflective damage of 192 to the gigantic skeleton. However, the momentum of the attack from the gigantic skeleton was immense. Although it was successfully absorbed by Endless Starlight, but the remaining shockwaves drove all melee combatants such as Zhang and Sun Xianyu upside down. Strong Hammer. Justice Bash. Judgment. Endless Starlight entered the attack range, instantly unleashing a series of attacks onto the monster. This was the advantage of knights being a tank. The skills were fueled by the mana points rather than rage points, so as long as the skills were not on a cooldown period, the player could create a huge aggro value in just an instant. The gigantic skeleton stormed the stage with its incredible roar again, waving its scythe at Endless Starlight and sliced him. -3026. A huge damage text appeared on Endless Starlight. You would never know if you have never experienced it yourself. Without being a tank yourself, you would never know how strong the monster is. Endless Starlight was instantly shocked, and he said, "What a ferocious monster, the basic attack should be above 4,000 already." Zhang regained his stance right after he fell, and he charged into the front line and clashed into the monster. Although the gigantic skeleton was just an elite, but it was equipped with immunity to control skills, therefore it was not affected by the stun effect of charge. -653. With a swing of his sword, Zhang estimated silently in his heart that the armor of the monster was about 300 or so he instantly prioritized to throw 5 stacks of cripple defense onto the monster. To avoid dispersing Endless Starlight's aggro value, Zhang had to keep his shield into his backpack. In this way, the passive skill Shield Oath immediately lost its role, so that his attack no longer gave him an additional 20% extra hatred. Head to the rear of the monster and unleash your damage. Monster's attacks have split and knockdown effect. Oh, puny souls, die. Zach was shouting from above. From time to time, he would throw a shadow arrow down towards the gang, without any specific target. It was totally random. Every arrow brought about 1,000 damage, though the rate of the attack was not that high. The gigantic skeleton suddenly issued a roar full of rage, storming its right foot onto the ground, and a radius of about 5 meters of black circle appeared beneath its leg, with countless skulls vaguely seen constantly emerging from the beneath ground. Ding! You have received Decaying Abyss, deals 1,000 shadow damage every 3 seconds. The effect will last until you leave the effective area of the Decaying Abyss. Endless Starlight was smart. He had already drew the gigantic skeleton towards the side even before Zhang had to speak, so he left the effective area of the Decaying Abyss in time. But inevitably, all melee combatants that were still in the effective area had to suffer one time of 1,000 damage after 3 seconds had passed. Han Shui immediately cast healing to every member, and she quickly threw any healing skills available at the moment onto Endless Starlight. In just a few seconds, the gigantic skeleton stormed its foot onto the ground, once again unleashing Decaying Abyss, forcing Endless Starlight to corner of the sides. The skill was activated on an extremely frequent rate, with the interval of not more than 10 seconds, which basically only gave the gang just a few short seconds to unleash their damage onto the monster in peace before they were forced to shift around. Without much effort, the small area was almost occupied by circles of Decaying Abyss. Zhang became cautious and said, "Starlight, don't stray too far while dodging the Decaying Abyss, because they won't disappear, and if the battle is prolonged, there will not be a spot to dodge anymore." Endless Starlight immediately read the situation and said, "Understood." Pang, pang, pang. The gigantic skeleton gave the ground a consecutive storm, leaving one circle of abyss after another. In just a short moment, 1/3 of the 5th floor area was occupied with circles of Decaying Abyss. The key to victory in this battle will be based on the damage output of each sides. We must take out the monster before it covers the whole area with Decaying Abyss, or it would be us who will suffer the horror of the abyss and die a horrible death. Zhang shouted, while summoning Serve and Clear Lotus, to increase their damage output. His initial intention was to reserve her until the boss battle, but her substitute was just so convenient for him. Wei Yenair can only stare blankly as her servant had already exceeded its time and vanished. To summon it again, player was required to wait for another 50 minutes. Every single one of them had unleashed their skills with long cooldowns, trying their very best to take out the gigantic skeleton as swiftly as possible after hearing Zhang. Oh, puny souls, I sense your fear. Wonderful, it is just wonderful. I just love praise with desperate helpless eyes. That's the sensation that is limited only to killing. Zack laughed continuously in a weird manner, without forgetting his role to throw a shadow arrow at the players in every few seconds. 90%, 80%, 70%. The damaging output of the gang was not disappointing at all, but the skeleton monster had a very thick armor. Even with 5 stacks of cripple defense that lowered 50% of its armor, there was still 150 points of armor left. It would largely affect the damage output of a dual-wielding profession class, especially Serve and Clear Lotus, who only caused 1 physical damage with her secondary weapon. She could only cause some descent damaging output with her primary weapon attack and her skills. 60%, 50%. The breathing space of the 5th floor was getting smaller by the second, and the Decaying Abyss had shrouded more than half of the area, with the first abyss that was placed on the ground showing no sign of disappearing. 40%, 30%. The breathing space for the gang continued to be reduced into the size of 1 to 6 of the original size of the 5th floor. Speed. Speed. Hit harder. Zhang cried out intensely. 20%. 10%. The gang had to retreat for 2 or 3 more rounds. 7%. The gigantic skeleton had only 72,841 HP left. There was no way to pull back anymore. Every one of them had been circled up around the foot of the monster, as that was the only area that was not shrouded by the Decaying Abyss. Come together. I am activating Vanguard's aggression. Within this 10-second gap, it's either him or us. Zhang shouted. Pang! With another storm from the foot of the gigantic skeleton, another decaying abyss appeared. Zhang Yang re-equipped his shield, activated Vanguard's aggression covering the whole gang. At the same instant, he activated Substitute. -100. -100. -100. Although he used Vanguard's aggression which left him to receive double damage, his substitute gave him a 5-second invincibility, making Zhang Yang able to hold up strong. The moment his invincibility faded, he was damaged with -1600, -1600 overtime. With a few skills in play, Han Shui brought his HP back up. 60,000. 50,000. 40,000. 30,000. The effect of Vanguard's aggression faded, leaving the team vulnerable to begin losing 1,000 HP as every second passed. However, the HP of the gigantic skeleton was emptied out, leaving it to shriek and turn into a bunch of bones, crumbling down to the ground. At the same instant, all of the decaying abyss vanished without leaving a sign on their own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Engaging Zack. Chapter 156, Engaging Zack. Oh, what a bunch of puny souls. To be able to take out my darling, it seems that I have underestimated you. Zack descended straight from the air, with only a wave of his staff, he landed softly on the ground. He grinned and revealed 2 rows of yellowish teeth and said, "Since you murdered my darling, then I shall pull out all your bones and make a new darling, but..." While he was all having the conversation, Han Shui has seized the opportunity to heal everyone with recovery skills, activating holy prayers and healing bond, trying her best to fill up every single one of their HP bars. Zhang Yang did not charge forward immediately, because that was most probably the introductory remark made by the boss, which provided the gang some precious gap of time to recover their stance for the coming battle. Charging blindly into hitting the boss would only result in provoking the boss to instantly initiate his attacks. However, this introductory remark was just too short for them. After a few arrogant words coming from Zack, he aimed his staff right at Endless Starlight. In his aggro list, although everyone was having the same value that was 0, but because they were affected by the gigantic skeleton monster, his primary target that he locked on at the moment was Endless Starlight. Shove. Zhang Yang used charge to tackle himself into the boss. -553. Slashing through with his sword, Zhang Yang was left breathless wondering how thick of a skin does the boss have. -1356. -1421. Clashing with a destructive smash followed with a horizontal sweep, he swiftly completed accumulating his first round of the aggro value. Zack suddenly went raging, switching his target onto Zhang Yang and started chanting his spell. Naturally, Sun Xianu and the others rounded up on the boss and unleashed their attacks as their first move. -89. -1. Although Sun Xianu scratched deep with her dual daggers, but the 2 hits could only do insignificant damage value. Bear in mind that Sun Xianu was equipped with a level 40 dagger, and her main weapon could deal an average damage of 600, give or take. But she could only deal an insignificant damage of 89, and her secondary weapon attack could even barely scratch the surface of the armor. So how thick of a skin does the boss actually have? Although the skills of most of the thieves had the attribute to ignore defenses, and the attack value was also much higher than ordinary attacks, leaving the effect of the immor to minimal, the mana value was still limited. The ratio of normal attack indicated in white texts occupied a very large portion of the damage output of thieves. Sun Xianu immediately made a demand on Zhang Yang, "Quickly, use cripple defense." Zhang Yang could not help himself but chuckle, to think that the cold icy queen would even beg him for a moment. Although Sun Xianu's tone voice had a huge difference from what he had in mind, but Zhang Yang still treated it as her begging him, having his vanity greatly satisfied. Cripple defense. Cripple defense. Cripple defense. Cripple defense. Cripple defense. Truth to be told, even if Sun Xianu did not request for it, Zhang Yang would have still smashed 5 stacks of cripple defense onto the boss with the goal to boost the damage output of the whole gang. 337. -1. With 5 stacks of cripple defense in play, the damage output of the main weapon of Sun Xianu had soared so much higher than before, but the damage output of her secondary weapon was still not ideal. For an agile thief, the damage output of secondary weapons is not important, its main purpose was to be used for poisoning. But it was still not enough for Sun Xianu, who was constantly craving to be the best. The secondary had also contributed a damage of 135 for every second that passed, a portion of damage that should not be taken lightly as well. Eagle Eye. Sun Xianu silently thought about it, thinking that she must acquire that skill. The higher the armor a monster had, the more it affected a weapon that attacked swiftly, especially to those agile thieves. Equipped with 2 of the swiftest daggers in the whole of God's miracles, the damage per second was not low at all, but the single attack was down to the definition of very low. Therefore, this profession class really needed a skill that could decrease the monster's armor. Puny souls, give up on avoiding the inevitable, return yourself to womb of death. Only death is eternity, then there is immortality. With a touch of his staff, he completed his shadow arrow spell and threw it straight onto Zhang Yang. Minus 3212. The attack damage of Zack was totally different from Phase 1, with the damage output increasing by 3-fold. Oh, puny souls, can you feel death? Zack could be categorized as a garbage talk kind of a boss, going on with such nonsense. Arg. Wei Yan'er wildly swung her weapon around and said, I cannot take it anymore, let's just slay this stupid boss and be done with this, or else we are going to be dead by his annoying words. Oh, slay me you say? You puny bunch of people, trying to slay Zack the Great? Dream on with your pathetic daydream. Let me, Zack the Great, tell you about greatness. The boss waved his staff around and, bam, 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 shooting one shadow arrow after another. Zhang Yang could not help but smile, then he said, this is indeed a yellow gold boss, its AI is somewhat sketchy, and it reacts to players' emotion accordingly. A regular NPC would only react according to the script when it was triggered by events. If a player did not speak the keywords that triggered them, the NPC would just repeat, saying irrelevant words. Only NPCs with higher AI would react accordingly to any words from the players. Fatty Han was pumped at the moment, so he said, hey shorty, ugly ass, come and get me. An elf as fat as a pig? Oh, how could there be such a vulgar creature from the aristocratic tribe of the elves? Zack rolled both of his eyes around, revealing a contempt look on his face. Is it a boar pig that raped a female elf and gave birth to a half-bred bastard? Or some male elf forced himself down with a few hundred pounds of aphrodisiac to rape a female boar? This is just outrageous. The gang could not help themselves but to give a moment of silence for Fatty Han. Fatty Han was surprised for a moment, with his face flushed into red soon, he shouted with rage, you retarded F***ck face. You're the bastard, you and all our family members are. Even a wretched person like Fatty Han himself suffered losses from the mouth of the boss, so the gang kept silent to avoid being cursed by this garbage talk kind of boss. Channeling their rage into strength, they made haste on bringing down the HP bar of the boss. 98%, 96%, 94%. Due to the high armor of the boss, the total damage output of the gang, which mostly consisted of physical damage, was being brought down by a level of effectiveness. Coupled with the boss's bloody high HP, the percentage of the HP was decreased in a very slow manner. Puny souls, the time for games is over. Zack pointed his staff at Zhang Yang and instantly shot a dark light that later shrouded him whole. Ding! You have received darkness amplifying effect. Increase all damage by 100%, increase damage received by 50%, last for 10 seconds. Minus 1,533. Minus 3,281. Minus 9,506. Satisfying. Normal attacks exceeded 1,000, with horizontal sweep reaching about 3,000 plus damage, and destructive smash was a lucky strike, dealing a critical damage that went beyond 9,000. Staring at the damage he did, the gang was left without words. Wei Yan'er quickly shouted, hey dwarf boss, hurry up and give me a darkness amplifying as well, Minus 4,813. A swift land of a shadow arrow inflicted a very high damage value on Zhang Yang. While having his damage multiplied many times over, the damage received was also multiplied over many times. Although it could not take out Zhang Yang in one hit, but it was enough to make him suffer a lot. But Han Shui suffered a fate far worse, seizing the time of 3 seconds where the boss was chanting to cast shields and heal, maintaining Zhang Yang's HP up above the safety line of 5,000. Plus 2,039. Plus 402. Bam! The boss threw another shadow arrow at him. Minus 2,801. The holy shield took precedence to absorb a damage of 20,000, but the attack still took Zhang Yang's HP right off to less than 2,000. The boss used a shadow arrow once in every 3 seconds, so only 3 shots could be released within the 10 seconds duration of the darkness amplifying effect. Zhang Yang made a decisive decision, activating his Berserker's Heal. Plus 6,380. A large green numerical value appeared right above his head, instantly gaining back his full health. Noob tank, you know you can consider to change your role to healer. Wei Yan'er giggled. Minus 4,891. During the duration of the darkness amplifying effect, the last shadow arrow hit right onto Zhang Yang. Han Shui healed in time, shuf, raising Zhang Yang's HP, and they finally made their way through a tough time. That almost had my heart out. Han Ningxue patted her plumping chest, sending her dual peaks constantly changing shapes and then restoring back to their initial shape, showing a surprising flexibility. The waves of shaking boobs instantly sent the four men in the gang into a shock for a moment there. Wei Yan'er looked at Han Ningxue's marvelous boobs with admiration. She did a duck face and said, "Be careful not to spoil them with your patting, sis." Yan'er, are you trying to repeat your mistakes again? Please watch out as there might not be any dinner for you. Wei Yan'er showed no fear, so she said, "If you dare to starve me, I will call that Mr. Luo. I am sure he is very eager to treat us with dinner." Han Ningxue lost her breath for a second, revealing her disgusted face, and she said, "Do not ever bring up that disgusting name of his in front of me." Zhang Yang recalled that he had heard the name before from the two ladies, so he asked, "Little sister, so what's the deal with this Mr. Luo? Cousin's admirer." "He started going after my cousin since high school, and then until the university time, my cousin has grown scared of him and hid in UK to study." Wei Yan'er did not even blink or look at Han Ningxue, and without the slightest hesitation, she betrayed her cousin's secret to the public, that Mr. Luo Yangming intended to pursue her to Cambridge, but luckily enough, the university refused to accept him because of his results. So he tried to solve his problem with money like he always does. So he ended up being expelled from the university, being blacklisted by Cambridge University. So he finally sneaked back to the country. That really had me laughing. UB*TCH, you're so dead. Han Ningxue could not shut Wei Yan'er's mouth, all she could do was threaten her with some nasty words from aside. Wei Yan'er giggled, and she said, "Sister Sun, it seems like I will need to beg for dinner at your place tonight." "No problem. Sun Xinu was always this straightforward." As they were talking, the HP of the boss was decreasing. Zack had been using only Shadow Arrow and Darkness Amplifying all the time. The threat was great, but the pressure was only felt by the tanker and the healer, while the damage output gang was totally like chopping piles of woods, having no pressure on them. 90%, 80%, 70%. 40%, 30%, 20%. You damn souls, how can you all be still alive? I am mad, I am really mad. Zack spoke fiercely, revealing his impatient look on his face. Then it is time for me to do this the serious way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Killing a Yellow Gold Boss. Chapter 157, Killing a Yellow Gold Boss. Zack raised his long staff up above his head, and a magic array immediately emerged from just beneath his head. Crash magic. Immune. Zhang Yang shook his head a couple times as the chanting could not be interrupted. What kind of devilish crash magic is this? The chanting time for that skill was really short, as it only took 2 seconds before a dark light instantly burst out from the staff, radiating towards all directions. -2000. For the first time in the attack, a numerical value appeared right on top of Zhang Yang's head. -2500. -2500. -2500. As the dark light emitted through, the other gang members also received a damage of up to 2500 points. Only Endless Starlight, a night tank, received the least damage, taking only 1875 points. Ding! Zack has unleashed Shadow Burst. Zack had already begun his chanting for Shadow Burst while the voice announcement was made in the system. Stupid boss, this is goddamn tiring. Han Ningxue was provoked to the point that she was shouting. It was totally causing her lots of trouble. Holy prayers could only heal Zhang Yang for 2000 HP, while healing others for 500 HP. It was so insignificant to even look at. -2000. -2500. -2500. Zack used another Shadow Burst to cause a massive area of splash attack, and then, another Shadow Burst. It seemed that the boss would not stop until everyone is dead. Wei Yan'er started to cry very loudly. This stupid boss is shamelessly strong. How are we going to fight this? Actually, a boss with this amount of HP such as Zack that only triggered their AoE, area of effect, skills indefinitely was considered easy already. The upcoming bosses in the field would be equipped with aura skills. Once the players were within the effective radius of the skills, they will lose their HP like wild gooses. It will also mean that they will lose a lot of firepower. It will become a battle that required thousands of players, having one wave after another of the players to sacrifice themselves in exchange for a few thousands of damage dealt on the boss, using the advantage of numbers and time to wear the bosses down to their demise. It was just like in his previous life when Zhang Yang was battling a big boss to compete in Inheritance Quest. It came with a flame aura, scorching all players who were within 30-meter radius of the area with 5000 damage per second. Normal players would just die burning within 10 seconds within the effective area, and the boss did not have to activate any other skills. What should I do? Zhang Yang quietly asked himself. Snow, give up on the others and use your healing bond on me. Zhang Yang had finally made a decisive call. Healing bond, heal both the caster and the target at the same time. Recover 100% HP based on magic attack. Cast time, 1 second, cooldown time, 1 second. Priests were known to be good in group healing. With the appearance of healing skills such as Healing Shower and Fountain of Light in the near future, the healing capability of a priest could reach their healing up to 10 or 20 players at a time, but a level 40 priest only had healing bond to stick with. Han Yingshue's magic output was around 1000, with a continuous spam of healing bond onto Zhang Yang and some healing skill, while casting a holy shield on herself, she should never die. And Zhang Yang had a passive skill of 20% of damage reduction, so they might just hold on long enough till the end as long as healing bond and some heal were in play. The only disadvantage was the incredible consumption of mana points of healing bond. Can they really last until finishing the boss? This was the spirit of the warriors breaking their wrist. It was not that they did not care for their own hands, but they cherished their own lives even more. To keep everyone alive would only end up dying together, but maintaining Zhang Yang and Han Yingshui alive in the battle still provided them a glimpse of hope in defeating the boss. It was really easy for Han Yingshui to understand with her level of intelligence, so she immediately gave up healing the others and focused only on healing Zhang Yang and herself, then she would cast the healing bond afterwards. Hey sis! Give me a heal please. Wei Yenair was already at the bottom of her HP bar. With both of her teary eyes, she tried for Han Yingshui's sympathy. Sis, you are flesh and bones to me, you can't leave me to die. It's cousin. Han Yingshui quickly corrected. Wow, Han Yingshui, you dates before sisterhood be *tch. I want to unfriend you. Wei Yenair went raging about. Others had also understood that the armor of the boss was just too high. Under the impression of damage output, it should be Zhang Yang who had crippled defense and eagle eye at the same time that was without a doubt the strongest attacker among them. Furthermore, he also possessed many life-saving skills that made him the strongest survivor among the others. Everyone was trying their best to deal as much damage as possible before they met their demise, with only one goal, to ease the stress for Zhang Yang and Han Yingshui. Ding! Player Daffodil Daydream has deceased. It did not take long for Daffodil Daydream to pass out, followed by Wei Yenair, 100 shots, and Fatty Han, all to fall short of the battle. Sun Xian, you managed to perform a well-timed vanish, buying her an extra 3 seconds to deal a little more damage before she fell. The last one to fall was Endless Starlight. After using up his Sacred Protection and Sacred Heal, he fell down to the ground, lying dead. Little Young, Pretty Snow, we are counting on you guys. Do your best. The first clear of Yellow Gold boss is within our grasp. The gang were pumped to encourage Zhang Yang and Han Yingshui. Humph. You treacherous pair of paramours. Wei Yenair pursed her lips in displeasure. The boss was left with 400,000 HP, and Zhang Yang could deal about 1,000 damage in every second. If nothing would go wrong, they only needed to maintain the same pace for another 400 seconds to secure their final victory. But the problem was, could Han Yingshui's mana hold on for that long? With Han Yingshui having Heart of Light, the mana consumption for all healing skills were reduced by 75%, but casting group magic consumed quite a large amount of mana. There might not be a problem for her to hold for 4 to 5 minutes, but 400 seconds was about nearly 7 minutes. Reserve the shield for your own use, and heal yourself later. I will activate every single one of my life-saving skills once, that way I can strive to activate them later for more than a few times. Zhang Yang said to Han Yingshui. The more frequent he could activate his skills, the more Han Yingshui could save up on her mana points for later use. Berserker's Heal, Shuf, recovering to full health, bought a 6-second gap. Activating the special effect of the Lover's Sword, recovered another 4,000 HP, prolonging another 4 seconds. Activating Shadow of Merlinda gave another 10 seconds. Activating Shield Wall, another buff of 10 seconds. And there was also Red Potions and the Ring's Lifesteal effect, adding up to a sum of 5,600 HP recovery within 2 minutes, which was not much lesser than what Berserker's Heal could offer. 18%, 15%, 11%. The boss HP bar was depleting, and the Han Yingshui's mana was too. The outcome of this battle will be based on whether Zhang Yang could kill the boss first, or Han Yingshui finishes her last drop of mana, leaving both of them vulnerable die by the boss. 8%, 6%, 3%. Han Yingshui had used up all her mana about 2 seconds ago, but luckily the cooldown for Blue Potion had been refreshed. She consumed a grade 1 mana potion, Suez, gaining 1,000 mana points as a bonus. It was the key to ensure their victory. Plus 1,012. Plus 1,012. With a healing bond in play again, both Zhang Yang and Han Shui received an abundance of green healing values over their heads. 2%. You're almost there. Noob Tank, why haven't you killed the boss yet? I despise you. Zhan Yu, just a little more. Little Snow, hold on. Victory was upon them, everyone could not resist their urge to scream and shout. 1%. Slash. With your full might. Forget about me, just get rid of him. We're about to win. The first clear of Yellow Gold boss, here we come, dot. Haha, we are the best. 41,734. 25,923. 9,134. 4,121. 812. 0. We did it. Ding. You and your party have slain the evil Necromancer Zach, acquired 1,050,000 experience points, 50 reward points for team effort. Ding. You and your party have completed the first clear of the Yellow Gold boss, this result will be recorded in the glorious achievement list. As the party leader, please key in your team name, for the world to praise. Ding, you have completed the main quest, Final Blow. Automatically redirect to new quest, report back to Grand Magus Anthony Phelan. Hustle back to White Jade City to claim your reward. Pack. The midget body of Zack made a turn around and fell onto the icy cold ground facing up to the sky. The fiery red staff on his hands fell off afar. Phew. Zhang Yang took breath of relief, they managed to pull this off because of his high damage output and Han Shui's large healing capability. If it was up to others, they would not have held on for such a long period of time. Even if they could have held on for so long, they would not have enough firepower, damage output, to put down the boss for good. Zhang Yang conveniently entered the name Lone Desert Smoke into the entry box and selected the confirm button, allowing the server to begin making the announcement. Server announcement: the Lonely Desert Smoke has succeeded in acquiring first clear for killing Yellow Gold boss Zack. This great deed will be registered onto the glorious deed list, China region. Server announcement: player Zhan Yu, leader, has succeeded in acquiring first clear for killing Yellow Gold boss Zack, acquired server reward 10 gold coins, luck attribute +1, all alliance reputation increased by 500 points. Server announcement: player Endless Starlight, member, has succeeded. Every corner of the global channel was full of server announcements in red, and once again that shook every single player in the China region. So what's the situation now? A Yellow Gold boss? You must be joking. No wonder the Lone Desert Smoke had not been exploiting the death mode of the dungeons lately, so this is what they have been up to, killing a Yellow Gold boss. That's right. The castle interior is full of only gray-silver bosses. If it's up to me, I would have went straight for the Yellow Gold boss as well. I'm so envious now. I wonder what kind of equipment will a Yellow Gold boss drop out. Brother Zhan Yu, I am currently 28, as beautiful as the flowers, with an exotic body, pure as a virgin, please take me. Pure as a virgin? That means no more a virgin then? Didn't you hear I am currently 28? It is really super hard to find a virgin nowadays, you can find one in the nursery school. F***CK, this is totally out of topic. Han Shui started to revive the gang one after another. The gang were so agitated after their revival. This was the first clear for killing a Yellow Gold boss. Noticing Sun Xianyu staring at him by a quick glance, Zhang Yang smiled. If you are very excited to the point that you were thinking of giving me a hug, just come at me. The moment he finished his words, a shadow instantly flew into his arms, clinging to him very tightly. Zhang Yang quickly said, I was not talking to you. Arg. It was Endless Starlight, with tears streaming down his face, crying, Zhan Yu, I'm so excited right now. I can see that. Am I becoming famous now? Most probably. Then my dream of creating a harem environment is finally becoming possible now. Endless Starlight was sobbing too much to speak. F***CK off. The loot, the loot. Wei Yen did not care so much whether she would become famous or not, but what she loved the most was the looting. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Quest Complete. Chapter 158, Quest Complete. As a Yellow Gold boss, the equipment drop would not be any lesser. Moreover, it was the first clear for killing the boss, which in fact, was genuinely a big bang news for everyone. There were already 4 pieces of gold grade equipment, 7 pieces of silver grade equipment, 17 pieces of bronze grade equipment, and several red and greenish skill books. Everyone was drooling just by looking at them. Golden Fortune. Although the midget has grown out to be crooked, but the loots he left behind matched the status of the yellow golden boss. Fatty Han was beamed with delight. As the natural habit of Wei Yan, she always picked up the coins carefully from the floor first, before checking out the equipment drop. Although Zack was a yellow golden boss, there was no sign of any golden coins, only 92 pieces of silver coins, which after we're equally dividing, gives each player only 11 pieces of silver coins, or maybe a little more for some of them. Harbinger Staff, Yellow Gold, Staff. Magic damage, 1340 to 1540. Unidentified. Level required, 50. Looking at the terrifying magic damage value, everyone lost their cool, having smiles on their faces and took a breath in. This level 50 equipment was worthy of the title of Yellow Gold grade. Han Shui smiled and said, "Daffodil Daydream, you should keep the staff." Daffodil Daydream quickly shook her hands and said, "Honestly, I am eager to have the staff, but to challenge a yellow gold boss side by side with you, that was way more than I can ask for. Besides, I have already taken a few pieces of fine equipment, I would feel sorry if I had it. Sister Snow, please have it, Han Shui smiled again and said, "The staff requires level 50 players to be eligible to equip it. According to a normal level up speed, it will take about 40 days to reach that level. In these days, it will be enough time to farm on this midget boss for a few rounds already." Daffodil Daydream insisted and shook her head, then she said, "The equipment might not drop every time as this was also a first clear reward, there might not even be a staff among the next time around." Zhang interrupted and said, "How about this, the staff will belong to Little Snow for now. After the boss has respawned, we shall be back to repeat this, then the second staff will belong to Daffodil Daydream." Daffodil Daydream immediately nodded. Zhang was grinning deep down his heart, as long as this chick stayed with the gang, there would be no doubt about her becoming a member of his gang. Dragon Tooth Battle Axe, Yellow Gold, One-Handed Axe. Attack, 796 to 996. Attack interval, 2.8 seconds. DPS, damage per second 320. Unidentified. Level required, 50. In comparison, the 310 to 362 damage output of the Lover's Sword was overwhelmingly out of the picture. Axe! Axe! Wei Yan shouted in her own excitement. "Little sis, what are you so excited about? This is a one-handed weapon." Zhang laughed. "Ah!" Wei Yan instantly dulled down. Both defenders and guardians could use an axe, but warriors had that axe mastery while knights had the mace mastery. So long as the difference was not that bad, a player would generally choose their weapon of mastery. There was no doubt that the Dragon Tooth Battle Axe would belong to Zhang. But it was such a shame, he would need to get 9 more levels before he could equip it. Magician's Brooch, Yellow Gold, Accessory. Use, increase 700 magic damage, last for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Level required, 50. Accessory. The gang widened their eyes for a bit there. The accessory with plus 2000 armor that Zhang had right now was categorized as a defensive type of equipment, and this, Magician's Brooch, was an offensive type. Daffodil Daydream insisted not to make any demand, and Han Shui could only smile. Helm of Eternal Darkness, Yellow Golden, Leather Armor. Defense, plus 24. Vitality, plus 240. Strength, plus 96. Agility, plus 96. Unidentified. Level required, 50. Holy moly! It actually increases 240 points of vitality. With just one equipment, it could give 2400 HP points. The defense value is also higher than the armor value. Endless Starlight grew a pair of green eyes. As a tank, seeing a high vitality and high defense equipment triggered him to extend his arm towards the equipment. "Starlight, do not taint Fatty Han's helmet. Take your hands back to where they belong." Fatty Han laughed. Leather armors were naturally highly demanded among thieves and hunters. But in the end, with her 97-point strength, Sun Xianyu pressed the two-man down without saying a word and succeeded in securing the first yellow gold leather armor in the China region server. "A dog that bites does not bark." Zhang said it in a very low voice. Chang, with an incredible sense of hearing, Sun Xianyu pulled half of her dagger out, coldly glanced at Zhang, giving him a full warning through her eyes. After seeing a bunch of yellow gold equipment, the gang could not bring their spirit up anymore while looking at the gray-silver equipment, even when they were all top-tier equipment in the game at the moment. "If we could have known earlier, we should have started with the gray-silver equipment." Wei Yan spoke with a bitterly face. Among the 7 gray-silver equipment, Zhang took a piece of Snake King's chestplate, a heavy armor piece. As he could only equip it at level 50, he simply threw the armor piece into his backpack, identifying it only after he returned. There were 3 skill books, one being a poison blade for thief profession, another one was a flame chaser for spellcaster profession, and last but not least, was a mending prayers for priest profession. After Han Shui and the gang had divided the loots, they immediately tapped themselves to learn their respective skills. Of course, Zhang Yang valued the skill mending prayers the most. Mending prayers, cast a blessing onto the target. When the target is being attacked, the target will instantly restore HP value equivalent to 200% of the magic damage of the caster. While the mending prayers is in effect, it will automatically switch its effect to the nearest teammate around the target. Mending prayers can switch for 5 times, last for 30 seconds for every switch. Cooldown, 15 seconds. This was a very powerful group spell. The instantaneous and fast cooling time made it a very commendatory skill. Killing the boss would mean that they had completed the quest. After several consecutive days of high-intensive grinding, the gang was both physically and mentally tired. Before that, there were still bosses and equipment around as their incentives, but now, they became too lazy, with the mentality of not wanting to clear monsters. So they just tore a teleportation scroll and headed back to White Jade Castle. First they had to turn over to the main quest for the reward, and then went back to the Centaur camp for another quest reward. In that way, they could polish their Centaur reputation and make some fine purchases from the reputation shopkeeper. Although Daffodil Daydream and Endless Starlight did not have any quest on them at the moment, they planned to return to the city to repair their equipment and tidy up their backpacks before they tagged along with Han Shui and the gang to get their reputation up as well. Watching his gang leave one after another, Zhang Yang could not help but to curse them in silence for their lack of generosity. He was still carrying the dwarf's warning on him, which forbade him in using teleportation scrolls. Helplessly, he could only charge into the monster crowd to kill himself, to be revived straight back at the cemetery. Ding! You are affected with the weak resurrection effect. All equipment durability received 50% additional damage, all attributes decreased by 90%, last for 10 minutes. Zhang Yang did not care much about it. There would not be any battle along the journey back to the Centaur camp to purchase the Fountain of the Souls and rescue the dwarf back in Hammerheart Castle. Summoning his skeletal warhorse, Zhang Yang saddled up and the high-profile horse went out with a boom, heading straight to the Centaur camp. Ha, noob tank, guess what I got for the reward? Wei Yan suddenly screamed in excitement. You turned over the main quest for its reward? Yeah, so quickly, take a guess. Zhang Yang had never completed the main quest, how would he know? So he spoke out of randomness, a yellow gold equipment? Che, what a crappy equipment, with just a simple use and it will be gone. How is that worthy to be a reward for a main quest? Wei Yan snorted a few times and said, You're such an idiot, noob tank, what kind of a beta testing player are you dash? Say it now, and don't have a long-winded tongue like Snow Witch. Silly you, what did you just say? Han Shui was enraged. Because Wei Yan and Zhang Yang were using the party channel, of course Han Shui would overhear the conversation between two of them. Wei Yan smiled for a while, and then she said, Alright, I will tell you then. The quest reward is 100 gold coins, 1 skill point, and a skill book strength aura. This is so annoying. When have I ever become barbarous? Aura? Zhang Yang repeated and said, You learned an aura skill? Yeah. Activating it will increase 2% strength of the target teammates that are within a radius of 30 meters area. But it feels weird, the aura skill level is just level 1, but I cannot increase it with my skill point. Holy cow, the reward for the main quest is actually awesome. They actually gave a skill book that teaches aura skills. Zhang Yang smiled with joy. The level of aura skill cannot be increased with skill points, but with aura stone. And please don't ask me where can you buy it from. An aura stone can only be dropped from a boss, so take it slow. Wei Yan shorted again, and then she kept silent after that. Then, Han Shui, 100 Shots and Fatty Han had also turned over for their quest reward, and they received an aura skill book as reward as well. However, this reward was obviously correlated with professions of the players, as both 100 Shots and Fatty Han received Companion Aura while Han Shui received Life Aura. Companion Aura affects the teammates within the aura's effective range to increase their pet's attack by 3%. Aura range, 30 meters radius round from the caster. The effect lasts until the death of the caster or until it automatically vanishes. You can only activate one aura at a time. Life Aura affects the teammates within the aura effective range to increase recovery of HP by 3% when they heal. Aura range, 30 meters radius round from the caster. The effect lasts until the death of the caster or until it automatically vanishes. You can only activate one aura at a time. According to these occurrences, will he also get Strength Aura? But, the difference in the professions might affect him in getting a different aura skill as the reward. While Zhang Yang was deep in his thoughts, he hustled his horse to go faster as he wanted to conclude his quest as soon as possible so that he could return back to the main city to turn in for the main quest. He was very eager to see what kind of aura skill he would get as the reward. Dashing wildly on his horse, Zhang Yang reached the settlement of the centaur. He rushed straight into the wooden house of Maya Kukulo. Human, you are too brave, too powerful. You have kept your promise to slay the evil sorcerer Zach. Haha, we will never have to be concerned with the invasion by the undead. Human, the centaur tribe of the Kukulo will forever be your friend. Maya Kukulo thanked him with excitement. Ding! You have completed the quest, protect the sacred ground, acquired 100,000 experience points, centaur reputation plus 1,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached worship in centaur reputation. Ding! You have acquired an achievement, Warrior of the Centaur. You have acquired the title, Warrior of the Centaur. No reward? It was probably because the quest is linked with the Rescue the Dwarf quest, so the reward should come from the dwarves. Zhang Yang visited the reputation shop and purchased a Blast Wave skill book and a bottle of the sacred water. Blast Wave, unleash a shockwave out front in a conical area, all targets within range will receive a damage equivalent to 100% of the strength value, and stun all the targets for 4 seconds. Required, melee weapon. Consume, 20 rage points. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Although the damage based on strength value was a little lower, but this skill was very effective in crowd control. Stun the crowd for 4 seconds was actually very terrifying. After sorting out every items he wanted to purchase, there was nothing left for him to stay here. So Zhang Yang summoned his skeletal warhorse and rode out for Hammer Heart Castle. Another 20 minutes had passed, and Zhang Yang arrived at the Hammer Heart Castle. Human, you have finally returned. Markin looked at Zhang Yang, and straight into business, he asked, have you obtained the sacred water from the Fountain of the Souls? Yes, I did. Zhang Yang took out the bottle of sacred water and passed it to Markin. Good, very good indeed. I can sense the pure energy hidden within the sacred water. Markin drew out a breath of relief. Human, if you return just a little later, Sith would not have made it. Thank the god of Titans. F***ck, even if it was 10 days later, the outcome would still be the same. The quest did not specify a fixed duration of time, a delay of 1 full year would not be a problem either. It was just that in S-rank quests, there would be a quest score. A delay of 1 year would definitely leave a very bad comment, the lowest of the lowest score of all. Zhang Yang followed Markin to the 3rd floor and entered Sith's room. A priest of the dwarves was standing right beside the bed, continuously channeling exorcism spells into Sith's body to resist the erosion of the spirit of Turpat Raihar. Sir Markin. The priest stopped his chanting and gave Markin a sign of respect. Markin slightly nodded and said, Palatine, you have had a long day. He then took out the bottle of the sacred water and poured it into Sith's mouth. Arg, a scream full of misery and suffering suddenly came right out from Sith's body, followed by a dark skeleton floating out of the dwarf's body. It turned out to be a reflection of Turpat Raihar. No. No. This is impossible. Arg. A stream of green lively light gushed out from Sith's body, instantly erasing the dark skeleton out of its existence, clean and clear. Phew. Sith sat up suddenly, and he looked around, left and right, having a confused expression on his face. Sir Markin, Palatine, why are you here? Sith, you are well again? I remember now. When I took up the sacred relic, Bow of the Fallen Moon, I felt an evil force entering itself into my body. Now. I am fully well. Sith got off the bed. Sith, you should thank him, our respectful human friend. He did not just bring back our sacred relic, but he also saved your life. Markin pointed at Zhang Yang while he was speaking. Sith immediately bowed down to Zhang Yang and said, thank you, my friend. Ding. You have completed the quest, Fountain of the Souls, acquired 10,000 experience points. Duration of the quest, 21 days. Quest score, perfect. Ding. You have acquired the reward Shadow of the Void. Ding. Dwarf's warning has been lifted from you. At last. Zhang Yang drew a long breath. It was this piece of junk that caused him to not be able to return to the main cities for 21 days. Ignoring what Shadow of the Void was and casting it aside into the backpack, Zhang Yang immediately tore a teleportation scroll. Never again would he want to strike any deal with this bunch of dwarves, ever again. 10 seconds later, with a blur in front of his eyes, he found himself appearing at the teleportation site of White Jade City. Back at last. Zhang Yang summoned his skeletal warhorse and hastily rushed all the way to the middle of the city searching for Grand Magus Anthony Phelan to turn over to his main quest for his long-awaited reward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Every Cook Praises His Own Broth. Chapter 159, Every Cook Praises His Own Broth. Undead. Undead. The White Jade City's most powerful mage, who also happened to be the only god-class leader, Grand Magus Anthony Phelan, had constantly been pacing back and forth ever since he received the report from Zhang. With his two white eyebrows furrowed, he paced to and fro, for quite a while before he spoke again. Warrior, thank you for bringing the news back to us. The Alliance is now aware ahead of time that the undead have been planning something in the dark. Now, the Alliance will not be caught by surprise. Ding! You have completed the main quest. Report to Grand Magus Anthony Phelan. Ding! You have acquired a system reward of 100 gold coins. Ding! You have acquired a skill point. Ding! You have acquired a reward, Vitality Aura. Vitality Aura. Not bad, it is different from Wei Yin Air's Strength Aura. Because aura skills cannot be stacked together, a higher level aura will override a lower level aura. If they are of the same level, only one aura will be effective. Warrior, I will see the Emperor immediately and expose the undead's treacherous scheme to invade to the Empire. You must carry on your effort. I'm counting on you, young warrior. Anthony Phelan praised Zhang with nothing fancy but words, and departed from the Tower of the Mage. Zhang used his new skill point on his shield wall, decreasing the cooldown of the skill from 7 minutes to 6.5 minutes. Then he took out the red-jacketed skill book for Vitality Aura from his backpack, pressed it against his body and learned the skill. Vitality Aura, Level 1, increases the vitality of teammates within the effective range by 4%. Aura range, 30 meters radius round from the caster. The effect lasts until the death of the caster or until it automatically vanishes. You can only activate one aura at a time. Zhang immediately activated his aura skill, and it spread out in golden light, forming a radius of about 30 meters circle. As the effect was gradually disappearing, he could see that above his head, there was a new sign of Vitality Aura beneficial effect, and the value of his HP was instantly increased from 6380 to 6630. This is awesome. With a full level 10 aura skill, the vitality enhancement will surely be multiplied several times over. While Zhang was leaving the Tower of the Mage, he took out the Shadow of the Void from his backpack. Since he had been rushing back from the dwarf's castle, he did not care to look at the specification of the skill book until now. Skill book, Shadow of the Void. Use, teaches you the Shadow of the Void. Required profession, warrior, knight, thief, hunter, spellcaster, priest. Required level, 30. Locked. All 6 professions can learn the skill, so what use is putting this profession required list in the description then? Zhang was laughing to himself while starting at the locked word with both of his sparkling eyes, knowing that only a very precious skill book would be locked or bound to the owner upon contact. Zhang immediately tapped the skill book of Shadow of the Void onto his body and had the skill learned. Shadow of the Void, you have disengaged from battle mode and entered a different realm. Since you're in a different realm, you cannot see any living being, others cannot see or attack you. Your movement speed is increased by 100%. The performing of any actions or casting of any skills while under this effect will dispel this effect immediately. Last for 20 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Another version of Vanish perhaps? Instantly, Zhang had his mind picturing the use of the skill in multiple situations, such as dodging powerful skills of the boss, silently passing through a crowd of monsters without anyone's notice, cutting off the head of an army's leader in a chaotic situation, and also when participating in alliance battle, getting close to faraway healers with minimal effort. His face streamed with tears. Going through a difficult time of 21 days, he finally got a generous reward in exchange for his hardship. Zhang went to visit his warrior profession mentor, and from his exotic and charming instructor, he picked up 2 skills that were only eligible to a level 40 warrior, Axe Mastery and Sacrifice. Axe Mastery, passive all attack is increased by 5% when an axe-type weapon is equipped. Increases critical strike by 5%. Sacrifice, protects an ally, taking all damage done to the ally instead. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Distance, 30 meters. Riding his horse on these familiar roads, Zhang had located the whereabouts of the identifier. Ever since the update of the latest version, the identifying shop has become one of the most gold-consuming places in the game. The identifier placed the dragon tooth battle axe and the magnifying glass onto the table and said, 100 pieces of gold coins. Son of the beach, why don't you just go rob someone? Zhang spoke very softly, but he still obediently handed out his 100 pieces of gold coins over to the identifier. Ronnie revealed a sinister smile on his face, touching the dragon tooth battle axe here and there somewhat perversely. Suddenly, a dazzling stream of golden light flashed by, and the smooth intrinsic dragon tooth bat axe burst into a blinding light as if it belonged to an ancient god warrior. It was exceptionally divine. There were also several players doing some identifying on their own equipment in the shop as well. They also tend to loiter around the area without bothering anyone. Players do not have to worry about having their equipment being taken by others, as the system has been programmed to protect all items within the shop. Wow, was that a yellow gold equipment? You idiot or what? The only gang that actually defeated a yellow gold boss and possesses yellow gold equipment is the bunch of crazy strong people from the Lone Desert Smoke. Does he look like a Zhang Yu to you? Or 100 Shots, Slim and Handsome, or Endless Starlight? *CK me, how would I know when he does not have his name shown to the public? Zhang Yang could only smile gently, and took his Dragon Tooth Battle Axe back to check its attribute. Dragon Tooth Battle Axe, Yellow Golden, One-Handed Axe. Attack, 796 to 996. Attack interval, 2.8 seconds. DPS, 320. Level 2 Socket 1. Level 2 Socket 2. Equip, increases your melee damage by 100 points. Level required, 50. It was indeed a yellow golden equipment. The additional special effect is very incredible. Seeing Zhang Yang place the Dragon Tooth Battle Axe into his backpack, the players around were quite disappointed. Everyone was trying to ask, "Brother, please publish the attributes of the weapon to the public." Zhang Yang took out a Snake King's chestplate and handed it over to the NPC to identify, and he smiled. That was nothing special, the color was just a little brighter than the others. 50 pieces of gold coins. Once again the identifier voiced out the cost. This time around, the players around had heard it very clearly. Although they were different from Zhang Yang, who has lived 2 lives, with the game being updated so many times, they had already caught on to the fact that the higher the grade of the item, the higher the cost will be to identify the item. But holy cow, that requires 50 pieces of gold coins. To identify a level 20 gray silver equipment already cost me 20 pieces of gold. Could this be a level 50 gray silver equipment? Brother, could you be the boss of Lone Desert Smoke, Zhang Yu himself? You look similar to him, a shield-bearing warrior. Zhang Yang paid the 50 pieces of gold coins, made the deal to identify his Snake King's chestplate, then he smiled and said, "It was just my lucky day, I bought it from the little merchandise shop." Speaking of which, he published the attributes of the Snake King's chestplate to everyone around him. Snake King's chestplate, gray silver, heavy armor. Defense, plus 20. Vitality, plus 120. Strength, plus 60. Agility, plus 60. Level 2 Socket 1. Level 2 Socket 2. Equip, absorbs 200 damage in every hit received. Required level, 50. This is just too awesome. The players around were shouting in excitement. The little merchandise shop sells such equipment, one of the players asked. Zhang Yang nodded, and he said, "I heard that the little merchandise shop is being operated by Lone Desert Smoke?" "Then it's right." Another player clapped his hands once and said, "Not long ago the land lease was dominated by Zhang Yu, wasn't it? This little merchandise shop must be a shop that he bought with the land lease. Let's go, I'm definitely going to check it out. Let's see if I am lucky enough to grab some gray silver equipment to show off in the guild." "I'm going too." So, the players around quickly kept their identified equipment and all of them hastily headed to the little merchandise shop. Zhang Yang grinned widely. It was a small act on his part, he was merely obeying the saying that every cook praises his own broth, but only gray silver equipment or higher will require to be identified. Furthermore, only a handful of guilds can forge a gray silver equipment at the moment. Therefore, those players who possess a gray silver equipment are either elites in bigger guilds or they are just filthy rich. The few players he met just now were obviously not from any bigger guilds around, because the guild names that were displayed above their head were in total mess. But these players are rich, they didn't seem to have any shortage of money. Zhang Yang's little merchandise shop not only required a stream of small sales, but also required the support of rich players who were willing to spend extravagantly in his shop. These rich players usually had friends around, so they would definitely share the news among each other. There was a saying that birds of a feather flock together, so basically a friend of a rich person would also be rich, and virtually, they would be doing free advertising for the little merchandise shop. Zhang Yang walked out of the identifying shop and summoned his skeleton warhorse. Then he headed towards the little merchandise shop. It had been days since he was last there, so he wondered what would have happened to his little shop. His horse travels very fast, and in no time at all, he had reached the entrance of his little shop. Putting his horse back into his backpack, Zhang Yan walked up to the entrance of his shop. Natalia went up to him and bowed, greeting him, "Master, welcome back." With her upper body bent over, a great deal of her fair, soft breasts were revealed to the point where there was no way her garments would be permitted to drop a centimeter lower, instantly sending a few otakus around into nosebleed. The very edges of circles, slightly darker than the skin of her chest, were just beginning to show. Zhang walked into his shop to look at the accounts and the remaining stocks of his shop. Initially he had deposited 100,000 gold coins for Natalia to perform some acquisition activities. It turned out that the startup capital had no fallen or even remained where it was, but had increased by up to a total of 2,410,000 gold coins. It could be said that the average daily profit of the shop was about to 110,000. The situation amazed Zhang beyond words. The items that he sold were merely player-forged items that were usually auctioned. The idea was to take advantage of the people who were unwilling to commit too much to the game system, in order to earn about 5% to 20% the value of the items in their hands when they sell it to the shop. But the inventory of the shop is limited, there is no way that this little shop could compete with the auction community. In comparison to the auction community, the earning of the little merchandise is just like a scrap to them. But this scrap is about 110,000 pieces of gold coins and the daily profit, this game company is really earning like a bull on adrenaline. Zhang was somewhat puzzled as he looked through the inventory of his warehouse in the shop. By the looks of it, he finally understood where this little merchandise shop had been earning those gold coins from. Just when he was looking through the records, there were a dozen sets of herbs and ores sold, and then came a dozen sets of similar materials to replace the emptied slots. But the sales for the first 10 days were obviously much higher than the sales for the last 10 days. The reason was simple. In the beginning, the shop had a few pieces of gray-silver equipment and a lot of bronze equipment to support the scene, and with these good things bought off, the number of customers visiting the shop had naturally declined. Players bought ores and herbs if they happened to pass by, because the price in the auction house and the price elsewhere would all be the same, so it didn't matter where they bought it from. Now that the good pieces of equipment had been sold out, the players who sought for equipment would naturally decline in numbers, and the side sales of herbs and ores would also decline. It was a lucky thing that Zhang had just returned with his backpack full of level 40 green copper equipment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, Robbery. Chapter 160, Robbery. Zhang quickly took every piece of green copper equipment in his inventory and shoved them all into the shop's storage. He also made a few more stacks of beginner's anti-shadow potion and placed them in the shop's storage as well. Do not underestimate the low sale quantity of the potion. Even though he was only selling a few stacks a day, the business is consistent. Eventually, it will pile up to a large fortune. However, with potions or not, the main reason he keeps the low-valued sales up was to draw in more customers. Zhang opened the upgrade shop menu and deposited 100,000 gold coins before selecting proceed. Ding! You are about to upgrade Little Merchandise Shop to level 2. This upgrade will cost you 100,000 gold coins. Yes. Ding! Little Merchandise Shop has been upgraded to level 2 shop. Shop inventory has been increased to 2,000. One additional floor has been added. The next upgrade would increase shop inventory to 3,000 and an additional floor. The next upgrade would cost 500,000 gold coins. Again. Ding! Little Merchandise Shop has been upgraded to level 3 shop. Shop inventory has been increased to 3,000. One additional floor has been added. The next upgrade would increase shop inventory to 4,000 and an additional floor. The next upgrade would cost 1 million gold coins. Again. Nah, just kidding. This would suffice for now. He only needed the space for solid iron bar. Zhang will try his best to spend all his gold coins before he reaches level 50. Before Zhang left, he adjusted Natalia the shopkeeper's settings to only buy solid iron bar S instead of iron bar S or iron ore S and increased the buying price from 0.85 gold coins each to 0.9 gold coins each. The small difference of 5 silver coins was enough to let many mining profession players turn their ores to bars and sell them all to this little shop. Solid iron bar S were not for sale just yet. The demand in the market for iron bar itself was low. Most of the player would sell them in the auction house for only 2 gold coins per stack. Even so, these entries would go unsold and be promptly returned to their owners. The supplies for iron bar had far exceeded the market demands. Along the rise of the average player's level, ingredients and materials for beginner iron skin potion and beginner power potion were beginning to surface. However, their quantity was only a handful. Still, it was enough for Zhang to make 2 stacks each, totaling up to 800 bottles. Half of them were placed in the shop for sales, while the rest were stored in his inventory for the exploration of the castle interior hardcore mode dungeon. Little Young. Big new. Big news. Fatty Han suddenly yelled through the private messaging service. What's up? Did you get dumped again? F*CKU. I saw the news this morning. The guild called Imperial Sky were the first to kill the third boss in the castle interior hardcore mode. Oh, said Zhang Yang. His eyebrows twitched a little. Imperial Sky, one sword stroke. The number one tank in the entirety of the China server in his past life. He has finally showed up. Damn. Little Yang. Why are you so calm about this? We have yet to even set foot in the dungeon, and someone else is already on the brink of getting the first clear. Fatty Han screamed. Zhang Yang had only known one sword stroke when he was around level 50. Only then did one sword stroke had built up his fame from a small province to the entire China. His skill as a tank was on a professional level. His PK skills were as formidable. He had brought a battle team called Sky Ocean Electronics to the S-level professional league and became the best S-level battle team in the entire China. It's good to have some sort of a competition now and then. It's not wise to have all the spotlights on us the whole time. Zhang Yang laughed it off. Fatty Han grumbled before he spoke coherently again. So, when are we going to raid the castle interior? These past few days have been really tiresome. Rest earlier tonight, we'll raid the dungeon tomorrow night. Fine. Zhang Yang glanced at the system clock and saw that it was close to 6 p.m. Zhang Yang then logged out and went out to buy his dinner. Zhang Yang grabbed his wallet and found a single, lonely piece of $5 bill inside. Other than the dust falling out, there was nothing else. Zhang Yang could not help but shake his head. How ironic for a millionaire to only have a piece of 5 in his wallet. After Zhang Yang bought himself a packet rice, he was completely broke. He did not even have money for tomorrow's breakfast. Looks like I might have to wake up a little later than usual. Take it as marathon training. I shall run to the bank and withdraw money. Zhang Yang thought of his solution while eating his dinner. After dinner, Zhang Yang logged into the game and met with everyone. They all did a run at the garden area hardcore mode dungeon and obtained a few gray silver tier equipment, submitting them all at the little merchandise shop. He even called up Daffodil Daydream and Endless Starlight to polish up their teamwork. Zhang Yang offered invitations to the party to the both of them and raiding the castle interior hardcore mode. Daffodil was a little hesitant, however, she accepted it eventually. These days had put a toll on Zhang Yang, and since he had to wake up at 9 a.m. the next day, Zhang Yang retired earlier and went to bed. Zhang Yang woke up the next day, turning around on his bed before he got up at around 7 a.m. He trained in his room for a little while and went out at 8 a.m., heading for the bank. The little area where he lived did not have any banks or an ATMs. To reach the nearest bank would take at least an hour of walking. Instead, Zhang Yang jogged a little and arrived at the bank in only 20 minutes. The bank only opens at 8:30 a.m., and Zhang Yang had not realized that. When he entered the bank, he was surprised to see a whole crowd queuing up. The majority of them were there to pay their water bills, electric fees, gas, and etc. The whole lot was lined up like a long river. Sigh, it couldn't be helped. He had to line up as well. Stomach grumbling. He had not eaten anything in the morning. With the extra mile of running and exercising, his stomach was beginning to growl in hunger. Tick-tock the time went, before he finally managed to get his turn at the operator window aisle. Withdrawal? Or deposit? Asked the female operator. The girl looked like she was only in her 20s. She was wearing a white formal top that was so tight, her purplish bra that held her breasts up was completely plastered to the fabric. Her short miniskirt was coffee brown in color and revealed her long, exquisite legs, wrapped in half-transparent leggings, ending with high heels that covered her delicate feet. No matter how you looked at it, she was the most popular of all the office ladies there. It was a very seductive uniform. Withdrawal. The beautiful girl raised her chin up and studied Zhang Yang's face. After noticing his extreme common appearance, he lost her interest and asked nonchalantly. How much? I'll take $10,000 please. Zhang Yang did not want to take much out, but $10,000 could last him for a very long time. The girl then took out a piece of equipment and handed it over to Zhang Yang. Please key in your PIN. Zhang Yang pulled the machine a little closer and keyed in his PIN. After the confirmation, Zhang Yang pushed the machine back and the girl took it. After a few seconds of processing, a screen flashed on her computer, revealing his details. The girl's eyes bulged out like ping pong balls. She was surprised to see the numbers displayed on the screen. 350,000? 3,530,000. What the hell? She must be seeing things, The figure before her eyes was 35,300,000. Impossible. No matter how she looked back at Zhang Yang, he only had the face of a commoner. How could he even have such a massive fortune? No wonder they always said that it was silly to judge a book by its cover. Even someone as rich as Mark Zuckerberg only dressed plainly in public. The richer one became, the humbler he'll be. Sir, please mind your cash, please check your change. The girl immediately changed her tone from a nonchalant, devil-may-care attitude, and into a kind, caring, descended angel kind of tone. She then pushed a receipt and the cash out through the glass opening. Zhang Yang picked the stack up and flipped it over to count. He then found a piece of small paper behind the receipt that wrote 137-1234556-78, in Fei Fei. This was obviously her name and phone number. Zhang Yang was stunned and he gazed up and looked at the operator. He thought that perhaps his face had turned a lot more appealing ever since he was reborn again. Was that why he could pick up any random chicks with just his looks? Yan Fei Fei met his gaze and smiled softly, revealing only a hint of her pearl-white teeth in between her soft supple lips. Even though her smile could not be compared to Hanning Xuan's son Xianyu's charm, Yan Fei Fei's charm was enough to send any unguarded man head over heels. Zhang Yang had no intention to start a bushfire in the Amazon. He only returned her smile and left the counter with the money in his pocket. He had wanted to throw away the note immediately, but that would crush her heart into billions of pieces. Instead, to avoid devastating a maiden's heart, he kept the note only to throw it away later. He was not interested in further developing a random encounter. Bam! The piercing sound of a gunshot could be heard. Zhang Yang's ears were ringing with the sudden loud blast. He lifted his head, only to see three huge men wearing black ski masks that covered their entire faces, with only their eyes and mouth exposed. All three of them were armed, two of them were holding revolvers and one of them was wielding a double-barreled shotgun. Zhang Yang wheeled around to the exit and was shocked to see the security guard leaning against the door, with a pool of blood on the floor where he stood, and a huge gunshot wound in his chest. Blood was still oozing out from the wound, but the man had already bite the dust with his eyes all rolled up. KYAA. After a frozen moment of shocked silence, the people inside the bank had finally realized the horror that they were involved in and screamed from the top of their lungs. Bam! Another shot was fired and everyone fell silent. One of them robber went to the entrance and pulled down the shutters. Another one was holding his gun and aimed at the crowd. The last one screamed, "Silent! Be quiet! We are here for money. Not your lives. If you're not in our way, we'll let you go off without a scratch. We are taking the bank's money. The government's money. So listen closely to what I'm saying now. Do not try to be a hero. Guns don't kill people, this man will," said the robber while pointing his thumb at his chest. "Don't try to do anything funny or I will break my promise, eh? Everyone. Hands over your heads. Sit at the benches there. Ha! See how nice I am? I know that you're tired. Go on. Get a move on." The same guy shouted, "Heart Q. Take the manager to the bank's vault." "Roger that," replied one of the robbers. He then took out a few matchbox-sized cubes and pasted them against the door. Boom! A loud bang was heard. An iron-plated shield door that was there to prevent robbers was blasted open, leaving a huge hole, but behind the door was another layer of security, though it was only a wall of glass between the operator and the other side. "Diamond J. Break that glass." "Yes, boss," said the robber that was called Diamond J with the shotgun in his hands. "Stupid. I told you to use codenames." "Ah, right. Sorry. Spade K, boss." The robber called Spade K must be the leader of these three robbers. He then shook his head and said, "Hurry up. We don't have much time." "Understood. Spade K, boss." Diamond J then took out a clay-like lump of material, about the size of a matchbox, and pasted them on the glass windows. Everyone behind the glass was screaming over as if they understood what was soon to follow. They scrambled further behind to escape. Boom! Ding, ding. The bulletproof glass was then blasted into tiny fragments. Diamond J then took out a leather duffel bag and threw it inside the counter, pointing his gun at the staff. "Fill the bag with money, dot." With their lives at point-blank range, the operators behind the counter did not dare to disobey the robbers. They frantically pulled out the drawers and threw the cash into the bag. Zhang Yang sighed heavily. To think that he would be involved in a robbery, what luck! The rate of him getting into a robbery was at least much lower than him actually winning $1 million lottery. Even though he was good at martial arts, however, he could not do anything. The opponents had guns. This girl is super cute. Diamond J cried out as he grabbed onto her hair and yanked it up. Yan Fei Fei immediately stood up in pain. The shotgun muzzle was pointed directly at her throat. Young lady, if you don't want 2 brand new holes in your face, you better stop resisting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Double Homicide. Chapter 161, Double Homicide. Translator, Editor. The robber called Spade K was furious. Diamond J. What the hell are you doing? Can you stop thinking about woman for minutes? How can you even think of having S*X right in the middle of an operation? If we can get away with this, I'll let you F*CK 10 girls a day. Boss. You know me. Once I get into the mood, I won't be able to control myself anymore. How else would I be in jail the first place? What the actual F*CK? Spade K cried. He flipped up his left wrist and checked his watch. Quick. The cops will arrive after 11 minutes. Enough. I can F*CK real fast. 5 minutes is all I need. The robber called Diamond J was delighted that his leader had given him the green light. He then lounged forward and carried Yan Fei Fei up. And oh. Help. No. Struggling as much as she could, she cried for help. Ha ha ha, the robber laughed. He then placed Yan Fei Fei on top of the bank counter, facing her inward. He then pushed Fei Fei firmly against the counter, face down with one hand, and tore off her skirt with his other hand. His strength was so immense that he ripped the skirt off in one pull. Skirt! The sound of the skirt ripping off could be heard among the anguished tone of Yan Fei Fei's helpless cries. She continued to struggle, wiggling her legs as hard as she could. There were only a few pieces of fabric covering her lower part. The masked robber laughed maniacally. You be *TCH*S love to wear these kinds of short skirts. I almost thought that you weren't wearing anything underneath. Ha ha. I would have snapped my D*CK if I were to just poke it in. Yan Fei Fei continued to struggle and scream. Her efforts to free herself were not only in vain, but had also angered him so. Arg. Stop struggling. Bam. He slammed her head onto the counter and the struggling stopped. Yan Fei Fei was still conscious. Tears were rolling down her cheeks, smudging all over her makeup. Her sobs echoed through the deafening silence of the crowd, who could not do anything to stop her violation. Diamond J reached for what remained of her skirt and yanked something out so quickly that Yan Fei Fei was screaming in pain. In his hands was a snapped purple-colored tea-back undergarment. He then pushed the panties against his own face and took a deep breath. Gra-ha-ah-ah-ah. The smell of AB*, itch all right. With one hand still on her back, pressing her against the counter, he reached out with his other hand to undress his pants. Yan Fei Fei gazed down and saw what he was doing and finally realized that she was about to lose her chastity. Her eyes widened and her mouth gaped open in horror. She cried out as loud as she could. No! No! Help! Please stop! More tears rolled down. The counter was almost filled with her tears and blood, mixed into a recipe of absolute horror for a common, ordinary little office lady. It was just too much for her to take in. As her cries grew louder and louder, the rest of the victims went even quieter. There was nothing but the raging heartbeats and terrified breaths. No one else dared to stand up and fight back under the threat of the guns facing them. Zhang Yang could not help himself. His knuckles were clenched so tightly that he could have sworn that his nails have already pierced his palms. He was angry. Angry at his own disability to do anything at all. In a money or life situation, he would gladly choose his life over millions of dollars. However, there was an innocent girl, about to be raped right in front of his eyes. How could he just ignore that? But the opponent had guns. He could not just dash out and unleash his martial arts without a plan. He might get shot before he could even save the girl. Zhang Yang scanned the entire room for anything that he could use. He spotted an ashtray on a table in front of him. He then kept close watch at the closest gunman, Spade K. He would have to wait for the perfect moment to strike. Ah, come on, baby. Let me F*CK you good. Diamond J snickered evilly. He already had his pants down. He then turned her over and ripped off her shirt. Before he could do it. Arg! He screamed in pain and quickly withdrew his hands. They were bleeding from a deep bite wound. You be *TCH. You dare bite me. Diamond J yanked her hair, raising her head up. He then slammed her head directly at the countertop. With a loud thud, Yin Fei went completely silent. Blood started to ooze out of her head. She was completed out of it, her eyes unfocused. Dazed and immobile, the girl was barely conscious. Humph. I'll *CK you till you come begging for more. Diamond J then smacked her bare, exposed butt and lifted one of her legs, trying to find a perfect position to slide it in. Just then, Zhang Yang had leaped to his feet. He quickly grabbed the ashtray on the table and flung it across the room. He set his eyes fixed on his target's head, Spade K. Whack! The strike was so strong that the robber Spade K was completed, spun around and fell onto the ground. In a flash, Zhang Yang quickly leaped forward and threw a strong punch, knocking him out cold instantly. Zhang Yang twisted Spade K's hands and locked them at his side. He had even managed to wrestle the revolver in his hands. Quick as lightning, Diamond J dove for the short gun on the counter next to him as Zhang Yang grabbed the revolver at the same time. The masked robber Diamond J quickly pulled Yin Fei up and hid behind her, using her as a human shield. He screamed for his accomplices. Spade K. Spade K. Where are you? Hey! Boss! Boss! Zhang Yang aimed the gun at Diamond J and used his other free hand to grab hold on the other robber. Your boss is tired. He's taking a nap. Nap my ass. Diamond J pointed the shotgun at Zhang Yang's direction and screamed. Let my boss go. Let her go first, said Zhang Yang bravely without any trace of fear in his voice. *CKU. Let him go. I'll shoot her brains out, said Diamond J. His eyes radiated with killing intent. Zhang Yang remained calm and cool. He said, go ahead then. Try and shoot. By the time she's dead, you're dead too. *T. *T. Diamond J cursed and cursed. He was not a brilliant man to think of a way out. He could only stand right there in battle with his wits. They were in a standoff. The atmosphere got even more intense. Tick, tick, the sound of the wall clock echoed through the room. The masked robber Diamond J was sweating intensely. His mask turned a little dark as the cotton absorbed his perspiration. TCH. The longer it dragged on, the worse the situation would get. They had calculated precisely that the entire process would take roughly 13 minutes for the bank to send a silent alarm to the police station, and for the police to arrive. In that 13 minutes, they would need to escape. If the police arrives, they could do nothing but surrender without condition. They would then be sent off to jail for at least 20 to 30 years. If he refused to cooperate, he would be shot on the spot. No matter which path he took, neither of it was what he wanted. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Right now, the only thing he could consider was his own life. He wants to kill Zhang Yang, and if he does that, he could also kill off his boss. That was fine, fewer portions to share later. Yo! Spade K. I have already. Heart Q had just only came out of the vault, carrying a huge bag that was obviously filled with bundles of cash. He quickly noticed that something was wrong and raised his gun up. Bam! Zhang Yang reacted first. A shot was fired before the robber could shoot. The masked robber Heart Q staggered a little before falling down on his back. There was a deep gunshot wound on his forehead. Zhang Yang quickly turned the gun and aimed at Diamond J. His marksmanship was not weak. When he entered the university's military training, his skills with the gun was the institute's #1. His performance had even shocked one of the military captains. The captain had even encouraged Zhang Yang to join the military school. His marksmanship could be nurtured and could be the best sharpshooter in the military. The masked robber Diamond J had never thought that Zhang Yang would resort to killing just like that. He even killed the other robber without any hesitation. Diamond J had just wasted his one-in-a-lifetime chance of attacking. The two of them were back to a Mexican standoff. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. We woo. In the midst of complete silence, the echoed sound of the police sirens could be heard approaching. Panic started to tear at Cubic K's thoughts. He began to frantically look left and right for a way out. If he does not act now, death would be the only way out. Arg! He raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bam! Bam! 2 gunshots was heard in the same time. Thud! Thud! Both Zhang Yang and Diamond J had fall back, taking along the hostages they had been clinging to. Did they kill each other? Amidst the eerie silence, no one in the bank dared to stand up, fearing that either one of the robber might get up and shot them. Foo, the sound came from the body of Spade K. Everyone jumped in surprise and shrunk backwards. Thud! Spade K stirred and rolled away. Zhang Yang pushed the corpse off him and got up as quickly as he could. He then dashed quickly toward the counter and looked through the window. Behind the counter laid the remains of the masked robber Diamond J. There was a small 9mm hole right at the left side of the skull. White fluid that seemed to be brain matter had oozed out from the hole, mixed together with the fresh blood. He was dead before he could even hit the floor. Yan Fei Fei was right on top of the body. Half of her top was already torn off with only a few buttons holding the clothes intact, revealing her purple undergarment. Her lower half was practically naked, completely revealing her entire bushy forest. Her eyes were dilated, her body was trembling. She was suffering from shock. It was a traumatic aftereffect from experiencing such an ordeal. She had still not recovered from it. In the gunfire, Zhang Yang had moved Spade K into the path of the bullet and used him to block the shotgun's shot. The unfortunate robber was killed by Diamond J. Since the gunfire was from a shotgun, the impact had knocked him back, sending him and Spade K flying backward. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He threw the revolver in his hand aside and took off his top. He squatted down closely to the still catatonic Yan Fei Fei and covered her lower half with his shirt. He whispered gently, "It's all right. The bad guys are all dead. Everything is going to be just fine. I promise." Yan Fei Fei was still in a daze. For a long moment, she shed tears and cried out loud like a baby. She quickly realized that Zhang Yang was right beside her and hugged him tightly. Wah, wah, her cries filled the entire room. Blood that had drained away from her face had not yet returned. Her cheeks were so pale that she looked like she was completely petrified. After such horrific experience, she felt that the only safe place she could be was in Zhang Yang's embrace. Everyone on the bank stood up only after they were certain that the danger was over. Chattering of police officers could be heard from outside of the bank, and another loud muffled voice that was amplified with a loudspeaker could be heard. "You're surrounded. Give up. There is no way you could leave here safely now." One by one the victims inside the bank started to scream back. "Don't shoot. The robbers are dead. They are all dead." They then left the premise. No sooner, a team of 20 fully armed special forces rushed into the bank only to be shocked when they witnessed 3 dead bodies lying on the ground. A simple bank robbery had turned into a multiple homicide case. Every single victim that was involved in the case had been sent to the police station for debriefing. Yan Fei Fei had only released Zhang Yang embrace and looked into his eyes with her own teary gaze. She cried out with gratitude, "Thank you. Thank you so much." Without Zhang Yang bravery assault, she would definitely have been raped on the spot. Who knew what kind of person this man would be? He was a prison inmate, he would be carrying all sort of STD, sexual transmitted diseases, and would have ruined her life. Wee woo wee woo. The sound of the police siren echoed throughout the entire block. Many cars took off at once, carrying victims of the bank robbery to the Public Security Bureau of the Pingjiang district. The debriefing of the robbery was done rather smoothly. Since the robbers did not destroy any security cameras in the bank, the officer only needed to extract related information from the recordings and the testimonies from all the victims in the bank robbery case. Once they had collected all information, the officers had confirmed that Zhang Yang's act of bravery and saved the hostages. After a while, Zhang Yang was sent to a questioning room used by the police to interview suspects. "Mr. Zhang Yang, am I correct?" A policeman with stripes and stars attached to his sleeve sat opposite Zhang Yang. He was rather calm and had an impartial look on his face. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I am also a Zhang. Zhang Yi Yuan. Captain of a small task force, I might say." Zhang Yang smiled back and greeted him. "Nice to meet you, Captain Zhang." Zhang Yang himself was barely focusing. He had just ended 2 human lives. When things had just settled down, it was safe to say that he wasn't emotional about it since he had no time to think about it. Yet, now here, sitting calmly and having the time to think about the matter seriously, Zhang Yang was not at all disturbed by the fact that he just killed 2 humans. It must have been the effect of dying once before. He must have understood the meaning of life. After all, the 2 robbers were evil and deserved what that was coming to them. Zhang Yang had neither the stress nor the guilt to bear in his heart. "I've seen the recordings, Mr. Zhang, and I have to say that I'm deeply impressed by your bravery. Your strength and will are both quite impressive," laughed Zhang Yi Yuan. Zhang Yang knew something was off when he had dragged him into this room alone. "Humph. There's no need to put on airs or spout bullshit. Zhang Yang replied. "Every citizen has the responsibility to stand against crime. It was only a coincidence that I was there." Yes, however, Zhang Yi Yuan frowned and put on a worrisome expression. "Mr. Zhang. 2 out of the 3 robbers died due to your actions. They were killed by you. Even if you stated that it was only in self-defense, technically, it's more on the lines of murder, but... Murder your ass. If he had not acted then and there, Zhang Yang would be the one dead and the criminals would have gotten Taoyi with it. In fact, during that standoff, Zhang Yang was nearly killed himself. The only way left for Zhang Yang was to shoot that bastard to hell. However, the person sitting opposite him was saying things to frighten him. His motives were still unclear to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang could only wait for him to reveal his intentions, but until then, he could only put on a plastic smile and remain silent. Zhang Yiyuan was at the impression that he had successfully frightened Zhang Yang. As a public security officer, we have the obligation to take care of the citizens' safety. What you have done was truly an admirable act of bravery that deserves to be praised. That is why, I have an idea to get you off the hook. You could change your testimony, that the police were the ones who killed the robbers instead. Policemen, opening fire to kill the criminals and protect the citizens. Isn't that the righteous thing to do? Zhang Yang finally understood what he wanted when he had blabbered everything out. He wanted to get all the reputation. Zhang Yang had guessed correctly. Once the case had been handed over to the Public Security Bureau, this big shot here had come to a conclusion. With the rising crime rate and its effect on the society, he must take this chance to grab the opportunity to increase the reputation of the police force and gain the respect of the public. Zhang Yiyuan immediately understood. According to the truth, this robbery case and the act of saving the hostages all feel on Zhang Yang's shoulders. From the police's perspective, the case was already settled when they had just arrived. Even though the police forces had arrived directly on schedule without a single second to waste, they could not just brush it off without doing anything at all. The chief wanted the credit to fall onto the police department, since the beloved son of the chief was in the bureau, to get a quick promotion, to get credits. As such, this was the best contribution he could stand to receive. Of course, this share of the cake would not be eaten alone by the head of the bureau. He would have shared this benefit with other high-ranking officers in the bureau as well. Everyone would tell tales of how they had contributed in the act of completing the case and sharing together, the act of foiling the robbery and saving the hostage. Zhang Yang was not an enforcer nor a member of the Public Security Bureau. If he received full credit for this case, he would only obtain some sort of reward like the Excellent Citizen Award and a few $100,000 as an additional reward. Zhang Yang had neither the need of money nor public fame. If this gentleman had started their conversation with full honesty, he would have handed over this matter for them to handle without a second thought. However, he could not stand by and watch this corrupted officer claiming credit for something that he had not done. F***ck this sh**t. You want me to hand over my effort for naught? And you want me to thank you for things that I had done? You should be ashamed of yourself. If he was someone else with a weaker wit, he or she might have been truly frightened. Zhang Yang purposely acted guilty and said, Captain Zhang. I was raised with an honest upbringing. I'm afraid I cannot lie. Zhang Yiyuan was afraid that Zhang Yang was a person who craved for fame and glory, and that he would instantly reject his offer. That was why Zhang Yiyuan had frightened him in the first place. He would then strike a deal with him after. Zhang Yiyuan smiled gently and replied him, Mr. Zhang, we are not asking you to commit a crime by lying. This is to protect yourself. Zhang Yang thought a while and shook his head, No. No. I cannot ask you to take the blame. I have committed a crime. Therefore, I must accept the punishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, The Violent Son XINU. Chapter 162, The Violent Son XINU. Translator, Editor. How persistent could this bastard be? Zhang Yiyuan started to get a little agitated. An armed robbery is a huge case. They were right in the middle of the bureau, for God's sake. Sooner or later, there would be more nosy officers sent here to interrogate the victims. By then, it would be too late to change the subject. And he would be caught red-handed. Mr. Zhang. Please leave this to our hands. Officers of the Public Security Bureau could fire shots in public without a problem. We won't face any trouble for doing so. But you're a civilian. Zhang Yiyuan continued to persuade Zhang Yang. No. No. I cannot, in good conscience, bring trouble to you. You're purposely trying to console me. I know that all policemen are good guys. I would never let this sin be laid upon to you all. How could I treat you in such manner, people who sacrifice their lives to protect the good and peaceful community? No matter how Zhang Yiyuan tried to convince him, Zhang Yang would only shake his head left and right. Zhang Yuan had completely wasted his breath talking to Zhang Yang. No matter how hard he tried to persuade him, Zhang Yang would only accept the consequences of his sins. He even reached out with both of his hands for him to cuff. I owe you. Zhang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he had known that this young man had such a down-to-earth character, he would not have lied to him in the first place. Now that the situation had developed so far, how does he drag this stubborn donkey back to reality? He should have figured it out way earlier. Anyone who was so good at martial arts, and would put his life on the line to fight bad guys, and would definitely be a man of virtue. To trick a man of virtue is to bring calamity to oneself. Zhang Yuan felt regret pouring into him like it was Judgment Day itself. Time waits for no man. If he had explained everything clearly without the lies, he would have solved this matter in a jiffy. If any other officer would have taken over this case, everything would be lost. It could be worse than this. He could be marked as the person whom frightened the hero of the community. This was not a light matter that could be brushed off easily. Who knows, he might have to turn in his badge. What do I do? Kachak. The door knob turned and opened. A female police officer in uniform entered the room. She was rather tall and extravagant in that somewhat tight uniform that had every fiber on the uniform stretched over her skin. Her chest was so large that it was impressive on how strong the buttons on her shirt were, to be able to even hold them in. She was not alone. Behind her was a middle-aged man with bruises on his face. When she noticed that there were people in the interrogation room, she scoffed coldly and said, "How come Lu Renliang did not notify that the room was being used?" When the bruised-faced man noticed Zhang Yuan, he quickly screamed out. "Help me! I want to make a police report. This crazy B*TCH is insane. Look! Look! She did this," said the man as he pointed his fingers to his face. Zhang Yuan could not voice out his true intention since everything inside the room was not on the record. He had to privately settle this case with Zhang Yang. Perhaps little Lu had forgot I was here," said Zhang Yuan, ignoring the bruised-faced man behind her. The female officer turned around and did karate chop on the back of the poor fellow's neck, knocking him out cold. The man's eyes rolled upwards and fall onto the floor. The woman turned around and scoffed at Zhang Yang. "Why are you here?" Zhang Yang smiled, revealing his shiny teeth and said, "Oh wow. What a coincidence, to be seeing you again." This female police officer was Sun Xinu. Everyone who knew her would have already recognized her with that violent chop. It was as expected of her extreme violent behavior, like a tigress. Her face remained as cold as ice. "Stop smiling." "Humph. What happened? What did you do?" Zhang Yang shrugged his shoulder nonchalantly and said, "Well, I killed someone." Sun Xinu widened her eyes suddenly. "Are you out of your mind? Don't think that just because you're invincible in the game, you could also ignore the rules of society." But Zhang Yuan immediately coughed and said, "Little son, I'm sure you have other matters to tend to. I'll take it from here." Ignoring him, Sun Xinu walked over to Zhang Yuan's side and sat beside him and opposite Zhang Yang. "Explain yourself." Zhang Yuan was already tormented by Zhang Yang's persistent behavior. He was already barely restraining himself. But when Sun Xinu had just walked into his interrogation room and sat down, he had it. Sun Xinu had only entered the bureau 2 months back. How dare she ignore the captain? He would not let this pass. Bam! Zhang Yuan slammed the desk and cried. "Sun Xinu, I'm ordering you to leave this room." Sun Xinu only stared coldly at him, with a suspicious look. She then ignored him and turned back to Zhang Yang. "Why did you kill?" Sun Xinu, Zhang Yuan was greatly angered. In his thoughts, "You think that you're so beautiful, eh? I know that you're indeed a pretty one, I might even take you in bed happily. But that doesn't mean that you could just do what you want with those looks. You would even go as far as ignoring me, as the captain." Zhang Yang smiled again and said, "There were a few robbers in the bank. I was agitated. I could not control myself and ended up killing them all." "Is that true?" She turned to Zhang Yuan and asked for the truth. "What?" Zhang Yuan was already maddened with rage. She would even dare to turn to him and ask for a confirmation? His face was as red as a Fuji apple. He calmed himself down and said, "Sun Xinu, your actions have already broken the police code. Now, get out of here, I will have a little chat with you later." Kachak. The door opened again. This time, it was a young man who looked like he was in his 20s. He was in a police uniform and was rather handsome looking, though he was a little short in height. He turned around and saw Sun Xinu and smiled sweetly. So there you are, little Sunday. When Zhang Yuan saw the young man, he too smiled as well. Ah. It's Ma Hang. Everything here has been settled, I assume? This young man was the beloved son of the chief of the bureau. That was why even a senior officer like Zhang Yuan would not dare do anything to this prince. Since the old man was an important person in the department, Ma Hang did not even consider Zhang Yuan to be anything of importance. He only smiled back and placed his attention on Sun Xinu. Little son, I have booked a seat for us at La Venus. Shall we have lunch together later? No, Sun Xinu rejected coldly and turned to Zhang Yang. What happened exactly? Zhang Yang explained everything from top and bottom about the case without any additional information. Sun Xinu leaned back to her chair and sighed. Is that so? Ma Hang's expression had turned sour. 1 month back when he had spotted this beautiful jewel, his heart had been captured by her cool and cold complexion. But when he dug a little deeper, he found out that Sun Xinu had been introduced to the bureau by the executive deputy chief officer Gu Jun. Even though Ma Hang's father is the real chief who had a certain level of authority, he alone still could not rule over everything. 3 executive deputies had the same authority level as the chief himself. If Sun Xinu was under Gu Jun, then Ma Hang could not act all high and mighty. He did not have the authority for it. That was why Ma Hang had always been in the shadows, observing her every move. But for the next week or two, he had not found any connections between Sun Xinu and Gu Jun. Ma Hang then concluded that Sun Xinu must be a close relative and the daughter or an old friend of Gu Jun. That was how she could be in the force. With that, Ma Hang had decided. Since she had Gu Jun as her backup, he could not depend on any dirty tactics, such as promotions, salary increments, or even the threat of losing one's job as a method to get her. He had to rely on the old-fashioned way, to come up front and tackle her. However, being the Sun Xinu that they all know, she had only treated him as coldly as the others, completely ignoring his efforts. Ma Hang had always held it in because of Gu Jun's existence. He could only silently swear to get the B*TCH on his bed, and have his way with her. To endure is like holding a double-edged sword. Ma Hang was a man already intoxicated with the misuse of power. He was the only son of the chief Ma Wushi. Sun Xinu was nothing compared to him. Even if she was a relative of Gu Jun, it did not matter if she was his cousin or his daughter. How could she compare her position with his own? Having been rejected numerous times by Sun Xinu, Ma Hang could not take it anymore. As his own principles, to chase after a woman, the one and only way is to use his power of authority to win her over. After listening to Zhang Yang's explanation, Ma Han interject. Oh. So you're the guy that shot the robbers? Poof. You do know that it's a crime to fire a weapon if you're not an officer of the law? He was already informed of the situation by his father. He had pulled a few strings with the robbery victims and had gotten them to agree to confess that he was the police officer, the hero who saved them all, the person who shot the villain and saved the day. After he had known that Sun Xinu had returned to the office, he had then came back hurriedly. Right now, he knew that Zhang Yang was the target to take over the role of hero, and he had to do the same thing Zhang Yuan had done, to frighten him a little. Before Zhang Yang could open his mouth, Sun Xinu had already exploded. What did he do wrong? If he had not acted then, an innocent lady would have been raped. Without him, we might be in a shootout with those robbers. How many innocent lives would have been lost then? When Ma Hang saw that Sun Xinu was on Zhang Yang's side, he could not help but feel jealous, and showed an even more bitter face. What he did was more than self-defense. Oh. So you're asking me to defeat the armed robbers with my bare hands? Is that your definition of true self-defense? Zhang Yang looked at him in ire. He did not like the man one bit. His tone was rather provoking. Ma Hang scoffed. Anyone deserved the right to surrender. Did you ask them to give up? Did you ask them to surrender? Did you tell them the severe punishment of abiding a robbery? You didn't, did you? You just went ahead and shot all 3 of them. Technically, I only shot 2 of them, said Zhang Yang as he lifted 2 of his fingers. Zhang Yang obviously annoyed by this ridiculous man. Zhang Yang instinctively treated Ma Hang as a fool in the crowd. Ma Hang got angry. What kind of attitude is that? Huh? What did you say? What kind of attitude do you want me to show you? Who you think I am? Your wife? Punk SBTCH. Zhang Yang replied rudely. What the F***ck did you say? The more arrogant you are, the faster it will explode in your face. Ma Hang unlocked the hatch and pulled out the sidearm and points it directing at Zhang Yang, trying to intimidate him. The safety lock on the gun was still on, however, being the other side of the gun was of that feeling no one would like. Zhang Yang expression changed. Sun Xinu was even colder. Ma Hang, put the gun away. Ha ha. Relax. I'm not going to pull the trigger, said Ma Hang with a proud face. In the entire department, his father was the top of them all. The next successor would be him. Even if he pulled out a gun and aiming it at a civilian against protocol, who would dare to oppose him? Sun Xinu stood up and stared angrily at Ma Hang. Her voice was filled with such intense anger that anyone could feel her rage. Put the gun away. What's with you? Is he your man? What got you so worked up for? Said Ma Hang. Bam. Pack. Grah. Sun Xinu threw a direct punch and landed it firmly on Ma Hang's face, knocking Ma Hang back a few steps against the wall behind him. Blood started to ooze out from his nose. The pain was so intense that Ma Hang gurgled in agony. The punch was a punch thrown by none other than Sun Xinu. Even if Ma Hang was prepared to receive the punch, with his level of martial arts, the end result would still be the same. Zhang Yuan was staring at his end with his jaw hanging. This woman must be crazy. To compare what she did to Zhang Yuan, a mere insubordination towards a senior officer, it was nothing compared to punching the son of the chief. Zhang Yang, too, was surprised at her sudden action. Even though he hated Ma Hang's guts, but beating a police officer inside a police station was way out of this world. Sun Xinu, she was truly the woman of the year. What the hell are you doing, Sun Xinu? With his eyes wide open as his jaw, Zhang Yuan screamed at Sun Xinu. Being in the same room when the punch was thrown, Zhang Yuan had done nothing to stop her. That was enough to leave a bad impression on the chief. If he did not do something soon, he might not be able to withstand the fiery rage of Ma Wushi. Sun Xinu only stared coldly at Zhang Yuan without saying a word. To be precise, he was not worth her time. Ma Hang wiped the blood away, and when he saw the blood in his hands, he got infuriated. He pointed at Sun Xinu with his trembling hands and scolded. King B*TCH. You dared to hit me. No one has ever dared to hit me ever since I was born. Don't think you can get away with Gu Jun behind you back. Damn you. My father is the chief. F*CKU. Today I will F*CK your brains out. Even if you sue me after, everyone would automatically say that you're the slut and stand at my side? Sun Xinu reveal an even enraged look. Her killing intent was leaking out like a faucet. Ma Hang, Zhang Yuan was stunned when he heard the name Gu Jun. No wonder Sun Xinu could be that bold. She had someone as prominent behind her back this whole time. He jumped up immediately and tried to soothe Ma Hang. After all, there were now 2 executive deputy chiefs that he could not afford to anger. Ma Hang was already maddened with anger. He screamed at Zhang Yuan, You. Take these 2 out of this room. I will personal F*CK this B*TCH up right now. He pointed at Zhang Yang and the bruised-faced man that Sun Xinu had brought in and knocked out. Zhang Yuan knew that he could not calm Ma Hang down when he was angered at that level. He quickly took out his mobile phone and called the chief. When both Ma Hang and Sun Xinu had big shots taking care of them, he could not allow anything worse happening to either of them. King B*TCH. Ma Hang's anger grew by the second. He was the one and only Ma Hang, son of the Chief Public Security Bureau. If anyone had gotten hold of the news that he was punched in the face by a woman, would that not make him the laughingstock of his lifetime? With pure rage boiling inside him, he clenched his fists tightly and threw them towards Sun Xinu. He wanted to knock her out cold and drag her someplace where no one could see him F*CK her brains out. This was the simplest plan brewing in his thoughts. As far as using his gun, Ma Hang was still sane enough to not use the gun inside a police office, As a righteous man, Zhang Yang could not let himself sit by and allow Sun Xinu to take a beating, not when Sun Xinu had stuck out her neck for him. He jumped to his feet and acted quickly. But, even though his reaction was fast, Sun Xinu's reaction was not sloppy either. She had already prepared to counter Ma Hang's attack. Wham! Bam! Bang! With Sun Xinu being able to fight on par with Zhang Yang, she could outmaneuver this useless Ma Hang by a huge gap. This weak pawn could only block off a few hits before eventually falling down to her strikes. He was beaten down to his knees. If this was in the game, Circling Star would have already appeared on his head numerous times now. He was completely overpowered by Sun Xinu and was treated as a punching bag. Good fight. Zhang Yan silently praised Sun Xinu. But when he had realized that the punching bag was the son of the chief of the Public Security Bureau, he could not help but to think of the consequences. He could only silently hope that Sun Xinu could have a way out for them. "Stop! Stop!" cried Zhang Yuan. "This woman is crazy. Out of her bloody mind." Sun Xinu scoffed and pulled back. It's not that she was obeying Zhang Yuan, in fact, she had enough of punching the man out of Ma Hang. "Ma Hang," a voice was heard at the door entrance. A fat man was standing there. He was about 50 years old. When he saw Ma Hang was already on the floor, with his head lying on the ground, bruises here and there, blood spilling from his face, and completely out cold, he could not help but feel both hurt and furious. He bellowed angrily, "Zhang Yuan! What happened here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 163, Strong Support. Chapter 163, Strong Support. Translator, Editor. Zhang Yuan wished he could just faint right there and then. That way he would not have to face Ma Wusher's scary eyes that were about to fire lasers. Zhang Yuan was an old veteran officer, his body and health have always been at tip-top condition, it was difficult for him to even get dizzy. He put on a thick face and first explained the matters with Sun Xinu and Ma Hang. He was smart enough to omit words that Ma Hang had used such as B*TCH and F*CK her brains out. He then told everything out about how Ma Hang wanted to make a move towards Sun Xinu but was in the end rejected by her and led to the injury on his head. Among the chattering, another high-ranking officer came by. It was Gu Jun. When Zhang Yuan had contacted the chief, he had also contacted Gu Jun to come over. Ma Wusher, the chief of the Public Security Bureau of the Pingjiang district, was not afraid of Gu Jun, but this little captain could not handle the wrath of an executive deputy chief. Gu Jun is a gentle, salt-to-the-earth kind of middle-aged man. At the age of 37, the man was already a deputy chief. He had a bright future ahead of him, with many more stairs to climb. After both of them listened to Zhang Yuan's explanation about the little incident, both of them remained as stoic as statues. They had to have powerful mastery over their own emotions before being able to stand at their current rank. If someone was hot-tempered and emotionally unstable, he would have been discarded from the force as soon as he showed his bad side. Ma Wusher was the real chief in charge of the entire bureau, he would know everything that happens inside the department. Even if he had forgot about something, he had his secretary to help him handle minor things. That was why Ma Wusher was very clear about one fact: Sun Xinu was one of Gu Jun's. If the situation was different, he would have gladly let things slide off. In a way, he would get Gu Jun to owe him a favor or to gain his trust. That way, he could also suppress the other two nosy executive deputies. However, today was different. The one who got hit was his son. His only son. If he had let this off, he could not have lived with the decision. He would also let the entire bureau start having assumptions that Ma Wusher was lower than Gu Jun. His authority would be compromised. Ma Wusher immediately turned to Gu Jun and gave him a death stare. What he meant was, "Don't you dare to interfere. Or else I will have your neck for this." Gu Jun sighed heavily. Truthfully, Gu Jun was not at all familiar with Sun Xinu. He had only recommended Sun Xinu to enter the force as favor for an old friend. That old friend was also similarly rank as he was, an executive deputy in the Trade and Commerce Department. Since he shared a relationship with him, he had no qualms making an arrangement for her. Normally, Gu Jun and Sun Xinu would not have made any contact, he had never even seen her face before. The last thing he was expecting was to receive a call from Zhang Yuan, telling him that Sun Xinu had beat up Chief Ma's son. That gave him an unpleasant surprise. Gu Jun understood Ma Wusher. He was ill-tempered and easily harbored grudges. For someone to strike his son, things would never end well. He did not want to offend Ma Wusher, but who asked Gu Jun to have a relationship with Sun Xinu? In the end, he had to make an appearance at the scene to help settle things down. When he was at the receiving end of Ma Wusher's death stare, Gu Jun had come to an understanding. Unless he had to fight head-to-head with Ma Wusher, he could not protect Sun Xinu. Is it worthwhile for him to commit an offense just because of a distant relationship? The answer was obviously no. Eventually, Gu Jun had to nod his head bitterly. What he meant was, do what you want. I won't interfere. Once Ma Sherwu had Gu Jun stand down, the next one was Sun Xinu herself. He reached his hand to his back and stood tall, posture like an outstanding leader, and said, Sun Xinu. As an officer of the law, your duty is to protect the public security. Not trampling around like a rampaging beast. Look at yourself. What have you become? You would even raise your fist against your fellow officer. With this kind of behavior, how could a leader let you go on protecting the citizen? People like you are the ones who would cause the bureau to lose its purpose. We would be looked down upon. As his speech went on, his hands went from his back and made frantic gestures at Sun Xianu, pointing at her agitatedly. A few more people around had heard the commotion, but since the deputy chief and the chief himself was there, neither of them dared to move closer. They could only stand at a distance to listen and peek at the scene. Most of them did not know what was going on, but when they heard Chief Ma scolding Sun Xianu, one by one, they stared with pity and empathy. Stomach grumbles. Zhang Yang's poor tummy had been grumbling all morning. He had not eaten anything since last night. With a sudden turn of event, Zhang Yang had miraculously turned from a main character to only a side character. By the looks of it, he was about to get his 3 strike out. Zhang Yang then quietly jerked Sun Xianu's sleeves and whispered, "I say, can you really survive this?" As cold as the polar ice caps, this woman was not stupid. She would not have struck the son of the chief without some kind of trump card hiding somewhere. Sun Xianu only looked at Zhang Yang coldly for a second before turning back to the chief. The edge of her lips twitched a little. Zhang Yang knew by then that she was not even taking this seriously. As expected of the chief of the Public Security Bureau, this man had used the law and the code of conduct to pressure Sun Xianu. But the way he spoke, so angrily and antagonizing that if he had not dragged Sun Xianu out to the street and have her shot dead, he would not have pacified the rage of the public. Such a liability to the force, how could we still protect the public with her in the bureau? I strongly suggest that we remove her Sun Xianu from her duties. Remove this poison from the force. Mr. Gu, what say you? Ma Wushi turned to Gu Jun. Gu Jun silently cursed. He had already expressed his intention to stay out of this mess. Why would that dumb Chief Ma drag him back into the mess? Did he not know that Sun Xianu was his recommendation to the force? If Gu Jun had agreed to fire Sun Xianu, that it would be slapping himself in the face, admitting that he had failed to judge a person's potential. Gu Jun was not someone as soft as a peach, easily manipulate. But for this matter, Sun Xianu was indeed at the wrong side of the law. She was the one who had struck first. Gu Jan had nothing to say in this matter. He sighed and turned around. Ma Wushi smiled sinisterly and turned his gaze onto Sun Xianu. I hereby announce that Sun Xianu is to be relieved from all her duties and is to be stripped of her position as an officer of the Public Security Bureau. Father, after catching his breath for some time, Ma Hang jumped into the scene and said, "Don't fire her just yet. Let her work under me. I will personally make her suffer." Ma Wushi was too angry that he nearly face-palmed there and there. How could he have such a dumb son? You could not say something like that in the open. Did he think that the Public Security Bureau was his to play with? What a dumb block. He could just wait until he fired Sun Xianu, and then have her arrested for assault. By then you can have your own way with her. Keep quiet. Ma Wushi stared at his son with a warning. Ma Han quietly sat down and remained silent. On one side, Gu Jun was snickering silently. A silent jeer echoed louder than words. Sun Xianu stared at Ma Wushi coldly and said, "Are you sure you want to fire me?" Ma Wushi laughed. "You think that I can't fire you now? Are you certain that you want to fire me?" She asked again. Ma Wushi was completely infuriated. He cried out, "Zhang Yuan! Cuff her up! Humph! I will charge you for intentional assault on a police officer. That's a heavy crime." Sun Xianu laughed coldly. "You don't have the authority to fire me." What is she saying? Had she lost her mind? Ma Wushi was already angered beyond words. Gu Jun was shaking his head on the other side of the room. He knew about Sun Xianu's trump card. But when someone was as prominent as Ma Wushi, he would not even have to worry about a trade and commerce deputy chief. Sun Xianu took out her mobile phone and quickly searched for a number, calling it. Ma Wushi stared at Zhang Yuan angrily and bellowed. "Why are you still standing there for? Are you expecting me to personally arrest her?" When titans clash, the mortals could only cower in fear. Zhang Yuan turned around and turned his eyes onto Gu Jun. He could not disobey Ma Wushi's order, but he did not want to offend Gu Jun as well. Being the middleman is not an easy task. "Uncle Quan. It's me. How are you?" While everyone's eyeballs were directed towards her, Sun Xianu was on the phone, talking to a family member. When Zhang Yuan had finally noticed Gu Jun would not look directly at him, he finally understood that Gu Jun had not want any of this to do with him. Zhang Yuan gathered his courage and walked to Sun Xianu. "Little Sunday. Please cooperate with me here. Hang up the phone and put your hands behind your back, gut. Instead of complying, Sun Xianyu took a few steps forward and handed over the phone in her hand to Ma Wushi. She quietly stared at him, indicating that there was someone on the other side of the phone wanting to speak with him. Ma Wushi had never seen anyone as crazy and bold as Sun Xianyu. He laughed a bit and said, "Who do you think I am? I am the chief of the Public Security Bureau. Someone of a high rank. Not anyone can just simply talk to me. Ma Wushi. Pick up the goddamned phone. You son of a *tch. Even though it was only from the phone speaker, it was rather clear but not loud. Before Ma Wushi could continue bragging, he completely froze in place when he heard the voice. That voice, he knows that voice. That was the Quan Ping Fei, the Zhoushu City Municipal Secretary. Other times, he would have smiled like a child obtaining a candy when he had picked a call from this man. But now, this is the municipal secretary, a man of an even higher ranking position, who has been driven to the point to curse over the phone. It was then made clear to him, this woman, Sun Xianyu, was a woman of a certain caliber. Ma Wushi strongly believed that even if the situation had changed from Sun Xianyu to Quan Ping Fei's own son, Quan Ping Fei would not get so agitated. At most, he would only silently apologize to the respective department. But now, even the dignified Quan Ping Fei had lost his composure. That could only mean that Sun Xianyu was someone of even higher importance. Just how far did this woman's influence go? It must be as high as state-level authority. In an instant, Ma Wushi was completely stunned. His hands trembled as he reached for the phone in Sun Xianyu's hands. He almost dropped the phone when he tried to place it at his left ear. Hello? This is Secretary Quan? Ah ha ha, yes. This is Ma Wushi, what? No. 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 I never meant it that way. Yes, we at the Pingjiang District Bureau will cooperate with the secretary. Anyone with an average level on intelligence could understand that the person on the other side of the phone was someone of a higher rank than Ma Wushi. It must be a leader of a city-level rank. Secretary Quan? There are only very few leaders by the name of Quan in Sutong City. However, there would only one person in the city-level rank, that is Quan Ping Fei Municipal Secretary. Holy crap! Anyone who understood the situation sucked in a sharp breath. To think that she could just simply pick up the phone and call the municipal secretary to aid her, just how powerful as this woman was? Everyone changed the way they looked at Sun Xianyu. Before, it was in rather patronizing and pitiful manner, but now, they were completely awed by her. Gu Jun was rather devastated with regret. If only he had stood up and defended Sun Xianyu, he would have gotten on the good side of the municipal secretary. Oh Lord! He was just a small-seated little officer, if only he could just latch onto the municipal secretary and get along with him. Deputy Chief Gu was so jealous that word could not describe how he had felt. He turned his sight over at Sun Xianyu and observed her. This ever-cold woman was still calm and cool. Even after such a commotion with the chief, she had not lost her composure and remained completely stoic and emotionless. It was as if she had just deflected bullets off her massive chest like the dust on her shirt. Based on more than 10 years of his experience in the force, Gu Jun had concluded that this woman was not to be trifled with. But when he swept around and spotted Zhang Yang, he smiled. This young lad looked like he was rather close to Sun Xianyu. Perhaps he could make use of the young man. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, Girlfriend. Chapter 164, Girlfriend. Ma Wushi carefully and respectfully handed over the phone back to Su Xianyu, with the kind of gesture that you would see from a cashier at the supermarket while giving the customers change. But it was more than that, it was as if the person in front of Ma Wushi was not his subordinate, but his mother. That kind of nervousness and respect would totally add up. Sun Xianyu took the phone and slid it into her pocket and nonchalantly said, "So, am I still fired?" Ugh. That speech was like a direct slap to the face. Assault to the wound. Ma Wushi took her sharp words like a knife to the chest, but still smiled bitterly back at her. What are you saying? Little son is an officer of the law, the officer of the people. Everyone had always looked up to you. Remember your merits. On the other side of the room, Ma Hang was already devastated by greed and anger, his face was twisted ugly. He thought that he could get his hands on that *tch. Lock her up for a few days and play with her with how he saw fit. Never would he have thought that he would be cut short. His father was literally got C*ck blocked so bad he might be able to make it stand anymore. Even though he full of himself, he was not a fool. He knew when to back down when even someone as his father had his head bowed down to Sun Xinu. How could Ma Hang expect to even stand up to her now? Sun Xinu had enough with the father and son drama, and she went towards Zhang Yang and gestured her fingers. Follow me. Zhang Yang had been watching the movie that was laid in front of him for a whole day. If he was not famished, he would not have let it end that quick. He stood up and went towards Sun Xinu, with a little unsatisfied kind of feeling. Everyone was at the other end of the story was staring at Zhang Yang enviously. This woman was the goddess of the law. The powerful being that had the support of the municipal secretary. Anyone that could have any kind of relationship with her would be the luckiest bastard around. Don't tell me that you would not want to have her as a friend? Sun Xinu walked for a distance before turning quickly to face Ma Hang. Ma Hang raised his face menacingly. Wham! Sun Xinu threw another punch in his sorry face. Arg! Ma Hang wailed. The bleeding that had stopped from the earlier punch was leaking once more. She just punched the man's son right in his face. However, Ma Wuxier had no choice, it was blatantly obvious. His face was all smile with no sign of pain nor anger, as if Ma Hang was no longer his son and Sun Xinu was his own daughter. Following closely behind Sun Xinu, Zhang Yang's heart and mind were surging. He truly believed that when he had a mass fortune of 20 billion or even 200 billion, Ma Wuxier would still not surrender to him. He would not even stand still when Zhang Yang would beat Sun like how Sun Xinu punched Ma Hang right in front of Ma Wuxier. That was the true power of authority. Truthfully, it was Sun Xinu who threw the first punch. If Ma Wuxier steeled his decision to charge her, no one could have stopped him. But, subsequently, he would have to face the wrath of the municipal secretary, a man of a higher ranking that could easily take care of him, a mere section officer. Could Ma Wuxier make it all discreet? Could he really silence everyone who was involved? Once an investigation was issued, any hidden matter would be unfold. And once Ma Wuxier was down, it was time for Sun Xinu to take his place. By then, Ma Wuxier could not only exact his revenge, he would have lost his career and position. He could even be thrown into prison for God knows what kind of misused law. It has been said that once a man had the taste of power, he could not live a day without it. Having tasted the power of his authority, would you expect the man to drop everything and start over? If that day really came, the gods must have tried to take his life as a game. That was why Ma Wuxier chose to endure it, even if he could not stomach it all. Zhang Yang only always had a rough idea of the power of authority. But today was the day that he truly understood what it meant to be a man with authority, but it did not matter if Lu Wei would want to choose Zhang Yang as his foe in this current life, Zhang Yang would be the first to pick up the hammer of justice and smite down upon the man who ruined his previous life. To do that, it would have to have a proper, thorough preparation. A man such as Lu Wei was not just any man from a random rich household. He was the kingpin, the crime lord, the real master with a multi-billionaire fortune. If Zhang Yang would want to wage a war with him, money alone was not effective, others would have done the same thing. Nothing in this world was fair. History was written with the blood of the loser. Only the strong will survive. To have someone as a connection to the office by his side, he could be at an advantage when Lu Wei decides to use some dirty tricks to sabotage Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's thoughts were rather calm, but when he turned his head to look at the beautiful Sun Xinu, he could not help but smiled. Sun Xinu noticed his sweet, warm smile and reacted rather coldly. Stop smiling like a pervert. Come with me. To the practice hall, we'll fight one more time. I won't lose to you this time. Zhang Yang immediately held his steps and gestured her to stop. Hold up. A kingdom cannot fight with a hungry soldier. At least let me eat something. Sun Xinu turned around and saw the clock showing 11 a.m. She then sighed and exclaimed. Okay, let's have lunch together. Don't even think about running away. The two of them exited the station and dined at a nearby restaurant. Being a heavy eater, and even missing a meal, Zhang Yang ordered 5 plates of rice, scarfed it down like a hungry lion. The other customers in the restaurant were in shock with his appetite. What the? Just right beside this glutton is a beautiful girl with style and manners. How could she just sit right beside him without even trying to stop him? Is she trying to be funny? What's she trying to do? Zhang Yang noticed the nosy glances of other customers but chose to ignore them. All he cared about was to fill his empty stomach to the point of satisfaction. You're done? Then let's go. Sun Xinu was rather clawed and let Zhang Yang pay for the meal. Both of them returned to the station and headed straight to the gym. They changed into their training outfit, the kind that was almost similar to that of a taekwondo or karate, which made it easy to grab because it was loose. They were to not wear any shoes in the gym and sparring. You must know that during a kick, having a shoe would make a huge difference. However, they were just sparring, and not fighting till the death. Wham! Wham! Pack! Pack! Their fight began with strong ferociousness. During the spar, most of the officers in the station went off to have their lunch. The only people in the gym room was just Zhang Yang and Sun Xinu. Aside the thundering sound of kicks and punch, the rest of the station was completely silent, further amplifying the noise from the blows. Sun Xinu's level of skill was rather high, but Zhang Yang's daily training had proven to make him even stronger. They both were almost at each other's necks during the start of the spar. But as the spar dragged on longer, a man's natural built and strength started to show greater advantage. Sun Xinu's breathing was getting louder as her punches were beginning to lose their destructive power. Even her speed was getting slower. Wham! Zhang Yang leaped at her like a tiger's pounce, throwing her down to the ground. Sun Xinu was getting tired. She lost most of her strength. She wanted to dodge the pounce, but her body would not listen. She was forcefully pushed down to the ground. Zhang Yang was rather close to her at this point. Both of them were only inches apart from each other, and then he laughed. Ice Queen! Admit your defeat. Be it real life or in the game, you would never ever be able to defeat me. Her cheeks were flushed in red with anger. Her eyes narrowed with the glint of a killing intent. Zhang Yang was rather shocked. Perhaps he said too much. But then he realized, both of his hands was grabbing her voluptuous breast. Whoa! This body of this queen is really the real deal. Zhang Yang knew that his hand was wide enough to hold up a basketball, but he could not even properly hold on to those Super XL-sized watermelons. That unrivaled softness and perkiness was truly extravagant. The feeling was truly blissful. Zhang Yang's body went hot and had triggered a certain flag. Ever since he was reborn, he had never done it before, not even by himself. The amount of excitement caused Zhang Yang to react in the manliest way possible. He quickly took his hands off and smiled innocently. I'm so sorry. It was a mistake. I did not do it on purpose. Sun Xinu turned away from him, got up to her feet and dashed to the changing room. Pack, pack, pack. The sound of her heavy footsteps could heard as her two slender and fair feet were running through the room. Zhang Yang turned back and looked at his palms. He recalled the times whenever he traded blows with Sun Xinu, and having inevitably taken advantage of her. About 30 seconds later, Sun Xinu walked out of the room and approached Zhang Yang with a gun in her hand. He could feel the strong killing intent emitting from all around her. The gun was still in its holster, locked. But the woman was trying her best to unlock the hatch to pull out the gun. You could see that the woman was not thinking straight. Her breath was rather ragged and unstable. Her pupils were contracting and expanding uncontrollably. Sweat dripping down her silky skin. Her hands and feet were trembling furiously. She had only managed to unlock the hatch of the holster after numerous attempts, and she pulled out the revolver and cocked it. Kachak! The safety was off. Seeing the muzzle pointing towards him, Zhang Yang could not help but to think that she might actually pull the trigger. This woman was brave enough to punch a man's son right in his face. She would not think twice to shoot the man who had molested her. At her breast. Twice. Arg! What luck! This was the third time he was at the other end of the gun. Zhang Yang did not care about Sun Xinu being arrested for murder. He had to think for himself this time. If he died, everything that he prepared to do would be for naught. A million solutions were running through his mind. Should he beg for mercy? From the looks of it, this cold woman would not care about his pleas. In fact, she might be even more aggressive and shoot him nonetheless. She might even shoot him one shot at a time and slowly kill him while he had to suffer the slow and agonizing pain before dying. Should he snatch the gun away? But that was Sun Xinu there. The woman could fight at the same speed as him. By the time Zhang Yang could even get close, he would have gained new holes in his chest or even in between his eyes. Zhang Yang had a sudden thought. He remembered watching a very old movie before, and he remembered a scene that he could reenact to save him. Zhang Yang put down his hands, stared intensely at Sun Xinu, and then screamed from the top of his lungs. I love you. Sun Xinu was stunned. The first time in his life, Zhang Yang witnessed the ever-so-cold Sun Xinu expressing an emotion. Her fingers were nowhere close to the trigger. All right. This might work. Zhang Yang forced himself to calm down and treat Sun Xinu as a boss in the game to defeat. First, to lower her defense. 5 stacks of crippled defense. I can no longer lie to myself anymore. Ever since I laid eyes on you, I've fallen deeply in love with you. Zhang Yang said it slowly. He tried his best to construct the sentences properly. He was not good at coaxing a woman to begin with. Sun Xianu remained motionless. But she was still listening. That's good. She intends to listen. If he had heard the sound of a gunshot, even in his ghost form, he would have nowhere to hide. All right. Her defense was lowered. Now to implement super skills. Here comes horizontal sweep and destructive smash. Shoot me, if that is what you want. I will not hold a grudge against you. To die in your hands would be my greatest honor. Zhang Yang continued to distract her. Sun Xianu remained silent and ever so stoic. She was only staring at Zhang Yang with her beautiful eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, ... Zhang Yang was still standing there staring at her motionless. Inside his heart, however, he was literally screaming. Oh my God. Could you please hurry up and make your decision? Do you want me to die? Just say the word. God. I'm right here waiting for you, making a decision for like forever. Finally. Sun Xianu lowered the gun and slid the weapon of destruction back into her holster. She turned and looked back up at Zhang Yang and said, all right. From now on, you're my boyfriend. Zhang Yang stunned. What? Was that all? He still had a few more tricks up his sleeves. Could it be that he has become a novel's main character? To become the center of a mass harem with 1,000 women groveling beneath his feet wearing a full Western suit, after just showing off some awesome move or something? Sun Xianu was still as cool and emotionless even after declaring Zhang Yang as her boyfriend. She said, there are only very few men that could defeat me. After all, I would need to get married someday. If you think you could stand a chance to prove your worth, I don't mind giving you a chance. Oh, please. You don't mind? I would mind. Zhang Yang sighed heavily in his heart. Ah. Please forgive me, Lin Yu. If I had not lied against her, I would not have the chance to meet you in the future. Should he be the first to ask for a breakup? That would be impossible. Knowing her, Sun Xianu would go berserk. It would not be a surprise if she picked up the gun and really shot him this time. Looked like he would have to wait for Sun Xianu to be the one to ask for the breakup then. He needed to show that he was no husband material, only a good friend. That way, he could save his own butt and maintain this friendly, super beneficial relationship with her. I'm going to clock out now. Head home by yourself. Sun Xianu said as she turned and headed to the changing room. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief and went to his own changing room. Only then had he found out that he was completely drenched in sweat, with his uniform plastered to his back. He thought back to how Sun Xianu looked like when she was all Wonder Woman style, ready to kill him anytime. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Damn! That Ice Queen is just too crazy. After changing back into his own clothes, Zhang Yang walked home. Along the way, he was lost in his thoughts. No matter how long he thought about it, he could not think straight. He just did not know what to do next. Arg. F***ck it. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. That icehead couldn't come over to my house and point a gun at my head to force me have sex with her. Zhang Yang then lied down on his sofa and put on the gaming helmet, logging into the game. Little Young. What took you so long? Fatty Han immediately sent a private message. Did you have a fun night? He. Fun, my ass. Zhang Yang replied. Oh right. I have bad news. Fatty Han cried. Imperial Sky has already defeated the 4th boss in the castle interior dungeon. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyebrows. That quick? Yeah, said Fatty Han worriedly. I'm afraid that they might conquer the entire dungeon before we could even start. They might get their hands on the first clear achievement. Zhang Yang laughed it off. Keep calm. It's all right. It's all right. Even though he said that, after dinner, Zhang Yang logged on to the official forum to speculate other players' response. This time, player Martian Homeland praised the guys from Imperial Sky. He had even said that the player, One Sword Stroke, might be by far the only player that could rival the current highest popularity player, Zhan Yu. One Sword Stroke could even have the potential to exceed Zhan Yu. So far, the other super guilds were still struggling at the 3rd boss, yet Imperial Sky had already defeated the 4th boss with One Sword Stroke's leadership. Their guild firmly grasped the advantage in obtaining the first clear achievement. The forum discussion gained the support and agreement from many players. The rest that were fans of Lone Desert Smoke did not join the discussion since Zhang Yang and his team had long since took part of the dungeon raiding. They only left a comment, saying things like, "Just wait and see." 7:30 p.m., Zhang Yang logged into the game and gathered Han Shui and the gang, and started to raid the castle interior. Sun Xian Yu was still cold as ever. She did not even express any sign of being friendlier to Zhang Yang after the declaration. Sometimes, when Zhang Yang was not thinking straight, he thought about the events that transpired earlier this morning as if it was just a bad dream. Ding! You have entered Shadow Moon Castle, Castle Interior, Hardcore. The party entered the dungeon through the main gate and entered the castle of the werewolf. As they went through the gates, they were greeted with a large hall. The setting was nightfall, hundreds of men and women were dressed extravagantly, happily dancing around to the romantic music that filled the air. There was a group of 10 in the room too, and standing at the corner of the stairs at the second floor was a slim, slender, and beautiful noble female. She had one slender fair hand grasping the railing of the stairs and one other holding a wineglass. This noble was the same person that Zhang Yang fought in the garden area of the dungeon. She was Jenny, Master Waller's wife. This time, she was not some random monster, but Grey Silver tier boss. Jenny, Master Waller's wife, Grey Silver, humanoid monster. Level, 44. HP, 1,200,000. The party could not start the boss without clearing the minions first beforehand. Crazed guests, elite, humanoid. Level, 41. HP, 82,000. Those who have their aura skill, please activate them now. Every time you log in or log off, the system automatically switches it off. Make it a habit to always turn on your aura skill every time you log into the game, said Zhang Yang. Oh crap! I really forgot to switch on my aura. Wei Yan cried, turning her strength aura on only after Zhang Yang notified. The party had a total of 5 different aura carriers. Since 100 Shots and Fatty Han's companion aura was the same, the effects would not stack up and would only be treated as one active aura effect. Strength aura, Vitality aura, Companion aura, and Life aura. Everyone received 4 beneficial aura effects each. Starlight. Start the fight. Zhang Yang called out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, The First Boss, Jenny. Chapter 165, The First Boss, Jenny. Endless Starlight immediately casted Shield Toss and lured 3 elite monsters in a go. With a sudden roar, the bunch of 11 monsters all came running towards him while screaming things like, "Unwelcome guest! Be gone! Divide Shield! Devotion! Strong Hammer!" He immediately pulled their aggro. The rest of the team waited for a little while before they joined the fight as well, casting their AoE skills. Zhang Yang did not join the fight. He went on forward and walked to the second group of monsters. They growled immediately when triggered and rushed towards him. Blood Rage. Plus 30 Rage. Just as Zhang Yang was going to start fight, he withdrew immediately, but after managing to only take 4 paces back, the monsters already appeared right in front of him. Swoosh. Horizontal sweep, dot. In an instant, most of the monsters received a huge damage of more than 1,500. The utilization of the AoE skill was maximized during this kind of situations. Wham! Thunder Strike. Multiple damage texts popped out again. This time, Zhang Yang only inflicted around 200 plus to each of them, but more importantly, they were all inflicted with slow. Zhang Yang kite the monsters and fell back to join Endless Starlight. He kite the monsters to group them together with Endless Starlights. With that many monsters around, everyone's AoE skill could damage the monsters as well, maximizing both the time and skill used. By the system's logic, if there were many monsters in a dungeon, each monster's attack power must be weakened down. If it was not, no tank could take the amount of damage received after kiting them all together. These monsters here must only have around 800 attack power. Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight had only received less than 300 damage so far, easy enough for Han Shui to heal them back to full health in a short amount of time. Right then, Zhang Yang had already possessed the skill called Blast Wave. He could stun every monster in his vicinity for 4 seconds after every 20 seconds. OP as F***CK. The party's attack power was already strong to begin with, and after adding the few more aura effects, the killing speed was raised to a whole new level. In just a minute, the first group of monsters was already taken down, and the second group of monsters had only 1/3 of their original HP remaining. Starlight. Get the next group of monsters. Zhang Yang ordered. As the second group of monsters locked their vision on Zhang Yang alone, Endless Starlight could easily end the fight without pulling any monster towards him. When endless starlight brought in the third group of monsters, the second group had already fallen. Sun Xinu and the rest of the attackers did not even have time to rest. The next wave of monsters arrived and they continued slashing and blasting. Zhang Yang only smiled lightly, feeling satisfied at the team's attacking progress. He then proceeded on to pull the fourth group of monsters. Woohoo! This is awesome! Wei Yan'er happily squealed as she blasted away the monsters with her tornado cleave. She could deal at least 1,900 damage to every monster around on each cast, with only 5.5 seconds of cooldown. Her attack had already long surpassed Zhang Yang's and was so strong that Endless Starlight had difficulties properly holding on the aggro of every single monster. Some monsters were even OT and nearly got close to Wei Yan'er to attack her. Luckily, Zhang Yang was fast enough to pull the monster back to his attention. After a few hits of horizontal sweep and thunderstrike, almost every single monster turned their attention to him. "What are you doing? Are you trying to tire me to death?" Han Shui cried. An attacker could stop to have a rest for a while to catch their breath, but a healer does not even have time to wipe the sweat from their brow. If the healer lags even by just a bit, the tanks could die. Both Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight had been taking turns in pulling more and more monsters that Han Shui had no time to catch her breath. It felt that she could throw a fit at any time out of frustration. Zhang Yang saw how frustrated she was and only laughed. "It's not like your MP's dropping. Why would you need to rest? It's only a waste of time." Grah! Damn you! It was not like she could just ignore her teammate and just rest on one side. She had to just suck it up and continue to heal. Group by group, the monsters were being kited to the party by both Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight. The party was progressing so fast that neither of them had the time to even pick up the spoils of war. Daffodil Daydream did not receive the 75% mana reduction passive skill, but instead obtaining a 15% increase in all flame attacks passive skill from the level 30 class quest reward after she cleared the A-level difficulty quest. If she had completed the S-level difficulty instead, she could have obtained 20% bonus passive. It was all fun when a pyromancer blasts away the monsters, waves after waves, until their mana runs out, that is. She could at most last for 2 waves before running out from the battle and eating mana regenerating snacks to recover her MP. The team was strong and fast, having taken only 10 minutes or so to clear hundreds of monsters in this majestic hall. The entire floor was filled with coins, random ETC1 items, and equipment. It took another 3 whole minutes just to sift through everything. "How do we fight this boss?" asked Wei Yan'er. After looting all the items, the bodies of the monster disappeared from the hall, leaving it clear and barren. The boss has 3 skills. Zhang Yang had already taken step to recall the battle strategy. He wrote them down in a little notebook. Number 1, she would choose a random player and put them in some sort of a prison for around 5 or 6 seconds, I guess. In this period, the imprisoned would lose HP. That person can't cast any skills or take any potions. Only a healer could heal the HP lost. That is why this dungeon is supposed to have 2 healers. If one is imprisoned, the one healer would help the tank while the other would heal the person being imprisoned. Han Shui cried out. "Hey, dummy, please add 1 more healer to the party. I can't endure this much healing alone. I'm so freaking tired." "Fine. As long as I can find one suitable for our party, I will add a healer in." Zhang Yang replied, as if he did not mean it. Wei Yan'er then pointed out a flaw of having just one healer in the party. What if she was sent to prison? She can't heal herself. Zhang Yang laughed it off and said, "I have Vanguard's aggression and sacrifice to cover her. But if that sorry B*TCH had to just be picked twice, then I have nothing to say. We might just have plain bad luck." "Humph. What else?" asked Wei Yan'er. "The second skill is like the boss's sister, to randomly pick and control a player. I think the skill can't be purged. It would only expire after a fixed duration." "The third?" "The third skill is Berserk. Well, technically is a kind of passive Berserk. It will add 10% attack damage per second. It will stack endlessly and can only be dispelled by dragging the boss to an ice spot that will spawn when the battle starts." Zhang Yang concluded his explanation. "Well, all in all, it's pretty easy to fight. Shall we start?" Zhang Yang signaled 100 shots. 100 shots, attack the boss for a second. Drag her down here. The ice platform will not spawn up there. Alright. 100 shots aimed his arrow at the boss and let it fly towards her. Pew. Ha! What sort of wild, uncivilized bastard dares to infiltrate my banquet? Jenny was furious and stomped down the stairs. She had 100 shots in her sight and took out a long black whip from God knows where and whipped him. Blood rage. Charge. Zhang Yang raised his sword and slashed the boss. -613. -1540. -1429. Zhang Yang quickly built up the aggro and inflicted cripple defense on the boss to reduce her defense by 50%. Jenny then turned her sight at Zhang Yang and attacked him with her whip. "I've spent so much time and effort to decorate this hall for the banquet, and you just barged in here and killed all my guests? You ruined my banquet. I will kill you all. I will kill all you savages." Block. +30 rage. -321. Block reflect damage. -642. Shield bash. In just 2 seconds, the boss attacked Zhang Yang again. This time, he had no block to use and had to receive the attack head-on. -2112. HM. Not that bad. The boss only has around 3000 attack damage. Zhang Yang attacked the boss while talking to Han Shui. "Hey. When the boss picks someone, I want you to only heal the person. I think I can hold on for at least 5 seconds. Daffodil Daydream. Accept the lightning punishment." The boss cried out and light slid through the floor. Daffodil was then immediately teleported to the entrance and was encased in a large light barrier. Inside the barrier, lighting struck her endlessly. Ding. Jenny has casted Lightning Prison. Receive 2000 natural damage every 2 seconds for 6 seconds. -2000. Zap. With her naturally low HP of only 3840, she would die by just under 2 strikes. Han Shui quickly casted Holy Shield first and then Brilliant Light, lastly following up with Healing Bond. After healing over 4000 HP, she quickly cast Regeneration and left her there. Holy Shield alone was enough to absorb at least 2000 damage. Zhang Yang used block once and within 6 seconds, he had only lost 2000 damage. To him, that was a mere pinch when he had over 7000 maximum HP. 90%. You defiled me. A noble. A true noble. For that, you will have to pay the price for your sins. Jenny growled loudly and her entire body started to expand, instantly turning from a beautiful noble woman into a beastly silver-brown werewolf. Ding. Jenny has cast Werewolf Awake. Increases 10% attack every second. Zhang Yang quickly scanned the hall room and found the ice platform. He then kited the big bad wolf towards it. 10%. 20%. 30%. As each second passed, the boss gained increased attack. If Zhang Yang had not used block against the attack, he would have received increased damage from 2000, 3000, to even 4000. Luckily, the ice platform was not far from he was. When the boss gained over 8 stacks of the buff, Zhang Yang managed to drag her hairy butt to the icy platform. Ding. Werewolf Awake had ended and will disappear. The boss lost her werewolf form and slowly returned to her human form. Although she may have restored her human self, her clothes did not. Pieces of torn clothing were just dangling on her body, with only a tiny bit of cloth coincidentally covering the private parts of her body, exposing a large amount of skin to the public. Woohoo! So big. So fair. Fatty Han and Endless Starlight eyes glinted with a perverted shine, drooling as they speak. This is the true cripple defense. Fatty bro. That must at least a 34 Dino? You bet it is. Arg. I want to touch them so bad. Both of you can just die off. Han Shui scoffed. Endless Starlight. You shall be my slave. Serve me as your one true master. Jenny pulled out a long bow, again from God knows where, and shot an arrow towards Endless Starlight. Ding. Player Endless Starlight had received the effect Soul Temptation. For my master. Starlight cried and dashed towards Fatty Han. He raised his hammer and slammed Fatty Han. F***CKU. Why would you choose me? There's so many others for you to choose from. Bastard, cried Fatty Han. Ha 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 ha. Wei Yenair had to rub her belly as she laughed uncontrollably. That's what you get for being a perverted dog. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Frivolous Maid. Chapter 166, Frivolous Maid. Breaking Shot. Hunter Shots aimed his bow and shot an arrow towards Endless Starlight, sending him into a dazed state. Endless Starlight was sent spinning, turning his head around like he was completely drunk. Fatty Han immediately created a distance between Endless Starlight and himself. When Endless Starlight recovered from the daze, Fatty Han fired a concussion shot and slowed him down for 4 seconds. 100 Shots also fired a concussion shot after the slow duration ended. After 3 status impairing skills were fired, the slave effect on Endless Starlight expired and he regained control of his own character. The party then refocused their efforts on taking down the boss. As the first boss in the castle interior, Jenny was not hard to defeat. As long as that party could dispel the werewolf awake on her and properly tend to the player who got sent into the lightning prison, the team would do just fine. However, that was if everything panned out well. This is because Zhang Yang's current team had one flaw, and that was the fact that they had only one healer, but the boss had finally caught Han Ying-Shui when she cast the lightning prison for the 4th time. Zhang Yang reacted promptly and cast Sacrifice to protect her. He also activated the Servant skill substitute. When the lightning struck Han Ying-Shui, both Zhang Yang and her had system notifications popping up all over their heads. Averted. 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 Immune. 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 6 seconds passed by and Han Ying-Shui returned to the party. They had literally averted a disaster. 80%, 70%, 60%. Under the massive firepower of the party, the boss's HP was akin to tofu, brittle and fragile, easily crushable. The team defeated her in under 4 minutes. This seems easy. Daffodil cried out as she stretched her hand upwards and relaxed. However, even though she said that, she understood that the team's victory lay in the core structure of the party, the members of the party. If they had a slightly weaker tank in place of Zhang Yang, who possibly could not kite the boss to the ice platform to dispel the werewolf awake, they would have been completely devoured by the boss. That was why a strong tank represents the soul, the brains, and the power of the party. Zhang Yang's role as a core member of it signified a strong pillar that held the entire party together. Woohoo! Time for the loots. Wei Yenair bent over and picked up the boss drops. Everyone was rather unexcited about the loot since they had just defeated a yellow gold tier boss not too long ago. This was merely a grey silver tier 1, and they now consider its drops to be trash. Blood-soaked chestplate, grey silver, leather armor. Defense, plus 12. Vitality, plus 96. Strength, plus 16. Dexterity, plus 48. Unidentified. Level requirement, 40. 3 people rolled for the leather armor but 100 Shots beat his other 2 competitors to it. Wei Yenair picked 2 more items up but discovered that they were only of green copper tier. She could not help but stuck her tongue out and blow raspberries at the boss dead corpse. Blah! Stingy prick! Zhang Yang laughed. Hey, you can't just accuse the boss of being stingy. I've told you before. All future dungeons would never contain anything valuable. Ha! Why not? Are you dumb? Zhang Yang facepalmed, causing Wei Yenair to be rather unhappy with his reaction. She pushed her fist up into the air and gestured it at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang laughed it off and decided to explain to the little dumb brat. Try and think about it for a second. If dungeons were always around for players to farm for strong equipment whenever they have reached the required levels and are ready to defeat the bosses in there, who would defeat a field boss then, but? A hardcore mode dungeon is tough dude, said Wei Yenair as she tried to justify her words. According to the developers of the game, a normal mode dungeon will be easy enough to allow any random party to clear it. As for hard mode, only 10% of players around would be able to defeat it. Now, that was just a rough idea on the massive scale. For hardcore mode, only 1% of players in the game could try and attempt to defeat the dungeon. With that in mind, stay with me for a while here. How many players do you think are playing this game? There are at least 50 million players in the game right now. What is 1% of 50 million players? 500,000 I reckon. Now, put that in scale and think of what would happen if the hardcore mode was cleared by those players 500,000 times. Now, think of how many field bosses there are in the entire game. 50? 100. Even if you flip the entire world over and search the high heavens or the scorching hells, you could probably find no more than 200. A field boss drops are much more precious and valuable than the measly hardcore dungeon bosses drops. Naturally, they would not be easy to defeat. Why do you think the developers would even bother creating those bosses out there for? Decoration? Wei Yenair scratched her head and widened her eyes as she stared at Zhang Yang as if she was still confused about what Zhang Yang had just said. So, do we skip dungeons now? Zhang Yang cringed so hard until he was about to burst a vein in his forehead. He sighed heavily and cried out, "Which house is missing a stupid kid? Please take her home." Wei Yenair was angered and drew her weapon. Noob tank. Keep calling me stupid and I'll really slam your face in. Little brat. It was you who started complaining about how stingy the boss was, didn't you? Zhang Yang started to laugh instead. A dungeon boss would only get stingier and stingier. Furthermore, the equipment grade would always be one level lower than those you could farm from a field boss. That is the importance of a field boss. In the far future, when we would need to fight a world boss, it would take an entire guild of thousands of players to fight for God knows 7 days and 7 nights to defeat it. Do you think that a regular hardcore boss could be that tough? Yay! Wei Yan'er stuck out her tongue. You? Zhang Yang facepalmed again. You still don't understand, do you? Nai he. Wei Yan'er nodded her head honestly. Zhan Yu, now that you have explained it as such, then what meaning is there in us clearing the dungeon then? 100 Shots was not stupid, but since Zhang Yang had explained something simple with such complexity, he too began to feel confused. To fill in the blanks for the field boss. Zhang Yang explained. I had explained that earlier. A field boss of the same level would be extremely scarce. So scarce that if we were to share the boss to everyone in the game, it would be less than one boss for every 1 million players. It's even likely that I have made a rather relaxed estimation. According to that logic, players would not have bosses to kill and thus would not have good equipment, would they? That is what the dungeons are for. With 3 different types of difficulties, there would eventually be one that is suitable for you to raid. That would only mean that the field boss's equipment is the best, asked Daffodil Daydream. Oh my god. My sweet lord. Baby Jesus. You must have hung out with the little dumb brat for far too long. Now you have contracted her dumb disease as well? I had literally explained twice. God. My saliva is about to dry out. Zhang Yang was seriously vexed that he could burst his bulging nerve on his forehead. Noob tank. Wei Yan'er jumped to her feet and stomped towards Zhang Yang. Being shorter than he was, she could only point her tiny finger to his chin. You are not allowed to call me stupid. Humph. I'm breaking up with you. Breaking up? Who said we were friends to begin with? What? Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang laughed. He had fun toying with the little girl and felt really comfortable with her. Let's go. Move on. Move on. Zhang Yang led them further in. As the party marched towards the second floor, they reached a junction that split into 2 paths. These paths had monsters with a rather lustful and seductive posture. There were at least a pair of these monsters at every 10 meters or so. They were wearing colorful costumes and low-cut tops which revealed luxuriously ample amounts of those mouth-watering watermelons. And those cleavages were so deep that they caused all women to feel envy. Gulp. Endless Starlight swallowed his saliva heartily. Damn. I could not bear to swing my hammer at those babies. Where to? It's the same. Both ways would lead straight to the opposite end of the castle where the second boss would be, standing guard to the entrance of the 3rd floor. Zhang Yang thought a little and commanded Endless Starlight to attack. Starlight. Go and start the fight. Endless Starlight hummed and rushed towards the monster, wielding the hammer in his hand. From a distance, he threw his shield and struck only 2 monsters, since the third one was too far away for the shield to bounce to. Frivolous Maid, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 43. HP, 86,000. MP, 43,000. Aya. There's a guest here. Both of the maids smiled lustfully and locked onto Endless Starlight to cast Fireball. Ah, respectful guest. You don't have to reserve yourself. Please be rough on me. Please use me to your liking. F***CK. Endless Starlight was so shocked at her opening speech that he nearly slipped and fell over. Minus 1,128. Minus 1,243. 2 fireballs flew over and blasted Endless Starlight. Aya, the time for fun was just too short, said one of the maid. After sleeping with my man last night, I had to slip out of bed to find 3 more guards to entertain me. Only then was I satisfied enough that I could finally sleep. Holy sh**t. This is just too provoking. Fatty Han was stunned as well. Shameless creatures. Wei Yan'er mumbled. What's the hurry? Sigh. People come and go in a flash. How do I fill this empty hole? Beloved guest. Why won't you stop to have some fun with us? Both maids were repeatedly trying to flirt with Endless Starlight. When he could no longer hold it in, Endless Starlight finally burst. F***CK. Don't toy with me. My will is as strong as steel. There is no such thing as riding the tricycle. It's fake, it not real, it can never happen, said Endless Starlight as he wiped away his stream of drool. This frivolous maid had the skill, mesmerize, that could cause players to be dazed. Once the player was rendered immobile, the monster would cast powerful fireballs that could deal immense damage of around 3,000. If two of the monsters attacked simultaneously, they could instantly take out any non-tank class player. The party then quickly killed one of the monsters first before taking on the other one with relative ease. While attacking magic-type monsters without strong damage reduction armor, to kill a large group of them simultaneously would be impractical. The party could only proceed on by killing two at a time. After 20 minutes into the floor, the party arrived at the second boss. Endless Starlight was pretty much flushed with embarrassment after being the target of flirting by the monsters. After being interrogated by Fatty Han, he discovered that this ultimate pervert was still a cheery boy. By the looks of his appearance, the second boss, Lanier, was a middle-aged man with a graceful yet stoic appearance. He was rather handsome as he possessed a kind of mysterious attraction that was compelling like Korean pop stars. However, both of his legs were chained with heavy steel, limiting his position to center around the staircase. Lanier, gray silver, humanoid. Level, 45. HP, 1,300,000. Note, he belongs to the vampire race. He was defeated by Master Waller and kept as a slave to serve him as a guard for the castle. Being enslaved caused him to burn with a raging hatred and desire to shred any intruder at will. Oh! Vampires are so handsome. Daffodil Daydream had been enticed by his handsome complexion. Indeed. Hanning Shui took part as well. Especially the nose. It makes him look quite handsome. Hey! Are you here to fight the boss or to participate in China's next top male model? Hey! At least let us savor the looks of a handsome man. Fatty Han scoffed, unsatisfied. You have 4 handsome men here in the party. Why would you grasp for more lemons when you can't hold any more? Damn you, Fatty. Poor Fatty Han was bombarded with insults and scorn from the ladies. Zhang Yang coughed loudly to get the party's attention and began to explain the battle plan. Listen up. This boss is practically a free service as well. The main skills are, number 1, infection. It will cause a player to temporarily turn into a vampire that he could control. The way to counter this is extremely easy. Priests and knights could use Dispel to remove the debuff. The second skill. About every half a minute, the boss would use a kind of lifesteal skill to suck the blood of a random player. Before he activates the skill, he would place a mark on the target and will only activate the skill after 5 seconds. This skill would drain the player's HP by 10% every second and recover the same amount of HP on the boss. It lasts for 5 seconds. Next, it becomes a little complicated, so please bear with me for a while. If a player has around 40% HP left, the boss would only take away 4% of your HP and heal the same amount each instance. The second instance would only take away 3.6% HP. So, the lesser your HP, the lesser he heals. So, to counter this skill, we must take away as much HP as we can before the boss can siphon from us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, Lanier the Vampire. Chapter 167, Lanier the Vampire. Here we go. Zhang Yang let out a battle cry and raised his sword to charge towards Lanier. Ha! Intruder! Ha ha ha! What a coincidence! With you guys around, I can kill some time, cried Lanier. He stood up and dashed towards Zhang Yang. Charge! -613. Zhang Yang slashed the boss and quickly activated block to negate the incoming attack. Crippled defense. Crippled defense. Crippled defense. Facing boss fights, Zhang Yang would always prioritize inflicting crippled defense 4-5 layers before other skills. Sun Xianu moved in the shadows and appeared behind the boss, slicing and dicing his back, inflicting incredible amount of damage. Just then, Zhang Yang had recalled that he had no engaged in any conversation with his girlfriend from when he had logged in. He thought about what to say to her for a while and sent a private message. Hey! Pull the monster properly. Sun Xianu replied him instantly. Without a gun pointing at him, Zhang Yang felt more relaxed talking to her. Sigh, having a relationship an iceberg is quite stressful for me, but you don't have to sugarcoat everything you say, nor talking in metaphorical. I hate that kind of man. You don't have to spend your time trying to make me fall in love with you. If I love you, I would love you. If I hate you, I would ignore you even if you would give me the moon. Bold. Zhang Yang laughed. In that case, should we just remain the same as ever? What more do you want then? It's not what I want, it's what you would want. Zhang Yang said to himself quietly. If she had heard him saying this to her, she might really go berserk again and might even break into his house and kill him. Daffodil Daydream. I present you the gift of my blood. Join me as the majestic vampire. Lanier pointed at Daffodil Daydream and her body gives off a bloody red glow that dimmed back into her body. Daffodil was frozen at her place and when she stood back upright, her eyes opened, revealing bloodshot eyes. A pair of sharp fangs appeared bearing from her mouth. All 10 of her fingers started to grow long and razor-sharp nails. Her fair skin had turned into a pale white color, morphing her into a beautiful monster. Ding! Player Daffodil Daydream had received the effect Blood Transformation. Whoa! How cool! Wei Yin Air cried with admiration. Sister Daffodil, you look so much better like that. However, being controlled by the boss, Daffodil Daydream could not respond to Wei Yin Air. After a loud and long haul to the sky, she jumped towards Endless Starlight with such speed that he could not even react in time. Fatty Han laughed. Ha! What a small world. Daffodil Daydream targeted Starlight first when she turned into a monster. Here, I wonder if she was intentionally trying to attack him. Endless Starlight quickly cast a purging skill and restored Daffodil back to normal. 88%. Lanier turned around and pointed his fingers at Wei Yin Air. Weakling humans. Surrender and be my nourishment. A glowing, circular red orb floated on top of Wei Yin Air. Ding! Lanier has used preparation. Melee fighters. Hit the little brat. Stop when you're about to reach 10%. Do not kill her off. Zhang Yang screamed. Sun Xinu and Endless Starlight immediately shifted their head and ran towards Wei Yin Air to attack. Hey! Lighter! A little lighter, screamed Wei Yin Air as she could not do anything to stop them. Sun Xinu did not reserve any stamina and most of her skills were in cooldown. In 5 seconds, she had only managed to deal around 2,500 damage on Wei Yin Air. Endless Starlight on the other hand could only deal over 1,000 damage. Wei Yin Air had only 900 HP left, which was 20% of her total HP. Zhang Yang saw what had happened and immediately cast Force Strike. Minus 1,566. Crap. What luck, it was a critical strike that had completely killed the poor little girl. Arg. Wei Yin Air was infuriated. Noob tank. Why would you do that for? Zhang Yang grinned and said, Sorry. Sorry. It's not my fault, you know. I can't control a critical strike. I don't care. Humph. Tonight, I'm going to write your name into the paper, babbled the little girl angrily. Oh, please. You're still as young as a greenhorn. Romance is still something when only you're mature enough. Blah. Wei Yin Air stuck her tongue out. You think that I'm writing a love letter? Hell no. I'm writing your name on the paper and hang it on the origami paper man and curse you every day. Zhang Yang held in his laughter and turned over to Han Shui. Did she pick something up from the television drama or something? Yeah, she did. It was called A Date with a Magic. Bwahaha. Zhang Yang laughed louder. Killing Wei Yin Air was an accident, but Zhang Yang was able to stop the boss skill from activating in the end. It was considered to be an accidental skill stopping method. Now that the team had lost a high attacking member, the team overall DPS was still strong as ever and quickly took away 11% of the boss HP. Endless Starlight. You shall be my nourishment. Lanier pointed at Endless Starlight. Everyone hit Starlight. Stop when his HP is at 30%. Let Frost Knight to deal the rest. Zhang Yang changed his strategy. Bam. Bam. Boom. Boom. Even though Endless Starlight had a thick skin, he could not counter any of his teammates' attack and had his HP drop down quickly. His HP was dropped down to only 24% and everyone else stopped besides Sun Xinu continued to attack. Since her class was using dagger, her attack specialty was fast attacking interval with low damage. She would not kill Endless Knight in a blast even if one of her attack was a critical hit. 8%, Endless Starlight had only 472 HP left when Sun Xinu had stopped attacking. Ha ha ha. Weak beings. Just you wait, when I had my nourishment and healed my vitality. I shall kill you all with my strength. Lanier pounced towards Endless Starlight and sank his fangs into his neck. Ding. Lanier has used feeding. You. That's just too erotically violent. Fatty Han mumbled. Plus 2,600. the boss had gained a recovery effect. Even though it seems rather much, but the boss had only recovered 0.2%. Since the boss had only drained 0.8% of Endless Starlight HP, along with Zhang Yang destructive smash effect, the boss healing was reduced by 75%. Plus 2,340. Another healing text ticked at the boss. Plus 2,106. Plus 1,895. Plus 1,705. Along the Endless Starlight HP reduction, the boss recovery rate was also reduced. The total HP that the boss had recovered was only more than 10,000. It was not even worth activating the skill. After feeding had ended, Lanier returned to Zhang Yang and attacked him. The battle rhythm was restored back to normal. Controlled? Purge. Blood-sucking? Hit the teammate. When the boss's HP was down to less than 50%, Lanier had not remained as stoic and dignified as how he would describe a vampire would be. Instead, the boss was starting to shriek aloud. His damage was gained a buff. Ding! Lanier had gained Vampirism Rage. All attack is increased by 20%. Dummy. Why didn't you say anything about this skill, said Hanning Shui. Damn you, girl. It had been a few years since I last battled this boss. It's already a miracle that I could recall 2 skills. If my memory was that good, I would not have just enrolled in Josu University. Zhang Yang laughed and said, I'd totally forgotten about that. Even though the boss had gained a buff in attack, it was only just a slight bump of 20%. That amount of damage increase was not even considered a threat to the team since Hanning Shui's super support was by far the biggest in the entire of China. That little bump is nothing under Hanning Shui's huge bulking support. 40%, 30%, 20%, 10%. Lanier could only hit here and there before being defeated by the party. Hanning Shui revived her little cousin's sister and the little girl pout her little pink lips and get the loots. Arcane Battle Axe, Grey Silver, Two-Handed Axe. Weapon attack, 699 to 799. Attack interval, 3.5 seconds. DPS, 208. Unidentified. Level requirement, 40. Wow. Mine. Wei Yan'er was rather pissed off, but her anger was quickly dissipated when she saw the shiny axe. She picked the axe up and rubbed the flat shiny surface on her puckish face. What a shame though. The attack interval was at 3.5. It's slightly faster, said Zhang Yang. Why don't they standardize a fixed attack interval? Wei Yan'er asked Zhang Yang as she had already forgot about being angry at him. Zhang Yang thought for a while and answered. I think, this kind of attack interval weapon would be dropped by non-important bosses. I think that the strongest boss would drop the strongest weapon. You know? To make a difference. On the other hand, faster attack interval would only increase the trigger rate of the weapon effect. It's one way to reimburse the lower attack damage of the weapon. Just like the first boss Jenny, Lanier had only dropped 1 piece of grey silver tier equipment and 3 more green copper tier equipment. The party did not even peek at the weapon properties and tossed them all to Zhang Yang to sell it at his little merchandise shop. Little Yang, the 2 boss that we had just defeated, was very easy. Why would other guild would need to take 3 days to defeat them? Fatty Han asked. To be able to defeat the boss at such speed was not all because of Zhang Yang's previous experience in his past life, it was also because of the proper battle tactics. With overwhelming teammates like Zhang Yang tank ability and Hanning Shui supporting power, the battle was only then rendered to be easy. Zhang Yang shook his head and laughed. Well. We have about super damager little brat in our party. Wei Yan'er immediately praised Zhang Yang while patting her chest proudly. Ha! Noob tank. I always knew that you're a bastard. But you're a bastard with an exceptional eye to see my strength. Everyone laughed together. Following the staircase upward, the party arrived to the 3rd floor. Based on the structure of the castle, every floor was about just the same, hollow in the middle with 2 pathways splitting the castle into 2 wings. Both wings were identical with rooms and sliding doors. The only different on every floor was the monster that occupied it. This floor, their monsters were male human guard dressed in an elegant ceremonial costume. Their age differ from one another. Just like the 2nd floor, there were group in pairs and they were standing in front of the room doors. Castle Guard, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 44. HP, 88,000. Shush. Zhang Yang slid across the floor with charge and used horizontal sweep and deal more than 1,500 damage to both of the guards. Disturbing guests. Both of the guards cried out and thrust their fist at Zhang Yang. Ding. You have been affected by uppercut. Stunned for 5 seconds. When the guards had stunned Zhang Yang, they ignored him on one end and aimed at the other party member and attack. Luckily, Endless Starlight had the skill Justice Defense and temporary take over the tank role for Zhang Yang. Wei Yenair laughed at Zhang Yang, TCH noob tank, you're so incompetent. You can't even pull monster properly. Yo. That little brat had just ridiculed Zhang Yang, but not only the uppercut had stunned Zhang Yang, it had also temporarily cleared all aggro value on the target. It made group killing to be impossible for them. The party then proceed on forward step by step, one pair of monsters at a time. Luckily, there were 2 tanks in the party. When one was stunned and ignored, the other tank would take over. If Zhang Yang was alone, the rest of the party member would have to rely on status effect skills to survive until Zhang Yang could recover from the stun. Very soon, the party made their way to the third boss. The boss was a rather well-built and sturdy man. He was the looks of a 30-years-old man. A fine, formal, and rather exquisite clothing was worn. Sitting on a magnificent chair, the man was drinking from a wineglass. Count Demisun, Master Walter's brother, Grey Silver, humanoid. Level, 46. HP, 1,400,000. This boss will be slightly harder, said Zhang Yang as he cleared his throat. 100 Shots scratched his head and said, I hear that many guilds were stuck here. Little Yang, don't beat around the bush. Just tell us straight, said Fatty Han hurriedly. He was trying to push everyone to defeat the castle interior dungeon to prove that their guild was the strongest. The boss strategy is rather easy. He had 2 skill. One would be used on the tank, and the other will be a random pick. The one that will be used on the tank is straightforward. It's just a rather strong damage skill that I will take care of it. As for the other skill, the boss will target 2 random players and cast some sort of explosive parasite. If the parasite is not killed off in time, then the player would, boom, die. Explode. The damage is 100% percentage of HP, so, even if you're a level 300 player with celestial tier equipment, you would still die by this skill. Oh. Then it's simple. When the bug comes out, we should just target the bugs, said Daffodil confused. Zhang Yang shook his head. The bugs would be invisible to others. Only the players that are inflicted with the bugs would be able to see and attack the bugs for 20 seconds. Furthermore, because the bugs are implanted inside the body, the person cannot target and attack the bugs in their own body. Only the other party could attack the bugs on the other player. The explosive bug would incubate for 20 seconds, but HP is 10,000. If the targeted players are attacker class, it would pose much problem. But if the targeted players were healer or tank, then it would be a little troublesome. Endless Starlight blinked his eyes rapidly and said, You consider yourself a low attacking class? The rest of them nodded their head. Zhang Yang shrugged. He had a few tricks up his sleeves like the Eagle Eye and the Cripple Defense that could ignore 50% defense value after 5 stacks. His damage was not at all low. Oh. Hold on to the beginner power potion. Only use the potion to fight the bug. Remember. When the boss activates the parasite skill, be sure to find your partner and kill the bug on the other person's body, said Zhang Yang. The only obstacle for this boss is the parasite. If we can overcome this problem, the boss would only be a piece of cake. If any of the bugs exploded, we would not be surviving this round then. Shit. Hey. Kick Starlight out of the party. This guy is the weakest in DPS. Anyone who would be partnering with him would surely die. This guy is the enemy under our nose. Fatty Han started to make fun of Endless Starlight. Endless Starlight started to sob with tears flowing down his cheek. Woo, please Fatty bro. I don't mean to be that weak. Hey, don't bully Starlight. He is an honest boy, said 100 Shots. If he is an honest boy, I am Brad Pitt and Zhang Yang is Chuck Norris's apprentice. Alright. Calm your tits Fatty. I'm starting the fight now. Remember to kill the bugs. Zhang Yang took out the sword and reminded the party again. Yeah. Grandma, everyone said in unison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, The Third Boss, Demi-Sun. Chapter 168, The Third Boss, Demi-Sun. Look what the cat dragged in. Who are these worms that would intrude my brother's castle, said Demi-Sun loudly as he stood up. He glanced the party and threw the glass on the floor furiously. Too bad you're all just too weak. I would have sent you all to kill my brother. Then I could rule this castle. Oh my. I have slipped it out my little secret. Ho ho ho. Looks like I'll have to silence you my own way. While the boss was giving his opening speech, everyone was stuck in place, unable to do anything until Demison's speech had ended. Die, cried Demi-san as he charged towards the party. When Zhang Yang regained control of his character, he immediately used charge and met Demison's attack head-on. -613. Normal attack. Crippled defense. -161. Crippled defense damage. Even though the damage Zhang Yang had just caused wasn't much, it still angered Demi-san. As a noble race, how could he let anything land an attack on him? The higher a boss level, the better the AI system control it would be. Demi-san growled and threw a punch to retaliate. -2135. Zhang Yang had block, but he did not use it to negate the boss attack. He took the attack head-on. This was because he knew that the boss would use a skill that was similar to his own destructive smash. Not only would the attack be stronger, it also carried a 50% healing reduction with it. The cooldown of the boss skill is 8 seconds. He must reserve block just for that skill alone. If he mistakenly uses block for other attacks instead, he would eventually be inflicted with the healing reduction debuff and Haning Shui would not be able to heal him in time. Weaklings. Give up already. Surrender to my ultimate power. Demison's right hand glowed bloody red and he tackled Zhang Yang. Ding. Demi-san used destructive claw. Block. Within a span of a millisecond, Zhang Yang had spontaneously activated block and negated the skill. Still, Zhang Yang possessed many other life-preserving skills, so in the case where he really took a direct hit or two from the destructive claw he would have survived. However, prevention is always better than cure. Once Zhang Yang had attacked the monster, the party began to lay down hell from above. None of them were worried about getting OT. As long as Zhang Yang was the main tank, all would be well. Before Demi-san unleashes the explosive bugs, he was but a sitting rock. Besides hurling stones at the tank, the rest of the party members was not majorly affected by the boss. Even Haning Shui had a relatively leisure role to play. She only needed to make sure that regeneration was always ticking on and throw in the occasional brilliant light, higher healing, and other healing spells. She did not even need to use Holy Shield once. 95%, 93%, 90%. Demi-san suddenly stopped attacking and raised his left and right hands to point at 100 shots in Wei Yin air. Ah! My children! Explosive bugs! Time for your meal! Shush! Shush! 2 bloody red hues beamed towards them and entered their bodies. Ding! Player Drizzler had received the effect Explosive Bug. Ding! Player 100 Shots had received the effect Explosive Bug. To the other players, 100 Shots and Wei Yin Air had not experienced any changes. But in their own eyes, they could see a red bug growing from their body. The bug had a tag reading incubating and a 20-second countdown timer. Explosive Bug, Normal, Summon. Level, 46. HP, 10,000. 100 Shots immediately switched his aim to the bug on Wei Yin Air. He took a beginner power potion and activated Beast Link, gaining a massive surge of damage power for just a short duration. He shot an arrow and commanded his pet, Storm Wolf, to attack together with him. Both the hunter and his pet shared the same field of vision. 100 Shots had completed the level 30 class quest at a level difficulty. The rewards for the class quest was the skill Beast Link, which added 75% ranged damage. Beginner Fire Potion had provided an extra 20% damage. Both of the bonus damage buffs had turned 100 Shots into a god killer for the moment. In just a mere 4 seconds while Wei Yin Air had ran towards him, 100 Shots had taken away close to 6,400 HP of the bug. However, when Wei Yin Air entered beyond his minimum range, he was unable to attack anymore and switched his target back to the boss instead. He let the pet finish the job for him. These were the perks of a hunter, or rather, a Beastmaster class. Compared to the other subclass, the sniper, a Beastmaster had the advantage of having a pet that added DPS. Its attacks were at least 40% of the original attack power of its master. With 16 seconds more for the bug to hatch and explode, 100 Shots pet had around 400 DPS, which was more than enough time to destroy the bug. Wei Yin Air wielded her axe and continuously slashed at 100 Shots' chest, dealing a continuous chain of attacks at 300 plus each. She managed to kill the bug in just 11 seconds. Within that time, 100 Shots pet had also managed to kill off the bug on Wei Yin Air. First round's bug removal success. Half a minute later, Demi-san HP had dropped by another 10% and triggered the second round of the explosive bugs. Ding! Player Endless Starlight had received the effect Explosive Bug. Ding! Player Little Snow had received the effect Explosive Bug. This was just the worst of luck. the boss would actually pick the lowest DPS among the entire party. Han Ningxue quickly consumed a bottle of Beginner Power Potion. Punishment Ray deals 150% holy damage to a target. Casting time, 2 seconds. Minus 1815. Han Ningxue originally had over than 1000 damage, but with a 20% damage boost from the potion, and the high attack damage from Punishment Ray, she could easily destroy the bug under 20 seconds. After just 2 shots of Punishment Ray, Endless Starlight had reached Han Ningxue. He knew that he had low damaging power, which was why he had reserved his long cooldown skills for situations like these, since his attacks would not cause any considerate damage to the boss. Minus 223. Shield Toss. Minus 721. Strong Hammer. Minus 216. Commanding Seal. Minus 725. Normal Attack. Minus 216. Commanding Seal. Minus 446. Justice Bash. Minus 1081. Judgment. The defender's strongest advantage over the Guardian was that all skills depended on MP, meaning that a defender would be able to unleash all his skills as long as he had enough MP. However, once he has used up all his skills, there is the matter of the skills cooldown. Just like any main character in any anime out there, once all skills have been thrown out, he would be in a weakened state soon after. A defender would have to wait for his skill to finish its cooldown. Luckily, the explosive bug had 0 defense and magic defense, which was why any job could deal damage at their maximum potential. The most awkward situation for a defender was MP problem. A defender's equipment was mostly just had a little intelligence bonus, causing their MP to be only just a little. Once all their skills were used, only just one round, all their MP would be drained completely. This class could recover MP by depending on their skill Divine Shield. Divine Shield works by absorbing damage and recovers 10% MP. Defender had another skill called Grace to recover MP based on HP healed. This allows defenders to continue their fight in a battle. However, since explosive bugs are just a sitting duck, it would only take attack without returning any damage. When facing an enemy that would not return attack, defender would not be able to recover their MP. Since the monster would not attack him, Divine Shield would not be in effect. And since he had not lost any HP, Grace would not be in effect since he would not be receiving any heals. Once Endless Starlight had used all his skills, he was then faced with a huge problem. He had only left 1/3 of his MP left. Luckily, he wielded a level 40 Grey Silver weapon, dishing out rather high normal attacks. Every time he attacked, he would inflict an additional 30% holy damage. His DPS was at least around 340. However, to be able to kill of 10,000 HP in 16 seconds was another question. In just 12 seconds, Han Ningxue was able to destroy the explosive bug on Endless Starlight. However, the explosive bug on her own body was still alive. It had 3,500 HP left. Starlight! What are you doing? Kill it already! Han Ningxue cried out in concern. What's the situation? Have you managed to kill the bugs? Asked Zhang Yang. While Han Ningxue was preoccupied with killing the bugs, Zhang Yang had summoned Merlinda's shadow to heal him instead. The bug on Endless Starlight has been destroyed. But the one on me is still here. Han Ningxue knew that it would not help if she got all worked up about it. In the meantime, she turned around and healed Zhang Yang. If Endless Starlight failed to destroy the bug on her, she could still contribute a little more to the party before she dies. Endless Starlight was even more nervous than she was. The effect of the Beginner Power Potion was ending soon. By then, his attacks would be reduced drastically, which would make things even harder to kill. Zhang Yang immediately noticed Endless Starlight's MP status and barked out orders. 100 shots, hit Starlight. Bitches know, heal him as he goes. 100 shots had no idea what Zhang Yang was planning, but his faith towards him was enough to make him obey the order without hesitation. He immediately enabled Friendly Fire and attacked Endless Starlight. Shying. Han Ningxue healed Endless Starlight back to full health after he was damaged by 100 shots. With Grace finally in effect, Endless Starlight had recovered more than 80 MP. Just like a famished man who was given a warm meal, Endless Starlight smiled widely and cried, "Thanks guys. I really needed the help." Wham! He cast more skills on the bug. 100 shots continued to attack Endless Starlight while Han Ningxue continued to heal him, giving him the opportunity to recover as much MP as he needed. Wham! Bam! Endless Starlight spent all his freshly regained MP into attacking the explosive bug. 16 seconds, 17 seconds, 18 seconds, 19 seconds. 3,000. 2,000. 1,000. 0. Endless Starlight managed to kill the bug in the nick of time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I did it. Did you see that? I did it. Jumping with immense excitement, Endless Starlight was screaming in celebration as he had survived the mental ordeal. The excitement was perhaps even more than actually defeating a boss. Ha ha. Good job. Zhang Yang laughed. Since the two lowest damage dealers in our party could defeat the bugs, I would safely say that this boss is going to be a piece of cake. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, Rather Spirited Momentum. Chapter 169, Rather Spirited Momentum. Ding. Player Zhang Yu has received the effect Explosive Bug. Ding. Player Frost Knight has received the effect Explosive Bug. The third wave of the explosive bugs landed on the two strongest DPS in the party. Sun Xianyu turned around immediately and brandishing her blades around, dealing explosive damage to the bug on Zhang Yang. However, her strongest damaging skill was rear attack. As the name of the skill implied, the skill would only activate when the user was attacking the target's back. Since these explosive bugs did not have a rear to begin with, Sun Xianyu was left with no choice but to rely on malign attack. Malign attack is a skill that would only cause instantaneous damage based on the primary weapon, with 100% melee attack. Its damage could not be compared to that of rear attack. What more, a single attack from a dagger weapon is severely low. Even if Sun Xianyu's current primary weapon is a level 40 Grey Silver tier, her damage was a little over 600. Luckily the explosive bug did not have any defense value, which allowed even her secondary weapon to inflict substantial damage and to cover the loss of her original destructive power. Because of those reasons, however, Sun Xianyu's damage power had lost to Zhang Yang. When she finally destroyed the bug, Zhang Yang had already been attacking the boss for at least 4 seconds. The prideful Sun Xianyu could not help but feel helpless. Zhang Yang turned around and made a provoking face that read, "I win. You lose," which only angered her further. She continued her attack on the boss back and attacked him, unleashing the rage that had been bottled up inside her. Demi-Sun would cast explosive bug at every 10% HP bracket. This was truthfully the toughest part of the boss fight. Fortunately, the team's weakest pair of DPS could destroy the bugs within the duration span. This would mean that the boss was a piece of cake for the entire party. 70%, 40%, 10%. It was just a matter of time now. No. I cannot die just yet. I have not yet become the master of the Shadow Moon Castle. I cannot die. I cannot die. The boss fell defeated only after 6 minutes into the battle with the party. Phew. Everyone sighed a breath of relief. This was by far the boss that had gave the party a sense of challenge, a fight full of excitement. Zhang Yang sighed loudly and called out to Wei Yan'er. "Little brat. Go and loot the droppings. I'm logging off to fix my biological problem." "Big Boss Zhang Yu, you have a biological problem?" asked Endless Starlight quietly. "Ha ha ha ha." Fatty Han laughed abruptly, whilst patting Endless Starlight's shoulder furiously with his flabby hands. "That's right. Lit Yang has a severe case of biological problem. What a tragedy. How sad." In a non-city non-safe zone area, an additional 20 seconds was required before anyone could log off. Zhang Yang could still hear what those two were talking about and replied furiously. "Hey. I had no problem with that part of my body. F***ck you fatty. You'd better not say anything." Before he could finish his sentence, the 20-second time had completed and Zhang Yang was logged out of the game. He quickly went to the toilet and hastily made his way back into the game. When he entered the game, his character reappeared close to the boss' dead body. By then, everyone else was looking at him as if they were looking at a strange experimental product, with a hint of amusement in their face. "Damn you fatty. What did you say while I was gone?" Zhang Yang screamed at Fatty Han. Fatty Han shrugged his shoulder off like nothing had happened and said, "Nothing much. If you had nothing to hide, what were you afraid of? Mother ******. When you say something like that, even the sun would rise from the sea and set in the sky." Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "F***ck it. I'm too lazy to deal with you. Little brat? Time for the loots." Wei Yan'er walked over to the body while shaking in fear. She turned her head towards Zhang Yang slowly and said, "Hey, noob T-Tank. Why you wouldn't be asking me to follow you in your V-van for sea candies, right? WTF. What did that F***ket up fatty pig say to this girl?" Zhang Yang stared angrily at Fatty Han and turned away. "Relax, little girl. This handsome man does not have love for flat-chested petite lolas. Damn! You actually called yourself handsome. Need I remind you that you have only a slightly above average look? Wei Yan'er talked back while rolling her eyes at him. I'm telling you. You better go Korea and have your face fixed a little. If not, you might randomly scare other flora and fauna alike. Zhang Yang laughed and said, since when could this little girl talk like that? Wei Yan'er snickered. My cousin's sister taught me that. Han Yingshui expressed a rather contented expression while crossing her arms below her magnificent breasts, causing them to slightly bounce about. Wei Yan'er continued joking and went over to the loots. Helheim boots, gray-silver, leather armor. Defense, plus 12. Vitality, plus 48. Strength, plus 8. Agility, plus 24. Unidentified. Level requirement, 40. Everyone rolled for it and Sun Xin won the item. The next few items were all just green copper grade equipment. The party chose to let Zhang Yang keep them all. Damn! We're strong. We could just defeat the boss in one try. Ha, said Fatty Han with a rather jubilant expression, self-praising shamelessly. I really want to just log onto the forum and post our achievement. Let the world know that we, the Lone Desert Smoke, could achieve anything, even the first clear achievement if we wanted to. Humph. Let them come, be it one sword stroke, they are nothing to our Zhang Yang here. Zhang Yang quickly cut in, that player, one sword stroke is really strong though. If Zhang Yang had not been reborn anew into this world, one sword stroke would undoubtedly be the best tank in the entire of China. His strength and that of his team had earned him the greatest honor and pride in China. Soon, all that stood against him would fall defeated under his achievement. I was slow last time, I didn't had a chance to compete with you back then, but now, had Zhang Yang smiled and muttered by himself. I will be at the peak of it all and wait for you to come challenge me this time. The party went up to the 4th floor and last floor of the castle. The structure of the castle remained the same as ever, the only different was the monsters. This time, the monsters were soldiers, carrying long swords and shield. Wolfman Soldier, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 45. HP, 90,000. A warrior-type monster would basically have Tornado Cleave and Dividing Slash. Try not to stand in front of the monster and fight. If you have low HP, please move to their backs or sides. Zhang Yang took out his sword and used charge and stunned one of the monsters ahead. The monsters on this floor were also in pairs. When one of them was stunned, the other growled furiously and slashed Zhang Yang. Minus 492. Zhang Yang slashed the monster but only dealt small, petty damage on it. Damn. This monster is just the same as I am. A guardian. His defense is so strong. Perhaps even stronger than mine. It must be more than 400 points. With that passive 20% damage reduction and 90,000 HP, it would be a good bait if I could control this monster to tank a boss, but... When charge stun effect wore off, Zhang Yang cast Blast Wave and stunned both the monsters with only minus 97 damage. Sun Xianu and the rest of the party tried their best, using status ailment skills to stun the monster and prevent them from casting Tornado Cleave. As such, the party was stuck there for half an hour, advancing slowly. Only then did the party make their way to a large hall. At the far end of the hall, there was a man, fully clad in armor that covered his entire body. Even his face was completely covered in the silver metal helmet, masking his appearance from the world. Wielding a large two-handed axe in his hands, the man was guarding a large entrance behind him. The only thing that revealed were his bloodshot eyes. The red glint that expressed fierce killing intent was cold and frightening. Blood Guardian Angelo, Gray-Silver, Humanoid. Level, 47. HP, 1,500,000. Note, Master Waller's loyal follower. What pride is there for a boss to guard an entrance? Wei Yan'er was frowning. Zhang Yang laughed. Once we kill him, the last boss beyond the door would be Master Waller. How do we fight? Everyone stared at Zhang Yang. Every time they party would relied on him for the battle plan, Zhang Yang would always pretend to be humble. He faked a cough to get everyone's attention and began to explain. This boss is easy but not easy. It's hard, but it's not hard. What the hell? Almost everyone rolled their eyes. Zhang Yang laughed and said, it's true. I'm not lying. Remember the time I told you to collect some equipment with vitality bonus? Now it's the time to use them. The boss has one ulti, well, technically it's several skills put together. First, the boss will randomly pick a player and cast a skill called something something demon. I can't remember the skill's name, but the effect of the skill is to create a mirror image of the selected player. The generated mirror image of the player will have around the same attack as the player himself. However, its HP was just 10,000 HP. Just like the explosive bug from earlier, only the selected player could see and attack the mirror image. If you do not kill the summoned image, it will remain forever there. If the player was picked again the second time, it will generate another image and so on, so forth. The image, or shadow, must be killed off as soon as possible since it will disrupt the party attack. The defeated shadow will drop something like a blood fragment that would be used in the finale. After the boss uses the shadow summon skill, it will cast a shield on himself, causing him to be immune to all attacks. He will also recover 3% HP every second for 33 seconds. That means that, unless we break the shield, the boss would recover full HP and we would have to start all over again, but the only way to defeat the boss is to kill the summon image, get the fragment and break the shield on the boss. However, we should not simply use the fragment as soon as we obtain any of them. Once the shield on the boss is broken, it will unleash a skill that would damage everyone in the room by 50-100 fire damage. That was why I had asked you to collect high vitality equipment. Zhang continued, now that you've listened to what I've said, I'll summarize it all. Kill the shadow, heal everyone to full health, and finally break the shield. If Endless Starlight was picked, I'm afraid that we would only manage to break the boss shield when he is healed by more than 200%. Fatty Han teased Endless Starlight. Endless Starlight was rather down during the explosive bug fight. But now that was over and all, Endless Starlight was confident that he could surpass this level as well. Ha ha. Just you wait and see, . Whoa! We got a badass cherry boy over here, cried Fatty Han. Everyone changed into their own high vitality equipment and beefed up themselves. When everyone else was doing just fine, Daffodil Daydream was falling behind the absolute safe line since she had joined the party rather late. The equipment that she had was rather inferior to the rest of the party member. Unlike Endless Starlight that could immediately gain extra 1600 HP just by equipping a new shield, Daffodil Daydream is nowhere near to the safe HP limit. She was so anxious about it that she could start crying. Han Shui laughed at her reaction and consoled her. Relax, Daffy. When we will break the boss shield, I will put a holy shield on you. The shield could absorb at least 2000 damage. It's the same as having an extra 2000 HP in hand. After listening to Han Shui's explanation, Daffodil Daydream finally relaxed and wiped her tears away. Alright. Prepare to fight. Once we defeat this boss, we would finally face Master Waller. Zhang unsheathed his sword and cried. Same old style. Only use the power potion when you need it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, Blood Guardian Angelo. Chapter 170, Blood Guardian Angelo. Angelo seemed to be a true warrior with a rather dignified look. When Zhang entered his aggro zone, Angelo did not open his mouth to say anything unnecessary and only swung his huge axe at Zhang. The silver, pale metal axe was coated in dried blood on the blade. One could only imagine exactly how many people he has killed, or perhaps drained their blood dry. Block. Other than the protection of the shield, he had nothing special to offer. His attack power was nothing much, yet it was the only thing that he depended on whenever his shield breaks. He would try to keep his attackers at bay with sheer attacks, capable of pushing healers to heal until they were out of MP. The boss would only use normal attacks on Zhang. There was no need for Zhang to rely on block to survive as he usually did, unless he was up against an ulti. Minus 2123. After the second attack only did he manage to damage Zhang. However, the boss had already received 3 stacks of crippled defense and had his own defense value drop significantly. Crippled defense. Crippled defense. Completing the maximum 5 layers of crippled defense, Zhang had rendered the boss to be completely naked as he fought him. Every attack was completely disregarding his defense. Sun Xinu and everyone else had surrounded the boss and pushed themselves to attack as fast as they can. Since the boss had other self-defensive measures hidden up his sleeves, they could not afford to drag the battle for long. 99%, 97%, 95%. Bit by bit the boss HP dropped down like an old man walking down the stairs. Demon from the abyss. Heed my call and engulf Drizzler's soul. 10 seconds into the battle, Angelo raised both his hands in the air and activated a skill. Ding! Angelo has used Demon's Call. Right in front of her, a mirror image character of Drizzler appeared. With a dark hue and a translucent body, the summoned shadow character was a splitting image of her. Demonic Shadow, Normal, Summon. Level, 41. HP, 10,000. Once the shadow appeared, the aggro was automatically fixed to Wei Yin Air. However, as the timing would have it, Han Shui had cast a healing spell on Zhang Yang, drawing the aggro away from Wei Yen to herself. Wei Yen shouted angrily, "Bastard, don't run away! Don't you dare look down on me! I will chop you up into ground meat!" She quickly broke formation from her spot beside the boss and chased after the demonic shadow. In the eyes of everyone, she was inexplicably talking to the air, murderously raising her axe and dashing towards Han Shui. Slash! She slashed in Han Shui's general direction with her axe. -1328. In the meantime, Han Shui screamed and a damage text appeared above her head. She then stared at Wei Yen and said, "You little brat. You should hit the shadow, why are you hitting me?" "No, it was the shadow that slashed you and I'm avenging you." "You are my cousin, how could I possibly slash you?" Wei Yen quickly answered, feeling that she was wrongly blamed. In the eyes of Wei Yen, demonic shadow turned around to face her instead of attacking Han Shui. Similarly, demonic shadow also slashed towards Wei Yen with axe. -1334. 2296. One normal strike and one tornado cleave totaled up to a massive amount, taking off Wei Yen's HP by 3600, but... "Sister, quickly help me." Wei Yen was well aware of her own skills, and destructive smash has not been used by demonic shadow yet. After she passed the quest at a difficulty, she had a 50% healing reduction effect along with the 150% melee damage of the skill, which was very powerful. Han Shui had cast regeneration on Wei Yen at the same time, she also cast healing bond so both of them healed about 1000 HP, and finally she cast a holy shield on Wei Yen. Damage absorb. Demonic shadow slashed Wei Yen again, but this time the damage was fully absorbed by holy shield. However, the 50% healing reduction effect from the attack, destructive smash, still appeared across Wei Yen's head. Wei Yen already summoned her servant, Censure Guard, and attacked demonic shadow together. 100 shots and Fatty Han's companion aura was effective on the servant as well. Although it was only increased 3% damage, it was still worthwhile, but... Even though the demonic shadow's HP was higher than Wei Yen's HP, a peerless healer was standing behind her, so however much damage she took from demonic shadow would be covered by healing. 10 seconds later, demonic shadow turned into a ray of white light and crashed down on the ground. Wei Yen quickly picked up a blood-red shiny thorn from demonic shadow's corpse. Evil blood thorn, consumable. Use, dispel Angelo's devil shield. Little brat, do not immediately use evil blood thorn when Angelo is casting devil shield, wait for demonic snow to cast a holy shield on Daffodil Daydream first. Zhang Yang promptly reminded Wei Yen. "You are such a nag, am I that stupid?" Wei Yen pursed her lips. Another 10 seconds later, right after another attack from Angelo, he shouted, "Demon from the abyss, heal me." Immune. A black-colored light shield immediately encircled Angelo, and the debuffs from destructive smash and deadly poison effects appeared across his head were all dispelled. He even gained immunity to all the attacks from Zhang Yang and the gang. Still, Angelo never stopped attacking Zhang Yang and continued hacking away with his axe. Ding! Angelo has obtained Devil Shield S effect. Recover 3% HP every second and immune to all damage. Lasts for 33 seconds. Han Shui immediately cast a holy shield on Daffodil Daydream and yelled, "Yen, break the shield." Wei Yen had already taken out the evil blood thorn from her inventory and was at the ready. Once after she heard Han Shui giving the order, she promptly targeted Angelo and selected evil blood thorn. Ding! Angelo's Devil Shield S effect has dispelled. -4000. -5000. -5000. Angelo's shield was broken and scattered into pieces of black color flames which shot towards Zhang Yang and the gang, and huge damage texts floated over all of their heads. Han Shui quickly cast Holy Prayer and Regeneration on everyone. Fortunately, Angelo's melee attacks were not any powerful. While healing the tank, Han Shui also had enough time to recover everyone's HP to full. Nevertheless, Angelo's HP recovered from 88% to 94%, which wasted half their efforts. 10 seconds later, Angelo used another Demon's Call and a mirror image character of 100 shots appeared. Conversely, Demon's Call would only clone the shadow of player and not pets, therefore, the attack power from Hunter's shadow would definitely be much lower. 100 shots was a beast master and almost half of his attacks came from his pet. So how could the demonic shadow defeat 100 shots if Demon's Call didn't clone 100 shots pet? Besides, demonic shadow's aggro was drawn by 100 shots pet. So, demonic shadow was foolishly fighting against 100 shots pet. On the other hand, how could a cornered melee hunter produce high damage? Thus, Han Shui did not need to be distracted and 100 shots defeated the demonic shadow easily. A beastmaster's pet could share its master's attributes, thus, the stronger its master, the stronger the pet it is. Currently, 100 Shots had 5,240 HP while his pet, Windwolf, had 5,920 HP, which was much higher HP than its master. Han Shui had the previous experience of Angelo's Devil Shield S effect. She casted a Holy Shield on Daffodil Daydream 5 seconds in advance. So, when Angelo used his Devil Shield, Han Shui immediately shouted, "100 Shots, break the shield!" Shoot! Angelo only got to recover his HP once before his shield was dispelled again. The shield, which broke into pieces, caused massive damage to the gang once again. 85%. It was really hard to fight against Angelo, as the gang had clearly reduced 22% of Angelo's HP, but Angelo in turn had abruptly recovered 9% of his HP. 10 seconds later, right after Devil's Shield was dispelled, the third Demon's Call was used by Angelo once again. This time, a mirror image character of Endless Starlight appeared. Endless Starlight fought against Demonic Shadow confidently this time, as Demonic Shadow would fight back and he did not need to worry about running out of MP anymore. Luckily, this Demonic Shadow was a clone of Endless Starlight, but obviously it did not know how to heal using Sacred Protection or Sacred Heal. Otherwise, the gang would need to surrender if any Defender, Guardian or Healing classes were selected by Demon's Call. In spite of Demonic Shadow's high defense value and most of Endless Starlight's damage being holy damage, the damage wasn't affected by defense value. Even so, when Endless Starlight was fighting against Demonic Shadow, Angelo had already used Devil Shield for 3 seconds. "Starlight, hurry up and throw the thorn." Han Shui already cast a Holy Shield on Daffodil Daydream. Endless Starlight hurriedly picked up Evil Blood Thorn and quickly threw it towards Angelo without aiming carefully. Shoot! Angelo's Devil Shield broken into pieces once again and causing huge damage to everyone. His HP recovered from 74% to 86%, which was 1% higher than the second time the shield was broken. Endless Starlight felt so sorry and guilty. He said, "I'm sorry. If apologizing is so useful, then it is pointless to have the police." Wei Yan'er gave a short laugh. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "It's alright, we just need to fight a little bit longer." But everyone was clear about usual pattern of Angelo using his skills. 10 seconds after breaking Devil Shield, Angelo would use Demon's Call, and 20 seconds later, Angelo would use Devil Shield once again. Thus, players had only 20 seconds to kill Demonic Shadow and pick up the Evil Blood Thorn. The fourth time of Demon's Call, a mirror image character of Han Yu appeared. Zhang Yang immediately yelled, "Demon Snow, focus and kill the Demonic Shadow, do not bother about me." Han Shui answered Zhang Yang, but she still cast Regeneration on Zhang Yang before casting a Holy Shield on herself. After that, she started to cast Punishment Ray on Demonic Shadow. Demonic Shadow would not know how to use healing skills, so its only attack skill was Punishment Ray. Demonic Shadow immediately fought back against Han Shui. -1,812. -1,831. -1,819. -1,823. Damage absorb. -542. -1,523. -1,511. Although it was the same Punishment Ray attack, Han Shui drank a beginner power potion just now, so her attack power had instantly increased by 20%. However, the disadvantage of being healer class was shown. By the fourth time both of them had cast Punishment Ray on each other, Demonic Shadow had about 2,800 remaining HP while Han Shui had only 1,700 HP. If both of them continued casting on each other like that, they would die at the same time. Luckily, this was Han Shui. She still had an instantaneous healing skill, which was Mending Prayers. Even if she never learned Mending Prayers, Zhang Yang still had 2 skills to aid teammates, which were Sacrifice and Vanguard's Aggression. So, it was unnecessary for Han Shui to worry about being killed. Han Shui used only 12 seconds to defeat the Demonic Shadow. She immediately picked up Evil Bloodthorn and waited for Angelo to use Devil Shield. "Demon from the Abyss, heal me." Angelo shouted loudly and activated Devil Shield. Han Shui cast a Holy Shield on Daffodil Daydream and threw the Evil Bloodthorn towards Angelo. Shoot! Demon Shield had broken. Angelo recovered his HP once and back to 78% HP. "It is really tiring killing this boss," Fatty Han complained. Even though they successfully break the shield right after Angelo recovered his HP once, the HP recovery was 3%, which was also equal to 45,000 HP. "Cut the bull sh*t and just fight the boss," Sun Xin coldly said. Fatty Han suddenly had a cold sweat and dared not to voice out anymore. But he personally sent a private message to Zhang Yang, "Little Yang, I never thought that you would favor girls with strong personality. You dared keep such a tough girl. This is the first time I'm not envious of you having the luck to be adored by a pretty girl. Zhang Yang got speechless and replied, cut your bull crap and continue attacking the boss. F***ck, you are really acting like her husband already. Sigh, somebody had hoes before brothers, I despise you. Because Angelo had HP recovery skills, if the gang could break the shield once Angelo casted Devil Shield, then they could reduce about 15% of Angelo's HP every minute. But if they were unsuccessful in breaking the Devil Shield in the beginning, sometimes Angelo's HP reduction could be much lesser than his HP recovery. They worked so hard and successfully reduced Angelo's HP to 6% in 9 minutes. They had used such a long time to fight Angelo, that even though Han Shui had her skill costs reduced by 75%, she was at her limit. If it was not due to the fact that she was an expert in MP management, her MP would be totally running out. Still, she had only 7% of her MP remaining. What was most unfortunate was that Demon's Call selected Han Shui this time. After killing Demonic Shadow, her MP was almost depleted and she did not even have enough MP to heal her HP to full. Ranged positions stand behind melee and I will use Vanguard's aggression. Zhang Yang immediately made a decision without hesitation. 5 seconds later, Angelo used Devil Shield. Zhang Yang hurriedly caged everyone into his Vanguard's aggression S protection barrier. At the same time, he also used Shield Wall. Both Han Shui and Zhang Yang had an unspoken bond, and then she immediately threw the evil Bloodthorn. Shoot! Angelo's shield broken into pieces again. With the effect of Vanguard's aggression, it almost nullified the damage on everyone. Demon Snow, don't need to heal anyone and use this few seconds to recover your MP. Zhang Yang said. He also used the necklace, Heart of Fallen Warrior, and Angelo's damage was instantly reduced to about 500. In God's Miracle, spellcasters would recover their MP by relying on Spirit Attribute during combat. But this had to follow the so-called 5 seconds principle where the spellcaster needs to stop casting any spells or skills for 5 seconds before the MP recovery that relied on the Spirit Attribute would kick in. 10 seconds later, Han Shui's MP recovered to 7% while Angelo remained at 5% HP. Angelo used another Demon's Call and Endless Starlight was selected this time. Don't bother about Demonic Shadow, everyone focus and fight against Angelo. If we don't kill him this round, we are going to be annihilated. Drink your power potion if it is not in cooldown and release all the damage you could to Angelo. Zhang Yang shouted loudly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, Fight Against Master Waller. Chapter 171, Fight Against Master Waller. Except for Han Shui and Sun Xinu, the rest of the party used their beginner power potion S and frantically fought against Angelo. 4%. 3%. They still left 12 seconds to go before Angelo uses his Devil Shield. 2%. 9 seconds. 1%. 6 seconds. 0%. Ah! Angelo roared with anger, his helmet shattered into pieces, revealing a frighteningly ugly face as he crashed down. Ding! The party you are in has killed Blood Guardian Angelo. Obtained 187,550 EXP, 50 points party bonus. Yes! We defeated Angelo. The gang cheered and the atmosphere became lively. They were greatly relieved to escape from death. It was really thrilling, but it was so exciting as well. Dungeons like these are really interesting. Zhang Yang laughed and said. Everyone agreed with what he said. When defeating new bosses of unknown difficulties and circumstances, wasn't that the joy of playing the game? But only Fatty Han was uninspired and said, I'd rather that Angelo be easy to defeat. Sigh, Angelo got me so incredibly nervous. Wei Yenair walked over and looted Angelo's corpse. When she saw Angelo's ugly face, she could not help but said, no wonder this *TTY boss covered up his face, he's so ugly. Noob Tank, Angelo knew that he was ugly so he covered up his face. Why don't you find a cloth and cover up yours? Zhang Yang immediately glared at her and said, do I look so ugly to you? Exactly. By looking at your face, I don't need to watch a horror film anytime soon. Wei Yenair laughed non-stop. Zhang Yang felt helpless and sighed, little brat, go ahead and loot the corpse. Wei Yenair skipped to the corpse proudly, as if she just won a war. Steel helmet, gray-silver, heavy armor. Defense, plus 20. Vitality, plus 96. Strength, plus 48. Dexterity, plus 16. Unidentified. Level requirement, 40. Endless Starlight immediately said, heavy armor without intelligence, I'm not getting involved. Zhang Yang smiled and said, little brat, let's roll the dice. I don't want to roll the dice, you take it. You are still wearing level 20 set equipment, it looks so lame. You would lose our guild's face with such set equipment. Wei Yan'er shook her head and said. This little brat. Before they were fighting the fourth boss, Angelo, none of them were willing to move on from their level 20 grey-silver set equipment, and now she even dares to sneer at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang selected request and received the helmet. Since it was difficult to obtain the 5 set equipment effect, he immediately equipped the level 30 equipment he received previously. Zhang Yang kept his level 20 Brave Glove and changed all the other pieces of armor and boots to level 30 grey-silver equipment. His HP rocketed up to 7,760. His melee attack was now ranged from 816 to 868, which was slightly higher than previous melee attack, which ranged from 813 to 870. This showed that the 10% damage increase from 5 set equipment effect was actually powerful. Everyone did not show any interest in the remaining 4 green copper items, so they directly passed the items to Zhang Yang, knowing that they would share the money equally if the items were sold out. The others would not have minded much even if that wasn't the case. But Han Yingshui and Wei Yan'er were 2 money grubbers. They would not stop bothering Zhang Yang if he didn't share the money. Little Yang, after killing the final boss, I'm going to post this on the forum immediately and show it to those who look down on us. Fatty Han said it in anger. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, your dream may not come true today, but... Is it that hard to defeat Old Waller? Aren't you going to tell me that he is the Yellow Gold boss? Fatty Han started to be agitated. When the rest of the people heard the word Yellow Gold boss, all of their eyes shone and looked at Zhang Yang. The previous 4 bosses were indeed slowly increasing in level. Angelo's level was 47, so the level of the final boss, Master Waller, could be 50. Level 50 boss may be a Yellow Gold boss. Zhang Yang laughed out loud, shook his head and said, unfortunately, Master Waller is a grey-silver boss. But, don't feel disappointed yet, for Master Waller's value is still very high. This is because among all the bosses in God's Miracle, only Master Waller would drop the level 2 guild upgrade order. Guild upgrade order? What is that? Our Lone Desert Smoke is now a level 1 guild, and if we wanted to expand our guild scale and obtain more functions and features, only by using the level 2 guild upgrade order, could we upgrade to level 2 guild. There will be many advantages, such as our current 10% extra EXP obtained will increase to 20%. We could also buy the special mount, Storm and Gale Direwolf, from Guild Shop. The member slots of the guild could also hold up to 20,000 players. Zhang Yang thought in deep and continued saying, if we get the first kill of Master Waller, then the chances of dropping the guild upgrade order would be even higher. We will use the first guild upgrade order. If we get additional guild upgrade orders from this boss, we could sell it to other guilds. It will be totally no problem if we sell it at around 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins in the beginning. 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins. According to the current exchange rate, it would be about $1 million. Even if they divided it by 8, each of them would still obtain about $100,000. 100 Shots, Fatty Han, Endless Starlight and Daffodil Daydream were not born with a silver spoon or a powerful background, so $100,000 was not a small amount for them, and their faces said it all. Although Han Yingshui and Wei Yan'er were rich, both of them were the standard money grubbers, so both of their eyes shone even brighter. It was only Sun Xinu who was uninterested in the money and was indifferent as usual. Hurry up! Let's go! Wei Yan'er could not wait for it anymore and tugged at Zhang Yang's arm. Zhang Yang had wanted to tell them that it was not easy to defeat Master Waller, but now he that saw everyone being so enthusiastic, so he decided not to ruin the high morale. The gang opened up the door that Angelo watched over and entered the final boss, Master Waller's room. This is a spherical building, approximately 50 meters in diameter. However, the structure was empty, except for a humongous werewolf dead center. From the look on it, they could see that it had its eyes shut tight. Beneath him was a huge hexagonal magic seal, with beams of light blasting out from 6 edges of the hexagon into his body. Occasionally, the beam of light would change mysteriously. Master Waller, the master of Shadow Moon Castle, Grey Silver, humanoid. Level, 48. HP, 2 million. Master Waller was a yellow named Monster 1. This meant that Master Waller would only attack a player when it gets attacked. What is the strategy? Everyone gazed at Zhang Yang once again. Zhang Yang coughed a while and said, do you guys still remember the awakened wolf from the first boss, Jenny? Yes, increased 10% damage every second, which was very terrifying. All of them agreed. Zhang Yang smiled and said, Master Waller was a husband of Jenny, he is much stronger than Jenny. According to the official statement, werewolves were a race that disrespected the wolf god and were abandoned by wolf god. But this Master Waller is a genius among the werewolves. He could reconnect to Wolf God using magic circles and obtain similarly incredible strength like his ancestors obtained years ago. F***CK, Little Young, this is not a storytelling session now. Just tell us what the strategy to defeat the boss is. Fatty Han could not wait anymore and kept worrying that the server would announce that Imperial Sky has obtained the first clear. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, the backstory and Master Waller's skills are related, that's why I need to explain this in detail. In short, Master Waller is blessed by Wolf God, so Master Waller is extremely powerful. Any players below level 100 would be killed instantly if Master Waller struck anyone under normal conditions. Although Master Waller has obtained Wolf God's recognition once again, Master Waller has not yet completely become the Wolf God's representative. He is still in the progress of absorbing Wolf God's strength. Those are the ray of lights going towards Master Waller. Oh, I get it. We'll have to interrupt Master Waller from absorbing Wolf God's strength. We need to weaken him first and then only wipe him out. Wei Yan'er had finally become smart this time. Zhang Yang showed an exaggeratedly surprised expression and said, little brat, you finally figured out the trick? Is that really you? Noob tank. Wei Yan'er put her arm on her hips and shouted loudly. Zhang Yang laughed happily and continued elaborating, the hexagram magic circle appearing on the ground is the source of power for Master Waller. We need to send 6 persons to block each ray of lights, so that Master Waller's damage will be reduced to 10%. Those who are blocking the lights, you do not need to stand on the pole where the light is emitted from, you guys just need to block the lights from him. It sounds easy. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, the lights will be disconnected once every 20 seconds. 2 seconds later, the lights will reconnect, but the color of the lights will be changed randomly. The yellow lights emitted previously may be changed into green lights, the green lights emitted previously may even change into red lights. Besides, when each person starts to block the lights, they will have a 30 minutes debuff. For those who block the yellow light at first, yellow source debuff will appear across their head, while those who block the green light at first, green source debuff will appear across their head and so on. Thus, when you guys going to block the light once again, those who have yellow source debuff must block the yellow light and those who have green source debuff must block the green light. If any lights are wrongly paired, then the Wolf God will appear and all of us will be annihilated instantly. All of them frowned after listening to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang continued, so, the 6 guys in charge of blocking the lights, when you realize that the lights behind you are not being emitted anymore, you must stay away from the path, where the lights emit, at the first instance. Otherwise, if we are unable to pair up with the correct colors of light with the debuff, then we will be annihilated immediately. 2 seconds later after the lights reconnect, we must pair the correct colors of light with the right debuff status and block the light as soon as you can. Master Waller's strength will recover back to normal when any rays of the light irradiate him for 2 seconds, that would be our end. So, with the 6 guys successfully blocking the lights by matching the correct colors of lights with debuffs, we would win. We could still fail if any rays of light irradiate the boss, but on the other hand, those who are blocking the lights will be dying immediately if they are not irradiating by the light for 5 seconds. Even if we make extra 2 persons to match the correct colors of light, it will be still pointless to help those who are blocking the lights. Besides that, Master Waller will be in a fixed position, not moving around as he will need to absorb Wolf God's strength. But guys, do not think that it will be easy to fight against him. If there is nobody within his melee range, he will then cast AoE spells, so the ending is still the same, complete annihilation. Translator notes. 1 yellow name monster will not attack a player. The monster will only attack when it received an attack. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, Practice and Collaborate. Chapter 172, Practice and Collaborate. Master Waller has only one skill, which is Shadow Slash. He will use it once every 30 seconds towards the player who holds the highest aggro and the target next to that player. It can cause 12,000 of physical damage in total. It cannot be dodged or evaded, so Endless Starlight and I must stand next to Master Waller to deal the damage. It means that 6 of you will need to complete the task of blocking the lights. Then Endless Starlight and I will be responsible for dealing the damage from Master Waller. Before starting this, 6 of you choose your positions and stand behind it. When the battle starts, you guys move forward and block the lights. Ranged attackers can attack the boss from their positions, but for melee attackers like Frost Knight and Little Brat, you guys need to move along the pathway where the lights are being emitted towards the boss. You guys must also keep your distance from me. If any of you stands any nearer to me compared to Endless Starlight, you guys will probably need to take the damage of Shadow Slash that was meant for Endless Starlight. 6,000 of physical damage would absolutely kill you guys. Zhang Yang had to explain everything in detail as a lot of teams were actually forced to surrender to this boss in his previous life as they failed to pull off such a perfectly coordinated strategy. It might just a ray of light, but you guys must not crouch beneath those rays of light as that also can also be considered as blocking the lights. So, when the lights stop emitting, those who are blocking the lights must step backwards immediately and move around the outer circle to the new position. Zhang Yang spoke until his mouth was feeling dry and he asked, "Do you guys understand now? It's easy enough, right? Do not pass through the light and move around the outer layer to look for new positions." Wei Yan'er clapped her hands and said, "That's right, this is what I meant just now." Zhang Yang nodded and continued, "But this has to be done by 6 persons, not 1 person. After the lights reconnect, you guys have only 2 seconds to look for the new position and reach it. There's no point in explaining any further, it is better that we try to fight him once. Let's start the battle first." Zhang Yang pulled out his lover's sword. "Everyone, get into position. Choose a pole and step backwards. Master Waller is a yellow-named monster and he will not attack us automatically. Starlight, we will approach Master Waller together. Remember, do not stand on any pathway of the light emissions. We must always remain in the same position from the beginning of the battle. Roger that." Endless Starlight exaggeratedly made a military salute. 8 of them went into the positions respectively. Hanning Shui and the rest chose each corner of hexagram magic circle, while Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight stood next to Master Waller. Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight also paid attention to avoid the direction where the lights were emitted from. "Ready, we are going to start." Zhang Yang said, "I will count to 3, and those who are blocking the light will need to step forward together. Pay attention, Master Waller will start attacking if any of the lights being blocked. So, you guys must step forward consistently and in tandem. 1, 2, 3. Hanning Shui and the 5 of them stepped forward at the same time and each of them blocked a ray of light respectively. Who is blocking me from absorbing the strength?" Master Waller abruptly opened his eyes and a pair of yellow-green eyes glowing supernaturally were exposed. "Wretches, I will kill all of you who are disrupting the sacred ceremony." He raised his huge and rough wolf paws and struck Zhang Yang's chest. Block! Zhang Yang raised his shield and successfully blocked Master Waller's attack. -1680. Master Waller continued attacked Zhang Yang with his other wolf paw. Master Waller was similar to thief monsters using 2 one-handed weapons. He attacked with both of his hands, thus, the frequency or rate of attack was extremely high. However, a single attack was not particularly damaging and basically, it was just about 2,500 points of basic damage. Master Waller swung his wolf paws once every 2.5 seconds, leading to 8 attacks within 10 seconds, and 2 of the attacks could be blocked. The remaining DPS would be 1,000 and because of this, Hanning Shui could heal them easily. "I will kill all of you, you despicable vermin." Master Waller suddenly lifted up both of his wolf paws, a dazzling light surged out. Ding! Master Waller has used Shadow Slash. -4,480. -4,760. Damage texts appeared across both Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight's head. Luckily, Zhang Yang had 7,760 HP currently, excluding the 1,682 points of HP that he lost from Master Waller's previous attacks. After receiving damage from Shadow Slash, he retained about 1,500 HP. After regeneration was initiated once, Zhang Yang still could take another direct hit from Master Waller. Hanning Shui hurriedly cast a holy shield on Zhang Yang and then used regeneration on Endless Starlight to let him heal slowly because Master Waller would use Shadow Slash again after 30 seconds, so 2 ticks of regeneration could actually recover Endless Starlight's HP to full. Thus, Hanning Shui put in all her effort to heal Zhang Yang as much as possible. The combat had already carried on 20 seconds and the lights emitted from Hexagram Magic Circle were disconnected. Hanning Shui, 100 shots, Fatty Han and Daffodil Daydream simply stepped a step backwards and continue attacking and healing. Sun Xinu and Wei Yan'er needed to run backwards a few steps before they could reach the outer circle of Hexagram Magic Circle. 2 seconds later, the 6 rays of different colors of light emitted at the same time but the positions were totally different with previous emission. So, the 6 of them immediately started running for their new positions. Fatty, out of my way. Cousin, you're running to the wrong direction. Daffodil Daydream, let me go first. A moment of noise and the scene was total chaos. 2 seconds passed. 6 rays of light emitted to Master Waller. Ding! Master Waller has restored his strength. -19,682. -20,914. Master Waller only used his paws and sent Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight directly back to the graveyard. Then, he started to cast a spell which only took 2 seconds to complete. Minus 50,000. Minus 50,000. Minus 50,000. Humongous damage texts appeared across everyone's heads, as Han Shui and the rest were also sent to graveyard after Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight. Complete annihilation. Cousin, you are so stupid. Pervert fatty, you are also dumb. 100 shots is even dumber. Sister Daffodil, sigh. Wei Yan'er was in a foul mod, she shrugged and said, except for Sister Sun and I, the rest of the 4 people were so stupid. Little brat. Han Shui glared at Wei Yan'er, her temper at boiling point. It's the truth, you guys are really stupid. Wei Yan'er continued despising them. Zhang Yang smiled and said, no hurries, an initial period of running in is required for a perfect collaboration, it will slowly establish our unspoken form of teamwork, but... All of them ran back, entered dungeon, resurrected, recovered their conditions and entered Master Waller's room once again. 10-man dungeons renewed once every 2 days, so the monsters and the other 4 bosses in the dungeon would respawn tomorrow night at 12 o'clock a.m. 8 of them returned to their positions and initiated the battle. 20 seconds later, Master Waller showed his divine strength once again and the team annihilated instantly. They ran back, resurrected and started the battle again. 20 seconds later, they were annihilated the 3rd time. After the team had been annihilated 3 times continuously, the team morale reduced dramatically. After another resurrection, Zhang Yang smiled and said, what's wrong, you guys giving up so easily after 3 defeats? All of them remained silent. Okay, don't initiate the battle first and just train on our position switching at the outer circle. The colors of the lights will still change every 20 seconds, the 6 of you, get into position first and remember the colors of the lights you guys block at the first round. You guys will need to look for the new position when the colors of the light change after 20 seconds, and when we manage this 20 times consecutively, then only will we initiate the battle. Otherwise, we simply don't want to give away repair fees. In fact, Zhang Yang was already prepared for this, but everyone was so enthusiastic at the beginning, so he dared not ruin the team's morale. But now with everyone mellowed down, all of them understood why he made them practice. Zhang Yang thought carefully, if they could learn well the position switching within 3 days, it would be considered pretty fast. As other team did not know Master Waller's skills, they might need about 2 to 3 days to discover a strategy to fight against Master Waller. Additionally, they needed to train for position switching. Therefore, they actually needed at least 10 days or up to half a month to defeat the final boss. They had killing the previous 4 bosses smoothly and they had also killed the Yellow Gold boss in Centaur Palace, and thus, their confidence levels were way up high, and they thought they could defeat Master Waller without a hitch as well. But now, as they face a setback, they would be sober enough to obediently train in their position switching. 1 hour, 2 hours, and 3 hours, but... Han Shui and the rest slowly familiarized themselves with position switching. They were able to successfully switch the positions continuously for 7 to 8 times without mistakes. But this was still not enough to defeat the boss. According to teams dealing damage capability and position switching every 20 seconds, they needed at least 400 seconds to defeat Master Waller. This meant that they must successfully do position switching for 20 times continuously without mistakes. It reached 12 o'clock a.m. midnight, and Zhang Yang stopped them from training and said, alright, everyone has put in a lot of effort, but there's no point cramming for it. We'll stop here for today, everyone should log out from the game and go to rest. We shall continue tomorrow night. But, I'm so excited. I don't want to sleep yet. Wei Yan'er still very energetic. Zhang Yang smiled and said, little brat, you still want to play truant? If you can't wake up tomorrow morning, are you going to apply for leave again? Besides, 100 shots and Starlight have work tomorrow, right? Yes. The 2 of them nodded their heads. Ah. So frustrating. Wei Yan'er yawned, cousin, let's go to bed. Wrinkles appear easily if we sleep late, that'll be horrible. All of them tore, teleportation scroll. Suddenly, they were surrounded by white lights and returned to White Jade Castle. Fatty Han anxiously said, little Yang, I'm going to log out as well. I have to hurry up and post the screenshots of all the bosses that we defeated on the forum to show them our capabilities and see what they'll have to say this time. Zhang Yang first went to the little merchandise shop and stored all the equipment in his inventory to warehouse. Then, he made a few stacks of beginner power potion and stored them all in warehouse as well. He finally summoned his war horse and rode it, heading towards the item identifier to identify the steel helmet he was wearing. After paying 40 gold coins, a ray of silver light flashed and steel helmet revealed its real attributes. Steel helmet, gray silver, heavy armor. Defense, plus 20. Vitality, plus 96. Strength, plus 48. Dexterity, plus 16. Level 1 socket. Level 1 socket. Level requirement, 40. Damn it, 40 gold coins for 2 sockets. Besides, adding gemstones also needed more money. This developer was really good at ripping players off. Zhang went to gem shop once again and bought 2 level 1 vitality gemstones to insert them in his helmet. Under the boost of his vitality aura, Zhang Yang's HP reached 7,960. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, Forum War of Words. Chapter 173, Forum War of Words. The night passed uneventfully. Zhang completed his training exercises early the next morning, before buying his takeaway breakfast and logging on to the official forum. He was curious and had decided to observe the war happening over the forum while eating his food. Fatty Han had gone ahead and posted under the battle report category under his in-game nickname Slim and Handsome, boasting about how they conquered the first 4 bosses at the castle interior along with some screenshots. He then directed his sharpened tongue towards the 5th boss, Master Waller, bragging that Lone Desert Smoke would only require 2 days tops to acquire the final dungeon's first clear title. The rather bold declaration had provoked a number of players into accusing them of arrogance. However, it also roused up the cries of many other players who were in support of Lone Desert Smoke, and one after another, they posted their praises and encouragement on the comment section below. Many fans of Lone Desert Smoke were declaring war to the players who once belittled Lone Desert Smoke before. Do you see it now? This is the Lone Desert Smoke that we supported. Without the slightest effort, they had taken down 4 bosses in the castle interior, in just one night. The current outcome was a big fat slap on the faces of those who underestimated the Lone Desert Smoke. Even the king of prediction, Martian Homeland, edited his post on the battle report category immediately, praising Zhang and his gang as if he was trying to lift them above the moon, saying that they are the real deal. Despite having started late, they were progressing like a hot knife cutting through butter, demonstrating their pure, terrifying strength. By comparison, even though the Imperial Sky Guild which One Sword Stroke belonged to was also at the progress of April 5th, but they had spent around 5 days exploring the dungeon. At that instance, both parties were standing right before the final boss. According to the regular pattern of the dungeons, the final boss would certainly be the most difficult challenge there ever was. Although the stronger Lone Desert Smoke started out 1 day after Imperial Sky, their chances of winning instead were so much higher. Because a simple boss required about 2 days to pass, Imperial Sky would be 1 day ahead, and they probably could instantly secure the first clear for Master Waller. But with the boss being so much more difficult to handle, it would require about 4 to 5 days, or maybe even 7 or 8 days to unlock new areas, therefore the advantage of being ahead no longer mattered. After praising Lone Desert Smoke enthusiastically, Martian Homeland exclaimed that the competition for the first clear of the dungeons would become more unpredictable compared to the previous times. Where uncertainties lie, the competition is bound to be fierce. It would definitely far be more glorious as the small party of the Lone Desert Smoke who appeared out of nowhere had crushed all doubts about them. He also tried to butter up One Sword Stroke and Imperial Sky, encouraging them to keep up with their good efforts. Even if they lose to the Lone Desert Smoke in this attempt of acquiring the first clear title, they would still have revealed to all players in the whole of China that there were strong parties on equal standing as Lone Desert Smoke. With this post out in the public, Martian Homeland had stirred up a fierce argument among the players, with part of them supporting Imperial Sky, while others supported Lone Desert Smoke, splitting them into half and starting a war of words on the forum. Zhang could not help himself but smile. This was probably because people would say, love well, whip well. No matter the winner at the end of it, even if it did not concern the players at all, everyone had a team as their favorite, just like the Olympic Games, who would not wish to see their own country winning over a few more gold medals than the others. After bagging up his emotions, Zhang went online again. However, it was just Fatty Han, Haning Shui and him logged in today. Wei Yenair had to go to school while the rest of the 4 members had to go to work. Beep, the voice communication device suddenly beeped, but it was a call coming from Perfumed Water. She was a fair priest from Crimson Rage, also happening to be one of the core players in the guild. Ever since Zhang had assisted them in slaying Calvos the king of the Mutant Giant, this damned sister had passionately pushed Zhang into adding her as his favorite friend. Hey handsome Zhanyu, do you have any idea about how long I waited for you? You must take responsibility. As soon as the communication channel was connected, the soft and sweet voice of Perfumed Water came right out from the device. Zhang felt a chill, as he replied, come on sis Water, don't talk like there's something going on between us, alright? You and I are not an item. Spit it out, why were you looking for me? So cold, rejecting the old and craving for the new. Zhang burst into laughter for a bit, and then he said, silly girl, when did you ever become my girl before? Alright, jokes aside. Perfumed Water changed her tone and said, by the order of Milady Snowseeker, I am hereby consulting you concerning strategies for clearing the bosses in area number 3 and area number 4, but... Are you kidding me? Zhang wondered and asked, why didn't she ask me that herself? Although it was possible to predict the skills of the bosses in normal mode and hard mode, the damage output of the bosses differed in different modes, so sometimes it would be futile to use the same tactics on them. There was no doubt that seeking advice on the strategies for clearing dungeons from players who had completed the death mode was the simplest solution. Perfumed Water giggled, and she said, "Milady Snowseeker is a shy person, she cannot stand begging others. Come on, don't be stingy. You guys have already cleared the boss stage, giving us a small piece of advice will not rob you of your first clear achievement." Zhang Yang gave it a thought, and said, "Fine, I can give you the strategy, 100,000 gold for a boss, cheap and fair." Whoa, Zhan Yu, how can you be so mean to talk about money? 100,000 gold. That's a solid $800,000 for only 2 bosses. Fine. I am selling myself to you then. I'm not taking you, money only. Come on, don't reject me just yet. I can cook and clean the house during the day, and warm your bed during the night for you. A gentle and caring girl like me is impossible to find out there. Perfumed Water used her best effort to sell herself high. As expected, this woman is dirty and bold, a little teasing from her will drag you down straight to hell when confronting her verbally. So, Zhang Yang smiled and said, "If I am to take you in, my wife would force me to kneel on the washing board every day. What are you so afraid of then? I can be your mistress. You men are professionals in keeping the red flag, wife, standing in the house, with colorful flags, mistresses, fluttering outside. Are you here to get some strategies or to sell yourself high, Ha! The blame is on you. You made me forgot my main purpose." Without any pause, Perfumed Water remorselessly put the blame on Zhang Yang. Come on, aren't we all allies? Alliances are supposed to help each other out, right? No money should be involved, money corrosive to relationships. It's also no big deal for me to sell out some private information about Milady Snowseeker to you. No thanks, I am totally out of the league to get your Milady Snowseeker, just get your notepad ready, I am going to brief you on the strategies in taking down the 2 bosses. Oh yeah, the cheering of Perfumed Water instantly came from the other side of the communication device. Since you kept your word and all, I should be returning you the favor. Our Snowseeker is currently divorced, left without child, and is definitely very lonely and empty at the moment. Now is the best time to thrust yourself into her life. Oh yeah, please don't tell her that I told you this. That's all, bye. Perfumed Water ended the communication straight. Zhang Yang was not bothered about giving the strategies to Crimson Rage, and what Perfumed Water mentioned earlier was true, the Crimson Rage did not pose any threat to them in acquiring the first clear title for the dungeon. Furthermore, since both of them were alliances, they did have the obligation to help out each other, so they had decided to start with the Lone Desert Smoke. However, the idea of selling these strategies out for some money had put Zhang Yang down a rather skewed mindset. Being free all along the way, Zhang Yang regrouped with Han Yingshui and Fatty Han, and together they departed for the first floor of the Centaur Palace to grind for a bit. Although 3 of them were grinding a little bit slower than they would as a full party, fewer players also meant more experience points for each of them. Other players usually took about 5 days to level up once, but Zhang Yang and the gang only took 1 day to receive the flash of golden light across their body, a level up. Zhang Yang was currently at level 42 while Fatty Han and Han Yingshui were both at level 43. For the current top 20 level in the White Jade City, the highest level achieved is level 44, and the lowest level achieved is level 42. As Zhang Yang had only stepped into level 42, he was not on the list yet, but Fatty Han and Han Yingshui had fulfilled the requirement to be on the list, securing the 8th and the 10th place respectively. Fatty Han was joyful at that instant, preparing himself to work harder to climb up to the first spot on the list. Just as he was preparing to challenge the list of the China region, he was pulled back to the main city by Zhang Yang. It was almost 6:30 p.m, they should be prepared to explore the Waller dungeon after dinner. Just before logging into the game, Zhang Yang went to the official forum again and found a surprising notice, a challenge issued by Imperial Sky. This notice was published by one of the higher rank officer of the Imperial Sky, with the identity and ranking officially verified, under the in-game authentic name, Mountain Cleaver. He issued a challenge towards the Lone Desert Smoke on behalf of the Imperial Sky to see which guild would take down Waller and acquire the first clear of the castle interior dungeon before the other does. Mountain Cleaver were full of confidence. He also placed a voting option for players to pick their side. The debate on who was the stronger between the Lone Desert Smoke and the Imperial Sky on the forum had been incredibly intense, and now, with this challenge invitation sent by the Mountain Cleaver, the players are hyped to the limit. Countless players had replied and voted for the guilds that they supported. Currently, Lone Desert Smoke held the lead, reaching a rate of 57%. However, Zhang Yang responded with a sneer, knowing that no matter the outcome of the challenge, Imperial Sky would be earning enough popularity by stepping over the Lone Desert Smoke if they won. If they lose, there will be nothing to lose. They basically belonged to the stronger category, plus, the first few titles of First Clear had been taken by the Lone Desert Smoke, so it would not be unexpected for them to lose. How about victory? It would be even better for them to be victorious, stepping over the dead body of Lone Desert Smoke to secure the throne of the strongest dungeon team in the whole China region, But the unstoppable train had already started. No matter what Zhang Yang does, the Imperial Sky had successfully shaped their own image as one being equivalent to Lone Desert Smoke. They had called dibs on that claim. If that's the case, Zhang Yang logged in the forum with his in-game name and sent a post with only one word on it: accepted. Luckily, the official forum did not have rules that required 15 words to issue a notice. This simple yet powerful post was instantly moved to the top and being highlighted by the forum administrator. Within just a few minutes, the post attracted tens of thousands of clicks and thousands of replies. The fans of Zhang Yu were hyped up. They all cheered for Zhang Yang on the post. It was like a complete detonation of words all over the forum. It was 7:30 p.m., all gang members had arrived, so once again, the gang stepped into the Shadow Moon Castle interior. On their way straight to the boss stage, Zhang Yang informed the gang about the challenge notice from Imperial Sky. Han Yingshui and the gang were all pumped with the will to fight, fiercely practicing their formation and moves, while Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight were casually talking to each other. But, a guy with a head full of women was obviously not on the same page as Zhang Yang, as he was bombarded with female bust, hip theory to the point that he rolled his eyes backwards entirely. He could not stand it anymore, so he rubbed the bandages at his side. Another 2 hours had passed. Han Yingshui and the gang were almost done with the training at last. Zhang Yang had decided to challenge the dungeon once, because he knew it will be futile with a lot of practices alone. Actual combat was the best way to find out the results of their training. Ha! Who dares to interfere me while I am absorbing energy? Following by the boss's introductory saying, the battle had finally begun. 20 seconds later, the critical moment of the boss using the shift of light rotation formation has begun. Han Yingshui and the gang swiftly retreated back by the edge of the hexagram, and when the lights were resurfacing, they instantly ran to their own positions. 1 second, 2 seconds. All lights were blocked by them, and no one had made any mistakes. The battle continued. After 40 seconds, the second shift of light rotation had began. It was alright, none of them made any mistake as well. Alright, everyone maintain your pace, the First Clear title is about to be ours. Zhang Yang encouraged the gang. Noob Tank, that's easy for you to say, why don't you switch with me and have a taste of this? Wei Yan Air grumbled. Actually, the most relaxed players among them at the moment were Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight. Zhang Yang only needed to maintain the aggro values, and Endless Starlight was even more relaxed because all he had to do was to share the damages received from the boss. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang burst into laughter for a bit and said, it was I who always had to keep the boss at bay, it's always been tiring. Now every one of you will have a taste of what I had to go through those days back. Piss off. Wei Yan Air cried loudly. 60 seconds. 120 seconds. 180 seconds. The longer they were held in the battle, the more stressful they tend to get, and it would be more likely that they would make a mistake. During the 13th shift of light rotation, finally, there was an error in the collaboration among Han Yingshui and the gang. Fatty Han ran into a red light carrying a negative effect called blue source, but instantly, a gigantic wolf head appeared out of the void right from the above of the boss stage. With indescribable dread, it swiped the stage with only its eyes, and boom. A damage output of -1 million appeared on everyone. The whole team was instantly wiped out. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The wolf head then vanished into the void again immediately, disappearing and never to be seen again after that. But the gang managed to put a locket before it vanished. They wanted to see what exactly is this wolf god thing. God of wolf, celestial, beast. Level? HP? Everyone felt that they had died for nothing. One by one they released their souls and returned to the cemetery to report in. Brother Yang, hunters can tame beasts, so can they tame this god of wolf? Both eyes of Fatty Han were shining brightly, having thoughts of capturing the celestial boss as a pet. Any bosses they encounter in the future, close to the gate of their territories, he can just release his wolf to settle everything. Wretched Fatty, in your dreams, if you can get a celestial boss as your pet, what about the other players? Do they still have anything left to play for? Wei Yan Air shot a straight and sharp arrow at Fatty Han from her tongue. Zhang Yang gave it a thought and asked, theoretically, a hunter can have the monster as a pet as long as the monster is under the beast category. But Fatty Han, what are the criteria for taming a pet? One must acquire the first aggro of the taming target, and guide the taming spell for 30 seconds. Any attack during this period of time will immediately interrupt the taming spell and put it to a stop. The higher the level of taming target, the lower the success rate of taming the target. Fatty Han immediately dug out the description of the skill and read it out loud. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "So do you have any idea on how to be the first aggro of a celestial boss and survive for 30 seconds long? It seems impossible. Furthermore, even if you succeeded in keeping a celestial boss as your pet, the standard will decrease a lot when it reaches the hands of the players. Just like taming an elite beast as a pet, will the HP and attack of the pet be the same as it was before it was being tamed? No, it will not." Fatty Han mellowed down a little bit. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 174, Takedown. Chapter 174, Takedown. Hiya. Fatty Han sighed dejectedly and said, excited over nothing. "Alright, let's pick up our corpses and go." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "I have issued a very clear notice with only one word, accepted, so you guys won't leave me alone to be embarrassed, right?" "Serves you right." Wei Yenair turned towards Zhang Yang and stuck out her tongue at him. The gang went back into the dungeon and revived. After replenishing their statuses, they activated their aura skills immediately. If this act did not become a habit for them, they will easily forget to activate their aura skills every time they are in combat. Although a boost of 2%, 4% of did not seem like much, when the player's basic properties are higher, the boost will still be very significant. In Zhang Yang's case, without activating his vitality aura, he only has 7720 HP, but after activating it, he will have 8030 HP. That is a total boost of 310 HP to the players. After everyone got in their assigned position, under the instruction of Zhang Yang, Han Yingshui and the gang, all 6 of them moved one step forward and triggered the boss battle. "Ha! Who dares to interfere me while I am absorbing energy?" Master Waller spoke a line that now sounded familiar. With both eyes opened and a roar full of rage, he instantly swung his big bad claw and slashed at Zhang Yang. Block. Zhang Yang immediately fought back, stacking 5 layers of crippled defense and unleashed a flurry of attacks, doing what he does best. The faster they struck, the lesser times they were required to move, undoubtedly decreasing the difficulty of the battle. 20 seconds had passed, the first shift of light rotation. 40 seconds had passed, the second shift of light rotation. 60 seconds had passed. 95%, 90%, 85%. The HP amount of Master Waller was depleting at a slow rate. Firstly, it must be due to his overly high HP amount. Secondly, the gang had to move multiple times after a while, having no opportunity to comfortably unleash their damage output. After countless hours practicing, Han Yingshui and the others had mastered the movement quite well, and their cooperation was so much better. Hitting into each other, blocking each other's ways, those are phenomenon that will not happen again, ever. 60%, the entire team got wiped out. Next attempt. 53%, the entire team got wiped out again. Another attempt. 45%, the entire team got wiped out. 34%, the entire team got wiped out. 22%, the entire team. The gang had lost count of how many times, 6 or 7 times, have they been wiped out. But no one was frustrated by that, instead, they were burning with the will to fight. Because every time they were wiped out, bit by bit they progressed, and they were getting closer and closer to empty down the HP of the boss. 8%, the entire team got wiped out. 5%, the entire team got wiped out. 3%, the entire team got wiped out. 4%, the entire team got wiped out. Having pushing themselves to deplete the HP of the boss down to only within 10%, the gang were starting to become impulsively greedy. After a few attempts of being wiped out when the HP of the boss were very low, they were getting frustrated. So Zhang Yang immediately shouted to get their attention, "Let's go back to the city to repair our equipment, and then we shall be back, and we shall prevail." Having been wiped out for almost a dozen times, their equipment were all in red letters. Wearing those equipment on their body was basically useless as the equipment had no effect at all before repair. So the gang quickly tore their own teleportation scrolls and headed back straight to the city, where they found themselves the blacksmith to repair their equipment. Afterwards, they headed straight back to the dungeon. This trip took them about half an hour. Zhang Yang could not help himself but sympathized them, saying, "It's such a pity that 100 shots haven't been able to learn repairment robot. If he did, we could have placed a repairment robot in the dungeon and save us the trip of getting back and forth for our equipment repair." "Zhan Yu, where can I learn this repairment robot?" 100 shots asked. Level 50 dungeon, the Poison Fireland. There is a possibility that the blueprint of the repairment robot will be dropped by slaying the final boss. But it requires a professional level of an engineer. Can you learn it? Not now, but I am still about half a month away from reaching level 50, and my current proficiency is at advanced level with 328 points. I will definitely reach full points before I reach level 50. Talking all the way through their journey, Zhang Yang and the gang had re-entered the dungeon and stood in front of Master Waller. Looking at the time, Zhang Yang told the gang, "This will be our final chance today. It's about to be 12 a.m., the dungeon will be refreshed. By then, we will have to repeat the whole dungeon, battling the 4 bosses and clearing those annoying creeps and monsters. So, this time we must prevail." The gang cried together, their morale soaring in desperation. "Very well, in position." The gang went straight to their own positions and stood readily, as this would be their last attempt of the day, and if they failed, they will have to repeat everything on the next day. No one can accept that kind of outcome. "Ha! Who dares to interfere me while I am absorbing energy?" The loathed dialogue spoken by Master Waller sparked the battle. 90%. 60%. 30%. With their proficient cooperation, movement between positions, and the consecutively successful blocks, Waller's HP was decreasing gradually. 10%. Again, it was the moment of life and death. Zhang Yang and the gang had failed at the very last moment multiple times. "Keep it up, steady, steady." Zhang Yang was not pressured at all, because he knew, all he had to do was to focus on slashing the boss with all his might, slashing away Waller's large amount of HP with his sword, one swing after another. 8%. 4%. 2%. The light around suddenly dimmed. Don't rush yourselves, a 4-second of time is not enough to take down a 390,000 HP. Fall back and keep your distance. We just need to do this one more round. Zhang Yang quickly shouted, as he was worried that someone would really went over their head and go all out, leaving their own post. Han Shui and the others retreated backwards. Everyone was nervous from head to toe, because this was their one attempt that was nearest to winning the battle. 2 seconds later, the 6 points of the lights on the hexagram started to flash up. Moving position. Block. Sun Xingyu, in position. Wei Yan in position. 100 shots, in position. Daffodil Daydream, in position. Han Shui, in position. Fatty Han. Son of the beach, he went to the wrong direction. Zhang Yang immediately moved his body and blocked the last orange beam of light that shot out. Made it. 1%. 0%. I am the son of the god of the wolf, the leader of the wolves. I should be the one who conquer the world. No. No. Master Waller gave out a thunderous roar, raising his claws towards the sky and howled, then he unwillingly turned into a stream of white light. A stream of gold coins poured out like pillars of gold onto the ground, piling up into a mountain of gold. Ding! You and your team have slayed Master Waller. You have acquired 250,050 experience points, 50 points for team effort. Ding! You and your team has acquired the Shadow Moon Castle, Castle Interior, Death Mode, First Clear title. As the leader of the party, please key in the name of your party. Your name will be published on the list of the First Clear title, allowing the world to praise you. We made it. Everyone was cheering very hard. Even though Waller was not the highest level among the bosses they have slayed before, but it was undoubtedly the most difficult boss they had encountered in their whole gaming experience. Before this, none of them had ever put in so much time and effort in training. Their emotions that were contained within them for the past 2 days had finally met their way out at that instant, the unspeakable joy. The men were hugging into each other, while Wei Yan, Han Shui and Daffodil Daydream were hugging each other as well. Only Sun Xingyu seemed calm, but even then, faint smile flickered across her lips. Zhang Yang entered their name Lone Desert Smoke, and the server immediately congratulated them on the big screens with a lot of announcements. Server announcement: Lone Desert Smoke has succeeded in acquiring the Shadow Moon Castle, Castle Interior, Death Mode, First Clear title. Their great deeds will be published on the list of the Death Mode First Clear title, China region. Please cheer for them. Server announcement: Player Zhanyu, leader, has acquired the Shadow Moon Castle, Castle Interior, Death Mode, First Clear title. Acquired server reward 10 gold pieces, skill point 1, all reputation points of the Alliance 500 points. Server announcement: Player Zhanyu, leader, has acquired. In just an instant, the players in the China region were bombarded once again by the latest news. On the forum, they were still going all out in the war of words, debating on which guild would win over the First Clear title of the dungeon. It was intense. It was believed that if the two sides were to meet in real life, they would have clashed and started a real-life PK. Just as their debate was on its peak, the sudden victory of the Lone Desert Smoke in acquiring the First Clear title had finally put an end to the contest between the two guilds. The battle for the First Clear of dungeon had concluded. However, the players on the forum had started a new trend of upsurging topic, making a lot of noise on the region channel. Brother Yang, I think I have dragged you guys down a little back there. Again, I'm going to become a laughingstock, looked down by people. Fatty Han secretly told Zhang Yang. Don't worry about it, no one ever had a high opinion of you. Son of the beach. Fatty Han immediately spat the words out from his mouth, then he said, Hiya, I'm not that kind of caliber, being so careless in many ways. You want me to fight, no problem. But playing games that requires considerations in so many aspects, that is definitely out of my habit. Indeed. Pooey. And you claim to be my best buddy. Shouldn't you be comforting me a bit? Ha, you are normally shameless, ain't I right? Zhang Yang said. From now onward, I better not join you guys in exploring new dungeons. But, Brother Yang, we are brothers, right? After clearing the new dungeons, remember to bring me some equipment or gears. Fatty, are you seriously thinking about this? Actually, if you really want to stay in the party, I believe no one will have an opinion on this. They aren't saying anything, but I still need my face intact. It's fine, Brother Yang, let's do it this way. Zhang Yang gave it some thoughts, and then he did not try to convince Fatty Han anymore, since he had already planned to put Fatty Han and Endless Starlight to the second party in the lead. As they have experience in succeeding, he believes that the second party will do well. Endless Starlight has so much potential in him, even though he has not achieved any high standards yet, but it is obvious that he is improving. Loot time! Loot time! Wei Yan'er cheered with joy. Knowing from the look of their faces, they were obviously looking forward to the loot. Checking up on the loots after defeating a high-difficulty boss was definitely a very joyful thing to do. Master Waller was a gray-silver boss, so naturally there would not be any yellow-gold equipment among the loot. However, as the boss for the final defense of the dungeon, he was generous enough to drop 3 pieces of gray-silver equipment, 7 pieces of green copper equipment, with an addition of a glittering green plate. Wei Yan'er has a pair of sharp eyes, immediately she picked that piece of plate up. Because everyone was very much looking forward to the boss dropping a guild upgrade order, and among all the items and equipment, that was the only item that looked similar to the guild upgrade order. Immediately, she selected the show info box and the information popped up on the user interface of the gang. Level 2 Guild Upgrade Order, Gray Silver, Consumable, Use, upgrades a level 1 guild into a level 2 guild. Required, Guild Master. It really came out, the whole gang could not help themselves but muttered among each other. With a smile revealing his satisfaction, Zhang Yang said, this is the first piece of guild upgrade order in the whole game. If we were to auction it out, its price might increase to the millions. Wei Yan'er immediate had her eyes filled with golds, and she said, then let's auction it out first. Silly girl, a level 2 guild upgrade order gives a 20% additional experience points of the experience points that the player earns, and it will also allow players to buy a battle wolf for mounting purposes. Do you not want those? Zhang Yang smiled while saying it. Oh. With money on the left hand, level, and mount on the right, Wei Yan'er was conflicted by the choices at hands. She was flustered to the point that she was red in the face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, the second piece of Guild Upgrade Order. Chapter 175, the second piece of Guild Upgrade Order. Silly you, don't always pick on my Lilian air. Han Yngshui stood up for the unfair treatment. Zhang Yang laughed, and then he said, the first piece of Guild Upgrade Order will be used by ourselves, there's no doubt about it. The second, third pieces and more to come shall be auctioned out for funds. The dungeon is about to be refreshed, let's come again tomorrow to bust our luck again, there might be another drop of this. Really? Wei Yan'er had returned to her joyful state. Zhang Yang nodded, and then he said, I have some points of the luck attribute, which may slightly increase the rate of dropping additional items. What do you mean? Everyone was confused. For example, this Master Waller will constantly drop 3 pieces of gray silver equipment and 7 pieces of green copper equipment. So, depending on which equipment pieces would he dropped out of the 3 pieces of gray silver equipment and the 7 pieces of green copper equipment, that all depends on luck. But, this piece of Guild Upgrade Order is an additional drop as reward. Whether it drops or not, it will not affect the number of the other loots dropped. The drop rate for this additional reward will be affected by the player who has the highest luck attribute points among the party that slayed the boss. Oh. Everyone understood. Following the event where everyone in the gang agreed upon it, the first piece of Guild Upgrade Order is now officially belonged to Zhang Yang, going straight into his backpack. Zhang Yang immediately used his position as the guildmaster to bring up the configuration of the guild, and he selected the upgrade button in the menu of the upgrade option. Ding! Lone Desert Smoke is eligible for level 2 upgrade. Proceed in upgrading Lone Desert Smoke to level 2 guild. This will consume the level 2 guild order upgrade. Continue? Continue, of course. Upgrading. A progress bar appeared on the configuration interface almost immediately. progressing in quite a slow manner. It required about 30 seconds to complete. 10%. 30%. 70%. 100%. Ding. Congratulations, Lone Desert Smoke is now a level 2 guild. Instantly, all members of the Lone Desert Smoke heard the system voice notification over their ears. Server announcement: congratulations to Lone Desert Smoke for being the first level 2 guild in the China region. All members of Lone Desert Smoke will receive additional 100% experience points as a bonus for the next 3 days. The cost for repairing equipment, inserting socket gemstones, identifying equipment will be reduced by 50% as reward. Boom! The members of the Lone Desert Smoke had not yet calmed themselves for their own guild achievement in acquiring the first clear title, and immediately, they were boiled in excitement once again. Pride. Glory. Those were the emotions of the members of Lone Desert Smoke at the moment, especially those who were walking down the city paths, showing off their character information. Seeing other players passing by, they would purposely stop, worried that others would not see the guild title above their heads. What is honor? This is honor. Zhang sent a secret message to Han Air, saying, Witchy Snow, send a guild invitation to Daffodil Daydream. As his settings only allowed officers and above to invite people to their guild, only Han Air, Wei Yin Air, Fatty Han, 100 Shots, Sun Xingyuan himself had the authority to do so. Why? Trying to win her heart over using your current victor's mood? Han Air instantly replied. If that was what I really have in mind, I would have won your heart over first. As expected, my looks are the prettiest of all and all men shall bow before me. Cut the crap and start working. Within a short amount of time, the system sent him a notification: Daffodil Daydream has joined the guild. Zhang could not help himself but smile, and he said, Can't see that you have the potential to be a madam. Such great skills in tricking others to sell themselves over. The successful recruit of a future superstar magic caster had made his day. Han Shui. Wei Yin Air picked up the 3 pieces of gray-silver equipment, one after another. The Black Wolf's armor, gray-silver, heavy armor. Defense, plus 20. Vitality, plus 96. Strength, plus 48. Agility, plus 16. Unidentified. Required level, 40. As Wei Yin Air had already possessed a similar level 40 Soul Brave chestplate, and Endless Starlight had also possessed a Sincere Soul's chestplate, so this piece of armor naturally went to Zhang. The remaining 2 pieces of the gray-silver equipment were leather armor and cloth armor, which were divided among Han Shui and the others. As for the 7 pieces of green copper equipment, all that went straight into Zhang backpack. Alright, the dungeon has been completed, everyone can have a good night's sleep tonight. Zhang smiled. That's right. Wei Yin Air nodded continuously, and then she said, I had a dream yesterday night. It was about me taking down the boss all by myself. And this morning, when I was thinking how to block the light in class, I was called up by my teacher to answer some questions. My first reply was, I will block the yellow light, don't bother about me. That made everyone else in the class laughed. Ha, the whole gang was laughing out loud. Wei Yin Air was annoyed, and she said, Humph. Even you guys are laughing, you guys are so bad. Later, everyone tore off their teleportation scroll and shoof. Everyone was back in White Jade City. It was about to be 12 a.m., so everyone said their goodbyes and went offline for a good night's sleep. One night passed, and when Zhang went back on to check the official forum, what he found was that Lone Desert Smoke had conquered the whole forum by borrowing their leading party's winning momentum. The forum pages were crawling with posts about how their leading party secured the first clear title of the dungeon. Meanwhile, the Imperial Sky had crashed down into the ground, with nothing to defend themselves. The forceful mountain cleaver who came with confidence earlier on could not even make a fart's worth of noise. Zhang received countless friend requests in his information station. Luckily, he did not have to reply one by one, he could just switch off the whole thing and be done with it. After logging into the game, he went straight to the identifying shop and the jewelry shop to be slaughtered with the high prices. Firstly, he passed the Black Wolf's Amour over to the identifier for identification. And truth to be told, this piece of item did not even have any special effects, with only 2 extra empty sockets. This was a total bad luck. But looking at the bright side, for the coming 3 days, all the cost for identification will be decreased by 50%, at least the system did not fully suck him dry. The first clear of the castle interior had been taken down, plus there were no special quests or target to be achieved at the moment, so Zhang started focusing on buying solid iron bars. He currently has 4,400 available empty slots, but so far only 1,100 slots were occupied. But this kind of thing did not require him to do it himself, because the price that he offered is 0.9 gold for each iron bar. Although the price is a little lower than what the auction house had to offer, considering the 20% commission which will be taken away, it will be more profitable for players to sell them to the little merchandise which is owned by Zhang. So what Zhang could do now was to build up his advertisement on this as much as possible so that more miners would know his little merchandise shop was currently purchasing solid iron bar. However, he could not make the deal too obvious, because he was considered to be one of the famous stars in the game, having no idea of how many people watched him closely at his every move. If people were to discover this, they would also start purchasing the iron bars, and that would undoubtedly seize most of the market stocks. And when the number of goods are greater than the market demand, the price for the solid iron bar will decline, and the profits will naturally be lower. So Zhang gave his thoughts about it for half a day. At last, he still decided to put the solid iron bar onto the racks, selling them at the price of 1 gold for each, with the effort of trying to hide his true agenda. Anyway, no one knew exactly how many solid iron bar has he received, because all sellers will deal with Natalia, the NPC with a pair of big boobs who was responsible for purchasing the iron bars from the sellers. For these 3 days, there would also be an addition of 100% experience points added onto the experience points earned by the players. So it was the best time to grind up their levels. So Zhang picked up the pace and gathered Han Shui and the others. Then they headed to the Centaur Palace's first floor to level up. Because of the rich amount of experience points to be offered through grinding during this period of time, Wei Yan'er skipped her classes, while 100 Shots and the others skipped their work just to be there. Every single one of them were present at the gathering. The gang shot their levels up by a lot after a day of grinding, each of them rising by 2 levels at the least. Unfortunately, the effects of different additional experience points could not be stacked after one another. It only picked the greatest effect among them, limiting everyone to only have an increase of 100% additional experience points based on the experience points they earned, including Sun Xingyu, who possesses the Heaven's Pearl. Among the 8 of them, 6 of them had made it to the top level list of the White Jade City. Currently, Han Shui was listed as number 1 with level 45, Fatty Han was listed at number 2 with also level 45, Zhang, Sun Xingyu, and Wei Yan'er were listed at number 7, 8, and 9 respectively, with all 3 of them at level 44. Daffodil Daydream was at level 43, where she was listed at number 14. 100 Shots and Endless Starlight were at level 42, it was just a little more before they can make it up on the list. However, if they continued to grind on the next day, they would definitely make it up onto the list. Han Shui and Fatty Han had made it up to the leveling list of the whole China region, being the 7th and the 9th respectively. During the night, because the castle interior had been refreshed, Zhang regrouped his gang and went straight into the area to grind. With the confidence of clearing the dungeon once before, the gang went to the dungeon with a different attitude. Without the pressure of dying for a righteous cause if they failed, they repeated the dungeon easily and slayed Master Waller on their first attempt this time around. God seemed to be taking care of them, and when Wei Yan'er was looting from the boss's dead body, another piece of guild upgrade order was among the drop. Everyone cheered instantly. Back in the main city, Zhang published an information under the name of his little merchandise shop, saying that, Extra! Tomorrow at 7 p.m., the little merchandise shop will be auctioning a level 2 guild upgrade order. Interested parties, please come with your money. But the information was published just briefly, and Zhang had already received numerous secret messages from Snowseeker, Sky Shaman, and the others, all trying to bargain with him, hopefully that he could sell it to them because of their previous engagements. Humbly Gentleman was also present in the lively situation, aggressively commanding Zhang to sell the guild upgrade order to him straight away with the price of 10,000 gold pieces. Zhang had already published the information, because he did not intend to go back on his own words. He had to decline the offers from Snowseeker and the others, and of course, he replied Humbly Gentleman with only one word, idiot, but. However, the number of people sending Zhang secret messages had begun to increase, all of them being guild masters. Some of the guilds might not be large, and their progress in exploring the dungeons were slow, but most of them are rich, and money was never a problem to them. Slamming an in-game item, level 2 guild upgrade order, on the table should be considered as a large-scale advertisement effect. It would be even better if the system could make a server announcement. Therefore, every single one of them were polishing their fists and fangs, ready to put up a good bargain for the night by tomorrow. To progress by clearing dungeons, they were way out of their leagues, but to progress using cash money, every single one of them are professionals. Therefore, Zhang could not oversee that fact and sell the piece directly to Snowseeker and the others, but Zhang took a piece of glove that he acquired from the dungeon previously to be identified, before he replaced the last piece of level 20 equipment on him with this piece of equipment. Pale Gauntlet, Grey Silver, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 20. Vitality, plus 48. Strength, plus 24. Agility, plus 8. Level 1 socket. Level required, 40. By inserting a Vitality Gemstone on the equipment and by activating his Vitality Aura, Zhang Yang could reach a total HP of 8,960, a strength of 347, and an attack between 816 to 868. Although the guild had already been upgraded to level 2, getting all sorts of benefits of the level 2 guild required elevating the experience points of the guild to 100%. Fortunately, there were guild points as incentives, and members of the guild were very enthusiastic. Moreover, every member would be entitled to enjoy the welfare of the guild, there's no reason for anyone to get lazy, but... However, to fill up the guild experience points up to 100% required about 10 days more or so, they could only take it easy at the time being. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Humbly Gentleman the Buffoon. Chapter 176, Humbly Gentleman the Buffoon. The next morning, logging into the game, Han Shui and the rest were all present, waiting for him to regroup with them to depart for the Centaur Palace first floor, to grind their levels of course. Needless to say, they were current having an extra 100% additional experience points, but even if they did not have such beneficial effect, the dense number of the melee monsters were also suitable for group sweeping. It was a sacred paradise for leveling up. Because the entrance of the valley was also very well hidden, unless you receive a quest navigation that is related to the place, normal players would not be able to locate the place. Of course, if players fell down the cliff like how Daffodil Daydream and Endless Starlight did, then it would be a whole different story, but... After a full day of grinding, everyone got a flash of golden light through their body, twice to be precise. They had progressed up by 2 levels, consecutively. And now, every single one of them are on the White Jade City's top level list. Among them, Han Shui and Fatty Han had conquered the first and the second places respectively on the top level list of the whole China region, with both of them at level 47. With such incredible speed in leveling up, it was natural for the players in China region to feel extremely surprised. But very soon, everyone understood, they had an additional of 100% additional experience points upon the experience points they earned. But for those clever ones, they would know something was not right. Even with the addition of 100% additional experience, a player would still require 1 day to level up by 1 level. On the other hand, grinding through slaying monsters like there is no tomorrow, they themselves would still require 5 days just to level up, but... It was certain that the strong players on the list must have found some sacred paradise for them to grind. All guild masters from all the guilds were not idiots themselves, and of course, instantly, they related Zhang Yang to the previous achievement of acquiring the first clear title for the first yellow gold boss. So immediately, they planted spies into the lone desert smoke with the goals to locate Zhang Yang and the others' whereabout. However, even though they could see clearly that Zhang Yang and his gang were located within the land of the Red Cloud, their specific coordinates were yet to be known. They had to go and find out by themselves. The map of the land of the Red Cloud was incredibly vast, and the valley where the centaurs were located is extremely far off. If they were to find them by then, Zhang Yang and the others would have reached level 50 or above, ready to remove themselves from that part of the map, but... After dinner, Zhang Yang logged into the game around 6:30 p.m., saddled up and headed towards his little merchandise shop to get ready for the auction. The moment when he was arriving from afar to his shop, he saw a bunch of people gathering around his shop, wandering around the entrance trying to stick their necks in to peek around. Their movements and expressions revealed their anxiousness. Zhang Yang kept his battle horse and walked towards the door to take a look. Holy moly! His shop was also occupied from the inside, crowded with people. The merrier the better. That would only means the competition would become even more intense, and the auction price of the item would become even higher. It was supposed to be good news, but when Zhang Yang saw that most of the people in the shop were actually members of the Dominators, the guild symbols above their heads showed it all. Rage filled his heart. It was outrageous. At least 90% of the people within the shop are the members of the Dominators. To purchase a guild upgrade order, it was sufficient for each guild to send only 1 member over to make the transaction. Sending tons of men over, they were obviously here not for the guild upgrade order, but they were actually here to stir things up. As the game setting prohibited players from walking through solid objects, as long as the Dominators fully occupied the space of the shop with their bodies, no other players can enter the shop. Furthermore, main cities prohibited PK battle. Everyone was invincible in their own existence. It would be impossible to kill other players and step over their dead bodies to get by. With a face full of rage, Zhang Yang forcefully calmed himself down. Then he walked up to the people at the roadside and asked, "Brother, are you here for the auction of the guild upgrade order?" Yeah, the person who replied was a human magic caster named Falling Maple, but there is no way we are able to go in. How to participate in the auction? F***CK this SH**T. The Dominators are really domineering in their way. If I am the one who gets the upgrade order, I will level up my guild, summon 20,000 players and kill them every day over and over again. There were more people at the side revealing their dissatisfaction. It seemed that the selfish act of the dominators had gone so far that it triggered the rage of righteous of the public. Zhang Yang grinned deep down his heart, thinking over about how despicable this humbly gentleman could be, to use this kind of lowly means to get to him. So he spoke with clear voice, everyone. I assure you, today, everyone gets to go into the shop. As long as you provide the correct amount of money, you will have a chance to bid for the purchase of the guild upgrade order. The few dozens of people standing by turned their attentions towards Zhang Yang, with their face full of questions. Zhang Yang laughed and brought up his personal character information with a swipe of hand. Zhan Yu, Crypt Slaughterer, Physician's Friend, Hero of White Jade Castle, Warrior of the Centaur, Level 46, Human, Male, Guardian Warrior, Lone Desert Smoke. It's such a long title. It's awesome. Zhan Yu, it is really Zhan Yu. That's incredible. I'm shaking just reading that. Anyone interested to join my guild? I shall grant you the position of Vice President, 100,000 cash as monthly reward. The people outdoor were agitated with excitement. Humbly gentleman put up a good man face and walked towards the crowd, and then he said, so here comes the crowd, the auction for the guild upgrade order shall be concluded with a high price. Guildmaster Zhan Yu is going to make big money this time. Congratulations. Falling Maple and the others saw him and revealed their anger on their faces, and shouted, humbly gentleman, what is the meaning of this, bringing all your men to clog up the shop? How are we going to enter the shop to participate in the auction? Humbly gentleman smiled pridefully, saying, guys, you are blaming the wrong person. A shop is meant for selling things, and there are no rules about who can enter or who cannot enter the shop. And the saying goes, the shop welcomes the world. Are you saying that everyone needs your approval to enter the shop? I said, one cannot be too arrogant. Son of the beach. Everyone who was present could only think of one sentence to express their feeling. This son of TCH was not only capable of blatant self-flattery, but went on to accuse others of being stepping over unseen boundaries. At such a level of hypocrisy, it was more apt to call him TCH, rather than the son of one, but Zhang Yang smiled, and he said, some people just like to be smarty pants, but in truth, these people are just boneheads. Even though Zhang Yang did not point out the name of the person he was talking about, but humbly gentleman had already condemned himself to the topic, so he grinned and said, Zhan Yu, let me put this straight to your ears today. That piece of level 2 guild upgrade order of your can only be sold to me, and also, if you refuse my toast, then you shall be forced to drink a forfeit. He put up his left hand and opened up to show his 5 fingers, and then he said, 500 pieces of gold. If you dare to give a price higher than this, from now onwards, the customers that are in the shop right now shall come again every day, and your business shall be zero. Falling Maple and the others were furious beyond words even before Zhang Yang could speak. They stepped forward to curse humbly gentleman for being a shameless guild master, such a waste. The more they cursed him, the happier he became. He is born a masochistic TCH, feeling an itch when nobody cursed him. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, gentlemen, there is no need to bother yourself arguing with the likes of him, putting yourself to the same level as him. Zhan Yu, let's see how long more can you keep that smile of yours on your face. It's about 7 p.m. now, you better hurry up and get ready for the auction. You are not going back on your words and give up on the auction for today, are you? TSK, then we shall have this as the front page news for tomorrow. Humbly gentleman laughed as he felt prouder and prouder as the moment passed. Previously, he was tricked of tens thousands of gold pieces by Zhang Yang, and it had bothered him since then, making his life miserable until now. If he could return the favor as ruthlessly as possible, how could he rest peacefully in his sleeps for the rest of his days? Zhang Yang shook his head and said, hypocrite, what a shame, how much can a frog know while staying in the bottom of the well all the time? One cannot talk to summer insects about the ice. Humbly gentleman was provoked, so he spoke, bastard. What's with all the freaking idioms? As he was low in his cultural level, he hated people who loved to use idioms and poems the most. Zhang Yang gave another smile and said, when you have your own land properties in the future, you shall understand how idiotic you were today. Just like a buffoon putting up a great and entertaining performance for me to enjoy. Then laugh all you want now while you still can. Because later, you can only cry as much as you want. Humbly gentleman spoke out of his rage. Zhang Yang shook his head. Immediately he pulled up his land property setting and went into the configuration screen of his little merchandise shop. He can operate his shop at any point as long as he wanted to, only accessing the storage, checking the store's warehouse and monitoring the shop's marketing situation required him to be in the shop himself. Entering the little merchandise's blacklist setting, Zhang Yang selected to blacklist a guild. After he entered the name The Dominators into the entry box, he smiled and spoke to humbly gentleman, witness the great magic that I am about to show you. What humbly gentleman had just begun to speak, but in a sudden, he realized that the men he arranged to stand guard within the shop had been respawned to a location 10 meters away from the entrance of the shop. But the members of the Dominators were at loss from the looks of their faces, having no idea on how did they miraculously been teleported out from the shop. Some of them attempted to rush back into the shop, but the moment they put their first steps into the shop, they were instantly repulsed, as if there was an invisible wall in front of them. Boss, the members of the Dominators immediately sent humbly gentlemen secret messages, saying that I cannot get into the shop anymore. The system said that I am being refused to be accepted as the guest of the little merchandise shop. Boss. 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 Similar secret messages were received and shown in front of humbly gentlemen. In just an instant, humbly gentleman's face turned ghastly pale. It was not a wonder that Zhang was fearless towards all his actions and words. So, the owner of the land property had the power to expel the guests. Humbly gentleman had not possessed any land properties before, and he thought that what he was doing can become a major hindrance to Zhang. But now, his actions were completely wasted and he became a buffoon that had put up a great and entertaining performance. He had lost his face all the way down to the ground. Zhang did a gesture of welcome at Falling Maple and the others. Gentlemen, the space is vast, welcome in. Falling Maple and the others were laughing out loud. One by one they passed by humbly gentleman before entering the little merchandise shop. They did not forget to show him their contented faces, provoking humbly gentleman to the point that he was having mental meltdown. It was marvelous. Zhang, you humbly gentleman had finally exploded with anger. But Zhang replied with an aya and said, it is almost showtime, I have to get ready for the auction, sorry that I cannot accompany you, Mr. Hypocrite. Stay there. Humbly gentleman went into rage, and just when he was trying to move his legs to pursue Zhang, he crashed into an invisible wall and instantly, he was bounced back. Ding! You have been listed as the rejected customer of the little merchandise shop, you cannot enter. The system announcement gently informed humbly gentleman by his ear, making him even more angry to the point that he almost puked blood. After the humiliation he had sentenced upon humbly gentleman, Zhang mood had improved a lot, so he whistled along while waiting for the clock to strike 7. A while later, other than Sun Xingyu, Han Yingshui and the gang had arrived at the scene to witness the fiery scene of the auction that yet to happen. The number of people were increasing, although the little merchandise shop currently was a 4-story shop, but the crowds were very tight, making the situation so much merrier. Zhang immediately issued a notice under the name of Little Merchandise, saying, ladies and gentlemen, as it is too crowded at the moment, so we shall only entertain the customers who are here for the auction for the guild upgrade order from 7 p.m. to 7:30 only. So, for those who does not wish to participate in the auction activity, please leave the premises for the time being, we appreciate your understanding. In addition, each guild just needs to send a representative on the line. If more than 2 members from a guild is present, I will have to use my right as the owner of the shop to kick players out. Your understanding will be greatly appreciated. After 3 consecutive times of publishing the notice, the crowd finally dispersed, the people left the shop premises one after another. But there were still some players without guild names wandering around in the shop. Zhang could not help himself but smile. Secretly he told himself, so that Mr. Hypocrite has not given up on him yet? Making his members to quit the guild and come forth to stir things up again? Once again, he pulled up his blacklist option in his land property setting, and by the name of the owner of the shop, he specifically put certain players' names into the blacklist list. He did not even have to identify the message of the players, as long as he confirmed, the system will record automatically. Shuf, a lot more players had been kicked out of the shop. Finally, it was 7 p.m., Zhang officially began the auction for the Level 2 Guild Upgrade Order. This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Now, let's begin the auction for the Level 2 Guild Upgrade Order. You can bring up the item search page and enter Level 2 Guild Upgrade Order or Guild Upgrade Order or Upgrade as the keywords to search and locate the item. Then you can view the current price of that item through the refresh button. The base price for the Level 2 Guild Upgrade Order is 50,000 pieces of gold. Each increment of the price must not be less than 1,000 pieces of gold, and you can increase it as much as you want, to infinity. Everyone can freely increase the price, and when the price does not increase for 20 seconds, I will announce the price of the item and count 3 times. If no one is there to increase the price after the count of 3, the item will be sold. Zhang smiled for a bit and said, then, let's begin. 50,000. 100,000. 150,000. In front of Zhang there was a display. The above shows the changing price of the Level 2 Guild Upgrade Order. At all times, at the side of the price is the bidder's ID. The price will not be scrambled, because once a player has placed a bid, the player's money will immediately be deducted by the system. When the amount of his or her bid is overtaken by others' bid, the deducted money will be returned back to them to prevent anyone from bidding with malicious intent. Han Yingshui and the others surrounded around Zhang. They were all pleased to see the drastic rise of the price. Wei Yan'er and Han Shui were not short in money, so they just loved to enjoy the process of making money, but it was different for Fatty Han and the others. For them, tens of thousands of dollars is considered as an incredibly huge income. It's still rising, it's still rising. Daffodil Daydream was screaming with excitement. 200,000. 400,000. 500,000. The price had increased to where the public can manage within such a short time frame. The second piece of Guild Upgrade Order is not as precious as the first piece, but still was one of a kind by its own. It did not matter it is a large guild or a small guild, everyone has the urge to own it, and take the opportunity to strongly promote their own guild. Therefore, the price has not reached the bottom line of acceptance of these particular players. The price was still increasing, just not as swiftly as before. 600,000. 700,000. The price seemed to have frozen at 700,000, and it stayed the same for quite a while. Zhang waited for a full 20 seconds before he started to speak. The current price is at 700,000 pieces of gold. 700,000 going once. 700,000 going twice. 70 going thrice. 1 million. The price on the display screen suddenly changed, increasing by almost 50% margin, but Zhang was stunned, not because of the unexpected change in price, but because of the person's ID who placed the bid. Snowseeker. What a rich woman! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, High Price. Chapter 177, High Price. In his previous life, the rumor that went around was that the guild master of the Crimson Rage was a very rich person possessing a high profit-earning cosmetic company. The company happened to have the name Crimson, founded by Snowseeker herself. In his previous life, Snowseeker might not have made it into the list of top 10 players in the China region, but she was definitely one of the top 10 when it comes to fame. On the official website of the game company, there were always special interviews with one Swordstroke, Snowseeker, and other superstar players that were widely known in the China region. The current in-game gold piece had dropped to the ratio of 1 to 3, but 1 million pieces of gold was also the equivalent to $3 million. Snowseeker must have been a big budget player, that was a total gamble at a very high stake. The biggest difference between Crimson Rage and the other guilds such as the Dominators and the Imperial Sky was that their guild master is the direct sponsor of their guild's capital. With Snowseeker taking the lead and directing the guild, the whole guild will obey unanimously. Moreover, a guild purely consisted of only female players had a specialized recruitment drive. Once a lady player joins Crimson Rage, she will never jump to another guild ever again. That was also the main reason the Crimson Rage will dominate the other guilds like Imperial Sky, the Dominators, in becoming the #1 guild in the White Jade City. But seeing her risk 1 million gold for a bet just like that, could Sky Shaman and Humbly Gentleman possibly follow? Investment that involves millions would require them to consult their sponsors. The decision must not lie on them alone. Zhang brought up the voice communication device with Snowseeker, before saying with a smile, Guild Master Snow is really something, to show such a big hand, gambling at such high stakes without even a slightest flinch. Snowseeker gave a light smile and said, "You have not seen me yet, how would you know that I did not flinch at all when I did it? I'm putting everything I have on the line, including my pension and funeral funds, and you believe that I didn't lose a drop of sweat doing it?" If he did not know about the background of Snowseeker from his past life, Zhang would have difficulty imagining a beauty who soaks herself in the game every day would possess assets that's worth billions. $300 million may be an amount that is impossible to earn for a person's whole life, but for a rich player like Snowseeker, it was like a hair pulled off a bull's back to her. The question lay on whether they were willing to pay so much for a virtual guild upgrade order. Other rich players like Han Shui and Wei Yan'er simply play to enjoy the fun of playing the game, even casually relinquishing their positions as guild masters. To let them pay a large sum of money for a piece of guild upgrade order, absolutely impossible. Zhang smiled and said, "Alright, if Guild Master Snow says so, I shall finalize the deal, and when I make the announcement, I will definitely speed it up a little by half a second. 1,100,000. 15 seconds later, a new price immediately popped up on the display screen, and the player who placed the bid was from the Falling Maple who were standing at the front of the entrance of the shop not long ago. So many rich players. Zhang could not help himself but to sigh for Snowseeker, and he said, "Guildmaster Snow, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that there are too many rich people." Snowseeker smiled lightly and said, "It's alright then, I guess I shall wait for the third or the fourth piece of guild upgrade order then." Even though she was rich, she was not an idiot. If this is the first piece of the guild upgrade order, there would still be higher bids to come, but the second piece. It's how it went for winners. Every players will remember the party that took down the first clear title of the dungeon, but no one will even bother about the party who gets the second clear, or the third clear of the dungeon. But 20 seconds later, the price of 1,100,000 pieces of gold remained. So Zhang Yang said, "The current bid is fixed at 1,100,000 pieces of gold, no one is willing to bid higher?" 1,100,000 going once. 1,100,000 going twice. 1,100,000 going thrice. Sold. Pack. He pressed on the button to confirm the transaction, instantly concluding the deal. Wow, 1,100,000. That is actually $3,300,000, and 8 persons, each person can get 300,000. Endless Starlight got too excited that he counted it wrongly. Wei Yinair giggled and said, "Silly Star is stupid. 3,300,000 divided by 8, that should be 500,000. Oh my god, another mathematics idiot had self-destructed." Zhang Yang burst into laughter, and he said, "Actually little silly is the brightest of all. Even thought she also counted it wrongly, she was overselling it, not only she did not suffer any loss, she had something to gain." The words were out and the gang were all laughing. The auction of the guild upgrade order had been a success, so the auction activity this time around had came to an end. But since they were already there, they casually continued looking at the other goods in the shop. Many did not rush to leave the shop with the intention to check for any good stuff left in the shop. That was the effect Zhang Yang was hoping for. Even if a piece of guild upgrade order can be auctioned out for a price of 1,100,000 gold, but it will only be tens of thousands after dividing among themselves, and that amount is only enough to be equivalent to the little merchandise shop's one-day profit. Therefore, he did not value it much. However, the popularity of the little merchandise shop had been increased thanks to the auction this time around. Although the profit of the shop still could not be compared to the system's auction house, the daily profit is definitely going to hit a new high. The gold coins had reached the accounts, that was a solid 1,100,000 pieces of gold, without any deduction from the system. Zhang Yang immediately divided the gold coins and sent each share to the accounts of Han Shui and the others, each of them received 137,500 pieces of gold. He mailed over Sun Xingyu's share. "Everyone, hurry and trade the gold coins for cash, because the gold coins are depreciating as we speak, the longer we wait, the more we lose," Zhang Yang told the gang. Fatty Han and the others immediately ran out from the little merchandise shop as the bank is located not far away from the auction site, they could reach it by taking just a few steps out. On contrary, Han Shui and Wei Yinair were lazily hanging around with no intention to move their asses. That had provoked the curiosity of Zhang Yang on whether the both of them were really that obsessed with money, or if they were just in for the thrill of making money. But for the next 2 days, the gang continued to rely on the great opportunity offered by the addition of 100% additional experience points to grind and level up. However, the creeps and monsters in the first floor of the Centaur Palace are all level 40. When players reach level 48, they will no longer require experience points from these monsters. Even so, within those 2 days, all of them had reached level 48, claiming the number 1 to number 8 places of the top level list of the White Jade City and the China region. It was a most dramatic, hostile takeover, because most of the players were level 42 at most. With the advantage of leading ahead by 6 or 7 levels, Zhang Yang and the gang were a full month ahead in the game. Now they just have to wait until they reach level 50 and open up the quest door, where they will clear the Poison Fireland and head for a new region to uncover an even more intense contest ahead. But without the addition of 100% additional experience points, and also not able to grind by killing elite monsters, Zhang Yang and the gang had found themselves instantly slowed down. So they switched their focus to the level 40 monsters in the Canyon of Scattered Feathers, with each of them leveling up by themselves. They continued leveling up day by day by clearing the dungeons in the castle interior once every 2 days. The Yellow Gold boss sack and all of the bosses in the Centaur Palace have been aligned to respawn once in every 7 days. The boss would not be respawning until the 11th of September already. Even with higher levels and vastly improved equipment, Zhang Yang and the gang still spent 2 days to clear the whole Centaur Palace. Looking at the bright side, the rewards were quite abundant, and putting them in Zhang Yang's shop could earn them quite a handsome amount of income. But Zhang Yang had also harvested 2 Chaos Gems and upgraded his backpack to increase his space by 80 slots. This time around, Zach had dropped a whole bunch of items and equipment that were not as good as the first time around, but the loot still included 2 pieces of yellow gold equipment and 4 pieces of gray silver equipment, all of which were the highest quality level 50 equipment. Zhang Yang received a pair of boots, and he spent 100 gold coins to identify it. The attribute of the items had made him drooled for a bit. Lion's Blood Battle Boots, yellow gold, heavy armor. Defense, plus 40. Vitality, plus 120. Strength, plus 48. Agility, plus 48. Level 2 socket. Equip, absorb 200 damage ever you are attacked. Level required, 50. Daffodil Daydream had also successfully crafted the Limitless Cape, and Zhang and Endless Starlight both received a free one respectively. She crafted 8 pieces of the capes, with the remaining 6 being placed in the little merchandise shop for sale. They turned out to be hot sales, priced at 1,000 gold for each cape. The capes were sold out within half a day, leaving Daffodil Daydream staring speechless as she viewed the results on her screen. However, Limitless Cape was actually a level 50 gray-silver equipment, and also the first batch of the game's exclusive defense equipment. What is the most important thing for a party? Tank, obviously. No matter how poor a player is, the equipment of the tank must be complete, and this is the basic knowledge for all. That was why Zhang felt that Daffodil Daydream had priced the item too lowly. Daffodil Daydream simply did not have the business acuity. She felt that she only spent 500 gold as the cost to craft it, so selling it at 1,000 gold was just enough, for a man cannot be too greedy, but what that was even more pitiful was that one of the materials for crafting the Limitless Cape was extremely rare. That was why Daffodil Daydream had enough to craft only 8 sets of the cape, with no possibility to mass produce. Fatty Han and Endless Starlight were placed into the second party by Zhang, having both of them fully responsible for the selection of party members. Members who registered for the selection were extremely enthusiastic, and in a short period of time, both of them had picked out 8 good players. There, the new party began their challenge of the death mode of the castle interior to reclaim the land, as a training ground for the new party members. Zhang was very impatient with the trivia matters on the management, so he usually handed over those trivial matters over to Fatty Han and the others to manage, to ease any conflict among the members, to regularly organize activities, and to also invigorate the atmosphere of the guild. Over time, Zhang found out that 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream were both very suitable to be in the management level. Let's talk about 100 Shots. He was loyal to the guild, and was viewed rather highly by all people. Every member would kindly call him uncle, even though he was actually only 30 years old. Everyone had great confidence in him. On the other hand, Daffodil Daydream is a careful and detailed representative. The guild's only funding for guild activities is to be taken care by her, to manage equipment of tanks, oversee the treatment of the occasional equipment repair, and to buy red and blue potions. Every time she carried out a task, she would make a detailed account that which can be viewed clearly at just a glance. Therefore, Zhang had made a decision to turn these two into professional players, so that they would have more time and energy to spend on the guild management. He is the type of person who gets right on the job. The moment he thinks of something, he will immediately implement it. 100 Shots, Daffodil Daydream, come over here and have a seat. Zhang had not opened up the 4th floor of the little merchandise shop, which was kept as a private spot for meeting purposes or other personal matters. Although players can communicate with each other through the voice communication device, it was best to meet face-to-face as it's more formal that way. Zhang smiled softly, then he said, I hope both of you can help me by becoming appointed managers for the Lone Desert Smoke. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, An Interesting Scene. Chapter 178, An Interesting Scene. Appointed managers? Both 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream gaped with their eyes wide open. Zhang smiled and explained to them. That's right, as appointed managers, you will receive proper salary from the guild. You will have to put all your focus into managing the guild. Take it as a real job. Both 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream exchanged a confused and hard-to-believe this was real kind of look. Both of them had jobs in their real life. It would be unwise for them to give up on their current job to be a virtual game manager. After all, how long could a game last for? 5 years? 10 years? It will eventually die down. Zhang laughed. Hold on to your thoughts and listen to my explanation before you reject my proposal. So far, I will pay you $10,000 as the fixed basic salary. In the future development of the guild, you'll get appropriate bonuses. Both of them expressed dubious expressions. Zhang continued to explain. You see, God's miracle started with around 5 million players. Now, the number has risen to a staggering 170 million players. This took only 2 months. This clearly demonstrates the pulling power of the game. I can be certain that the number of players would even exceed 1 billion. 2 billion, even. What does this mean then? This game is an endless, unlimited market and well of opportunities. If a guild is raised into a proper one, it could become a money-making machine. 100 Shots scratched his chin and said, Zhang, it's not that I don't believe you. But this is just a too big decision for me to make now. I have to think of the risks and opportunities. Daffodil nodded. Zhang explained further, as a guild, the perks and advantages would only come after level 50. Look at the current situation of the training grounds. The one closest to the main city is a level 10 training ground. Another area further out is the level 20 training ground, beyond that is the level 30 area, and so on. By now, I'm sure that you have experienced it firsthand on how troublesome it is just to get to the training grounds. Just taking the plane to the training ground would take around 1 to 2 hours. Zhang paused a while and continued to speak. Players would need to restock and resupply, they would need to fix their equipment, and they would need to visit the auction house, banks, and more. All these would require them coming back to the main city. Think of how much time is being wasted just walking back and forth. Right now, the furthest training area would take at least 1 to 2 hours, and when the game matures enough, level 50 fields and up will appear. To save players' time, there will be a territory in the map and has a teleportation circle, linked to the city's teleportation circle. Teleportation scroll can also be used to bind to the map's territory and be used to teleport there as well. Zhang leaned his chin on a hand. Territory could be claimed. Anyone could fight for the authority of the territory and claim the rights to obtain the fees for the teleportation circle. Think of it. If we set the fees to only 1 gold per use, how much gold would we receive when 20 million players use it to travel daily? Of course, 20 million might be a little too much to expect. But since a territory could appear elsewhere, sharing it with at least 1 million players is an easy feat. Right now there are already 170 million players around, and the number will rise to 1 billion or even 2 billion. Both Daffodil Daydream and 100 Shot was shocked beyond words. To claim a territory, I would need the strength of the entire guild. I can't do this alone or with just a few players. The guild would need to be a super guild to achieve such feat. I need more than just numbers. I need the players to be strong in fights and easy to work with. 100 Shot thought for a while. Zhang, aren't you the soul of the guild? So far, everyone in the guild has viewed you as their idol. Everyone would be willing to do your bidding if you said so. Zhang laughed loudly. I'm just but a rather skilled fighter. I can bring a team into dungeons and claim the first clear achievement. That, I am good at. But to manage a guild, I don't have the patience and time for these troublesome matters. I need help. I need someone to help me settle the problems in the guild in my stead. I need someone to handle the guild's account. That is why I hope you guys to accept my proposal. Right now, the guild has nothing to offer to you. I can only issue $10,000 as salary to the both of you for now. But, I do hope that after 2 months, our guild would be in shape to claim the game's first territory. By then, your salary would be at least $100,000. Daffodil sighed and said, this decision is still too large for me to decide now. I would need some time to think it through. 100 Shot said, I need to discuss this matter with my wife. Even if the popularity of the game was at its peak, but if all future updates of the game is squashed into this small period, anyone would feel rather anxious. No one could really predict how would God's miracle be like in the next few years. The current situation might just be a pre-festival. Zhang nodded his head. You guys take your time to think about this. This decision might be the one that will affect your entire life. In all honesty, there were things that Zhang could not reveal too much about. In his previous life, there were a number of players who had depended on the game to become millionaire, and even billionaires. A super Vermorp that had over 2 billion players worldwide greatly exceeded the expectations of the game. Like football and basketball, soon, this game would be a culture among everyone. It would eventually be another large money-making industry. After 3 to 4 days of thinking, 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream did not let Zhang down. Both of them agreed to Zhang proposal, having believed in him. Following Zhang for the past few days, they had been selling equipment and had collected more than 100,000 gold coins. With the additional bonus of 400,000 gold coins that Zhang had sold the guild upgrade order, both of them had earned at least $600,000 in a short period of time. But if they had not quit their job, they might have to work for at least 8 to 10 years to accumulate that amount. That was why, even if they did not have much hope for the territory, they could still follow Zhang into fights and earn enough money to cover the loss of their job. They could even earn a large fortune just by playing the game. Even if God's miracle only operated for a year, they could earn, say, around $1 million. By then, it would never be too late for them to find a new job. Furthermore, when Zhang had explained the interesting future ahead of them, how could they just let it pass by without grabbing it? Just thinking about it could give them many sleepless nights to come. The two of them eventually quit their jobs and focused fully on the game. Zhang had immediately issued their first month's salaries as means to encourage their decision. Under Zhang's arrangement, Daffodil Daydream was to be the financial manager. She had immediately established the campaign to recycle old equipment for guild contribution points. The campaign was to encourage players to contribute their discarded equipment into the guild storage for points instead of selling them in the auction house. That way, high-level players could accumulate wanted equipment and low-level players would not have to grind the same dungeon over and over again. They would only need to complete a few guild quests to get the equipment they want. 100 Shots was tasked as the guild human resource manager. He would be in charge of recruitment and expulsion of the members of the guild. Lone Desert Smoke would only recruit players with suitable characteristics. Those who are egoistical, selfish, rude, or fraudulent in manners such as cheating in a dungeon for equipment, cheating players for gold, would not be recruited into the guild. Since the guild had many join requests every single day, 100 Shots could not risk adding a rotten apple into the guild in order to prevent the guild from collapsing from the inside. Under the supervision of those two, Lone Desert Smoke had become lively and happy. Everyone was rather cooperative and had formed strong bonds between players. Slowly, the guild had managed to morph into a strong guild. It was not all because of Zhang and his merry little band contributing to the guild's fame alone now. Eventually, they had their own way to shine. On September 14, 3 p.m., Haning Shui managed to reach level 50. Ding! Congratulations to player Little Snow for being the first player to achieve level 50. Obtained luck +1. Server announcement: a level 50 player has emerged in the game. The patch expedition has officially started. Players can find any guard in main city for further explanation of the patch. Further description of the patch can also be found in the official website. Server announcement: new profession available. Rune crafting has been added into the game. Please talk to the main city's rune crafter for further explanation about runecraft. After a chain of announcement, players around the globe got excited and headed to the nearest guard to ask about the expedition patch. Some of them even logged off the game to read the detailed explanation in the official website. Other players found their way to the runecrafter in the city to ask about the profession. Haning Shui and the rest of the gang were a little lazy. They know that Zhang Yang was a beta player and quickly private messaged him for information. To save time and trouble, Zhang Yang partied up with everyone and explained in the party channel. I'll talk about runecraft first. Zhang Yang coughed. The patch expedition has been brought forward by as much as half a month earlier due to Zhang Yang's presence in the game. Runecraft consists of two parts. The first part, breakdown. The second, rune crafting. A rune crafter can disassemble equipment in the game and obtain rune essence. The better the grade, higher the level, the obtained essence would be better. The equipment grade would change at every 30 levels. Let's say that I disassemble any level 10, 20, or 30 black steel tier equipment, I would obtain a level 1 black steel essence. If I disassemble a level 40, 50, or 60 black steel equipment, I would obtain a level 2 black steel essence. Rune essences would be used to craft Runestone S. These Runestone S could be used to upgrade existing bonus attributes in the weapon. For example, Enhanced Strength +2 effect is obtained when an equipment is upgraded twice using Runestone S, increasing the strength by 20 points. Enhanced Vitality +3 effect is obtained when the equipment is upgraded 3 times using the Runestone, increasing HP by 160 points. The maximum upgrade count is 10. High-level Runestone can be used to upgrade low-level enhancement. For example, a level 5 Runestone could be used to get Enhance +4. It cannot go the other way around. To get a +5 enhancement, you must use a level 5 Runestone or higher. When the equipment reaches enhancement level +10, there will be an extra effect to it. For example, with Enhanced Vitality +10, every attack would have a lifesteal effect. Now enhancing with Runestone has success rates. Once an enhancement fails, not only would the material would be burned, the original enhance would also drop a level. But Zhang Yang laughed a little. Why is the profession only being introduced now? If the profession was introduced into the game since the very beginning, no one would want to disassemble their equipment. Now, with majority of players reaching level 40 and more, the equipment that were discarded into the auction house is just too much, to the point where new players would not need to grind low-level dungeons to get their equipment. New players could just buy the items that they need from the auction house. This was not what the developers intended. Now that rune crafting is introduced into the game, many low-level equipment would be disassembled. This is one of the methods for them to earn a stable income as well. Ha! Said Wei Yan with her mouth wide opened. In that case, what is this expedition thing? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Level 50. Chapter 179, Level 50. I assume that everyone knows now that there are 8 major cities in just China alone. In each city, the same level 10 to level 50 training grounds are there. However, once you're over level 50, players must leave the city ground and enter the training grounds beyond level 50. One more thing, you can't just simple walk or fly to there. There will be an extremely long quest to unlock the area. Zhang Yang sighed heavily in his heart. To think that Dream Technology was that good in doing business. They are obviously conducting daylight robbery, taking away players' money and gold, and yet they could present it nicely like a booby trap in a present box. What quest are you talking about? Asked Wei Yan Air. This patch is called Expedition. Which is kind of self-explanatory. We are to fight a large group of enemies in a large party. As the idiom goes, before you sortie, be sure to bring enough supplies. Without proper preparation of war, how could you even expect the soldiers to perform? That is why, as of now, players could head to the main city's expedition manager to submit all kinds of materials. This is considered to be a repeatable quest. The items that they would take would be like 20 pieces of cotton bandage, or 10 bottles of any healing potions, and other random items as well. The NPC will take it all. Every time the NPC collects a material, the storage bulk will be filled up a little. There's a progress bar. Once the bar reaches 100%, the army will then set out to attack the enemy waves and unlock the level 50 training ground. Damn, the system sure is sneaky, said Daffodil Daydream. Zhang Yang nodded, agreeing with her. However, even if the players do not submit anything to the NPC, the progress bar would still go on by itself, only much more slowly. Once a player has submitted a certain amount of material, the system would award a chest which will has a 99% chance of dropping reputation medal and a 1% chance to drop other items such as equipment, recipes, gemstone. The grade of the item could range from black steel to yellow gold. Why yellow? Yellow gold? Endless Starlight choked. Zhang Yang laughed. Don't get your hopes up that high. I must warn you that the drop rate is only 1%. If you want to have yellow gold teardrops, it might even be at rate of 1 in a million chance. A chance is still a chance, I'd still go for it, said Endless Starlight. We have only managed to get 2 pieces of yellow gold equipment in 7 days from the evil necromancer Zach. How is that enough for us all? Everyone else nodded. Who would not want to get their hands on the best equipment in the game? But the drop rate and the boss respawn time simply made it impossible. Still, if it was set to be on an even scale, the equipment would be immensely downgraded like a street goods. Zhang Yang further explained. There are 64 major cities in the world, each of them will have their own respective progress bars for the expedition quest. Whichever city is the first to have their progress bar filled, will be able to send their expedition army. Mind you that this fight will be like a huge, climatic war. When the war starts, there will be waves of monsters appearing from the base. I think it would be at least 10 waves. All waves will spawn an unlimited number of enemies and will be accompanied with a boss. All players must work together and only then we could defeat the monster attack. The NPC army will be joining the battle as well. However, the number of NPC will be negligible. The main attack would still depend on the players. Zhang Yang continued to explain. After all 10 waves are over, the battle will only be over once the enemy general is defeated. Otherwise, the expedition army will sortie again after another 2 days. The first city to successfully defeat the enemy waves and the final general would be awarded with a buff. Everyone in the city will receive a 100% experience boost. Besides that, the top 10 players who contributed the most in the war will receive extra reward. It could be gray silver, yellow gold equipments, there could even be a skill book or a skill point. The enemy general will drop a city order at death. The person who obtains the city order could be the territory owner and also a hero of blah 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 city title. All repair fees, gem socketing, teleportation will be reduced by 50%. With 64 major cities in the world, the taking of one of them would end the war, and the remaining 63 cities' territory would automatically be taken. All monster waves will end, and there will not be any luxurious rewards for the other cities' players. After conquering the fortress, the teleportation point of all major cities will be open to everyone. Player can use these teleportation points to go to any city they want. Banks and auction houses of all 8 major cities will share the same information, thus players are not required to go back to their own city to conduct transactions. Following after the battle, the level 50 dungeon, Poison Fireland will be opened. This is a 20-man limit dungeon. Every player will have to raid this dungeon once to complete the level 50 class quest. Zhang Yang shrugged his shoulders to relieve himself. Arg, anyhow, that's the summary of the expedition patch content. So you're saying that we are competing with the other cities in the China server, as well as the global 56 cities as well? You're goddamn right. After level 50, all players in the China server would share a single map? That's absolutely correct. Not just one though, many. Well, what are we still standing here for? Let's farm some items and be the first city to start the war. Zhang Yang nodded. The item submission quest is not a quest for just one man. Everyone must contribute as well. 100 shots. Daffodil Daydream. I need you to announce in the guild and convey the importance of the territory battle. Roger. Okay. Both 100 shots and Daffodil Daydream nodded. Every else dispersed after Zhang Yang had ended his explanation. This submission quest was indeed a long and dragging quest. There was no way you can complete it in half a month. Zhang Yang rode to the Griffin manager and rented a griffin before flying to Canyon of Scattered Feathers to grind his level to 50. After 2 days of heavy grinding, Zhang Yang achieved level 50 and equipped the Dragon Tooth Dragon Axe, Lion's Blood Battle Boots, Limitless Cape, and more level 50 equipment. His attributes had gained another huge upgrade. HP 11230. Weapon attack 1528 to 1728 x 105%. Strength 437. Dexterity 169. Defense 420. Damage absorption 450. Zhang Yang had invested all the skill points he had gained at level 50 and the castle interior's first clear achievement into Shield Wall. By then, this skill's cooldown was reduced down to only 5.5 minutes. Zhang Yang tore a teleportation scroll and went back to White Jade Castle and met up with the class instructor for a new skill. Young warrior. Your growth sure was fast. However, the path to strength is a far and harsh journey. Like the flow of the river, if you do not fight the current, you'll only be washed away with its power. To grow stronger, you have to beat yourself. Now, are you ready to move on? Emmy looked rather excited. Zhang Yang replied. I'll accept every challenge. That's the spirit. At least you have proven yourself to be fearless, said Emmy while nodding her head. Ding. You have accepted the quest, level 50 class quest. Level 50 class quest, difficulty level, selectable. Quest description, kill Roshan Copper Hammer, and prove yourself to be a brave warrior. Roshan Copper Hammer is now hiding in the Poison Fireland. That place is a dangerous area, so please bring along enough comrades with you in your journey. This quest has 3 difficulty level. Level A, kill Roshan Copper Hammer in hardcore mode. Level B, kill Roshan Copper Hammer in hard mode. Level C, kill Roshan Copper Hammer in normal mode. Progress, kill Roshan Copper Hammer 0 to 1. The hardest level being A and not S? Zhang Yang snickered. By far, only Zhang Yang would know about it. This quest has a hidden option. After killing Roshan, and the hidden boss in the Poison Fireland dungeon, Silica, the Queen of Medusa, the quest would be upgraded to an S-level difficulty and so would the reward. However, the hidden boss was rather hard to defeat. It would take at least 4 to 5 days, or even 10 days' time to properly explore the boss skill. No party would be willing to spend the time there. Once they have defeated Roshan, they would just submit the quest and head straight to the maps beyond level 50. No one would be willing to linger in the quest. Because of that reason, this hidden option remained undiscovered for a long time. Until one day, a high-level player had returned to the area and babysit his recently joined friend and help him defeat Roshan and the hidden boss. Only then, was the hidden option was revealed to the public. Emmy had only the quest for Zhang Yang and did not grant him any skills. From level 50 onwards, skills that are obtainable from the class instructors will be lesser. Those powerful skills could only be, and exclusively, obtained from skill books. To complete the level 50 class quest, he had to wait until the submission quest was completed and take the territory down, only then the Poison Fireland would be unlocked for him. Zhang Yang encouraged the guild to complete the submission quests while at the same time, pick out the strong players among the weeds in his guild. He tried his best to upgrade the equipment they have. Server announcement, Player 7 Prosperity Calf had obtained a shiny silver equipment from the army chest. He looked at the equipment and it was, Soaring Dragon Sheen Guard. A server announcement was released out of the sudden. The equipment obtained from the player seems to have its properties attached in the text as well. Soaring Dragon Sheen Guard, Grey Silver, Leather Armor. Defense, plus 12. Vitality, plus 120. Strength, plus 60. Dexterity, plus 60. Level 2 Socket 1. Level 2 Socket 2. Equip effect, increases attack power by 60. Level requirement, 50. Players around were rather agitated and excited by the equipment properties. Should they know, only hardcore mode dungeon would drop Grey Silver equipment. Most of the Grey Silver tiered field boss had already been occupied by guilds. Small guilds and random guildless players could not even lay their hands on the boss. Since the difficulty of the hardcore mode was too much, the majority of players around could only return after over-exceeding the dungeon by at least 20 to 30 levels. Who would not want to have good equipment? Those who did not have a strong party could only stare in envy as they see the shiny equipment on the bodies of other players. Right now, they would not have to raid dungeons or fight a bosses they knew that they could not defeat to obtain the equipment. Just because of that, players around were burning with passion to complete the submission quest as many rounds as they can to obtain equipment. The ridiculously low chances did not hinder them. The system was rather fair to the players around. As long as a player obtained a gray-silver equipment from the chest, the system would announce in the channel to the world. Still, even then the proc rate was extremely low. There were at least 2 billion players around the globe. How low could it be to suppress the sheer number of players opening the chest and proxying an equipment? In an instance, the world channel was like a Chinese rolling scroll, scrolling down endlessly as many more players had obtained their own respective gray-silver equipment. The power of a role model is truly impressive. This was especially effective when a lucky player proxied a yellow gold equipment from the chest. Everyone was even more excited than before when they knew that there was a chance to obtain luxurious items. Even the high-ranking officers from super guilds were agitated. They did not have any yellow gold equipment. Just like that, the entire world was sent to a burning fervor. Dream Technology was not only good at developing the game, but they were also rather smart at marketing. As such, many items were recycled back into the system. Undoubtedly, as the economy of the game flourishes, the game company will earn a massive fortune. Zhang sighed heavily and contacted Han Shui through the voice messenger. You evil B*TCHY Snowwoman, did you sell yourself to anyone in the Dream Tech? How could you explain the yellow gold equipment from the chest? The drop rate is insanely low. That's right. The lucky player in the game that had proxied a yellow gold equipment was none other than Han Shui. Han Shui snickered and replied. Ha ha. That's right. I had to sleep with 2 men in one night. I.O. They were so rude and rough with me. My breasts are sore from them rubbing it so hard and roughly. Zhang could not help but imagine her perky, voluptuous breasts. How would it feel like, having those soft bouncy balls rubbing his D? Zhang immediately felt hot and steamy. He changed his thoughts. That evil woman really knew what she is doing. Zhang changed the subject. What is your rune crafting mastery? I had completely forgotten about it. Now that you have mentioned it, I need more level 40 plus black steel and green copper equipments. I'm almost reaching advanced tier now. Help me a little. Zhang dripped cold sweat. Sister, how many black steel and green copper equipment have you already taken from me now? It's been 2 days now. How can I continue my business while you take all my stocks? Han Shui was the only one in his gang to convert her profession into runecraft. Since this particular profession required endless disassembling of equipment to increase their mastery level, the profession required heavy investment. A normal player would not be able to train that high. The profession was mostly brought up New York, a strong guild. Han Shui, being who she was with Zhang, did not reserve herself while dealing with Zhang. For the past 2 days, she had taken many equipment from the shop to disassemble them. Just 2 days, Han Shui had burned away close to 50,000 gold coins worth of equipment. Ever since the introduction of the profession, the useless equipment had be of some use. Since the disassembled product would be the same, the price for each equipment had risen, indirectly raising the buying and selling price of the little merchandise shop. Furthermore, as many players had taken the runecraft profession, old equipment had become a scarcity in the market. There was high demand with low supply. Han Shui giggled a little and said, "Dummy. Are you trying to seduce me? Oh, you bad boy." The way she said that was truly slutty yet alluring. Her words sent Zhang blood into a boiling rage, softening every part of his body except for one part. What a B*TCH? What a B*TCH? Zhang shook his head hard. Fine. 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 Just take the equipment. Ha! You should have said that earlier. I wouldn't have to waste my sex appeal to attack you. Beep. Han Shui hung up. It was an unspoken law that every guild had to raise a rune crafter. Since the risks and expenses to raise a rune crafter was extremely high, each super guild out there had carefully hand-picked their members to prevent the cultivated rune crafter from jumping. Han Shui was rather reliable, as it was her and her cousin's sister was the one that had built the guild originally. It's rather impossible for her to suddenly quit the guild to join someone else's. Beside, the B*TCH was from a wealthy, billionaire family. She merely played the game for the fun of it. To think that other would buy her in using money was rather improbable. Zhang took out a few bandages and herbs and submitted them to the expedition army's manager and obtained 12 army chests. He only obtained 12 reputation medals from all the chests. It was rather expected and normal for him to obtain only the medals. In fact, it would be considered to be extremely lucky for him to obtain any equipment at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Expedition, Start. Chapter 180, Expedition, Start. Time flows like the river. In a flash, it was already the end of September and also the completion of the item submission quest. Ding! Players of White Jade Castle. The item submission quest has ended. By the order of the King of the Empire, the army expedition will officially start tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please make your preparations for war. Everyone in the city received the system notification when the expedition item submission quest was completed. Please rest early tonight. Tomorrow is the day we fight in the war. The battle will be extremely draggy. My advice, do not stay up tonight. Rest well and be ready to fight a lengthy war. Zhang posted in the guild notice. After the efforts of both 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream, Lone Desert Smoke had begun to display a professional guild's behavior. At least, for now, Zhang could still control the members' actions to a certain level. With the call from Sky High Guildmaster, Sky Shaman, he called for a meeting for all big and small guilds to gather and discuss about the incoming war. All 63 guild masters sat together and had come to an agreement. Clearly, everyone treated this expedition quest as their first priority. After all, it's for the glory of White Jade Castle, their own city, but now that the official statement had been released in the official website, almost everyone had understood the details of the incoming war. In summary, survive and defeat all 10 waves of monsters and dominate the enemy base territory. The battle will be hard, but the rewards will be worthwhile. According to the explanation, each minion will have a 10% chance to drop a black steel equipment. Elite monsters will have a 5% chance to drop a green copper equipment. And after each wave, there will be a boss that will drop a gray silver equipment. There will be a chance for a yellow gold boss to appear in the field as well. However, each wave of minion will only have one boss. After all in all, there will be only 10 bosses in total. With such a low supply for so many players, the meeting between the guildmasters went on and as everyone discussed on how to properly distribute the chances to fight the boss. Without a proper arrangement, everyone will race with each other to kill the boss, a first-come first-served tactic leading to the demise of all. After a thorough discussion, for the benefit of all, everyone had finally came to a decision that each guild will arrange their own positions in the battleground and protect their own. When the boss appears in the field, whichever side that the boss appears to will automatically claim the right. Without the guild's consent of invitation, other guilds shall not interfere with the boss fight. If any guilds broke the rule, they will make themselves public enemy number 1. Zhang contacted Snowseeker and Crimson Fire. Since they were his allies to begin with, they should watch each other's backs in the war. In the war, unless there is a player with a celestial tier equipment in the battle, everyone's strength in the war would amount to nothing without teamwork. The 3 guild masters discuss and agree that in tomorrow's war, that all 3 guilds would form a single defensive formation and protect each other. The next day was October the 1st, which was also 3 months after the launching of the game. Today is the day the expedition army sortie out. Ding! Players of White Jade Castle. The expedition army will sortie in 1 hour. Please pick up your swords and shields, the time to fight for the alliance has come. Zhang combined all 9,000 and more players in the guild and formed 9 massive parties. Each 1,000-man party will have 1 leader and 20 sub-leaders. Each sub-party will answer to the main leader and those main leaders will answer to Zhang, forming an organized chain of command. By then, players would not have to deal with the measly trouble of boarding a griffin to travel all the way to the battleground. 1 hour later, when the expedition army sorties, the teleportation circle will appear. An extra-large teleportation portal will immediately send the players to the battleground. 1 hour later. Ding! Players of White Jade Castle, please head to the teleportation circle to join the front lines. This historical battle awaits your arrival. Zhang commanded his troops to stand by and let the crazy, bloodthirsty fanatics go through the portal first. Until 10 minutes later, when the number of players has substantially decreased, Zhang pulled out his battle axe and cried out loud. For victory! For victory, hurrah! Now that Lone Desert Smoke had reached level 2, as long as players in the guild were at level 35 or more, they could go to the guild shop and buy themselves a Storm and Gale Direwolf. The majority of Lone Desert Smoke members were already riding on the back of their own magnificent and grand direwolf, threading lightly through the portal and into a strange new land. They appeared at the slope of a small hillside. Not far ahead was the army, with the flag flapping against the squall. The army was huddled together in a long stretching defense line and measured almost 10 kilometers far. Further ahead, about 500 meters north of where they were, stood a massive fortress that was built along the hills. The fortress was the only thing between White Jade Castle and the outside world. The fortress of the enemy was affixed with many magic cannons. Those contraptions were so strong that it could easily flatten, obliterate, smash, crush everyone at their current level. Zhang swiftly contacted Snowseeker and Crimson Fire. The three massive guilds quickly grouped together and form a massive, 30,000 player alliance. Ding! The war will start in 30 minutes. Once the battle starts, the teleportation portal will close. Players who falls defeat can only revived in White Jade Castle and would no longer be able to participate in the war. Players must assist the expedition army to defend against 10 waves of enemy attacks. The expedition will fail once all players are killed. After enduring all 10 waves of monsters, the Empire's Dragon Riders will sortie and join the war to destroy the enemy magic cannons. Defeating the enemy fortress demon General Nexer will result in victory. Ding! The system will record every single player's contribution in the war and will select top 10 players with the highest contribution and award them with luxurious rewards. Rewards will only be distributed if players wins the war. Ding! Nexer will drop City Order on death. Players who obtain the City Order will become the fortress owner and gain the rights to it. The player will also gain the title Hero of White Jade Castle. Ding! The expedition will start over again in 2 days if players lose the war. Some of the player were getting impatient as they read through the system notification. One by one they shouted and screamed. Kill dem son of B*** itches now. What are we waiting for? If we take down the fortress now, we will win the war. Why do we have to wait for waves of monster? Small party of players rushed towards the fortress. Boom! 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 The cannon blasted from the fortress and killed all players that had stepped too far away from the defense line. Being killed by monsters would not have any experience point deduction penalty. However, it will cost your equipment endurance. The repair fees were expensive. Seeing is believing, and when other players and seen what if to become of them if they rushed into the war zone, so each of them quietly waited for the waves of monster. Zhang switched to the party channel and said, note that when you die in the war, that will be the end of it. You cannot get anything anymore, not experience, not loots, nothing. That is why you must fight to stay alive. The amount of equipment dropped from monsters is not as important as the experience they could give out. This is a good chance to raise your level quickly. Furthermore, there is a yellow gold boss. I don't care about a gray silver boss. But we must grab that yellow gold boss. Ding! The war will start in 20 minutes. Once the battle starts, the system notification pops out again to remind the players the time they had left to prepare. Ding! Server announcement, Longainer City Army had started the war. The World Channel announced a message. Haning Shui and the rest of the party was rather baffled by the announcement and asked, Zhan Yu, where is this Longainer City? How could they have started the war that quick? Zhang Yang thought about it a while and explained. I think it's somewhere in the European country. Ah. Players from Longainer City are mostly from North Europe. Ah. North European, I see. That place is doing quite well. Most players are otakus anyway. That is why even with lesser players, they could still proceed with the quest rather quickly. North Europe's society welfare was rather well during then. Many of those unemployed citizens could easily live comfortably as those who were employed, by using their government welfare funds. That was why the number of Neetswan were rather high. With someone already on their tails, players from White Jade Castle were rather agitated. After all, this would determine the standing of each city. Anyone would want to fight for their own city's honor and glory. Ding! The war will start in 10 minutes. Ding! The war will start in 5 minutes. Zhang Yang walked to the front of his army and cried out. The first few waves of monsters are rather easy to fight. We should stand in the front line and fight. We have many healers here, so it should be fine. NPCs cannot receive any heals from players. So, we should let them handle the later waves. All guardians, defenders follow me. We shall stand in the front line. With both Snowseekers and Crimson Fire's agreements, Zhang Yang had been selected to lead all three guilds. Thousands of players followed Zhang Yang to the front and went even further ahead of the NPC army. The frontmost position was filled with guardians and defenders forming a solid defense line. Behind them were the attacking classes and behind them were the healers and supporters. Zhang Yang had even commanded all melee attackers to stay behind the defense line to protect all ranged attackers and healers. They were tasked to kill off any monster and had made it through the defense line. When other guilds saw how Zhang Yang had formed his defense line, they began to mimic his strategy. While some of them had followed Zhang Yang's arrangement, others cowered behind the NPC, some even went as far as the slopes peak. Obviously, they wanted to take advantage of the NPC to take on all monsters' firepower and play it safe. This method was clearly represented by the Dominators. Not only had they hidden behind the NPC army, they too had gone back to the slopes peak. It's not that they wanted to remain at the slope. They could not withdraw any further since there was an invisible wall that prevented them to do so. Standing at the top of the slope, Humbly Gentleman looked down onto Zhang Yang and grinned. "Humph, dumb prick. Do you really want to play hero that badly? Ha! I shall see who squirms in pain when he dies." A player standing next to him spoke out. "Boss. Isn't it better for them to burn into dust? Who else can compete for the contribution rank with us? Humph, I say, all bosses will belong to us, the Dominators." Humbly Gentleman laughed. "You're goddamn right. This is what I would call making a wedding dress too for someone else. As expected of our brilliant boss. Besides, I've even seen people wearing wedding dresses but not for their wedding. They say we learn as we live and we can use that knowledge as we grow. Truly magnificent." That underlings knew that Humbly Gentleman was just saying things that he did not know, or rather, Humbly Gentleman was a man with little knowledge of the world, yet his underlings would still kiss his ass for it. Humbly Gentleman looked at his underling with much appreciation and satisfaction. Ding! The war will start in 1 minute. Ding! The war will start in 30 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. A war horn was heard. Ding! Battle start, dot. Ding! The first wave of monster has started to come out from Tukulo Fortress. With system notification, the door to the fortress opened and countless of blue apparitions rushed out of it like water from a dam. Most of the monsters were at least 2 meters in size, yet a few of them were as tall as 10 meters tall, fairly visible among the crowd of monsters. The smaller ones were normal monsters while the big ones were obviously elites. Apparition Guard, Normal, Demon. Level, 51. HP, 5100. Defense, 50. Apparition Killer, Elite, Demon. Level, 51. HP, 100. Defense, 300. After the implementation of the patch expedition, players can now check the monster's defense value. Zhang Yang raised his shield and sword and cried out. "Protect the front line. Stand your ground. Protect the front line. Hurrah! Kill, dot." As thousands of voices screaming out their battle cry, a strong aura was permeating from everyone, influencing the nearby player to be as passionate, and eventually, the entire field was radiating with strong zeal. "Go go go! Kill!" Zhang Yang cried. "Let's kick some ass!" "Woof!" Thousands replied his cry. Thud! 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 Marching sound was heard as the monster was approaching the players. Boom! The first strike was unleashed, marking the first attack of the war. One entity not under employment, education, nor training. Refers to young people who were jobless and were not looking for a job. To wedding dress, this phrase is a common idiom in China. It describes someone else putting in effort for someone else's sake. Here, Humbly Gentleman used the phrase to describe Zhang Yang doing all the work whilst Humbly Gentleman stands there waiting for the opportunity to grab all the glory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, First Wave. Chapter 181, First Wave. The tanks in the front line has formed a rigid, impregnable defense line, while the ranged attackers standing behind them had started to cast their AoE skills at the monsters that were grouped tightly together. Zhang Yang cast horizontal sweep and dealt more than 3200 plus damage to all monster in the semicircular area in front of him. He then stomped the ground and cast Thunder Strike, dealing another 444 damage. Wham! Blast Wave was cast and a similar 444 damage was dealt. In this chaotic situation, all skills and attack could only be cast upon instinct, not anticipation of the enemy's actions. As a tank, he must stand his ground firmly without moving around. He needed to make sure that no monsters could get past him or else they would threaten the attackers standing behind. The number of monsters were pouring in like tsunami in the ocean. No one knew exactly how many monsters are there behind the front line. How much could a single tank handle? Only a full battalion of tank could do so much. While the monsters around Lone Desert Smoke and Crimson Rage were blocked off, not all players were able to perform just as strong as them. Other side of the warzone, monsters had already penetrated the player defense line and had clashed with the NPC army. The sound of war echoed throughout the field, clashing and banging of metal against metal. This is the true opening of the full-scale warfare in God's miracle. With the level 50 yellow gold dragon tooth battle axe in his hand, a full grey silver tier equipment clad his body, coupled with the 50% defense negation passive, even as a tank, Zhang Yang's damage output was overwhelmingly devastating. Especially when he had used horizontal sweep, he could easily deal 3,200 or more damage and 6,400 plus if it was a critical strike. If he got a lucky strike, his damage will burst out with a 9,600 plus damage. It was enough to trigger a heart attack to anyone who witnessed his power. Is this Mother Fasterus Kerr really a guardian? Tanks regardless of class had one unique AoE skill for themselves. A guardian had Thunder Strike while a defender had Devotion. Defenders also had Spike Shield which only trigger when one was attacked. Zhang Yang was an oddball among all tanks, as other than Thunder Strike he also had Horizontal Sweep and Blast Wave. In a fight like this, with tanks standing in the front line with that many attacks, their rage would be built up without limit and they could just simple cast all their skills once the cooldown finishes. With horizontal sweep alone, Zhang Yang had already on par with spellcasters and hunters in terms of damage. Adding on Thunder Strike and Blast Wave to the equation, Zhang Yang had long exceeded the rest of the attack and became the strongest attacker in the field. He was obviously ranked first in the contribution list and left the second-ranked player far behind. Contribution points were measured in attacks dealt and also healing amount. To balance the contribution measurement, tanks would have a bonus counting system that would multiply the damage deal by a certain amount to balance the low damage tanks. However, Zhang Yang had nothing to do with the regular low damaging tanks. This guy's damaging power was like an Apache attack helicopter. BOM BOM bang bang. This guy would drop hell from above when you least expect it. How would his contribution point be low? The two other tanks who were standing next to Zhang Yang was rather bored since all the monster that approached them only targeted Zhang Yang instead. Their own roles were lessened by a notch and had only to make sure the line remained impregnable to monsters. They would only need to make sure Zhang Yang was not surrounded and to kill off any other enemy that risked breaking past the line, putting the healers and attackers in danger. Apparition guards had a basic attack of around 1000, and when they attacked Zhang Yang, he would only receive 20 plus damage after deducting his defense value, 20% damage reduction, and the equipment owned 450 damage absorption effect. Only around 10 monsters could attack Zhang Yang in one instant, and all those attacks were only just petty tickle to Zhang Yang, but when the apparition killer appeared, Zhang Yang gathered his concentration and fought seriously. Even though the number of these elites were just a few, when one struck hit Zhang Yang, he was received more than 800 damage in one strike. Han Yingxue quickly cast a regeneration and went on her way. Others were not as strong as Zhang Yang, with Han Yingxue the super healer supporting his all the way. When the battle had only started not too long ago, many frontline tanks had fallen and allowed many monsters to spill into the crowd of players. Now it was the chance to let other attacks such as the Berserkers, Bandits, Templars and other melee attacking class to shine. All of them rushed to meet the monsters and killed them all. Even without a tank to hold the monsters aggro, a beautiful woman would automatically attract man, and good monsters would attract players to attack. Elite or not, this apparition killer had 100,000 HP, but it was still killed off by 10 over players in only 10 seconds or so. The monsters could not even kill a single player. The NPC army were not just sitting ducks there doing nothing while Zhang Yang and the rest of the tanks were fighting with their might. The monsters that were attacking from the front could not trigger the NPC army behind the defense line, but once the monster had broken through the tanks and headed for the ranged attackers, the NPC army would initiate their attacks on the monster and help the players. The monster kept on pouring in endlessly, and when one bunch was killed, another would take its place. The cycle would only repeat endlessly. Luckily, the sheer amount of experience points provided by the monster were so much that many golden lights kept on flashing on and on. Players were gaining levels here and there. The level 20 to 30 players that had joined this battle were definitely in for a treat. While the monsters around gave out precious experience points, they would also drop equipment. Even though the drop rate of 10% was rather low, but the sheer number of monsters made up for it, the floor was filled with many black steel equipment and a few green copper equipment as well. Since the battleground was still filled with monsters, no one actually dared to step forward to pick up the loots. Only the equipment that were lying around between the players' crowd could be picked up. They were dropped by monsters that had broken through the defense line. 50 minutes later. Ding! The first wave boss Bangla has appeared. Along with the system notification, a large, 50-meter-tall giant flying apparition appeared in the field. The minions stopped spawning. Bangla, Grey-Silver, Demon. Level, 51. HP, 10 million. Defense, 600. F***CK. 10 million HP? It's just a Grey-Silver boss. Look at that defense. 600? How do you expect us to kill it? I have only a level 40 Grey-Silver equipment and only 1200 to 1400 damage. I would only hit with less than 50% of my original power. Fatty Han cried out as he checked the boss properties. Zhang Yang laughed. This is rather normal. Look at how many players we have right now. If the boss did not have that much HP, wouldn't he die after 2 to 3 seconds? Fatty Han nodded. The number of players participating in this war could easily exceed 2 million players. However, not everyone could damage the boss at where they stood. At most, only 100 to 200 players could attack the boss in the same time. It could be a rather fast kill too. Noob tank. Let's get that boss. Wei Yan air squealed. There are still many monsters around here. We can't just rush out even if we want to. Keep an eye at where will the boss go. Zhang Yang smashed a destructive smash and instantly killed many monsters around him with a critical strike. The boss movement speed was not all that fast, it took him forever just to move 500 meters. By the time the boss had arrived, players had already killed most of the apparition guards around. By then, battle cries from players could be heard filling the air. Kill the boss. Whoa! When Zhang Yang had noticed many players rushing over to the boss, he had immediately called out to his guild mates via the guild channel. Don't rush to the boss just yet. Any boss that appears in full-scale war like this would definitely be strong as F***CK. Don't throw away your life. Take this chance and get all the equipment that belonged to us. In that instant, as if those players were trying to prove Zhang Yang was right, most of the player that had rushed over to the boss had gained its aggro. The boss waved its right arm and a huge black hole appeared among the rowdiest players. Minus 4,000. Minus 4,000. Minus 4,000. Players that were standing on the hole received continuous damage every 2 seconds, instantly killing most of the players there. Those that were still rushing into the fight and suddenly pulled the handbrakes and turned around, running away like they saw their ex-wives chasing them with a knife. The slow and sluggish boss had suddenly moved around with such agility, as if the steroids that he had taken earlier had finally kicked in. One by one, the boss chased after the players and killed them by summoning more black holes. Eventually, without much effort, the boss had killed off most of the players that had rushed over earlier. Those players that arrived slightly later had gratefully thanked their own tardiness. If they had rushed in along with the earlier players, they would have joined them in their death. Everyone took the chance and rushed to the other way and picked up the loots and equipment on the floor. If the items were left on the floor unlooted, they will disappear along with the monster's corpse after a fixed duration. In an instant, players around would not step forward anymore. In fact, no guild would dare to make the first move to attack. When a boss appeared, it was just too strong for any random guild to take on. Secondly, every guild master had already come to an agreement about the boss. It was the boss to decide whom shall claim his loots. With much haste, the boss had entered Sky High's defense line. Sky High Guild Master, and also the main tank of the guild, Sky Shaman, a dwarf guardian, had quickly gathered 20 other well-equipped tanks to join him to tank Bangla. Behind them were 10 and more healers supporting the tanks. Within seconds, Sky Shaman had successfully held onto the boss aggro and the ranged attackers from Sky High had started their assault. Their melee attackers had all stood back, preparing themselves from getting hit by the boss' devastating AoE attack. The boss had the extremely thick 600 defense value. Not only that, it also had a similarly strong magical defense as well. Even with 5 layers of crippled defense on it, most players' attacks were already reduced by 40% since their equipment were at level 40 green copper and their character level was only at level 45, their damage was only around 500 over. Those players that with that standard of level and equipment were the majority of all the players in this war. After all, not many could get their hands on the level 30 or level 40 grey-silver equipment. 90%, 80%. Bangla's HP was just too much for them to handle. Even though they had several hundred players surrounding the boss attacking, the HP bar was dropping at an extremely slow pace. Sky Shaman was clearly holding onto the boss aggro firmly, but yet it could still toss a black hole among the crowd from time to time. As long as players were gathered closely together, they would be killed without being able to dodge the skill in time. When Bangla's HP had been reduced down to 30%, Sky High had already lost more than a few hundred players. However, if there were no other unexpected incidents occurring, the boss should eventually fall to Sky High. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Shameless Pricks. Chapter 182, Shameless Pricks. Just as everything was going smoothly, the Dominators started to rush towards the boss. The moment the Dominators initiated a move, countless of guildless players, as well as guilds that were too small to even participate in the guild masters meeting yesterday, all poured in after them. Due to the status of Sky High as a Chinese super guild, many did not want to get onto their bad side, and had respectfully kept their distance, leaving the boss to them. But as they saw the similarly ranked Dominators charging in, nefarious thoughts, rising up from human nature, took over their minds. If they were to join the fight, it would be like vultures picking clean the bones of carcasses left as remnants of a lion's meal. Facing the swarm of players, Sky High acted in manner fit for a professional guild. Some of the players broke off from the boss fight, quickly forming a circular defense line. Thousands remained with the boss, hacking for all they were worth. These vultures would have to go through the defense line if they wanted the boss. The atmosphere turned dreadfully hostile in an instant. Sky Shaman cried out. "Hypocrite! You F*** king bastard, do you want to KS the boss?" Humbly Gentleman smiled gently and laughed. "Sky Shaman. Which pair of eyes told you that we've even touched the boss? Can't we just come closer and witness your strength from the front rows?" Sky Shaman silently muttered to himself. Watching the boss HP starting to drop, the smaller guilds started to feel the anxiety. Slowly, one by one, they started launching attacks. It was not like they were attacking Sky High players, they simply wanted to land a strike on the boss. In God's miracle, the system will register a player as part of the attacking force. Being registered as an attacker would grant anyone a chance to obtain the battle loots. When the boss falls, anyone could run to the area and take the loots if they were registered as such, but with the smaller guilds starting to attack, the random players around joined in and started to attack the players from Sky High. Sky High is strong. Their average player level was rather high. With proper equipment and skill, they could be described as a strong lion. Those smaller guilds would never be on par with Sky High. Despite their best efforts, they were like hunting hounds at most. A single hound may be useless while facing a lion, but if say, 5 or 6, or perhaps 10 to 20 hounds attacked a lion, the outcome would be different. Just like that, the defense line formed by members of Sky High was broken. A large number of players started to break through their defense and landed hits on the boss. As long as they could land a hit, they would be able to pick up the drops. That was, if they were still standing when the boss is killed. Noob tank. Should we KS the boss as well? Wei Yenair nudged Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled. Let it be. That's just a level 50 gray-silver boss. The drops will be nothing compared to anything that is yellow-gold tiered. We already shook on a deal with Sky High. There will be no KSing of each other's bosses. Why would I jeopardize our good relationship for a mere gray-silver boss? Oh. Zhang Yang and his little merry band of friends had already defeated a level 40 gray-silver boss and a level 50 yellow-gold boss. None of them had any desire to fight Bangla ever since they tasted the blood of far greater foes. That being said, if the Dominators up and KS the boss, Zhang Yang would surely bring a few men into the fray. If you ever attempt to communicate diplomatically with Humbly Gentlemen, you may as well be playing catch with a wall. Pouncing on the opportunity, the Dominators made their move. Through the gaps that other players have made, they made their way through to the boss. Brother Sky Shaman, I have brought along my brothers from the Dominators. Do not fret. With 2 guilds working together, I'm sure we can punish these unlawful players, cried Humbly Gentleman as he commanded his underlings to attack the boss. Sky Shaman was so infuriated that he could feel the rage in him rising up like hot bile. Could anyone go lower than this scum? It was this bugger himself who brought his men here. Others had taken advantage of the situation and made it worse. Those smaller guilds and random players could not have known what the bigger guilds had already carried out a meeting prior to this. Of course they would be driven to this point when Humbly Gentleman made a decisive move. In the end, Humbly Gentleman is just here to KS the boss, on the premise of helping them fight off the other players. This F** king hypocrite had gone even lower than what Sky Shaman could ever imagine. Sky Shaman bellowed angrily. You shameless prick. F*** all 18 generations of your ancestors. Humbly Gentleman laughed it off. All 18 generations have already turned to dust in the earth. Feel free to F*** them if you want. I'm afraid that you might not find any holes for your little D***. Sky Shaman was rendered wordless. How could he face someone as shameless as him? To argue with this humongous asterisk would only cause him to vomit blood. Sky Shaman could only command the guild members to kill anyone close to the boss, preventing other players from grabbing the loot. There were many players around, but Sky High had no problem dealing with the boss. On the contrary, the boss was killing players off at even faster pace. The boss swung a gigantic arm and cast many black holes everywhere. The entire area was almost engulfed in black dye, instantly killing countless players around. Wei Yenair pouted her lips and said, "Look at those petty players. It's like they have never seen a boss in their life before. It's just a level 51 gray-silver boss. It will only drop level 50 gray-silver weapons at most. It's not like it's going to drop any yellow gold stuff." Zhang Yang shook his head and laughed at her. "Little brat. We just only fought Zack a few days ago and got some level 50 yellow gold and gray-silver equipment for ourselves. To them, a level 50 gray-silver equipment is by far the best equipment they have ever seen." Han Ningxue sighed and said, "Curiosity killed the cat, greed killed humans." Fatty Han opened his mouth to say something. But before he could speak, he turned around to glance at Sun Xinu and turned back again quietly and silently. His face looked like he was holding in a massive turd, twisted up to look extremely uncomfortable and full of pain. Zhang Yang sighed heavily and said, "Fatty, if you have something to say, just say it. It's not like it's our first time listening to your crap, dot. Men would die for his D**ck, woman would die for." Bam! Before he could finish his sentence, everyone close enough had already smacked his head. The boss is about to die. Amidst the chaos, someone had screamed out loud. Non-tank players who had fallen back after throwing in a hit or two were already charging back in, getting ready to fight for the boss drops. "Ma laba sure da." Bangla cried out and his huge body blew up, dealing massive damage to every player within a 20 meters radius. It then turned into a paper talisman which dropped onto the floor. Similarly around the area, many equipment were dropped. When the boss was killed, the explosion had killed off all non-tank players. Only a few higher HP tanks remained around the corpse. Sky Shaman reacted quickly and picked the loots as fast as he could. When the rest of the players around tried to pick the items, they quickly noticed that the items were not entering their inventories. Guild Leader. Switch to free pick mode. Don't use leader distribution mode. Whenever a super guild like Sky High attempts to kill a boss, most parties would choose to use leader distribution mode to pick the items. This was to prevent spies in their own guilds from running off with the items. Sky Shaman was the guild master of Sky High, and naturally, the party leader of the entire network of parties. However, the tanks from other guilds would not necessarily be party leaders. Even though members of the party had the right to pick up items, only the party leader would have the authority to distribute the items. When that happens, they could only wait for the leader to make the decision. By the time the other parties had switched the distribution mode to free pick, Sky High had already looted most of the equipment around, leaving only a handful of green copper equipment around for the others. What a bloody waste! They had lost so many players, and because of one small detail, they had wasted their efforts for only 1 or 2 green copper equipment. What a huge letdown! Zhang Yang had been laughing hard on the other side of the war zone. Once the boss was defeated, other guilds started to disperse. With 9 more waves of monsters coming up, it was not a good time to start a civil war. To put matters into perspective, while KSing the boss, close to 3,000 players had died. Even though Sky Shaman had managed to loot most of the drops, he remained in a foul mood. He turned to the dominators and screamed, "Hypocrites! When this is over, I will personally bring my own army to destroy you." Even though Sky High was a strong guild, the dominators were not weak. Humbly Gentleman replied immediately. "Sky High. What are you getting all work up for? I brought my troops to help you. How could you not recognize the deed that I had done?" "Bullshit!" Sky Shaman cried. "If you had not brought your F***king men down here, none of the random players would have attacked. F***CKU. I had clearly saw what you had did. I'm KSing the next boss you fight, and if I don't, I'm F***king deleting my account." Humbly Gentleman scolded back. "Shy Shaman. You're such a petty little man. I helped you out, with good intentions. But you would bite me back after what all that, like a rabid dog. What on earth has happened to you? Holy..." Fatty Han nearly slipped and fell. Isn't that just too shameful for him to be saying it out loud? Zhang Yang shook his head sadly. He did not know Humbly Gentleman well enough, and never would have imagined the level of indecency that man was capable of. Sky Shaman was filled with pure rage. If he had not been a guild master of a super guild, having to maintain his status and protect his guild's interest, he would have already thrown down the order to kill everyone from the Dominators. Ding! The second wave of monsters have started to come out of Tukulo Fortress. Just 30 minutes after Bangla's defeat, the system beeped again and countless red-colored monsters started to emerge out of the fortress. The march of the little red devils could easily be seen with the naked eye as the monsters were easily distinguishable via the dangerous, red color that one would associate with disaster. The monsters that emerged out were mostly red devils, approximately 1 meter in height. While the lesser few were at least 3 meters tall, darker in color. They were obviously the elite. Little Devil, Normal, Demon. Level, 52. HP, 5200. Defense, 50. Malevolent Little Devil, Elite, Demon. Level, 52. HP, 100,000. MP, 40,000. Defense, 300. Zhang Yang immediately shouted out his orders. Regroup. Now. Prepare for the next wave. Scattered members from Lone Desert Smoke, Crimson Rage, and Lost Paradise converged quickly and reformed the defense line. Tanks and ranged attackers got to their positions while healers prepared themselves for support. As the sea of red monsters approached closer with every passing second, the tense atmosphere in the air grew heavier. Anxiety, worry, and dread grew to a fever pitch. Zhang Yang activated Blood Rage and gained 30 rage. With that, he activated Horizontal Sweep and swung his sword with brute strength, dealing more than 3,000 plus damage to all monsters nearby. Several -3,000 damage texts popped out, displaying such devastating power to those around him, rousing their morale. While Zhang Yang was ditching out bombastic damage, he was only receiving menial, petty damage from the monsters. -29. -32. -24. While Zhang Yang was dealing super crazy high damage to countless monsters around, he had only received cat scratches from them. It was estimated from all the collective damage that by average, he was receiving about 30 damage per monster. -1552. In an instant, a huge fireball came flying through the air and blasted Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang turned around swiftly and retraced the direction of the projectile, finding that the attack came from a malevolent little devil. Unlike those little devils, the elite monsters were magical attack types. To make things worse, the monster's attack range was really far, to be able to strike Zhang Yang from 20 meters away. In between the elite monster and Zhang Yang was a crowd full of monsters cramped up together, forming their own version of defensive line, allowing the monster behind to cast its spells away without any worry. Zhang Yang cried out to 100 shots. 100 shots! Get over here! 100 shots listened and complied. He made his way from all the way back to where Zhang Yang was. What's up? See that tall one there? I need you to attack that elite monster and kite him towards me. Roger that. 100 shots immediately went ahead and shot the monster. Once 100 shots had managed to draw the attention of the elite monster, it turned towards him and fired a fireball. -2500. 100 shots spontaneously turned and ran back, kiting the monster closer to where Zhang Yang could start his assault. Being out of the firing range, the monster's spell was interrupted and it was forced to move closer. Zhang Yang immediately cast Provoke and forced the malevolent little devil to change its target to Zhang Yang. The monster stopped mid-stride and immediately started chanting a spell. Crash Magic. Zhang Yang successfully stopped the spell from casting and also inflicted a silence effect for 3 seconds, preventing the monster from casting any other skills within the debuff duration. Unable to use its regular magical attack, the monster resorted to using its claw to attack. 0. As a magic-type monster, the malevolent little devil had only around 500 physical attack damage. After going through his defense and passive skills, Zhang Yang literally felt nothing. With the massive party's attack, the monster's 100,000 HP was nothing to be concerned about. Within seconds, the party took down the monster effortlessly. Once the second wave of monsters attacked, the classes which did the most damage were spellcasters. They were the naturally AoE killers, with Rain of Fire or Hailstorm being able to inflict more damage than a hunter's barrage. However, the one major disadvantage was that all spellcasters would require MP to cast any skills. Naturally, AoE spells were the ones that consumed the most MP. At most, a spellcaster could only cast around 10 AoE spells before needing to withdraw from the front line to restore their MP. However, in battle mode, players could not just sit down to nibble on recovery snacks. To recover HP or MP, they could only depend on spirit and MP potions, which were rather inefficient. This time, it was the hunters who could display their strength since they depended on focus points to cast skills. Focus recovered at a constant rate of 10 points per second, hunters would be able to fight as long as they needed to, as long as they had sufficient arrows in their inventory. A spellcaster's damage skills could easily exceed a hunter's in a short period of time. However, once the fight drags on for longer, hunters would easily catch up with overall damage output. If a spellcaster wore equipment with high spirit attribute, they could match evenly with a hunter in terms of total damage output. As the war continued on for 40 minutes, the monsters that were coming out from the fortress started to decline. However, the number of elites in the warzone were starting to increase in frequency, from 100 normal monsters per 1 elite, to 10 normal monsters per 1 elite. The pressure of the war has increased dramatically as more and more players were starting to die off. If 7 or 8 malevolent little devils were to attack simultaneously, even Zhang would be roasted to a crisp. Zhang cried out. Back! Back! Withdraw! Let the NPCs take the front line. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Nazgul. Chapter 183, Nazgul. Those who had low HP could easily retreat and heal back up, but those who were dead could only watch the event from White Jade Castle. It's time to let the NPCs to take one for the team. All 3 guilds fell back and made way for the rushing NPC army to take the lead in the war. A knight in shining armor, riding a white horse, rushed to the head of the army and cried, "Soldiers of White Jade Castle! Fight for the Empire! Fight for your nation! Hurrah!" With a sudden strong war cry, the NPC army rushed forward in charge into the monster army. Zhang bellowed. "Kill the demons! Woohoo!" Zhang approach to using the NPC army at his disposal was rather different compared to the others. In contrast, at the other side of the battlefield, many other players had been cowering behind the army's back, letting the NPCs take the brunt of the damage. By then, after 2 waves of monsters, their NPC army had been reduced by half, with the surviving ones left with very little HP. With the NPC army at the front line, Zhang side had it easy now. Working together with the NPCs, the players on this side of the battlefield were having a much easier time at killing the incoming threats. The pressure was significantly lessened. 50 minutes into the war. Ding! The second wave boss Nazgul has appeared. The system notification rang and a huge, 20-meter-tall demon spawned. It was extremely distinguishable as its entire body was red in color. The demon strode towards the players, creating strong tremors as each step hit the earth. The smaller demons had stopped spawning. Nazgul, Gray-Silver, Demon. Level, 52. HP, 12 million. Defense, 500. WTF? What a big-ass monster. Is that still considered a demon? I thought demons were mostly human-sized, said Endless Starlight as he saw the monster approaching. If that's the case, then we are the ones who are mini-sized. Be it by luck, or chance, whatever you call it, Naghal was heading straight for Zhang. Zhang turned around and cried out to his charges. Prepare to fight the boss. Remember the strategy. Move and spread out. All players from the 3 guilds started to move around to form a huge net-like formation to surround the boss. The net consisted of 2 circular formations with the inner circle prepared to fight the boss and the outer circle ready to fight off other players that intended to KS the boss. With all 3 guilds working together, excluding Lost Paradise, Lone Desert Smoke and Crimson Rage were recognized super guilds, no players would dare to even try KSing the boss, unless the Dominators and Sky High actually formed an alliance to defeat them. After all, everybody belonged to White Jade Castle. If you did not bump into them at one particular street, you would eventually bump into them on another. If they wanted to try fighting for the boss, they would have to measure their own capability first. Charge! Zhang set off like a gust wind and collided with the boss. Zhang used Blood Rage and gained 30 rage. He then immediately cast Destructive Smash and Cripple Defense. Spouting some random gibberish, Nazgul cried and began to move both its claws around like a Tai Chi master. Apparently it was trying to cast a fireball. Minus 3,552. Boom! The fireball blasted Zhang directly, causing rather significant damage. That was not all, the fireball seemed to have an AoE effect that caused a fan of fire to spread 3 meters around Zhang. A few other tanks who were close to Zhang had received around 4,000 damage. Nazgul's fireball attack power was at around 5,000. With the AoE effect of the attack, other tanks had taken 450 more damage than Zhang since they did not possess any equipment that had damage absorption ability. Zhang took note of that and quickly made a decision. All melee attackers move to the boss's back. Make sure everyone stays at least 3 meters away from me. Bang bang boom boom. All elite players from 3 guilds started their attacks ferociously. After 5 layers of crippled defense, the boss still had 300 defense, but Zhang Yang had eagle eye. To him, any monster or boss that faced him would have 0 defense after Zhang Yang had stacked sufficient crippled defense. For Zhang Yang alone, all attacks would technically be at their maximum strength without any restriction. An unrestricted attack by Zhang Yang was so strong that it could really send anyone's jaw dropping. Without talking about Crimson Rage or Lost Paradise, even the players from Lone Desert Smoke who have never joined Zhang Yang and his elite raiding party were all gasping as they saw how devastating their own guild master was. Panda, you said that Zhang Yu was a guardian, right? No. It must be fake. I mean, look at that damage. Listening to other guild members chattering about the prowess of their own guild master, the members of Lone Desert Smoke were rather honored and proud. Even when they were not the ones tanking the boss, they could feel the glory and pride of having Zhang Yang as their own guild master. 90%, 80%. Although Nazgul's HP was at least 2 million more than the previous boss, Bangla, Zhang Yang's side consisted of 3 guilds' elite forces. Their firepower was stronger than Sky High alone. So, even with more HP than Bangla, the boss was dying at a faster rate. At the other side of the battlefield, the Dominators were standing idly. Boss, aren't we taking that boss as well? Humbly Gentleman immediately replied without thinking. Of course we are taking that boss. I don't care if we miss the other boss, we must take the one from Zhang Yu. It's him that I want to KS the most. But boss, Zhang Yu's own Lone Desert Smoke had 2 other guild backing his back. That's Crimson Rage and Lost Paradise. I also think that when we were KSing the boss from Sky High, they probably saw us. We might eventually have to face hostility from 4G. That player did not dare to finish his sentence. The message was clearly understood. Humbly Gentleman pondered slightly. As long as we make the first move, the smaller guilds would not just stand idly by. It will be the same as before. Humph. How could I ever let them take the boss so easily? Get ready. We will make our move at 20% HP. Although Zhang Yang had full control of the boss aggro, it would still occasionally cast Fireball at a random direction. Every time the boss cast the skill, it always dealt 5,000 damage to other players. The damage was strong. This was the specialty of a field boss. It would almost always possess strong AoE damage. Although the healers were doing their very best, they could not completely prevent events of instant deaths. Casualties will always occur in every battle. After around 400 deaths, the players had managed to reduce the boss HP down to 20%. Humbly Gentleman cried out. Brothers! We are taking the boss. Oh-hoo! An army of players were charging towards the boss. Zhang Yang immediately had an idea and commanded his troops. Open up, let them pass through. Everyone was baffled but obeyed his words nevertheless. The players around made an opening and gave way to the players from the Dominators. Zhang Yang quickly turned around and kicked the boss towards the Dominators. With a quick charge, Zhang Yang was right in the middle of the crowd. Boom! The boss cast a fireball and hit Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang took the damage, also causing nearby players to take the damage as well. Those players who only had a full set of green copper equipment would only have 4,500 HP at most. The attack from the boss was enough to instantly kill those players. Wherever Zhang Yang ran to, the players from the Dominators were mowed down like weeds. Boom! 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 Constant -5,000 damage texts kept on floating up by as many more players were massacred. By borrowing the strength of the boss, Zhang Yang rushed into the crowd of players from the Dominators and killed more than 1,000 players from their main attacking force. Humbly Gentleman quickly turned pale as he saw what was happening. Kill! Kill Zhang Yu! Zhang Yang laughed at his feeble words and led the boss to the death of more players. With quick reactions, Zhang Yang survived the onslaught with shield wall, substitute and other skills. The strength of the Dominators was not as strong as the combined forces of 3 guilds, but they had still dared to move against them. In turn, they wanted to incur the greed of other smaller guilds around. As those players charged in with no one in particular to be blamed for trying to KS from a super guild, the Dominators could then follow through for the steal. However, Zhang Yang had borrowed the strength of the boss and instantly killed thousands of the Dominators. The greedy players who were meant to be collaterals in the frivolous scheme were left shivering in fear. If the Dominators had failed to raid the boss, how could they possibly do so? The Dominators initially had more than 10,000 men. They had lost around 700 when they pulled off that stunt on Sky High's boss. Additionally, they had also lost around 300 men while facing the monster waves, even after having the NPC army fighting at the front lines. Finally, the Zhang boss union had killed over 2,000 of their players. Their remaining players had been drastically reduced to around 7,000. What else were they left with to fight the alliance of 3 guilds? On the other side of the field, Sky High had come into the fray, to join the fight against the Dominators. Dropping everything in hand, the Dominators retreated back to the top of the slope, leaving behind another 1,000 more dead players. It was just like losing their wallets and returning home to find their house burned down, truly a series of unfortunate events. Humbly Gentleman was stamping on the ground angrily. He could never have predicted that Zhang Yang would actually lead the boss to them and use its strength to butcher his own men. Like a butterfly effect, one action will lead to another. The Dominators had successfully incited the greed of others. This fault, Humbly Gentleman could only swallow by himself. 5%, 3%, 1%, 0%. Nazgul let out a near-piercing shriek and fell over, equipment and items bursting out of it as it did. Zhang Yang reacted hastily and quickly picked up all the shiny equipment and a few skill books. Snowseeker and Crimson Fire came by with a flash and picked up the items as fast as they could. But they were not as quick as Zhang Yang. The only loots that they could pick up were a few green copper equipment. The good stuff was all in Zhang Yang inventory. Even though they were in an alliance, they were not in the same party. That was why, even with party leader distribution mode, others would still have the authority to loot items. Zhanyu Guild Master. Snowseeker was rather straightforward. Without saying anything else, she thrust her hand out, gesturing expectantly. Zhang Yang laughed. Relax, I was worried that the good stuff might get taken by someone else. You have sharp eyes, man. There isn't a single piece of gray-silver equipment left, said Crimson Fire as he snickered. Zhang Yang gave both Crimson Fire and Snowseeker 3 gray-silver equipment each. There are 8 of them in total. I'll take 1 for the team and keep 2 for myself. Let me have some green copper equipment for a change. Crimson Fire was rather delighted and gladly gave Zhang Yang 4 green copper equipment as a trade for the 3 gray-silver equipment. For Lost Paradise, it was an extremely rare case for them to obtain any level 50 gray-silver equipment. Even with backbreaking effort and a die-hard attitude, the guild had only been able to obtain the gray-silver equipment after raiding 2 bosses from the castle interior dungeon. To them, it was the best achievement they could ever obtain. Everyone smiled from ear to ear as Lost Paradise returned to their own position. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, The Third Wave. Chapter 184, The Third Wave. Snowseeker was not as easily satisfied as Crimson Fire. After receiving 3 gray-silver equipment from Zhang Yang, her palm remained open to Zhang Yang. What about the skill books? For someone of her caliber, of course she would know that skill books were much more valuable than equipment. Zhang Yang played dumb, trying his best as possible to look oblivious. What skill book? I didn't see any. Snowseeker had an expression that could be called a smile, yet she could also not be smiling. I see, I should let you hang out with perfume water more often, then. Zhang Yang immediately raised his hands in surrender. What AB******? He took 1 book out and gave it to her. Without saying another word, Zhang Yang turned around and ran back to his position. He had taken 3 skill books in total. He was very much afraid that this woman could be greedier than he is. Back at his position, Zhang Yang took out a skill book and a gray-silver robe, giving it to Han Shui. Snowy Devil. Give me 100,000 gold pieces as tribute. Han Shui shamelessly took the equipment and skill book. She quickly changed into the equipment and learned the skill. She turned to Zhang Yang and winked seductively. Money? I don't have any, but I could let you use my body in turn. Before he had the chance to retort, he felt a sudden chill running down his spine. He turned around frantically and saw Sun Xianyu staring at him with a pair of eyes that spoke of death. All his muscle tensed up as he had completely forgot about her being his girlfriend. The 2 of them had barely talked after they had left the police station. Dating aside, they had not even met once after that. It was also the same in the virtual world, nothing has changed, which had led Zhang Yang to almost forgot about being tied down with Sun Xianyu. But he would have never known that even a woman with a heart as cold as ice would get jealous. Even if Sun Xianyu was not in love with Zhang Yang, Han Shui's words had raised her insecurities. Like a child watching another child take hold a toy that she had put aside, she had watched closely. Even if she was not particularly fond of that toy, she would be angry since that toy belonged to her. How could she just let anyone else take it away from her? Zhang Yang took out another gray-silver equipment and gave it to Sun Xianyu. Ice Cube. I have one for you as well. Humph. At least he could calm things down a little. Zhang Yang pondered a little. These two beauties were at about the same level as Lin Yu. In fact, they could at least be 3 times prettier than her. However, they say that the grass is always greener on the other side, but one will always believe that the homeland was always the best. It was the same in his case. No matter how beautiful the two girls were, he would always have Lin Yu in his heart. At least for now, he had one more good item in his hands. Zhang Yang took out a skill book and learned it. Rearm immediately ends all skill with cooldown by 30 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. This skill can be learned by all classes. If one had no strong skills to dispense, Rearm would be completely pointless to learn. On the other hand, if one possessed several strong skills, Rearm would serve as a godly skill. Zhang Yang was so happy that his grin stretched all the way to his ears. Noob tank. What skill did you just learn? Wei Yan'er noticed his suspicious action and asked. Zhang Yang laughed and posted Rearm's skill description for her to see. Does this mean that you can use shield wall twice in a row? Said Wei Yan'er surprised. Zhang Yang's own little band of players were left speechless as well. Sis. What skill did you learn? Asked Wei Yan'er. Han Shui posted her skill as well. Healing Rain heals a maximum of 10 players within 10 meters. Every healing target will be healed by 200% of the caster's magic power. Casting time, 1.5 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Strong, cried Daffodil Daydream. Ding! The third wave of monsters have begun to come out of Tukulo Fortress. As they talked, the fortress opened its door for the third time and countless of monsters started to rush out. This time, the monster were riders on horses with burning hooves. They were wearing full black armor with long, two-handed spears. The monsters were in an organized formation. The riders rode as one, in an orderly manner. Stomping could be heard as loud as thunder, blasting through the battlefield like thousands of drums striking simultaneously. Similarly to the two previous waves, the riders were separated into two categories, normal and elite. The only difference between the two was that the elites were larger in size, both horse and rider. Anyone could easily tell the difference just by looking at the field. Metal armor riders, normal, demon. Level, 53. HP, 5,300. Defense, 50. Metal armor rider captain, elite, demon. Level, 53. HP, 100,000. Defense, 300. Thud. 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 Like a sea of black ants, the darkness spread across the green field like plague. Bam. 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 Each rider possessed such strength that when they swing their spears, almost all tanks that were positioned on the front of the defense line were pushed back. The defense line was broken instantly. This knockback effect is directly affected by the player's own strength value. Players like Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight who were equipped well possessed high strength, and so the knockback distance was negligible, while the other tanks were immediately sent flying to the sky. The defense line was broken instantly, sending panic to everyone around the fractured formation. Zhang Yang roared. All tanks, regroup and reform the defense line. Other classes, retreat. I'll say it again. Other classes, retreat. When humans are in a disarray, he or she would unconsciously look for something as a guide, and when straightforward instructions such as these were given out, they would comply before they even processed the meaning of those words. Amidst the rumbling chaos, Zhang Yang had roared like a beacon of light. Most of the players who heard his call quickly calmed down and formed a secondary defense line behind what remained of the first. This time, the NPC army had been triggered by the close proximity of the monsters and had started their own skirmish with the incoming riders. Zhang Yang tried his best to catch the attention of as many monsters as he could to reduce the burden on the other tanks. Bam! Swoosh, dot. Zhang Yang used horizontal sweep and thunderstrike, with another blast wave after that. His rampage was akin to a heavy-duty machine knocking down small trees in a forest. Due to that, his contribution points shot up like a rocket, peaking at the top with points that doubled the second rank holder, Han Shui. Han Shui was ranked at second place in the contribution list because of her super healing capabilities. With a 75% MP cost reduction, the amount of healing she could dispense in the war was at least 50% to 100% of other healers in the troops since she could last much longer. A priest is specialized in mass healing. With skills like Healing Bond, Mending Prayers, Healing Rain, and many other multi-target healing skill, a priest is truly a class that could easily prevent death from claiming his victims. Minus 1,632. Zhang Yang suddenly received a significantly higher amount of damage. He looked down at his chest and found the shaft of long spear that had impaled him, along with two other players behind him. They had been skewered together like a human kebab. Minus 2,931. Minus 2,948. The two other received damage as well. Clang. A loud metallic sound was heard as the rider pulled the spear back out. The metal armor rider captain was completed covered in the metal armor, only a slit exposing nothing but darkness within. Zhang Yang could not even make out the eyes. It was nothing but empty void. Damn. It even had a strong piercing skill. In God's miracle, a majority of skill and attack would not pass through objects. Just like the flamethrower skill of the third boss in Bangar Crypt, as long as someone was in its way, the person behind will not take any damage. This was why Zhang Yang could use the bugged system to kill the boss in the first place. However, there were a few skills that could penetrate object or players. Take this rider captain for example, his spear attack would easily penetrate many more players if they were all lined up nicely for him. Cheng Duo Laerlo, the elite monster shriek random gibberish and thrust its spear again. Block. Zhang Yang met the incoming spear with his shield. Violent sparks of light flew about Zhang Yang as he was sent back a step. The elite rider captain was knocked on his back on his horse, almost falling off the saddle. In terms of strength, Zhang Yang was equal to the monster. It had only managed to push Zhang Yang back one step after gaining sizable momentum from the horse's charge. The area around Lone Desert Smoke had quickly settled down. After fending the sudden rider captain's attack, the chaotic period was over quickly and the players around quickly retaliated swiftly. On the other side of the battlefield, things were not going as smoothly as Zhang Yang. Lacking strong players, the other players' defense line was quickly destroyed, sending players there in complete chaos. When the formation was broken, it became harder for them to reform and regroup. They had to retreat back and depend on the NPC army to push back the invading force. However, since the NPC army could not heal themselves, most of the NPC did not last long and perished. Only super guilds like Sky High could withstand the immense pressure and reform the defense line after much struggle. The cries of war filled the air. Heads flew, swords clashed, the entire battlefield was completely dyed in blood red. The game had utilized its hyper-realistic physics engine to depict this historical and climatic war. Everything about this war was too real to be passed off, even though they knew that this was just a virtual reality game, players still felt the terror and fear from it, but like it was in ancient wars, the brave would endure and gain more fervor as the weak could only cower behind dead bodies, trembling in fear. This was the main selling point of God's miracle, its hyper-realism. Only the truly brave would stand out as the weak and fearful show their true colors. The third wave of terror had lasted for another 50 minutes. Ding! The third wave boss Narcissus has appeared. Nay, a monstrous sound that could only come from an equally monstrous horse could be heard as a huge rider rode into the field. With flaming hooves, the beast stood as tall as 10 meters, and was approximately 13 to 14 meters long. As the horse took each step, the ground burst up in blackened ashes, with flames crackling at where the horse had laid its hooves. The rider on the horseback was as large as Zhang Yang had ever seen. The rider was completely covered in the similar, black metal armor while wielding a matching spear that measured at least 10 meters long. Demon Knight, Narcissus, Grey Silver, Demon. Level, 53. HP, 13 million. Defense, 500. Unlike the two other boss that Zhang Yang had fought, this boss rode like the wind towards the players, leaving behind a trail of burnt ground in its wake. Whoa! Look! It's the Hell's Stead. Damn! It's so cool, cried Wei Yan when she saw the beast. Aiya. Don't turn. Don't turn. Come here. Let me kill your ass. But Narcissus turned away and headed towards the other player defense line. It's positioned at least 4 to 5 kilometers away from Zhang Yang. Ack, my horsey. My horsey. Wei Yan sadly and looked at Zhang Yang with puppy eyes begging, Noob Tank, let's go over there and kill that boss. Zhang Yang shook his head. We had already discussed about this yesterday. Whichever guild that the boss heads to, gets to have all rights to it. Unless they personally invite us to join the fight, we won't raise a hand. With limited forces left, we cannot spare any men to start a civil war. Do you want to be just like that hypocrite of a loser? If we lose this war, we will have to start over again 2 days later. By then, other city would have already won the war. TCH. Stingy noob, said Wei Yan unwillingly. She was rather interested in that horse. In fact, she had always been envious of Zhang Yang's skeletal warhorse for quite some time now. When she saw the glorious steed carrying the boss on its back, how could she not want to own it as well? Wei Yan pouted her lips angrily like a 3-year-old child being denied candy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Leash of the Stead from Hell. Chapter 185, Leash of the Stead from Hell. For this wave, the guild that got the boss was a guild called Place of Glory, a medium-sized guild that had the maximum member capacity of a level 1 guild, with all 10,000 members present on the battlefield. However, even with that many members, none of them were of decent caliber. The average player's level was only around level 25. The best equipped player only had a full set of level 30 gray-silver equipment. It simply wasn't enough to take on the boss. Narxus had the same penetrating skill as the smaller monsters. The long spear thrust out and skewered through the players like a series of caramel apple on one long stick. The longitudinal skill damaged the unfortunate players with 5,000 plus damage, enough to kill of at least 7 to 8 players. Although that skill was quite formidable, the boss had another skill that was even stronger, a sweeping ulti. One clean sweep with the spear would cause 5,000 damage to every player within 10 meters around him. Death would be certain to anyone who was unable to escape that radius. Within a minute, Palace of Glory had only managed to reduce 12% of the boss HP, while having their own main attacking force completely wiped out. The remaining lower-leveled players had a hard time attacking the high-leveled boss. Most of their attacks were nullified since their attacks were unable to exceed the boss defense. If the battle continued on, the guild would be completely routed before the boss is defeated. The guild master of Palace of Glory was in hysterics. When the guild first saw the boss was heading towards them, they were ecstatic. But as soon as the boss laid down the first strike and followed up with a sweeping skill, all that euphoria was completely replaced with complete despair. The drops from a gray-silver boss was great and all, but at least one must have the capability to defeat it first. Palace of Glory has given up on the boss. The boss is now free for all. The guildmaster cried out as he led the remaining survivors to retreat to safety. Zhang slammed the axe into the ground and called out to 100 shots. Snowy B** TCH. Follow me. 100 shots. Bring a team of ranged attackers and follow me. The monsters around Zhang Yang's area had already been defeated. Most of the players here were already resting, sitting on the ground munching on recovery snacks. 100 shots went around the crowd and recruited a few strong hunters and spellcasters. One by one, the recruited players summoned their mounts and followed Zhang Yang to the boss. Hey! Noob tank! Remember to bring back the horsey for me! Wei Yan Air yelled. To defeat the boss was not just the intention of Lone Desert Smoke alone. Crimson Rage, the Dominators, and Sky High had already dispatched their own elite group of attackers. Others who had the capability to kill the boss, like the Big Four, lesser-known ones like Lost Paradise and Miracle Garden, had also joined in the fray. In a short time, close to 10 groups of players had rushed towards the boss. All of the incoming party were consisted of 2 tanks and a bunch of ranged attackers, followed by a few healers. They had already learned their lesson when the first and third boss were wiping out their melee classes like they were snapping a twig. Zhang Yang stopped his horse 50 meters before the boss and shouted, "Everyone! The enemy is at hand. I suggest that we do not fight amongst ourselves but instead join hands to defeat this tough boss. Let go for the first-come first-served basis. Whoever gets their hands on any of the equipment shall have full claim to it without contest." If everyone wanted to have their city to be the best in the world, everyone have to be united. They would have to suppress their greed for loots and instead quench the thirst for honor instead. Everyone had same thoughts as Zhang Yang and were in line with his thoughts. After all, those who were sent to defeat this boss were elite members of their respective guilds. As of now, no one could bear to suffer any losses. Zhang Yang saw that everyone had someone come to terms with his suggestion and was pleased. Zhang Yang rushed to the boss and started to fight. In his mind, he was rather happy, not because of the unity, but because he knew that he was going to be the one getting all the good stuff. His athletic speed and reaction is not something he had just obtained. No one could be as fast as he. Still, it's bad taste to haul everything in sight. Instead, he could at least grab all the really good ones first. Narxus was still chasing after members of Palace of Glory, and in the ongoing pursuit, they lost another 1,000 players. The situation was already bad for them, yet the boss had to rub additional salt on their wounds. They were no longer just running back to the hill like children crying for their mothers. They had already dropped their swords and were fleeing with their tails between their legs. While Zhang Yang was already within the boss aggro zone, the boss had ignored the threat as the boss was still locked onto Palace of Glory members. Zhang Yang immediately unsummoned his mount and slid across the battlefield with charge. Provoke. Immune. Blood Rage. Rage plus 30. Horizontal Sweep. Normal Attack. minus 1,423. Minus 2,983. The crippled defense effect on the boss had long since expired. Only Zhang was able to strike 3,000 plus damage while the boss still had 600 defense. Only Zhang, the player with a yellow gold weapon and a 50% ignore defense passive eagle eye, could do that. Once other players witnessed the prowess of Zhang, every one of them instinctively jumped at the sight of the ridiculously high damage. After 2 instances of attacks, Narxus finally turned his attention to Zhang. The boss raised its spear high in the air, ready to strike Zhang. It cannot be helped, the main attacking force of Palace of Glory had been killed off earlier. The remaining players around could only deal nullified damage as their own attack power was unable to surpass the boss defense. The aggro that any of them generate was so low that 1 minute's worth of attack was easily overtaken by Zhang 2 instances of attacks. Block. Zhang raised his shield and blocked the attack. Once the attack was stopped, the piercing effect was not implemented and the protected players behind Zhang continued to lay down their attack. Attention! Do not stand in line with me. Please attack from 30 meters away. That's the furthest distance possible. Dear friends from other guild, please do not forget to set your attacking mode to city raid mode. In God's miracle, there were many types of attacking mode to match different situation. For example, in the 8th server-wide World War, if you switch to server raid mode, your AoE attack will only cause damage to players from other servers instead. Another example is the current war that involves the players from an entire city. City raid mode would cause their attack to hit only the enemy instead of each another. This was to prevent any unwanted conflict. There are also other attacking modes such as guild raid, party attack, and attack all one. Just as Zhang had finished his words, he glanced towards Humbly Gentleman. Humbly Gentleman changed his expression suddenly and cried. What are you looking at me for, Zhang Yu? Do I look like man who casts aside the greater good? Sky Shaman huffed lightly and made eye contact with Zhang. Both of them exchanged a look and nodded together, instantly agreeing to do one thing: form an alliance after the war and kill the Dominators. More than 10 guilds had started to send out their tanks to attack the boss. It was not because they feared Zhang might not be able to handle the boss alone and would die after. On the contrary, it was because their range attackers and other non-tank class players were just too weak to endure any of the boss attack. If they did not send anyone up to the boss, how could any of them loot any equipment when the boss dies? Initially, none of the guilds knew about Zhang potential or capabilities. No one dared to let their guard down. But when they took a quick look at the damage list, their eyes went wide open, unsure if they were reading it wrong, or if they had suddenly seen a naked woman dancing across the street. Is this Guardian on turbo, nitro, or whatever else that made a car super fast? What the heck? His damage was so high that he was ranked at the top. He had even left a massive gap between him and the second rank. Eagle Eye effect grows stronger as the defense of the boss was higher. Furthermore, the weapon in his hand was a yellow gold tier. Even though it looked like Zhang was focusing on the boss, he was actually paying attention to his surroundings. He wanted to prevent anyone from attacking his back, especially the Dominators. To let them guard you rear was like depending on a monkey to guard your bananas. For Zhang to bravely fight in the front lines, he obviously had a trump card against those cheating bastards, the Shadow of the Void. After activating the skill, his character will immediately leave the battle and enter another dimension where no one can attack him and vice versa. However, it was his trump card, and if possible, he did not want to expose his skill. With Han Yingshue's massive support power and Zhang high defense, attack immunity skills, as long as they had enough time, both of them were enough to slowly kill the boss. However, the surrounding players were rather greedy and fierce. Everyone was attacking with their might, causing the boss HP drop like a boy going down a water slide. 70%, 50%, 30%, the boss HP was about to be emptied out. Many attacking players and smaller guilds were standing at the outer circle and all they could only look on in envy. However, there were many strong guilds attacking the boss together. No one else dared to attack since they risked offending several guilds at the same time. 10%, 5%, 0%. The boss fell off its horse and slammed against the ground hard, sending a minor tremor in every direction. In that instance, close to 20 items popped out and drops onto the ground. Loots. The tanks that were closer to the loots had bent over and picked up any items they could get their hands on. This time, everyone was smarter. They had switched their looting mode to all pick. Zhang eyes were faster, and with one quick sweep, he picked up 3 items. All 20 items that were on the ground didn't last for more than a second, quickly finding themselves in player inventories instead. The atmosphere of the field was rather mixed. Those who got their hands on gray-silver items were elated while the ones who got green copper were filled with disappointment. However, there were others that were even devastated as they had not been able to pick up anything at all. If they were guild master themselves, it would be alright, but if they were regular guild members, they would surely be scolded by their guild masters when they return empty-handed. Zhang summoned the skeletal warhorse and hopped onto its back. Everyone! Return to your original positions immediately. The fourth wave of monsters will spawn in just 2 more minutes. After the third wave of monsters, everyone had gotten an idea of how the war system worked. Monster wave will spawn continuously for 50 minutes and will stop after that. There will be a 10-minute window for the players to kill the boss. After 1 hour, the next wave will spawn. Snowseeker came to Zhang and asked, "Zhang, you guild master, did you get anything good?" Zhang laughed. "How about you?" Both of them exchanged looks and kept their lips sealed. Even when both guilds were allies, they were not in the same guild. It would only cause each other grievance if they shared their results. Back to where his guild waited, Wei Yan'er cried out when she saw Zhang returning. "So? Where is my horsey? Horsey! Horsey, where art thou?" "Keep quiet, you annoying little brat," said Han Shui. Just when Wei Yan'er was about to throw a tantrum, Zhang laughed. "I was rather lucky. Look! I got a leash of the hell's stead." "Really?" said Wei Yan'er with her eyes wide open. Zhang posted the item's description and shared it with everyone. A small party had a maximum of 10 players, and every 5 small parties will form a group, every 20 groups will form an expedition. Those who were in the same small party as Zhang were those that were really close to him, with 2 more extra players, Defiant Monk and Ironhills. The rest of the party was just there to fill in the gap. Leash of the Hell's Stead, Ground Mount. Use, summon or unsummon a Hell's Stead for a player to ride. Summon time, 2 seconds. Level requirement, 30. Bound upon first time usage. Mine. Gimme. Mine. My precious. Wei Yan'er cried. Zhang shook his head and said, "This item will be placed in the guild auction. Buy it with your contribution points." Wei Yan'er snorted as she approached. Zhang looked at him with a rather cute and pitiful puppy face. "Pretty please?" Zhang laughed. "Don't look at me like that. This item has to be bought with guild contribution points. What if there are others with higher guild contribution points? If I just gave this horse to you, I would be treating the rest of the guild rather unfairly. But my points is higher than yours. I'm higher than my cousin and sister son." Zhang shook his head. "I have the skeletal warhorse, so I'm not going to compete with you. All that's left is your cousin and that ice cube. Hurry up and persuade them. I'm going to sell the item already." Wei Yan'er quickly ran to Sun Xianu and Hanging Shui persuaded them with all she had. By the looks of Han Shui's twitching lips, it would seem that she had made a different sort of deal. Zhang then posted the Leash of the Hell's Stead in the guild channel and said, "Attention members of Lone Desert Smoke. This item was only looted in the boss fight less than 5 minutes ago. Now, based on the rules, everyone can participate and bid. You may use your accumulated guild contribution points to buy this item. Please, remember. Only guild contribution points are acceptable. I do not want to hear gold coins or cash. This is a guild, not a free market to flaunt your wealth. The guild will only acknowledge your contribution points. Nothing more. Nothing less. Right. Everyone can now start bidding for the item. If the same amount of bids are issued, the faster one will be selected. One more thing, besides bidding, no one is allowed to use the guild channel. 200 guild contribution points will be deducted for that offense." Everyone in Lone Desert Smoke was startled. Based on the regular standard operating procedure, super rare items would automatically be shared among the guild officers and not the regular member. Suffice to say, the black steel equipment and green copper equipment, along with a luxurious amount of experience points, all dropped by the monsters, were already enough to satisfy everyone in the guild. Now, they had the qualifications granted to them to participate in the rare item auction. Zhang had clearly won over the hearts of the member just by sharing the loot. Guild contribution points, crap. Everyone started to wail and cry. If they had known earlier that the points could be used for events like this, they would have already done it as a daily routine. 100. 2001, 300. 500. Everyone cried out the contribution points to bid for the horse. 1,200. Wei Yan'er cried out the number that anyone else could hope to have. Zhang went with the flow, 1,200. Any higher? 1,200 going once. Going twice. 1,200. Anyone? The guild channel remained silent. Sold. Congratulations to player Drizzler for obtaining the mount. 100 shots, deduct 1,200 contribution points from Drizzler's character. Even though they could not get their hands on the mount, they were still filled with spirit and excitement. None of them were displeased about the result. They knew that someday, they too, could get their hands on rare item. All that they needed were guild contribution points. By using this method of distribution, all were equal. No guild officer could have special treatment. They would have to depend on guild quests and dungeon raids to collect their points. All in all, it was rather fair to everyone. Zhang took 2 more gray-silver equipment dropped by Narxus and auctioned them in the guild channel. Before he began, Zhang advised Han Shui and the rest of his own party to not participate in the auction. This way of sharing their wealth was a good way to bring everyone closer. One attack all mode. In previous chapters, I used the term friendly fire instead of attack all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Hijack. Chapter 186, Hijack. Ding. The 4th wave of monsters have started to come out of Tukula Fortress. A huge, 10-meter-tall Traiant started to walk out slowly from the fortress. Its movement speed seemed rather sloppy and sluggish. The monster moved one limb after the other, at a speed slightly above that of a real-life sloth. However, each stride it took was vast, as long as 6 to 7 meters. In actuality, it was moving rather swiftly towards them. Like the previous waves of monsters, Traiants were also divided into normal and elites. The elite monster was twice the height. Like a skyscraping tree in the Amazon jungle, this monster had similarly proportional long legs. In fact, it was so huge that every step caused a massive tremor. Thick bark Traiant, normal, elemental. Level, 54. HP, 5,400. Defense, 100. Iron bark Traiant, elite, elemental. Level, 54. HP, 100,000. Defense, 600. Such a strong defense value, almost double that of other monsters. As expected of the names they were given. Zhang frowned. In just 3 waves of monster, the army of players had already lost more than 30% of their total members. Only half of the NPC army remained. This is just the 4th wave. Each wave will definitely be stronger and tougher than the previous waves. If the battle continued on like this, they might not be able to handle all 10 waves. The thumping of the Traiants could be heard louder and louder as they approached nearer. Wham! As soon as they were in melee range, the Traiants lifted up their massive feet and stomped on the tanks. Its massive size was so large that it was enough to stomp on 3 to 4 players at a time. Players around started to initiate their counterattack. The thick bark Traiants were easier to deal with since they only had 100 defense. The iron bark Traiant were significantly harder. Physical attack type players had a really tough time trying to return damage blow for blow. Still, one class stood out better than the rest. With strong defense, the Traiants had one weakness, fire. Pyromancers in the vicinity were casting waves of rain of fire, dealing more than twice the normal damage. In an instant, pyromancers had their contribution points shoot up like rockets. Daffodil Daydream was one in particular. She had been following Zhang for the past month and had obtained many equipment for herself. She wore a complete set of gray-silver equipment. Her damage soared to the sky, laying waste to everything she set her sight on. Phew, boom. Boom. Her rank rose from 13th to 9th, overtaking Fatty Han at 10th place. Looking at his rank, Fatty Han could not help but cry in envy. The vigorous battle raged on, leaving countless monsters dead, equipment that couldn't be perceived with numbers left among their corpses. Subsequently, many players were killed off as well, leaving the battlefield emptier as time went on. Zhanyu, how many men do you have left? Asked Snowseeker, nervously. I've lost more than 2,000 men. But my main attack force is still intact. Zhang answered. During the recruitment drive, Lone Desert Smoke had a rather strict policy. The guild would only recruit high-leveled and strong players. So, out of a maximum capacity of 20,000 players, the guild only had a total of 9,000 players at the moment. Moreover, the average level of the members of Lone Desert Smoke was quite high, being at level 42. Most players that were killed off were basically at around level 30 or so. They had participated in the war only for experience points and equipment. So, while the casualties may seem high in number, it was negligible in terms of strength. Moreover, the healers were now able to focus their healing on the important members only. The combat efficiency of the guild had only risen. Our guild has over 7,000 players left. We've even lost some elites. If this goes on, we might be in danger. I think we can only last until the 7th or 8th wave before we bite the dust, said Snowseeker worriedly. Zhang Yang laughed. Let's just give it all we got. In his previous life, he had never participated in such an event. He was not clear of the difficulty of this war. But there was one thing that he knew clearly: even though Violet Star City's item collection quest was not completed rather quickly, the other cities repeatedly failed their expedition war, and so, victory was claimed by Violet Star City, led by the infamous One-Sword Stroke. Since then, his name soared to the high heavens and became the #1 tank in the China server. I'll never allow myself to lose to anyone. Zhang Yang muttered silently. He had always believed that he had the talent in online gaming. Now that he started along with everyone, if he lost to One-Sword Stroke while having such an abundance of experience, he would rather just find a rotten piece of tofu and knock himself to death with it. 50 minutes into the wave. Ding! The 4th wave boss, Lodak, has appeared. A supersized, 100-meter-tall giant tree ant appeared in the battlefield. In just one step, it managed to traverse by several hundred meters. Thump! 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 In just 4 steps, the monstrous tree ant had arrived to the doorsteps of the Dominators. Wham! It stomped the ground and struck at least 30 players in one shot, causing many -5,000 damage text to pop up like flies. Demonized Trey and Lodak, Grey Silver, Demon. Level, 54. HP, 14 million. Defense, 1,200. Hold on. Hold on. Get the aggro locked in, cried out Humbly Gentleman. He wanted to pull the aggro himself, but he was a spellcaster. Traveling Piglet ran up to the front, and after a number of aggro gaining skills, he managed to hold onto the boss aggro. Instantly, the main attacking force of the Dominators started their attack. However, even after inflicting 5 crippled defense, the boss's 600 defense proved too strong for anyone from the physical attacking class. Exasperated, they were crying out in agony. Lodak had 2 attack patterns. The first attack was the stomping attack that caused an area attack of 5,000 damage to every single player in a specific area. The second attack was Fist Slam, capable of causing 5,000 damage to every player in a long straight line. Since the boss was extremely large in size, all melee players did not have to go near it to attack, thus, it will not take much damage. Melee class such as Berserker, Thief, Templar were able to approach the boss to attack, their lives out of danger as long as they keep a distance from Traveling Piglet. There were many melee attackers participating in the war, so even though the boss had such strong defense, and the glaring weakness of tree ants towards fire, they were doing good damage, more so than the previous boss fights. Humbly Gentleman began to smile happily, looking like a cheater grinning evilly after a successful scam. His face was truly asking to be pummeled on. Hey Noob Tank, that Humbly what's-his-face is really annoying and irritating. Let's go and KS his boss, said Wei Yen Air after staring irritably for a while. She had been pacing up and down on her hell's stead. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, no. The amount of fighting force we have left is very little. If we had another internal conflict, I fear that the chance of us finishing this expedition would be slim. Wei Yen Air pout her lips disgruntledly. Are you going to just let them be? Zhang Yang smirked. Come your flat pancakes. Just you wait. I'll take all their loots. Everyone turned their heads and rolled their eyes. Do you really think that you are a god of war now? How do you plan on getting past the 3 circles of attackers and 3 other circles of defenders and get to the boss? Zhang Yang laughed at their incredulous stares. Just you wait and see. Even though Sky Shaman hated Humbly Gentleman down to his bones, he could jeopardize the entire expedition for the sake of revenge. The main objective right now was to survive all 10 waves of monsters. Grudges can be settled after the war. As the battle raged on, Lodak's HP was left with only 20%. Zhang Yang summoned his mount and rode towards the Dominators. Little brat. Keep me updated on the boss HP. He rode on, leaving his guild members behind. Everyone was rather confused as they listened to Wei Yen Air yelling the HP percentage repeatedly. 19%, 18%, 17% and 16%. Zhang Yang pulled up near the outermost defense circle and waited there patiently. Humbly Gentleman always liked to take advantage of others, and fearful of the same being done to him, he was a paranoid one. Now that he saw Zhang Yang coming along with his horse, alarms were blazing in his head and he stared at him suspiciously. This guy must be up to no good. Could he be trying to lure him out? Thus, he did not dare lay down the attack order, or else he would have to break his own perfect defense circle, put there in the first place to prevent the nearby thieves who could be hiding in the shadows, coming out when the boss dies to pick up the loots. Zhan Yu. What are you up to? Since it was better than to just stand idly by, humbly gentleman tried to pry. Zhang shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, nothing at all. I like the scenery here. Scenery my arse. Humbly gentleman nearly opened his mouth to curse. However, he held it in and smiled. It did no matter how many hidden thieves he had in place, stealth only made them harder to detect. They could not pass through objects anyway. As long as the defense line is properly formed, no one would get past this line easily. Humbly gentleman quickly reverted to his gentlemanly persona and smiled gently. I see. If you're keen to watch the scene, please enjoy it to your liking. 10%, 8%, 6%, 4%. Zhang dashed forward and breached the defense line. Without waiting for the attack command, the players in the defense line started to attack with hundreds of arrows, fireballs, frost arrows, aiming directly at Zhang. Even if he was a super tank, these attacks were enough to kill him off in one wave. Boom! Pack! Wham! Pew! As the attack ended, every attack seemed to only hit air and kicked up dust on the ground, with Zhang nowhere in sight. Humbly gentleman was so baffled that his eyeballs nearby popped out of their sockets. What the hell just happened? That was stealth. How could a guardian learn stealth? WTF. I must be confused. Use all AoE skills. Don't leave any corner untouched. Humbly gentleman spun around and ordered his equally bewildered members. At the same time, the outermost circle hunters and spellcasters had attacked continuously with their AoE skills at the area where Zhang was last seen. Any hidden thief would be forced out of hiding after receiving an attack if they were to remain in the same spot. Invalid. 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 Humbly gentleman began to have second thoughts. Did the first wave of attack killed him already? 3%, 2%, 1%, the chirpy voice of Wei Yan rang continuously in Zhang ears. He was already in the realm provided by the skill, Shadow of the Void. He was still in the same battlefield, but in this realm, all life forms had disappeared from his vision. Zhang felt like he had entered a barren earth with him as the sole survivor. Easily and effortlessly, Zhang had breached through the defense line of the Dominators and arrived at the point where he estimated the boss stood. When Wei Yan announced that the boss HP was at 1%, he quickly activated Blood Rage and gained 30 rage point, with surfacing out of the Shadow of the Void. Immediately, as he resurfaced in the real world, he was greeted by the sight of thousands of players along with the gigantic boss. Destructive Smash. Minus 3,324. With that one attack, Zhang had dealt the last attack to kill off the boss. Ding! You have killed Lodak. You have struck the last blow. You have been granted 50% of all experience points. Obtain 7 million experience points. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, The Fifth Wave. Chapter 187, The Fifth Wave. Zhang hands were in a blur, like the hands of Flash. Swish. Swoosh. He grabbed all the loots and placed them into his inventory. From gray-silver equipment to skill books, leaving the green copper as the last, he swiped them off the ground. He had hide his player's profile and turned on the helmet effect that hide his face and appearance. He had even unequipped his shield to be safe. When the players around him saw him picking up the loots, they were not suspicious of him since they knew that the item distribution mode was set to leader distribution. If you wanted the honors of picking them up, by all means, that's probably the closest you can get to owning it. However, in a flash, they realized that something was going wrong. The items on the floor were disappearing extremely quickly. Spy. There's a spy, one of the players shouted, which had instantly triggered the nearby players to react and attack Zhang. Zhang summoned Clear Lotus and activated Substitute to gain immunity. Zhang took this chance to quickly pick more items as he could. At this point of the game, no many players could get their hands on a servant. Those who knew about the substitute ability were only those within Zhang party. There was no way that players from the Dominators would know that they would need to kill the servant before they could dispel the immunity effect, thus everyone was vigorously attacking Zhang with everything they had. 5 seconds was very short. In that time, Zhang had missed 3 green copper equipment on the ground. He then ignored the items and used charge, targeting the closest spellcaster. In an instant, he activated Rearm and refreshed every skill's cooldown. Shadow of the Void. Swoosh. In Zhang world, every living being was removed from his vision. He quickly dashed back to his guild position. In the effect of Shadow of the Void, his movement speed was increased by 100%. With a 20-second active duration, it was enough for him to run 300 to 400 meters away. By the time the skill had ended, Zhang Yang had reappeared far away within the NPC army. He then summoned his mount and rode by safely to his guild position. Zhang Yang checked his loots and found that he had looted 9 grey silver equipment, 19 green copper equipment and 2 skill books, grace, and healing rain. Ha ha! Humbly Gentleman would have cried his eyes out if he had knew I took these awesome skill books. That being said, Humbly Gentleman was still preoccupied with Zhang Yang's disappearing act. Was he still alive? Humbly Gentleman was still at the outermost circle of defense, commanding the troops to attack at random. In that instant, he had so distracted that he did not bother about the boss loots. In his opinion, as long as the defense line was intact, no one else could pick up the boss loots, so it does not matter. However, when his underling had reported about the loots had been looted by an unknown player, Humbly Gentleman had frantically shoved his way to the boss cops and found only 3 miserable green copper equipment lying there. Having worked tirelessly for so long to earn only 3 pieces of green copper equipment? Humbly Gentleman felt his final fuse burning out. He asked around, but his underlings could only report that the thief had hidden his profile information and had a helmet covering his head, hiding his face from everyone. With that little information, Humbly Gentleman had the highest confirmation that the thief was Zhang Yang. Play with fire and you will be get burned one day. Humbly Gentleman quickly sent a private message to Zhang Yang. I knew you were behind this. Give me back all the items that you stole. Zhang Yang immediately replied. I have no idea what you are talking about. Don't act coy with me. I knew that you were the one who stole all our boss loots. No. I did not. Zhang Yang replied in his heart. I did not steal. I clearly robbed you. You. Humbly Gentleman finally had a taste of his own medicine. To be unable to come up with a reply. Furthermore, he had no proof that it was really Zhang Yang who had stolen all his boss loots. Zhang Yang laughed and continued. Hey! Hypocrite! The monsters are about to spawn again. Who knows, the next boss might land in your hands again. If that was really the case, Zhang Yang could easily hijack the boss again since 1 hour was a luxurious duration for all his skills to refresh. When Humbly Gentleman saw his reply, he was so enraged that he could feel the anger gushing out of every pore of his body. He felt nauseous. What kind of attitude was that? At least, he now understood how Sky Shaman felt back then. On one side, Wei Yen Air was overjoyed. Hey! Noob tank! Did you really hijack their boss? I could see their tantrum all the way from here. Goo 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 goo. It looks like fun. Zhang Yang only nodded his head and did not say anything else. He then posted each of grey silver equipment he looted in the guild channel and auctioned them off like the rest. One of the equipment was called Lodax Arm Brace, a heavy armor type. Zhang Yang equipped the armlet first, with the intention of getting it identified back at the city, after the war. He will give it to Wei Yen Air if the identified properties were of the offensive type, and keep it for himself if it was a defensive type. As for the skill books, since Endless Starlight and Haning Shui had the skills in hand, Zhang Yang decided that he will put them up for sale in his shop. Ding! The 5th wave of monsters have started to come out of Tukula Fortress. In an instant, a massive horde centaurs stampeded out of the fortress. However, unlike the Kokulos tribe, these centaurs were completely red, from head to hoof. They looked much fiercer, having eyes that emitted a dark reddish flame. These were clearly indicators of a demonic nature. Similar to all the previous monster waves, there were normal and elite types, both wielded a long bow and a quiver on their backs. Demonized Centaur Archer, Normal, Demon. Level, 55. HP, 5500. Defense, 50. Demonized Centaur Archer Lord, Elite, Demon. Level, 55. HP, 100,000. Defense, 300. Zhang Yang cried out. Everyone! Get back! Let the NPC army take the first wave of attack. Zhang Yang lead his own troops back and let the NPC army take over the front line. Thud! 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 The stomping of hooves got louder as the centaurs approached the players like lightning speed. As the enemy entered their attacking range, they began drawing their bows and shot endless waves of arrows to attack. A few of those monsters were capable of dishing out damage on par with a large group of players. Unless the players were all wearing the same tiered equipment as Zhang Yang, they would easily be killed. Besides those who were standing at the front line, other players had made their way behind the NPC army to prevent themselves from getting instantly killed by the NPC. Zhang Yang waited until the NPC had started to return fire and then commanded his own troops. Time to lay waste to these bastards. Hurrah! Once the players entered melee range, the hunter-class monster lost their offensive edge. Due to the outrageous number of monsters, with many layers stacked together, the ones standing behind were unable to attack, blocked by the ones in front. However, these monsters had barrage, and with a number of attacks, the monster had inflicted massive causalities to the NPC army in the front row. As the killing went on, the number of drops multiplied, as player deaths shot up relatively. The number of players was initially at around 2 million, but right now, there were less than 1 million left. The NPC army had lost an even greater number. With lesser players to pick the loots, the ground was littered with them. Once the NPC army had suffered significant losses, the attacking force was unable to match evenly with the incoming enemies. They actually had enough manpower to create a literal defensive line to fight the monster, but currently with their low numbers, the monsters had begun to engulf the army like an island in sea. With this kind of situation at hand, the death rate was increasing drastically. Monster will spawn again after dying and the numbers will keep on getting higher and higher. Inversely, once an NPC dies in battle, they will not respawn again. A loss will remain lost. The players did the best they could and managed to somewhat keep the monsters of the fifth wave at bay. However, the performance of the super guilds were much better. They could at least preserve their NPC army while the rest of the players had already completely sacrificed the NPC army on their end. Among the guilds that could preserve their NPC army was the alliance between Lone Desert Smoke, Crimson Rage, and Lost Paradise. The number of NPC army on their side of the battlefield remained at 70%. Ding! The fifth wave boss, Marcus the Wind Ranger, has appeared. Along with that system notification, the hill-sized male centaur Wind Ranger had entered the battlefield. His massive body had actually managed to block the sun and cast a huge shadow onto a large portion of the battlefield. With half of its body naked, his tight and ripped muscles were filled with explosive power. Coupled with his full red body, he was packed with power, easily spotted from afar. Marcus the Wind Ranger, Grey Silver, Demon. Level, 55. HP, 15 million. Defense, 600. Groan. The centaur growled loudly and stomped his way towards the players. The thundering sound of its hooves was as loud as the drums of war, a truly ferocious and terrifying prospect. This time, the boss was headed towards the guild called Floating Clouds. The closer it came, the stronger the clopping of its hooves. The boss, Marcus, drew its bow at a far distance and began to fire arrows, burning an emerald-colored flame. When the arrows struck the Floating Clouds players, they exploded and formed 2-meter-tall flaming walls that spread out everywhere. -5.000. -5.000. -5.000. Just as the flame touched with the players, the damage number popped out from the head and was mostly killed off instantly. A single attack alone had killed off close to 50 players of the guild. Spread out! Spread out immediately, cried Nightless Moon, the guild master of Floating Clouds. However, even when the tanks of Floating Clouds had gotten hold onto the boss aggro, Marcus remained completely unfazed and still fired arrows towards the attacking tanks. Wei Yenair saw the scenario and asked Zhang, "Hey, noob tank. A hunter is not supposed to attack when a player gets close to him, right? A hunter cannot attack targets that were too close to him. The effective range was between 3 meters to 30 meters. Within 3 meters, the hunter would be unable to fight. It was also called the blind spot. Did you see how tall the monster is? From his feet to his head, he could at least be a few meters tall. How can there be any blind spots?" Zhang Yang laughed as he explained. Everyone was baffled by his explanation. How could that be valid? It's the truth and nothing but the truth. They had to accept that fact since the boss kept on shooting arrow at the tanks beneath him. Every time an arrow was fired, it would deal an AoE fire attack to all targets in 10 meters of the first target. Skill-wise, this boss had simple mechanisms. He had only been using one form of attack. Every time he attacked, the aggro value was reset. It's a bloody massacre by his hand. By the time Floating Clouds had understood the mechanics, they would stop their attack in time when the boss cleared its aggro and allow the tank to regain his aggro hold, but, by then, Floating Clouds had already lost more than 2,000 men. In the end, the boss was slain by the guild, but at great cost. It could be predicted that by the time the next wave onslaught arrives, the guild would be completely routed and removed from the city war. Having witnessed such events, the other guilds had started to be wary of the bosses. Without proper strength and power, they would be in trouble if they did not have enough power to take the boss head on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, In Jeopardy. Chapter 188, In Jeopardy. Ding! The sixth wave of monsters surging forward from Tukula Fortress. The system was not kind enough to provide sufficient time for the players to prepare for next wave of monsters. The interval between waves was fixed. If the players could not kill all the monsters from the previous wave in time, they would be further assaulted by the next wave of monsters. This time the monsters were demon manticores. The size of the normal variation was similar to normal lions except for their powerful, long scorpion tails. The monster's body was maroon in color, as if it had been drenched in fresh blood. The elite variation were similar to the normal demon manticores other than having heads that swelled up to 7 or 8 times larger than normal. Bloodthirsty demon manticore, normal, demon. Level, 56. HP, 5600. Defense, 50. Bloodthirsty demon manticore king, elite, demon. Level, 56. HP, 100,000. Defense, 300. These demon manticores rushed out from the fortress like a wave Red Sea towards the player, threatening to wash them away. Except for a few strong guilds that still kept their NPC army, the rest of the defense lines were no longer accompanied by their NPCs, thus, those guilds had started to move closer to each other. In this way, they could enhance their strength as well as use each other as meat shields. The Dominators, led by Humbly Gentlemen, positioned themselves at the back of Zhang Yang's defense line, hiding behind the NPC army. 100 Shot shouted angrily, "Humbly Gentlemen, haven't all the guild masters agreed that all guilds stick to your own defense lines? What are you doing here?" Humbly Gentleman put on his royal princeling face, waving a hand lackadaisically. One of his followers immediately replied, King shit, this battlefield is not owned by your guild, who are you to tell us where to stand? We are kind enough to assist you in fighting against the monsters, but you even dare blame us? The follower spoke like a true dominator. The whole lot of them were self-entitled pricks, acting as if they were a blessing to the world. They knew that Zhang Yang's defense line still had an ample amount of NPCs to fight against the enemy and they wanted to reap the rewards without sowing, as they could rely on the enemy to reduce the strength of Lone Desert Smoke and Crimson Rage. The Dominators would be able to earn the title of the Master of the City in the coming contest. Zhang Yang pondered upon it for a moment, before switching to the open channel and announcing, "Everybody, our NPC armies are almost depleted, and our numbers aren't looking too good either. If we insist on fighting alone, we will not survive the 10th wave. Those who are willing, please come to my side immediately. I have Lone Desert Smoke, Crimson Rage, Lost Paradise, and the Dominators here. Brothers and sisters, unity is strength, let's fight together so that we can claim victory together." Those lost and weak players were wandering at their spots uneasily. Zhang Yang's announcement calmed their mind and emotions, and they immediately came to Zhang Yang's side. Everyone knew that Lone Desert Smoke, Crimson Rage and the Dominators were the strong guilds in White Jade Castle. Lost Paradise was another guild that was quite capable. With all of these guilds allied, they could be depended upon. The lost and weak players could rest safe, knowing that they were in good hands. The rest of the weak guilds hesitated for a while before coming to Zhang Yang's side one after another. Instantly, Zhang Yang's defense line increased from 20,000 players to more than 700,000 players. In fact, it was almost 2/3 of the surviving players. Humbly Gentleman never thought that Zhang Yang would use them as an excuse to recruit more players to join his defense line. Besides, this also made Zhang Yang more heroic and messianic, even. A savior that appeared in desperate times to liberate the weakened minds. Humbly Gentleman suddenly became furious, but who told him to do what he did in the first place? Zhang Yang commanded the crowd to move backwards and used the remaining NPC army as defense. The demon manticores already rushed towards them and fought with the NPC army. These monsters had many kinds of attacks, from their claws that clubbed and slashed, to their fangs that bit and crunched, and their tails that lashed about and stung. Their attacks were overwhelming, tearing up an opening among the NPC army. The demon manticores fought straight ahead toward players' defense line. The melee attackers fought against these monsters, and another bloody war broke out. "Move back, back!" Zhang Yang shouted repeatedly and led the players until the rear forces had their backs against the invisible wall at top of the hillside while fighting against the monsters. By moving backwards to the air wall, the monsters would be unable to flank them and they would only need to fight against the monsters from the front. Facing the endless attacks from the monsters, the remaining NPC army was now all defeated. However, their sacrifices were not wasted as they withstood a full 20 minutes of insane onslaught from the monsters, greatly reducing the pressure on the players. With NPC army was all dead, their last buffer was gone, and the players were forced to fight against the monsters themselves. The boss appeared when they had fought for 50 minutes. The number of players remaining was 750,000. Ding! The boss of the 6th wave monsters, Demonic Manticore King, Hook has joined the battle. Suddenly, a giant demonic manticore, about 60 to 70 meters tall, more than 100 meters in length, swathed in black flames, appeared on the battlefield. Demonic Manticore King, Hook, Gray Silver, Demon. Level, 56. HP, 16 million. Defense, 600. All of the players focused on Hook and were surprised to find out that Hook had an aura effect. Aura effect causes 1000 fire damage every second to targets within range. Aura range, 30 meters radius around the caster. Zhang Yang immediately spoke in the open channel, Hook has an aura effect, melee attackers do not approach Hook, otherwise, you will be dead. All ranged attackers who have more than 800 basic damage points, come forward and attack Hook while standing 30 meters away from him. If your HP is not enough, move back and make sure you get it full. Players who do not have good equipment, stay at the back, otherwise, you will waste the healer's MP and take up important spots. For the pride of all the players in White Jade Castle, everyone, please cooperate. Zhang Yang spoke again in his party channel, Demon Snow, follow me when I dash. 100 shots, look for 100 ranged attackers with good equipment and fight with us. Daffodil Daydream, look for 200 healers with good equipment, pair up 2 healers to focus on 1 attacker each and do not let anyone die. Yes. 100 shots and Daffodil Daydream accepted to the command and complied. Zhang Yang summoned his warhorse and dashed towards Hook. Hook had an aura effect, so Zhang Yang must not allow it to go near to the crowd, thus, Zhang Yang had to pull Hook further away from the crowd. On the other side, Crimson Rage, the Dominators and Sky High also sent their attackers to join the battle, while those small and medium guilds simply stood aside, observing the battle as they could not afford to fight anymore. Zhang Yang dashed towards Hook, immediately using charge. Because of Hook's gigantic body size, Zhang Yang was like an ant bouncing off a building. Minus 1253. Minus 3012. Although this ant was small, its damage was high, thus, Hook screamed with pain and lifted his gigantic paw, attacking Zhang Yang. Block. Minus 350. Zhang Yang raised his shield and blocked against Hook's paw attack. However, Hook's aura effect could not be evaded, so minus 350 damage text appeared above Zhang Yang's head every second, Luckily it was Zhang Yang. If it had been someone else without the equipment which absorbing a total of 450 damage, it would have been 800 damage points every second. Defenders had high magic resistance, but even they would still receive 750 damage points. Hanning Shui immediately casted Regeneration on Zhang Yang, followed by Mending Prayers. She kept Holy Shield in reserve, it was to be used in emergency situations. Tanks from the rest of the guilds rushed toward Hook, but they did not come over to help Zhang Yang take damage from Hook, simply waiting for the loots from Hook. After Zhang Yang applied the 5 stacks of cripple defense on Hook, and the damage from the hunters instantly increased. This round, the pyromancers were unable to contribute much. Although Hook was not fully immune to fire damage, but being a fiery beast itself, it had extremely high flame resistance. 1000 points of fireball were turned into a measly 100 points when it came to Hook. Zhang Yang's strategy was a 2+1 tactic, with ranged attackers taking 1000 fire damage every second and 2 healers to keep them alive. The rest of the guilds followed this tactic and some even used a 3+1 variation that actually wasted MP. Ding! Demonic Manticore King, Hook used charge. Hook suddenly dashed towards the surrounding crowd, the gigantic body steamrolling over them like a giant meteorite. Targets who were hit were sent flying, with minus 5000 damage texts appearing on their heads. Hook instantly killed a large number of players. Shush! Hook dashed in another direction, repeating the action 7 times, instantly killing at least 200 to 300 players. After that, Hook dashed towards Zhang Yang as the aggro value had already been established. Whenever Zhang Yang pulled a monster, nobody could possibly OT. However, the charge skill was used at random, this outcome was inevitable. Open world bosses usually took several lives as they go down, but at the cost of 3000 players' lives, the demonic Manticore King, Hook, was finally killed. The gigantic corpse crashed onto the ground, dropping a lot of loot. The tanks who surrounded Hook's corpse quickly reached out and looted the equipment as much as could possibly take. Although Zhang Yang had fast hands, there were too many people around, so he could only loot a grey silver cloth armor and a skill book. The equipment was immediately put up for auction in Guild's warehouse. A spellcaster named Midsummer Fruit won it. She was the main spellcaster in the second team. Overjoyed, she had thanked him repeatedly for it in the guild chat. The skill book was Crusader Strike, which could only be learned by Templars. Zhang Yang also put it up for auction in Guild's warehouse. Silly you, the NPCs are all dead now, and we are left with only 748,923 players. It's going to be difficult for us to survive until the 10th wave. Hanning Shui said, her brow furrowed. There were statistics displaying the number of surviving players in the upper right corner of the character interface menu. Zhang Yang sighed and said, let's just do our best. Do not give up, do not falter. Fatty Han boldly proclaimed. How irresponsible. Endless starlight added on for Fatty Han. Everyone suddenly laughed, their doubts slightly alleviated. Ding! The seventh wave of monsters is surging out of Tukula Fortress. Another wave of monsters had appeared. They were packs of Cerberuses, much larger in size than the manticores. Their entire bodies were jet black, as they snarled, white gleaming teeth coated in dribbling saliva snapping shut with deadly intent. Just staring at them alone sent chills down the spines of the players. Elite monsters were even bigger in size than the normal monsters, and they had 2 heads. Cerberus, normal, demon. Level, 57. HP, 5700. Defense, 50. 2-headed Cerberus, elite, demon. Level, 57. HP, 100,000. Defense, 300. Without NPCs as their protection, the players would have to face the monsters head-on. The normal attacks from these Cerberuses were not particularly high, but they could cast mana burning skills. Mana burning had no effect on players who did not have MP bars, but players who had MP bars were in grave danger, suffering 1000 damage points and losing 2000 MP. A lot of healers' MP were depleted due to this skill. They could only watch on helplessly as players left and right went down. Kill. 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 Upper right corner of the screen showed the number of surviving players reducing drastically. 700,000. 600,000. 500,000. The players lost 250,000 people to the 7th wave. After the ordeal, those who were left standing were basically elite players. Those who were low-leveled or inadequately equipped had gone as far as they could possibly go. Ding! The boss of the 7th wave monsters, 3-headed Cerberus, Ankita has joined the battle, but they eliminated all the minions, and those healers who had depleted MP immediately sat down and ate cakes to recover their condition. But now, a gigantic 3-headed Cerberus was coming towards them from the direction from the fortress. The 3-headed Cerberus was about 100 meters tall. It was even larger than the manticore boss, Hook. 3-headed Cerberus, Ankita, Grey-Silver, Demon. Level, 57. HP, 17 million. Defense, 600. Damn, with each level, they gain another 1 million HP. Endless Starlight muttered. We fight as usual. Zhang Yang summoned his mount and asked Han Shui, Demon Snow, are you ready? Wait a minute. Zhang Yang reined in his warhorse and waited for Han Shui. Speaking to 100 Shots, he gave further instructions. Reorganize the people that we have left. Currently we have less than 6,000 people. Team arrangements have to be redone again for balanced job roles. Make sure every party has a healer. Zhang Yang had built Lone Desert Smoke with elites, thus, they had only lost less than 40% of their full roster. Strong guilds like Crimson Rage, the Dominators, and Sky High had already lost 50% of their guild members. The rest of the guilds were in even worse states. The remaining guilds who had anything above 30% were considered pretty good, as most of the other guilds had been completely wiped out. Done. Han Shui immediately stood up and summoned her, Storm and Gale Direwolf, and said, let's go. Zhang Yang nodded, whipped his warhorse and dashed towards Ankita. The rest of the guilds had already sent attackers to fight against Ankita. Ankita's damage-dealing style was revealed. Each head of Ankita had their individual attack intervals, similar to dual-wielding thieves. It would also cast a much larger variation of the AoE skill, mana burning every 20 seconds, causing 5,000 damage and burning off 10,000 MP. Other than players who had level 40 Grey-Silver equipment, none of the healers' HP were more 5,000, thus, they were all killed in the first round. Those who survived were left with empty tanks and became sitting ducks. Ankita was the bane for spellcasters. Healers were either killed instantly or their MP was quickly depleted. The tanks at the defense line died one after another, further increasing player losses. Zhang Yang thought for a while and said, Demon Snow, stay back, this boss is the exterminator of spellcasters. What about you? The damage from this boss to physical attackers is not really high. I will defeat it with sheer number of players. Zhang Yang spoke in open channel. Ankita will not cast AoE damage to players who do not have MP bar but causes high damage to healers. We cannot use regular tactics to fight this boss. All the attackers who do not have MP bars, come forward and fight together. We will defeat this boss with our numbers. If the healers are all killed, it'll be the end for all of us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, the 8th and 9th Wave. Chapter 189, the 8th and 9th Wave. As per Zhang Yang's orders, Lone Desert Smoke sent a large amount of tanks and attackers without MP bars towards Ankita. All the healers remained behind, the precious keys to victory, tucked safely away. Ankita's physical damage was devastating. Each bite from each head of the Ankita caused 2,000 damage points, which could kill a player within 2 to 3 seconds. Despite not casting AoE skill, its mere attacks brought enough trouble. How many players would die fighting this boss? One after another, more players died, as Ankita's HP was continuously reduced. Most of the guilds did not send their elite members to fight against Ankita, as 80% of the players would die. The most suitable attackers to fight against Ankita were the hunters. When their aggro values were high, they immediately used fake death to clear the aggro. Thus, even if their damage was high to Ankita, their lives were not in danger. Hunters were the MVP 1s of this boss. Ankita had killed more than 300 players within 5 minutes, but his ample HP was also exhausted. Ankita's 3 heads reared up, facing the sky as it roared in denial before crashing down, dropping a lot of loot. Different tactics were used to fight against different bosses. If they used the traditional tactic of sending tanks and healers to fight against this MP depleting boss, healers would be wiped out, along with the tanks. Zhang did not tank the boss, otherwise, he would have held the highest aggro. Even though he was powerful, he would not be able to tank the boss for 5 minutes without a healer. Thus, this was the first time he stood aside and watched the battle as an audience. Zhang switched the item distribution mode in the party to all pick, allowing every member of their own respective guild to fight for the boss loots. He did not mind them getting a few items for themselves. Ding! The 8th wave of monsters is surging out of Tukula Fortress. The system did not allow the players to rest for long, and the 8th wave of monsters were already dashing towards the players from Fortress. This time, it was not a running monster but a flying quad-winged demon bat. A dense, dark mass could be seen from afar. It was like the night itself was being brought to them via sorcery. The size of a normal demon bat was similar to a little calf, while the elite demon bat was much larger in size. Fully outstretched, they would easily have a wingspan of 10 meters. The edges of those wings were lined with gold, which marked the difference between them and the black wings of the normal demon bats. Quad-winged demon bat, normal, demon. Level, 58. HP, 5,800. Defense, 50. Golden quad-winged demon bat, elite, demon. Level, 58. HP, 100,000. Defense, 300. Countless demon bats blotted out what little sun they had. Zhang knew that the monsters had ranged attack abilities, so he immediately said, "Everybody spread out. If any one of you is attacked by monsters and you are unable to fight back, you have to run forward. The monsters will chase after you until you have gained enough distance." Faced with aerial monsters, defense formations did not matter anymore. Due to the nature of the monsters, attacks would come in 3 dimensions. Melee attackers would be unable to fight back if they were bunched up together, but demon bats flew pretty swiftly, able to cover 500 meters in 10 seconds. The demon bats spat acid on the players from their positions up in the sky. Normal monsters caused 900 points of neutral damage while elite monsters caused 2,000 damage. Ranged attackers started to retaliate immediately, while the melee attackers ran continuously. Whenever the melee attackers were out of demon bats' attack range, demon bats would fly obliquely and land on the ground, where the melee attackers were given the opportunity to run back and hack at them. 450,000. 400,000. Monsters were raining down from the skies as they were killed, but the number of players also reduced continuously. 350,000. 300,000. 250,000. The boss spawned at the 50th minute while only 200,000 players remained. Ding! The boss of the 8th wave monsters, quad-winged demon bat king, Sincorda, has joined the battle. A giant quad-winged demon bat immediately appeared on the battlefield. It had about 100-meter-long wingspan. Once it flapped its wings, a whirlwind was formed and the battlefield was clouded up with dust, demonstrating its power. Quad-winged demon bat king, Sincorda, gray-silver, demon. Level, 58. HP, 18 million. Defense, 600. This demon bat king flapped its wings and about 10 swirls of dust appeared immediately and formed into a few mini tornadoes. These mini tornadoes moved about 10 meters before gradually disappearing. Ranged attackers, kite the boss like how you fought the minions. Zhang immediately spoke in open channel, spread out as far as possible. Sincorda came over the top of the players and spat green acidic saliva on a player. Minus 5,000 damage text appeared above that player's head, instantly leading to the player's demise. At the same time, about 10 ranged attackers also attacked Sincorda. It came swooping down at them in retaliation, but they scattered, running off in different directions. It was a rather comical, yet terrifying spectacle. Although the boss spat another acidic glob of sputum and killed a player, an attack interval had been established and thus, based on its rhythm, the rest of the players were able to constantly stay out of its attack range. Sincorida was helpless and it flew obliquely after one of the players who currently held the highest aggro value. Zhang already summoned his warhorse and waited for the chance to tag Sincorida as it flew low. When the opportunity came, he chased after the boss, yelling, "Demon Snow, follow me." Sincorida successfully chased after a player, killing the player with another spit of acid. At the same time, Zhang already approached Sincorida and entered the range of charge. Zhang immediately disabled his warhorse summon, used charge and dashed towards Sincorida. Minus 1305. Minus 2932. After 2 attacks, Zhang had locked onto Sincorida's aggro. It growled and spat green acidic saliva on Zhang. Minus 3500. Damage text appeared across Zhang head. Because this acidic saliva caused magic damage, Zhang defense value did little to reduce the damage. Regeneration. Mending prayers. Higher healing. Haningshui stood 30 meters behind Zhang and threw healing spell after healing spell on Zhang. The rest of the players surrounded Sincorida and started to attack. Who? Sincorida flapped its 4 wings, 10 mini tornadoes immediately released around its side, sweeping off in all directions. Those players who touched by the tornadoes were tossed up to the sky, taking 1000 damage every second. Evade the tornado. Evade the tornado. Zhang looked around and hurriedly yelled, "Those tornadoes aren't really fast, if you guys don't bump into each other, evading won't be much trouble." Tornadoes did not last long, spiraling for about 10 seconds. However, these 10 seconds were enough to cause more than 10,000 damage to the players who were flung to the sky. If it was not for the efforts of the healers, they would have been dead before the tornadoes even weakened. This particular round of tornadoes took at least 200 lives, showing that tornadoes could be lethal as well. Besides, Sincorida activated tornado attacks rather frequently. It activated another round of tornado attack after about 10 seconds, scattering those players who were trying to surround it. In fact, Sincorida's single attack was weak. Haningshui alone was enough to heal Zhang HP easily. If Zhang had sufficient time and lesser players surrounding Sincorida, then Zhang could even kill Sincorida easily, as Zhang would have ample space to evade Sincorida's attacks. However, Zhang knew that the 9th wave of monsters would be unleashed anytime soon, so he had to wrap things up as soon as possible. But bosses with powerful AoE skills had been specially designed for this battlefield for a simple but effective purpose: to reduce the number of players and increase the difficulty of seizing the fortress. However, the game had anticipated the average player's strength at this point in time, so the bosses weren't impossible to beat. This time, all the elite forces had gathered up, and they hacked away, quickly depleting Sincorida's HP. After 3 minutes, it succumbed to their deadly blows, dropping loot befitting of a boss. Another scramble among the players occurred again as they raced for the loots. Noob tank, I got a gray silver equipment. Wei Yenair laughed with pride. Sun Xian showed her loots, immediately silencing the little brat, as she had scooped up 2 pieces of gray silver equipment. Put them all up for auction. Zhang simply said, himself only being able to loot a hunter's skill book. If the main forces in the guild wanted the equipment so badly, nobody could compete with them, as their guild's contribution points left everyone else in the dust. Besides, Zhang used such a method of distributing loots to earn trust and respect from the members. He wanted to give them all a sense of belonging. Guys, don't join the auction this time round, yellow gold bosses will appear later, keep your guild's distribution points for that. Before Zhang started the guild's auction, he told the gang in party channel. Ding! The 9th wave of monsters is surging forth from Tukula Fortress. Hisses. With a series of snake hisses, a group of snake monsters came out from the fortress. They had both humanoid and snake-like features. They had 4 arms protruding out from their female bodies. Their upper body was covered in golden strips that could hardly be considered armor, merely covering the tips of their breasts. Their fair bellies were fully exposed. Each one of them was rather coquettish and beautiful. The green silky hair had a rather mysterious aura, adding on to the sex appeal. There were no normal monsters for this wave. All of them were the elite monsters, wielding swords in all 4 of their arms, gazing upon the players with beautiful deadliness. Lamia, Elite, Demon. Level, 59. HP, 100,000. Defense, 300. So sexy. Fatty Han's eye immediately shone and locked his sights on the Lamia's tits. It's such a shame, if only they had 2 legs, they would be perfect. Endless Starlight spoke, using a somewhat professional tone. Zhang shook his head and said, it would be perfect when they've killed the 2 of you. It would be our honor to be killed by such great beauties. Both Fatty Han and Endless Starlight replied together. Hisses. The Lamii swayed their hips seductively as they slithered to the player's direction, their swords poised to strike. Stick to your defense line. Zhang Yang raised his shield and lifted up his axe, then shouted, 2 waves to go, we must survive this. For victory. To victory. All players shouted together. Kill. Kill. Bang. 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 The Lamii collided with the players' defense line, whirling their swords with deadly finesse, starting another bloody clash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Demon Snake Queen. Chapter 190, Demon Snake Queen. Each sword attack from the Lamia was around 1000 damage points. With 4 arms and 4 swords, a Lamia's flurry of slashes would amount up to 4000 damage points if she was attacking a non-tank player. But if she slashed a tank, the damage would be dispersed and the damage from each sword attack would be reduced by the tank's defense value. Zhang Yang had his 450 damage absorption attribute, so he received only 2 digits worth of damage from Lamia's attack. Every tank was drooling when they saw Zhang Yang taking so little damage. If everyone had the same equipment as he did, these monsters would be a piece of cake for them. Besides Zhang Yang, everyone else was fighting at their best efforts, as all of these were the elite monsters. These elite monsters had high HP, high defense and high attack, so it was not easy for the players to kill them. Rays of light appeared one after another on the battlefield as more players were sent back to White Jade Castle. 180,000, 140,000, 100,000, 80,000. The number of players drastically reduced. The surviving players were the skillful players with good equipment. As a whole, the players were like a sharp sword covered in dust, and having the dust removed, their attack capability immediately shot up. Although the number of players was dropping, it seemed to have hit a hard bracket that separated the truly elite from the average. The rate of deaths was slowing down. 60,000, 40,000, 20,000, 10,000. Out of 2 million players, they were left with only 5,000 players. The 9th wave monsters had finally been eliminated completely. These 5,000 players were the players with top equipment in White Jade Castle. Naturally, this meant that they were also a minority that stood at the top of the pyramid hierarchy. Not only have they survived this much, they have also accumulated vast amounts of experience points and gained several levels. They usually required about 7 days to gain a level after level 50, but now those surviving players had gained at least 1 level. This battle had rewarded them handsomely with experience points, if nothing else. Zhang Yang's level increased had to 52 and it was now only 28% away from level 53. Ding! The boss of the 9th wave monsters, Demon Snake Queen, Mimina, has joined the battle. The 9th boss had appeared and she was different from the previous 8 bosses, which were with gigantic body size. This Demon Snake Queen is large as the regular Lamii, but she had a thicker and longer snake-like body. Every time she moved her body a little, her 40 meters long and huge body would be revealed. She had 6 arms and held a sword in each hand. She was a yellow gold boss. Demon Snake Queen, Mimina, yellow gold, demon. Level, 59. HP, 20 million. Defense, 1000. A yellow gold boss really did appear. Everyone gazed at Mimina hungrily, they truly wanted the drops. Except for Zhang Yang and the gang, this was the first time the players actually encountered yellow gold boss. Once they thought of the quality of yellow gold equipment that was much more powerful than gray silver, all somehow found new strength coursing in their veins. Kill! Somebody shouted first, triggering the 5,000 survivors to rush at Mimina, their depressed mood greatly uplifted. Noob tank, let's go, hurry up. Wei Yenair had already summoned her Hell Stead and was shifting impatiently. Despite Zhang Yang and his gang's past experience with yellow gold bosses, they were still greatly enticed. Zhang Yang smiled and said, there's no need to rush, they'll take a while to kill Mimina. Daffodil Daydream, sum up how much people, tanks, and healers we left. After a while, Daffodil Daydream answered, we have a total of 827 people, and we have 89 tanks, 118 healers, and 620 attackers. Zhang Yang nodded his head and said, 100 shots, put everybody into a team. 30 seconds later, Lone Desert Smoke's remaining players were all formed into a huge team, the elites of the elite, the wheat separated from the chaff. Zhan Yu, hurry up, kite the boss. Suddenly Snowseeker sent a message in open channel. Sky Shaman quickly followed up, damn it, Mimina's defense is so high, even after applying 5 stacks of crippled defense, she still has 500 defense. Besides, her level is too high, I can only cause about 200 damage points to her with physical attacks while Shield Bash causes only 100 damage points. I cannot grab hold of the aggro. What are you talking about? You're barely even trying, you were waiting for Mimina to kill the people who were OT. She's attacking you now because there's nothing else for her to hit. Crimson Fire complained. Mimina's defense was high, but she was relatively weaker to magic attacks. Spellcasters did not cause much damage to Mimina due to their differences in levels, but they still fared considerably better compared to the melee attackers. Spellcasters were in danger of going OT as they were gaining more aggro than the available tanks. Besides, spellcasters did not have fake death, unlike hunters and thieves. The moment Mimina targets them, they would be killed instantly as her 6 swords make quick work of them. Mimina had already killed several attackers, with 300 spellcasters making up most of the deaths. Zhang Yang laughed and replied on the open channel, "I'm coming." He switched to party chat, "Team 1, follow me." Zhang Yang led 50 people towards Mimina. All of the players who surrounded Mimina stood aside and opened up a way for Zhang Yang when they saw him coming. Why were they so polite? Obviously it was because they could not establish the aggro. With all the spellcasters dead, healers would hold the highest aggro. If all the healers died, they would fail the expedition. Charge! Blood Rage! Zhang Yang dashed towards Mimina and immediately hacked at her with his axe. Minus 1801. Because they had applied 5 stacks of cripple defense on Mimina and Zhang Yang had Eagle Eye, his attacks toward Mimina would not be reduced by her defense value. Besides, Zhang Yang was only 7 levels behind Mimina. As long as the level difference did not exceed 10 levels, Zhang Yang's attacks would not be penalized. F***CK, he is so powerful. Sky Shaman could not help but swear. He could never accept the fact that a tank could deal so much damage, compared to his 200 worth of damage points. Minus 3,571. When Zhang Yang used horizontal sweep, Sky Shaman almost cried out in front of everyone, complaining that Zhang Yang must be using cheats. "Everyone, stop attacking, let me get a solid hold of the aggro." Zhang Yang shouted loudly. At this moment, nobody wanted to be killed by Mimina, all of them stopped attacking and patiently waited for Zhang Yang to establish aggro. Only hunters could continue attacking as they had fake death. The skill's cooldown duration was short, unlike the variations that thieves had requiring 5 whole minutes. On the other hand, Zhang Yang and his people continued attacking and healing as they started attacking alongside their leader. If any one of them got to OT Mimina, Zhang Yang would have failed as a tank. Mimina was immune to provoke, but Zhang Yang used only 15 seconds to establish Mimina's aggro. Mimina turned away from Sky Shaman and started Zhang Yang wildly. Sky Shaman's face was full of tears, he was after all, one of the top tanks in White Jade Castle. It filled him with shame that Zhang Yang had acquired sufficient aggro in merely 15 seconds, while it had taken him a whole minute to do the same. Mimina did the Yellow Gold boss title justice, each attack of her swords caused about 2,000 damage points and she always attacked with her 6 arms which would absolutely destroy any non-tank attackers at the current phase of the game. Mimina had dealt more than 7,000 damage points to Sky Shaman, but when she attacked Zhang Yang, the damage was reduced to 5,000. If Mimina's damage output was calculated as a single hit, then a single attack would cause up to 12,000 points of damage. By then, Zhang Yang's 450 damage absorption would have been pointless. But since he faced multiple, lower single attacks from the opponent, the damage absorption effect truly shone. "You guys can start." Zhang Yang sent a message in the open channel. Suddenly, those players who stopped attack just now, they started to attack zealously, causing plenty of damage to Mimina. This was the first time they met Yellow Gold boss. Their excitement was just as it was for Wei Yin Air, 100 Shots and the gang when they first met evil necromancer Zack. However, open world bosses would ranged skills and would be much harder to bring down. Ding! Mimina used Tail Strike. Mimina moved her body and used her long tail like a whip, lashing out at the enemies at her rear. Instantly, a bunch of 6,000 damage texts appeared on players' head and killed at least 100 players. Suddenly, there was a conical void at her back, where players had been snuffed out. It was 40 meters in radius, cleanly marking the spots where she had massacred the players. It was currently occupied by not more than 7 players. These included 5 tanks, Wei Yin Air and Sun Xinu. Although Wei Yin Air and Sun Xinu were not tanks, they were equipped with level 40 Grey-Silver equipment, a few level 50 Grey-Silver and Yellow Gold equipment. Along with Zhang Yang's Vitality Aura, their HPs already exceeded 7,000, which enabled them to survive the tail strike. Suddenly everyone was shocked, the space behind Mimina was quickly vacated, everyone keeping close watch of her long tail. They quickly moved to the front, having no desire of taking another tail strike again. Unfortunately, tail strike was not only used at the rear of Mimina. She was actually capable of flicking her long tail all around her. After a while, Mimina used Tail Strike once again, striking the area in front of her and killing another 100 players. Their maneuvering had brought no change. Everybody was stunned at this point as they did not know if anywhere around her was safe. But the guild masters insisted that they kept up their attacks, so they had no choice but to funnel themselves into the empty spots, filled with dread as players who once stood there had been instantly killed. 60%, 40%, 20%. Because of Mimina's high defense value, long HP and high level, most of the attackers had been wiped out. 10 minutes later, Mimina was doggedly hanging on with 10% HP. Ding! The 10th wave of monsters fall from the sky, the battle is nearing its end. At this moment, the system notification rang and the 10th wave of attacks was coming soon. Quickly, kill Mimina! Everyone yelled. If Mimina was reinforced with the 10th wave of monsters, the players would stand no chance whatsoever. Bang! 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 One after another, burning meteorites fell from the sky, crashing onto every single spot of the battlefield, leaving deep, vast craters. Out of those craters, gigantic rock monsters, with bodies covered in green flames climbed out, roaring with their arms spread open like alpha silverback gorillas. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, The 10th Wave. Chapter 191, The 10th Wave. Hellfire Demon, Elite Demon. Level, 60. HP, 150,000. Defense, 1,000. These foul demonic creatures that were basically rocks and boulders clumped together to form crude humanoid figures had greenish flames dotted all over their bodies. They had varying heights, but all of them stood over 10 meters. The moment they spawned from the pit, they would immediately charge towards the players with deafening roars. Even before they got within melee range, the players would already suffer from a dot effect of -500 per tick. These Hellfire demons were equipped with a lesser version of the demonic Fire Lion King's burning aura. After all, the demonic Fire Lion King was a boss. Blitz the boss down, quickly. Everyone was shouting their lungs out. The members that were being sent over to encircle and suppress the boss by their respective guilds are all elites among the elites. Without these excellently equipped players attending to the garrison, their own line of defense would have been easily crippled by the monsters. Put your backs into the game, just a little more. Kill the boss first, then we shall go around to obliterating the monsters. There is still hope in completing the siege. Never surrender. Keep it up. At that single moment, everyone fought side by side, rivalries, grudges and enmities forgotten, with the greater good in mind. The morale was at its peak, as everyone desperately fought, none willing to fail at the 10th wave, with victory this close. 9%, 8%, 7%. Mimina's HP continued to drop, but the Hellfire demons were inflicting heavy player casualties. Without the command of the guildmaster and the support of the stronger players to hold down the fort, the overall combat capability of the players dropped drastically, leading to heavy losses. Zhang immediately said, 100 shots, Fatty Han, take the other parties back and help main battalion out. Witchy Snow, her silly little cousin, Ice Queen and Daffodil can stay. We'll handle the boss. Without any support, the entire team would definitely be crippled. 100 shots obeyed immediately and nodded, leading his parties back with one command. Fatty Han, however, smiled perversely and said, Brother Yang's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Initially he only had one in mind, then it became two, and now he's doing it with 3 and 4. TSK, 5P, Brother Yang, I will definitely send you some Tiger Whip to replenish your body, but replenish your ass, get lost. Zhang Yang barely prevented himself from kicking this wretched *SS into the distant sky. That man was playing with a live bomb. Sun Xinu was an explosive fireball. If you really lit her up, this violent woman would not hesitate to blow your head off with her guns. Fatty Han and Endless Starlight left with obscene smiles on both of their faces. Several other guild masters saw the situation and followed suit. It would be fine to leave the boss as long as their melee combatants stayed back to grab the equipment in the first place. Boom! 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 Meteorites came raining down, one after another, like a series of carpet bombs. If any of them were to land on the players, they would instantly deal a damage of 3,000 points to the players along with a 2-second stun. Therefore, players did not dare to bunch up together in one spot. If they were to take a few consecutive blows of the meteorites while also receiving some burned out from the burning aura, there would definitely be a massive amount of deaths on the field. But once they split up, they would have faced the onslaught of the monsters, every single one being an elite, and having defense points that went up to 1,000. Without inflicting a full 5 stacks of the warriors' crippled defense, professions that dealt physical damage would not even be able to pluck out a single hair. Also, Hellfire demons were fire attribute monsters, with exceedingly high fire resistance, rendering every pyromancer on the field useless. Sending elite players to assist the main battalion was like an act of sending firewood in a snowstorm, resolving their urgent needs. The battalion rallied to the reinstated chain of command from the return of high-ranking guild officers and elite players, turning the tide of the battle. Boom. A meteorite struck Han Yngshui on the back, a shockwave emanating from the impact, instantly dealing -3,000 damage on her, additionally stunning her for 2 seconds. A gigantic Hellfire demon crawled out from the crater where the meteor landed, its greenish flames dealing -500 damage on Han Yngshui with every passing second. Zhang immediately backed up and sprung forward with a charge, ramming straight into the Hellfire demon. He shouted, "Finish the boss off, I will keep the other monsters, creeps, occupied." He summoned Shadow of Merlinda to recover his health. 5%, 4%, 3%. Mimina had a HP value that reached 20 million, so 1% of that would already be 200,000 worth of damage points. With only 60 to 70 people surrounding the boss, they were simply understaffed, taking about 15 seconds to forcefully bring down 1% of the boss health. 2%. 1%. 0%. Arg Mimina screamed in misery, with her long snake body twitching and flailing about chaotically, finally crashing down to the ground, dropping loots all over. Zhang, Wei Yan'er, Sun Xinu immediately ran forward, arms extended, using their very best efforts to pick up the items that gleamed gold. Members from other guilds were at a disadvantage as they had never killed a yellow gold boss before, and had no idea on how yellow gold items look like. Instead, they were bedazzled by the shiny gray-silver items that nearly covered the entire ground, habitually grabbing at the more familiar sight. It took about 2 or 3 seconds before they were finally aware of the prospect, but there were only 4 or 5 pieces of yellow gold equipment, which were already swiped clean up by the 3 fast-handed players. Unfortunately, only 2 skill books dropped, one that Zhang managed to grab, with the other one being taken by Crimson Rage. After all, skill books were too eye-catching, Having no time at all to check on the loots he gathered, Zhang immediately said, "Quickly. Head back to the main battalion." Boom. 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 Even if they wanted to leave, they would have to cope with the meteorites that were pouring down from the sky at a rate that only increased with each passing moment, like a snow hail smashing down, punching hundreds of thousands of craters in the ground, along hundreds of thousands of Hellfire demons emerging from the pits, surrounding them from all directions. It was definitely not possible to advance forward in the thick mass of demons. Although the effects of aura skills would not stack, being flanked from the rear was no doubt the greater danger. Retreat. Fall back. Zhang quickly gave the 5-member party an instruction to retreat uphill, as it led to the edge of the map. The invisible wall supplied by the system would help block the monsters from one direction, reducing their pressure significantly. One less direction to look out for. 3,549. 3,201. 2,843. The remaining number of survivors was dropping drastically, but the Hellfire demons continued descending from the skies, endlessly reinforcing their numbers. 2,602. 2,312. 2,103. Son of the beach. Brother Yang, I died, the raging scream of Fatty Han came from the small party. Zhang could not help himself but wonder, so he asked, "Aren't you a hunter? You can just lay down and play dead." I had to hold my PP for half a day, and that was what I did exactly. I was lying on the ground like a dead man. As a result, when I returned, I found myself burned to death by their burning aura. Fatty Han wailed. For God's sake, why didn't you go to the washroom after every wave? Well, I was nervous since the beginning, holding it in without noticing, but I could not hold it any longer, so... Ayer, wretched Fatty is just disgusting. The 4 pretty ladies in the party spoke in unison. 1938. 1743. 1329. Boss, I died too. Endless Starlight also spoke up in the party chat, what bad luck. I was attracting the attentions of the monsters smoothly, but suddenly, a few monsters came from the back and killed Sweetheart within seconds. So I died without any healing. The one who he called Sweetheart was the priest in the second leading party of Lone Desert Smoke, Fantasy Sweetheart. She had a good sense of combat awareness, however, the main reason she was able to join the second party was because she had a sweet appearance along with a proud pair of boobs that Endless Starlight and Fatty Han coined as the giant boob lowly face while adding her to the formation of the second party. 892. 532. 321. Zhan Yu. I am dead as well. It wasn't long before the dispirited voice of 100 Shots came by their ears. 40 minutes passed before the raining of meteorites from the sky started to slow down. However, the appearance of the boss was just 10 minutes away. Server announcement: the Lawnguard CE expedition has failed. Suddenly, the system announcement in unique red words appeared on the global channel. That bunch of otakus and fujoshis have failed? Fatty Han was sitting by the side of the bank, colluding with endless starlight and enjoying the view of the pretty girl players passing by. They began 40 minutes after us. They probably lasted until the appearance of monsters of the 10th wave before they were wiped out. Zhang Yang gave some thoughts on it before saying it. Daffodil Daydream was full of worry, saying, "I wonder if we can make it till the end." "Yes, we definitely can," Zhang Yang said with certainty that was no bluff. The difficult part of the siege came when facing the monsters of the 10th wave. As long as they held their ground till the end, the NPCs will send forth an army of reinforcements to join the siege. By the time the NPCs take on the boss, the players will only have to ensure their own survival to complete the final task of the siege. 284. 183. 127. The number of players was still dropping drastically, but the monsters was getting sparse in the number as well. There couldn't be more than 200 to 300 of them in the field. Ding! The boss of the 10th wave, Hellfire Demon King Barayata, has joined the battle. Boom! A gigantic meteor rock descended from the sky, smashing violently onto the surface of the ground, shaking the earth with a boom that resonated across the land, forming a giant pit with a diameter of more than a kilometer on the site of the crash. The edges of the crater were still crumbling, collapsing. The shock waves lifted the surface of the ground like a carpet being lifted off the ground, emitting a 3-meter-high shockwave that spread outwardly. Pack! Pack! Two huge hands reached out from the pit, followed closely by the rise of a colossal demon of rock and magma, crawling out from the pit. With a height of up to 100 meters, it pierced through the clouds and the sky beyond. The greenish flames peppered across its whole body distorted the air with intense heat. Hellfire Demon King Barayata, Yellow Gold, Demon. Level, 60. HP, 30 million. Defense, 1500. A HP of 30 million points. And a defense of 1,500 points. Gulp. The remaining of the approximately 100 survivors found it very hard to swallow at the exact same moment. Zhang Yang immediately gave instructions: "Witchy Snow, follow me as I kite the monsters. Little sister, Icy and Daffodil, go help the others in clearing the remaining monsters." Then he posted his comment in the region channel: "Everyone, I will handle the boss for the moment while you guys clear out the remaining monsters, then we shall face the boss together." That would be the only way to solve it. If anyone still wanted to compete for the boss, they would have been slaughtered clean by the remaining monsters before they could even get a tenth of the boss HP down. Every members of their respective guilds made no delay in taking out all the remaining monsters, each of them knowing that with the excessive health points of the boss, they would not have to worry about Zhang Yang taking up the time and opportunity to slaughter the boss. Gong! 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 Barayata advanced towards the players at big strides. Every step he took shook the ground with claps of thunder. Zhang Yang went straight up in a swift manner while Han Yngshui followed behind him closely. Looking down above from the sky, Zhang Yang and Han Yngshui were like two small insignificant cockroaches, recklessly trying to block the giant juggernaut that was approaching, Barayata. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The moment they entered the distance of 30 meters away from the boss, Zhang Yang felt a surge of blazing hot air that threatened to vaporize the average human, and the damage values of -350 constantly deducted from their HP points. Of course, the boss had to possess burning aura as well, dealing 1000 fire damage to all targets within the radius of 30 meters. Phew! Barayata suddenly dropped a punch onto Zhang Yang. Coom! Although the assault was blocked with a raise of his shield, the enormous impact still hit Zhang Yang hard, burrowing both of his legs in the ground. And Palasiak Doka, the boss roared in its demonic tongue, expressing its dissatisfaction at being defied. Raising its left fist, it threw another violent punch. -4015. Zhang Yang did not block this time round. Instantly, a damage value appeared on the top of his head. The melee attack of the boss ranged at around 6,000, give or take, and it attacked once every 2 seconds. The power was astonishing. However, the damage per second did not exceed a damage of 2,000 when striking Zhang Yang. With a further reduction of block every 5 seconds, the damage per second would be less than 1,400. As long as Zhang Yang does not mess up with any single one of his blocks, Han Yngshui would definitely be able to keep up with her healing abilities. On the other side of the battlefield, the number of the monsters was decreasing rapidly, dropping from the hundreds to 2 digits, then again, dropping from 2 digits to 1 digit, and finally, they were completely exterminated. The number of remaining survivors were only 53. Among the numbers, 11 players were members of Lone Desert Smoke, 8 members were from Crimson Rage, 8 members from Imperial Sky, 5 from the Dominators and another 5 from Lost Paradise. The other 14 were from lesser-known guilds. With each of their faces filled with joy and excitement, they knew, even with the boss still at 97% HP, everyone could see the light of hope for victory, and one after another they went up to attack to the boss. -1000. -1000. -1000. The damage values appeared right above the players who charged straight up to the boss. The boss was equipped with the burning aura. Zhang frowned and made a suggestion, "All of you, join my party." The players could not help themselves but stare at him, dumbfounded, unwilling to compromise to a suggestion like that. For all they knew, once they joined Zhang Yang's party, all Zhang Yang had to do was to set the distribution mode to leader distribution mode, and lay waste to everything they had done all along. Zhang Yang was infuriated beyond words. H could only shake his head continuously without any pause. They had already set their thoughts on the equipment distribution even before they could kill the boss. So he had to say it, "What is there to worry about? All you guys have to do is quit my party when the boss is at 1% or 2% health left, you would still be able to pick up the equipment. I'm inviting you guys into my party is because of our aura effects." So he posted the explanation link of the Vitality Aura onto the Region channel, before asking Haning Shui and Wei Yen to post the explanation link of their Life Aura and Strength Aura respectively, as well. Haning Shui was truly contemptuous of such people with vile intentions. She unwillingly posted the explanation link of the Life Aura out on the channel. Wei Yen had been very aloof towards them, she did not make any faces like her cousin did. The players only understood after they read the descriptions. Zhang Yang and his gang possessed aura skills. My goodness, these are really good stuff. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, Hellfire Demon King Barayata. Chapter 192, Hellfire Demon King Barayata. It was no longer a mystery on why he wanted everyone to join his party, it was all because aura skills can only benefit the members of their own party. The increment of 2% or 4% may seem very little, but when the number of the party members increases, the power will be immense. While Zhang Yang kite the boss around, he took out 2 pieces of scroll: Magic Scroll, Increase Morale, Level 1, and Magic Scroll, Debilitation 1, Level 1, but Lone Desert Smoke had been reserving the Cave of Bones to themselves for the past few days, so there were at least 10 pieces of these scrolls deposited in the warehouse of the guild. Zhang Yang had brought them along this time round. He tore a piece of the Magic Scroll, Increase Morale, adding the effect onto his own side of the party. Every single members instantly acquired an increase of 5% in both damage effect and healing effect. Zhang Yang threw the other scroll, the Magic Scroll, Debilitation, at the boss. Failed. As the level gap of the two sides was 7 levels apart, the first scroll was instantly wasted. Zhang Yang quickly passed another Debilitation scroll to Haning Shui. You throw it. Haning Shui was currently at level 53, which was 1 level higher than Zhang Yang. Although the level difference between the two of them was only 1 level, the Magic Scroll was just too expensive to be wasted. Saving up even 1 scroll was well worth it. Haning Shui threw the scroll with a swing of her arm, slapping the Magic Scroll onto Barayata. Ding! Barayata has been affected by Debilitation, Level 1, effect, decreasing all damage and healing effect by 10%. Last for 60 seconds. Haning Shui giggled as she teased sultrily, "Look, even the boss can be affected by the seduction of a woman." The party had the Strength Aura that gave them an addition of 2% strength, also with increasing morale that gave them an addition of 5% damage. The damage output of the whole gang had gone up by 1 level. Engaging a boss with high defense, the 5% increase of their attack was not merely increasing their damage output by 5%. For example, a player who dishes out 120 base damage would only cause 20 damage to a boss that had 100 points of defense. When there is a 5% increase in the attack, the basic damage will reach a value of 126, which actually can do 26 damage to the boss, which meant that the damage has actually been increased by 30%. Although the increase of 2% strength could not increase 2% of the player's attack, but the direct increase of 1.5% would still be of use. Taking the advantage of the time where the Magic Scroll was still in effect, everyone immediately went out with their full power, unleashing every major skill in their arsenal on the boss. Barayata suddenly let out a loud cry, smashing both of its fists against the ground with a rumbling power. Immediately, pow, 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 the cracking ground was abruptly raised up, one piece after another. It looked just like a cloudy shockwave expanding outwards. As the wave of dirt passed through them, the players fell to the ground one after another, having a damage value of 6,000 points appeared right above their heads. Ding! Barayata released Grounding Hammer Strike. Fortunately, with the Vitality Aura in play, the players that survived up to this point were wearing basic armors of level 40 Grey-Silver equipment, boosting their health points up to 7,000, give or take. Most of the players survived the attack, but there were also a small number of players with HP lower than 7,000 points. Taking one grounding hammer strike and along with the damage from burning aura, they were instantly robbed of their lives. Han Ningxue swiftly used her healing shower, casting her regeneration and prioritized her healing on the health points of the Lone Desert Smoke members. Other healers were also healing their respective guild members. With only one wave of this attack, another 7 players were instantly killed, leaving only 45 surviving members in the field. 92%, 84%, 72%. The sheer defense of the boss was ridiculously high. Even with 5 stacks of cripple defense, the boss would still have 500 points of defense. Furthermore, the level of the boss was high, being at level 60, while the average level of the remaining surviving players ranged between level 47 to level 49. A large part of their DPS was taken away by the penalty incurred due to the difference in levels. It was obvious that their attack power was seriously inadequate. The only player who did not have his attack reduced was Zhang. With his eagle eye, he could ignore all the defense, and the level difference between him and the boss was only 8 levels, so his damage was not penalized. The weapon in his grasp was also a level 50 yellow gold, and while sustaining the attacks raining upon him, his rage points was constantly being charged. His damage per second had reached up to 2,000, putting him in the first place for causing the most damage in his party. The following was Wei Yan, with a two-handed weapon that had a high range of attack value, barely affected by the defense value. The only unfortunate thing for her was that her weapon was still a level 40 Grey-Silver axe. If only she had her hands on a yellow gold weapon, her damage output would definitely exceed Zhang's. The third in place was Sun Xinu. The 500 points of defense of the boss had greatly affected her regular attacks, reducing them to almost nothing. She was saved by her skills, which were not as severely affected. It was even worse for Daffodil Daydream. She was a pyromancer, with the boss being fire attributed, she could not even make it in the top 10. Nearly 30 seconds had passed, the boss went for another grounding hammer strike, and through the rolling dirt wave, another 5 players were taken away from the field. 66%, 53%, 46%. The health point of the boss was depleted down by half, but the number of the surviving players had decreased down to only 34. Grounding hammer strike. Grounding hammer strike. Grounding hammer strike. 31 players left. 27 players left. 22 players left. Another 20 minutes passed, the boss was left with 28% of health points, but only 19 players were left alive. What was even worse was that the mana bar of the healers were at the brink of being emptied. Even the great healer Han Ningxue had only 20% of her mana left, the main reason being that there were too many surviving members from Lone Desert Smoke. Subsequently, she was under the most pressure among all the healers. Kill it fast. Kill it fast. The gang were having the same thoughts in their mind. 26%. 22%. 18%. They struggled to drain the health points of the boss. If this went on, they would certainly be unable to hold on any longer. Zhang made a critical decision, speaking up. Players with DPS lower than 300, remove yourself from the effective range of the aura effect of the boss immediately. You don't have to waste the efforts of the healers. All healers split up into 2 groups, one group in charge in healing, while the other group, recover your mana points. Engaging the boss until this very moment, it had already been 10 hours, everyone was hungry, starving and tired. Their judgment and reactions were declining down in a straight line. Having been reminded by Zhang, everyone only realized it just then. They could have done this themselves sooner. There were still 6 healers in the party. Immediately, they divided themselves into 2 groups with 3 players in each group. The 2 groups took turns, with one group healing while the other group stayed out of the effective range of the aura effect, using the advantage of 5 seconds to recover their mana points. The 2 groups would switch their roles once every 30 seconds. Even though their mana points were still insufficient, that had already bought them some extra time. 14%, 11%, 7%. Hang in there. Almost there. Every players on the field could not help themselves but to shout out loud. Ding. Player Another Joy has died. Ding. Player Dragon's World End has died. Ding. Player Sacred Wings of Night has died. The boss was still vigorously violent, every strike of the grounding hammer strike would harvest a few lives from the field, it was inevitable, because the mana points for healing could only replenish the amount of health point reduced by the aura effect. Confronting the ultimate skill of the boss, only the healing shower of Han Ningxue could heal up the health points of the players. 5%, 4%, 3%, 2%. The remaining 15 players were irritably excited. However, the healers had almost used up all of their mana points. Barayada raised up both of its fists, immediate smashing them into the ground. It was another grounding hammer strike. Come over, everyone! Zhang shouted in a loud voice, triggering Vanguard's aggression and shield wall simultaneously, casting a vague blue protective barrier over each of the players. -600. -600. -600. Under the protection of his Vanguard's aggression, everyone would only sustain 10% of the damage they receive, while with the shield wall triggered by Zhang, they would only suffer 40% of the damage received. Witchy Snow, carry on with your mana recovery. I'm triggering Shadow of Merlinda. Zhang shouted and selected the Merlinda's Ring of Grateful. +1000. +1000. In the interval of every passing seconds, a healing number appeared right above Zhang head. In just a short moment, his health points had been replenished back to full. Sky Shaman witnessed the scene with envious eyes, wondering, wow, Zhanyu, what kind of skill is that? Zhang laughed and then he spoke, let's hustle and F***CK the boss up. 260,000. 210,000. 190,000. The remaining health points of the boss was only at 1%. 10 seconds after, the barrier of Vanguard's aggression had worn off, the effect of the burning aura persisted again, deducting 1,000 points of health points from the players. Han Ningxue quickly threw out her healing shower, while using up the last of her mana points to cast Regeneration and Holy Shield on Zhang, and there she was, completely spent. She was well aware that it would be useless to stay on the same spot, she would only end up being burned by the burning aura, so she immediately ran out of the area. 170,000. 140,000. 110,000. Ding. Player Slight Breeze has died. Ding. Player Yuanxin has died. 70,000. 40,000. Zhang activated his substitute, acquiring a 5-second invincibility. 20,000. 10,000. Barayada gave out a raging roar that trembled the sky, and boom, its huge body was broken down into pieces of gigantic rocks falling down, scattering all over the ground. Ding. You and all parties have slayed Hellfire Demon King Barayada, acquired 230,000 experience points. Ding. The defense of the Tukula fortress has been greatly weakened, the Empire Dragonic Cavalry are on their way to the battlefield, please wait patiently, and join the Imperial Expeditionary Army in the siege of the fortress. On the display of the players, a 30-minute countdown clock appeared. We made it! The people could not help themselves but to cheer in joy, lost in excitement. Zhang was forcefully hugged by the female robed perfumed water, receiving tons of her fragrant kisses on his face. Stop it! My equipment! Zhang cried in tears, just in the manner of seconds. Wei Yan'er and Sun Xianyu had already stabbed him in the back, grabbing all the yellow gold equipment on the ground while everyone else was basking in their current victory. Quickly! Grab the equipment! A few seconds later, someone finally noticed, and they quickly bent down to grab the loots dropped by the boss. In the midst of the chaos with everyone was grabbing what they can reach their hands on, the 30 pieces of equipment dropped by Barayada were cleaned up from the ground, distributed among them. 13 players looked at each other, with no knowledge of what the others had managed to grab from the ground. Zhang kicked all the non-Lone Desert Smoke members out of the party, before he started asking, so what did you guys get from the loots? The remaining members of the Lone Desert Smoke were only the 5 of them, including himself, Han Ningxue, Wei Yan'er, Sun Xianyu and Daffodil Daydream. Although they didn't amount to much, they still occupied 40% of the total players who survived till the end. Evidently, they were absolutely the strongest among the remaining players who survived based on overall strength. TL note. 1 Debilitation, the item name was changed from weakness to debilitation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, The Reinforcements Have Arrived. Chapter 193, The Reinforcements Have Arrived. Until the moment they were kicked out of the party, everyone only realized that they had not quit the party right before the boss died, they had been too nervous and excited. It was fortunate for them that Zhang did not set the distribution mode to leader distribution mode. Otherwise, it would have been too late for them. It was still half an hour away before the Empire could send the second wave of their army over to the site, so everyone took the time to rest, to have some food and water as well. The 4 ladies logged out to replenish their food. The last battle that was about to begin, and the general of the fortress is a yellow gold rank boss, the drops would be most rewarding, there was no reason for them to miss it at all. Having bought 2 boxes of rices in a haste and devouring them all, Zhang quickly logged back on. A while later, Sun Xianu, Han Shui and the remaining ladies appeared at his sides, one after another. Noob Tank, this one's for you. Wei Yan'er traded a piece of equipment glittering in gold over to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang selected the accept button, jumping in shock. Furious metallic boots, yellow gold, armor boots. Defense, plus 40. Vitality, plus 288. Strength, plus 115. Agility, plus 115. Unidentified. Profession required, Guardian. Level required, 60. Furious set, 1/5. 3-piece set, decrease shield wall cooldown by 1 minute. 5-piece set, whenever there is an attack that will kill you, the attack will not damage you, and also recover 40% of your HP value. The effect can only be triggered once every 5 minutes. This is a warrior's second set of armor set, it is also the exclusive armor set for Guardian. Every second set of armor set for all professions can be acquired from the level 50 dungeon, the Poison Fireland. But players can only acquire Black Steel Great Armor set from Normal Mode, Green Copper Great Armor set from Hard Mode, and Grey Silver Great Armor set from Death Mode. Zhang Yang had always thought that there would be no such thing as Yellow Gold Great Armor set all along. Now he realized that it's not that they did not exist at all, it was just that these Yellow Gold Grade set armor will only drop from the open world boss, However, how many level 50 to level 60 Yellow Gold boss would be out there in the open world? The difficulty of collecting a complete set of the armor was imaginable, so it was perfectly normal that Zhang Yang had never seen a Yellow Gold Grade Furious set in his previous life. Sun Xianu and Wei Yan'er had grabbed a total of 5 pieces of Yellow Gold equipment, other than one accessory, the other 3 pieces were exclusive armor set pieces for Cryomancers, Berserkers, and Snipers respectively. Players will never be able to wear the equipment if their professions are not correspondent to the equipment, so Sun Xianu and Wei Yan'er handed over spiritual boots and Dragon Hunter's boots to Zhang Yang. They had left it to him to decide on whether to auction them in their guild or put them on the sales rack of his little merchandise shop and split the money earned among themselves. The accessory belonged to the physical damage type. Because Wei Yan'er already got a Furious Boots Berserker, she let Sun Xianu have the accessory piece. Fury of Hell, Yellow Gold, accessory. Use, increases your physical attack by 900 points, lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Level required, 60. Open world bosses could really drop seriously good stuffs. An accessory such as this might not be acquired by regular players even if they reach level 100. However, the level 50 Zack, the level 60 Barayata had already dropped such fine pieces of accessories. No skill books this time around, huh? Zhang Yang expressed his dissatisfaction towards his own greed. Sun Xianu and Wei Yan'er shook their heads. Han Shui and Daffodil Daydream were ranged professions, they did not even stand a chance in grabbing the loots dropped from the boss. It's alright since that's enough, the boss only dropped 7 or 8 pieces of yellow gold equipment, and we grabbed 5 pieces out of that. If we forget our own boundaries, God is going to smite you down with his thunder. Han Shui smiled while teasing him. Oh yeah. There are also the loots acquired from Demon Snake Queen, Mimina. Zhang Yang gave his head a slap as he remembered. Previously, after killing Mimina, he had hustled to skill the Hellfire demons without even looking into what he had grabbed before that. Zhang Yang, Sun Xianu, Wei Yan'er posted the loots that they grabbed earlier on. Ring of the Queen, Sword of the Demon Snake, Necklace of the Thick Soil Defense, and Swiftfoot Boots. According to the attributes of the equipment, Ring of the Queen went to Han Shui. Actually it was also useful to Daffodil Daydream, but Han Shui expressed that the ring accords with her identity. The necklace went to Zhang Yang, while the boots went to Sun Xianu. As for Endless Starlight, 100 Shots and Fatty Han, they were gracefully ignored by the ladies. Sword of the Demon Snake was a level 50 one-handed sword. Unfortunately, there were no bandits in their small party, so the sword would only go straight into Zhang Yang's backpack. Strong Earth Defense Necklace, Yellow Gold, Necklace. Vitality, plus 100. Strength, plus 25. Unidentified. Required level, 50. Zhang Yang immediately switched the old necklace with the new one. Even though he had not identified the necklace yet, but it was definitely much stronger than the previous Necklace of Anxious Attack. Very soon, Snowseeker and the others were logging into the game. Guildmaster Zhanyu, please take good care of us. Snowseeker smiled softly at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang shrugged and teased, you guys are not bad yourselves, it goes both ways. At the current moment, there were only 5 members of Lone Desert Smoke left, being the most powerful force among them all. The next was Crimson Rage, with 3 people surviving, they were Snowseeker, Flirtatious Lady, and Perfumed Water. The following was Imperial Sky, with Sky Shaman and the Great Compassion Mantra as the 2 remaining survivors. The Dominators also remained with 2 survivors, Humbly Gentleman and Traveling Piglet. With no healers left in their party, they would definitely be taken out if and when they engage in battle. The 13th survivor was Crimson Fire. Thanks to the blessing of Han Shui, this fellow had been healed at the very last moment, every single time he was close to death, on several occasions. Currently, the top 10 contribution list on the battlefield were as below. 1. Zhang Yu, 542, 343, 412. 2. Little Snow, 278, 961, 987. 3. Snowseeker, 138, 797, 892. 4. Drizzler, 123, 488, 720. 5. Frost Knight, 119, 873, 693. 6. Daffodil Daydream, 91, 343, 493. 7. Sky Shaman, 87, 391, 349. 8. Humbly Gentleman, 74, 134, 987. 9. Perfumed Water, 66, 738, 868. 10. Crimson Fire, 64, 134, 098. Zhang Yang's ranking as the first was absolutely uncontested. Even if he withdrew himself from the battlefield, his contribution points would still be in the first place. Han Shui's ranking was also very firm, but from the 3rd position onward, all the other positions were easily subject to change. The only way to know the final results would be to complete the siege on the fortress. Ding! The Dragon Knights of the White Jade City have joined the battle. Prepare to launch the attack on the magic cannons of Tukula Fortress. A dozen gigantic dragons flew in from afar. Their unfolded wings were impressively wide, spanning to about 200 to 300 meters. Just a dozen dragons spreading their wings were already intimidating enough to overwhelm the sky. Each of these dragons differed in their own colors. There were red dragons, bronze dragons, green dragons, blue dragons. Each dragon had a knight riding on its back, directing the dragon to launch the attack on the magic cannons located on the fortress. Bam! 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 All of the dragons opened up their huge wide mouths, jetting out streams of dragon breaths, packed with destructive power. The magic cannons were immediately destroyed by the dragon breaths right after they fired their first shot, blowing up after taking direct hits. The monsters that were commandeering the cannons and those around it were blasted away in bloody pieces. After clearing out the magic cannons, these gigantic dragons flew away one after another, disappearing into the sky as swiftly as they had arrived. Evening had already arrived. The unparalleled beauty of the sunset, paired with the scenario of a dozen of dragons flying together as a group, gave people a sense of infinite fascination. I really want to have a dragon to ride on. Wei Yan'er immediately imagined herself in the scene she just witnessed, provoking the hellhorse that she currently sat atop to roar, stomping its horseshoes loudly on the ground as they moved. The one and only person who would be able to ride a dragon in the whole Office 100 shots. He would tame a red dragon to be his pet, aiding him in battling enemies and also as a mount for him to ride on. It would be really useful in getting people's attention, without even mentioning the unlimited coolness factor. Zhang Yang let out a breath of sigh. He had to admit that he would never be able to ride a dragon. However, he still had hoped to ride a phoenix. So all he could do was to wait for Fatty Han to reach level 100, and then have Fatty Han bring him to complete the hidden quest for his profession. It can be easily imagined, when Wei Yan'er sees Zhang Yang and Fatty Han riding on a phoenix, she will definitely be flooding the surroundings with her tears. Ding! The magic cannons have been destroyed. The Imperial Army is entering to the battlefield. In conjunction with the system's verbal announcement, a huge portal was opened, and parties of NPC squads were walking neatly out from the portal, amounting up to at least 300,000 men. A knight with a grand visage was riding an equally tall and handsome white horse into the battlefield, carrying a huge warhammer behind his back. Right above his head was his title, the Expedition First General, Frodok. The Expedition First General, Frodok, Yellow Gold Leader, humanoid creature. Level, 65. HP, 30 million. MP, 1,500,000. Defense, 1,200. Victory for the expedition is just within our sights. Soldiers, warriors of the White Jade City, charge. Frodok took up his warhammer and pointed it straight at the fortress, shouting out those words and roared. Charge! The soldiers responded in unison, every single one of them marching neatly in formation towards the direction of the fortress. Hundreds of thousands of footsteps boomed in rhythm, echoing throughout the open field. Kroom! 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 Moving forward through the enemy like splitting bamboos, the army smashed the city gate down and marched mightily into the fortress. The players followed meekly behind the NPCs. With only 13 of them left, they would instantly fail the expedition if they were to die in the process. Stick with Sir Frodok. Zhang Yang rode on his skeletal warhorse while talking on the party channel. Han Shui and the others had no objection to his suggestion, of course. Snowseeker and the other two ladies pondered on it for a bit, before they too decided to follow Zhang and his gang. Needless to say, Crimson Fire quickly followed. If a lone pyromancer like himself is left behind on his own, he would definitely be as good as dead if he ever met an elite monster. With 9 out of 13 players standing together as a team, Sky Shaman and Humbly Gentleman did not want to be left out, and so they grudgingly followed Zhang from behind just like the others. Frodok charged all the way through on his horse, riding straight for dozens of minutes to stop in front of a large mansion. He dismounted with the grace of a general. Grabbing his war hammer in his right hand, he did an about-face, turning to his men. Guards! Follow me into the mansion and slay all the evil demonic generals. Yes, sir. Hundreds of elite NPC guards raised their swords up high and roared in unity. We shall follow them behind and take whatever advantage we can get from them. Zhang smiled with content. At this time, instead of battling, it was more like following the NPCs to watch a movie. Players simply had to ensure their own survival. The NPCs would handle the final battle. Of course, for players who wish to acquire the city order, they must join the battle, because monsters that are completely killed by NPCs will not drop a single victory loot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, The End of the Expedition. Chapter 194, The End of the Expedition. Bang! With a swing of his war hammer, Frodok blew open the huge iron door of the mansion. He walked in, followed closely by hundreds of elite guards, with Zhang and the others in the midst of them. Along the way, regular elite monsters were spawning, but they were instantly blown away by the powerful warhammer of Frodok. His hammer smashing an enemy apart at a time, he held nothing back, the monsters dying in a single hit. This NPC is so ferocious. Crimson Fire was left breathless. Zhang laughed. This is the story mode, he must be ferocious to be a general. NPCs will not be too powerful when they engage with players. If that is not the case, you can try to engage with the boss. Crimson Fire quickly shook his head frantically. It was just a joke. If he died in the hands of an NPC when victory was almost at hand, that would make him look very stupid, truly. Han Shui then said, if there was such an NPC helping us with the 10th wave monsters, it would have been great, but... Zhang instantly rolled his eyes back, thinking to himself that, if that would be the case, what was the point or even having 10th wave in the first place? However, Witchy Snow's moral attainments had reached another height. Once provoked, she would use her seduction tactics to tease him all day long. That was least of his worries, he more afraid of Sun Xinu losing control and gunning the two of them down. Under Frodok's lead, the players were proceeding like they were having a stroll in a bamboo forest. Monsters to the left and right were instantly being killed. In just a short period of time, they had reached the front of a huge chamber. The chamber was rectangular in shape, with a length of about 100 meters, width of 80 meters, and 30 meters high. The whole chamber was supported by 12 large pillars. The atmosphere was ominous yet grand. At the bottom of the chamber, there was a huge throne. Lounging upon it was a winged, red devil with 2 horns on its head. The devil was more than 10 meters tall. Demon General Shanks, Yellowbuild, Demon. Level, 65. HP, 40 million. Defense, 1200. Filthy demon, the world does not belong to you. Frodok raised up the hammer in his hand and walked into the chamber with confident, big steps. Ah, a bunch of fools here to die. Shanks stood up boldly, unfurling his wings with a shake of his back, instantly stirring up a howling gale. As he stretched out his right hand, bam, the black flame rose from his palm. The world is our hunting ground. In the near future, our family of 9 lords will all be revived, be it human beings, elves, orcs, dwarves, dragons, or elemental bodies, all shall be completely erased from this world by our own hands. Arrogant demon! Allow me, Frodok, to bury your head into mud. Frodok bellowed sonorously. Dom dom dom, his heavy footsteps boomed through the chamber and he charged towards the boss. Guards, kill all these intruders. Shanks drawled nonchalantly. Jick jick jick. Suddenly, a dozen demonic monsters, wielding battle axes, leaped from behind the pillars, all of them being level 60 elites with health points up to 300,000. You useless maggots! Frodok swung up his war hammer once again, gong gong gong. With just one hit from his hammer, he took out all of the monsters in an instant. The pace of his charge did not slow down at all, he was like a gale rushing towards Shanks. Finally, a worthy warrior among the insignificant humans. Shanks murmured. With a sudden move of his right hand, a shiny, giant axe flew over to him from the weapon rack at the side of the room, falling firmly into his palm. Shanks belted out a war cry. With his hands holding the axe in a firm grip, he gave an overhand, downward swing. That was the start of the battle. Ding! 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 The two yellow gold bosses were engaged in battle, every clash of the hammer and the axe discharging showers of sparks all over the place. The rate of health points lost on both sides amounted up to 10,000s at a time. Little sis, the boss is about to die, who knows, there might be a two-handed axe among the loots. Zhang Yang turned to Wei Yan'er and made a guess. Wei Yan'er immediately widened her eyes, dashing forward, she took her axe from her back and grabbed it firmly, snapping urgently, then what are we waiting for? Let's roll, take out the boss. Zhang Yang laughed, forward. Shove. Shove. Both of them used charge and smashed right onto the boss, and unleashed their attacks onto Shanks. Sky Shaman and the others were not willing to be left behind, so naturally, they went forward as well. At this point, the game company clearly no longer had any intentions of making things difficult for the players. Shanks' aggro was firmly held by Frodok, no one else would need to tank. Furthermore, the only all-out attack this boss had was Dividing Slash, causing the same amount of damage on the players nearest to the target. So, as long as players stood behind the boss while unleashing their attacks, they would not be damaged by the skill. However, the level of the boss and his defense were really high, the damage output of everyone was largely diminished, even Zhang Yang could only unleash 30% of his full attack. It was all they can do for now, the vast difference in levels cannot be covered up with powerful equipment and weapons. In just 2 minutes, Shanks had been rid of 12 million health points. But correspondingly, the damage output of the boss was even more ferocious. Frodok had taken up to 20 million damage. Silly you, the NPC won't last for long. Han Shui was worried. The attacks of the boss was just too overwhelming, with a damage output up to 170,000 in each attack. If any of it were to land on the players, it would be like smashing the golden cudgel used by the Monkey King on the players. The moment the attack reaches the players, they are all as good as dead. Zhang Yang gave it thought, before saying, there's nothing to worry about, even if the NPC dies, the boss will not deal such high damage on players, we only see such outrageous values in story mode. While Frodok took away another amount of 5 million HP of the boss, he was left with only 1 million HP. Just as he was about to be killed by the boss. Plus 30 million. A horrifying amount of healing value appeared right on top of Frodok's head, instantly healing the NPC back to its original full state. Sacred heal. Holy cow. Everyone could not help themselves but mutter, this NPC was too shameless. Healing so much HP in a single time, giving no alternatives to the boss to survive. But Zhang Yang felt uneasy, would the boss in turn use a Berserker's heal to heal himself while engaging in this battle? It was very obvious that the boss is a Berserker warrior, it wouldn't be unusual for the boss to be able to use Berserker's heal. With such thoughts held in his mind, Zhang Yang did not dare to disrupt his chain of destructive smash. The moment the cooldown time was over, he would quickly use it again on the boss. 40%, 30%, 20%, 10%. The health points of the boss was dropping like an avalanche, he was not far from his own demise. 6%, 3%, 1%. No, Shanks uttered a roar full of rage, my master will return. When that happens, the whole world will be engulfed by fire, I shall be revived from the darkest flames of all. Humans, enjoy your last days while you are still able. Boom! The huge body of the boss let out a stream of gold piling up on the ground, before he crashed down onto the ground, rattling the whole chamber with a large tremble. Ding! The demon general Shanks has been killed. Ding! The army of the White Jade City has completely conquered Tukula Fortress. Victory over the expedition. Server announcement, the players of the White Jade City has completed the siege on the fortress, acquiring the first victory in the expedition. To honor these heroes, all players of the White Jade City will acquire an additional effective 100% experience point as their additional reward for the next 3 days, and acquire the hero effect. Server announcement, the first phase of the expedition has been completed, all teleportation sites in the main cities are now opened, players are free to travel to all main cities via teleportation. Server announcement, the 20 limit cap for the Dungeon Poison Fireland has been officially opened. Server announcement, battle mounting system has been officially opened. The system messages came up one after another, while Zhang Yang and the others had begun their own chaotic battle, grabbing the loots that were dropped from the boss. They had used every single possible way, the knights used Sanction, the spellcasters used Frozen Ring, the priests used Fear of Mind and Soul. In short, everyone wanted to drive others away and gain control of the situation, so that they could pick the most precious item, the City Order. Summoning Servant Clear Lotus, activating the substitute skill. 5-second invincibility, immune to all control and damage. Blast Wave. Zhang Yang aimed from the perfect angle and emitted out a conical shock wave, instantly stunning the 8 remaining players who were not members of the Lone Desert Smoke. Wei Yan'er could not stop giggling, while her arms worked quickly along with Han Ying-Shui and the rest in grabbing the equipment that radiated gold light, stuffing them into their own backpacks. For seconds was enough for them to grab all 7 pieces of yellow gold equipment clean up from the ground. When the others had regained their statuses from the stun, there were no more yellow gold equipment left on the ground. Even the gray-silver equipment had not gone untouched, 6 of them remained. There were originally a dozen of them on the ground before that. Zhang Yu, F***ck your mother. Humbly Gentleman was in absolute rage. It was not easy having to hold on for so long, but having all the best rewards taken away from him, someone greedy and selfish like him would definitely snap and go crazy. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "Hypocrite, how can I just stand there and do nothing when you initiated your attack? Fine, I guess it's better that I send you back to the graveyard." Shoof, shoof, shoof. Zhang Yang wielded his battle axe, launching his attack on Humbly Gentleman. With Zhang Yang in action, Wei Yan'er and the gang naturally followed their leader. Everyone was in a frenzy, and without much effort, they had sent Humbly Gentleman and Traveling Piglet back to White Jade City. With the little time left, Snowseeker and the rest quickly relieved the ground of the remaining equipment and divided the loot among themselves. Of course, those equipment had been left on purpose for them by Zhang Yang. Although it is said that the number of loots you can grab depended on your capabilities, leaving nothing for others would only provoke their rage. Now that Crimson Rage, Sky Shaman, and the others had acquired a few gray-silver equipment, they would hopefully not react as poorly as Humbly Gentleman did. "Guildmaster Zhang Yu, you guys have earned a fortune this time." Snowseeker smiled gently while talking to him, as the saying goes, if it's laid, it's played. In the previous attempts in grabbing equipment, she had also used up all her juice. It was unfortunate that she could not compete with Zhang Yang. A blast wave took care of everyone else. If she goes around with a sad face, scolding and cursing, that would only make her look like Humbly Gentleman, who frankly did not deserve to play. Zhang Yang smiled meekly, nothing special, just a so-so. "Noob Tank, this is for you." Wei Yan'er suddenly handed him a golden plate the size of a palm. "City Order, Tukula Fortress, consumable. Use, you have acquired the recognition of Your Highness, to become the owner of the Tukula Fortress. Level required, 50. Zhang Yang received the order over, but he did not use it immediately. He asked among the party members first, "None of you guys want this?" "Che, don't be so hypocritical. You are the guildmaster, the symbol of our guild. If this is not given to you, who else should we give it to?" Han Ying-Shui scoffed with her nose up. Daffodil Daydream nodded earnestly, expressing her agreement. "It should be given to Zhang Yu. It should be, dot." Meanwhile, Sun Xin was sharpening her daggers, with a face that didn't seem to care for anything at all. So, Zhang Yang accepted it bluntly, and used the city order on himself. A sudden burst of blinding gold light instantly covered him whole, and a large seal of the Royal of White Jade Kingdom appeared right above his head, gleaming as it floated in the air, displaying the title with cheerful, colorful ribbons. Snowseeker and the others saw the royal seals, and immediately they understood Zhang Yang had used the city order. Unfortunately, there was only one city order, so they could only be envious of him, staring from aside. This moment of glamour lasted for half a minute, before the royal seal floating in the air finally dimmed down. The symbol then began to shrink and went hidden into the position of Zhang Yang's chest, engraving itself onto his armor. Ding! You have become the master of the Tukula Fortress, dot. Ding! You have acquired the privilege of the city order. 1. You can manage all players who enter the Tukula Fortress. You can use teleportation to the main hall of the city in any places. Ding! You have acquired the title, Hero of White Jade City, permanently gets a 50% discount in equipment repair, socket equipment, and other costs. Server announcement: White Jade City has completed the siege on the fortress. The reward will be distributed according to the contribution of players on the battlefield. Server announcement: Player Zhang Yu ranked first in the contribution list, acquired yellow gold, Furious Chestplate, 1 skill point, Lucky Attribute +3. Server announcement: Player Little Snow ranked second in the contribution list, acquired yellow gold, excellent robe, 1 skill point, Lucky Attribute +2. Server announcement: Player Snowseeker ranked third in the contribution list, acquired yellow gold, spiritual robe, 1 skill point, Lucky Attribute +1, but. Server announcement: Player Drizzler ranked fourth in the contribution list, acquired yellow gold, Furious Chestplate, Lucky Attribute +1. Server announcement: Player Frost Knight ranked fifth in the contribution list, acquired yellow gold, Bloody Teeth Chestplate. Server announcement: Player Daffodil Daydream ranked 6th in the contribution list, acquired Grey Silver, Spiritual Robe. The rewards for the top 5 achievers were all the second pieces of yellow gold armor sets, respective to their professions. As for the remaining 5 top achievers on the contribution list, they were rewarded with a second piece of the Grey Silver armor sets. There was a vast difference between the value between these two grades of the rewards, as gray-silver equipment can be acquired through the death mode of the Poison Fireland dungeon, but yellow-gold equipment can only be acquired by slaying yellow-gold open-world bosses. The problem is that the difficulty is too hard. Unlike a dungeon, it was open for everyone. Zhang was extremely pleased. Other than getting a piece of yellow-gold equipment, he actually got another skill point and 3 luck attribute points. Currently, his lucky attribute had already reached 9 points, while rate of his lucky strikes had almost reached 1%. It might not seem to affect much when engaging a boss, as it only increased his output damage by a little, but it can instant kill a player in PK, if the effect is suddenly triggered out of the blue. Although Zhang and Wei Yin both acquired a Furious Chestplate, one aimed to increase defense while the other aimed to increase damage output, the system had already considered this on behalf of the players. However, the second piece of yellow gold equipment required players to be level 60 to wear it, and players can wear equipment that are gray silver or lower grade when they reach level 50. Currently, Zhang could only wait for a little longer, staring at the yellow gold equipment after acquiring a few pieces of them. Afterwards, they divided the yellow gold equipment that they acquired from the boss, Shanks. Zhang was extremely lucky. He actually got another piece of his armor set, Furious Helmet. So now, he just needed to level up to level 60, and then he will be able to equip all 3 pieces of the armor set he now possessed, acquiring the first effect of the armor set. Shanks had dropped 7 pieces of yellow gold equipment in total, and among the 7, 4 of them were armor set pieces, all being helmets for priest, assassin thieves, guardians, and pyromancers. However, there was no helmet for Wei Yin. She was so upset with the fact and blamed the boss for being biased. It was fortunate that the axe weapon that always made her drool had finally appeared. Although it required her to be level 60 to equip it, the little girl was already filling her face with only joy. Her joy was beyond any description possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, Notice of the Gathering of Classmates. Chapter 195, Notice of the Gathering of Classmates. After splitting up the loots, there was nothing left there for them. The existence of the Tukula Fortress was to allow players to go to level 50 plus leveling areas. Currently, this place can be described as a transfer hub. For the players to go to the level 50 plus leveling area, one must first travel from the main city to this fortress, and then go on out to the designated areas through here. However, there were a number of territories on the map of level 50 plus areas with teleportation points of their own. As long as these territories are refreshed and conquered by players, the players would be able to travel directly from the main cities to the territory points, saving a lot of time. Therefore, the Tukula Fortress would only be enticing for now. After all, there is a level 50 dungeon that would drop the second piece of the armor set. When territory points start appearing, the number of players coming to this fortress will greatly diminish. Only the novice players will occasionally come through to farm for armor pieces, or simply level up a little before buying some better equipment from the auction house. Tearing of their teleportation scrolls, everyone left the place in a swoop. They were all back in the long-left White Jade City. After experiencing a dozen hours of crazy slaughtering and killing, everyone was tired, both physically and mentally. So they went offline to get a good rest, one after another. Removing the gaming helmet from his head, Zhang breathed out a long breath of relief. It was extremely tiring. He had logged in at 9, and began the expedition at 10, it was a full 11 hours, and it was already 12 a.m. He took a bath and immediately lay on his bed like a dead piglet. It had been extremely tiring. The next day in the morning, Zhang had his physical training. He was at ease as he brought back some breakfast back to his house. While he was halfway finishing his breakfast, Fatty Han called him. "Brother Yang, were you outside just now?" "Yeah, I went to buy myself some breakfast." "Oh, no wonder Zhou Kongming had me pass you a message. Well, next week, our high school class will be having a classmate gathering. The location will be at the Sheraton Hotel, on 9th of October, 7 at night." Zhang was moved by the news. The past that was asleep immediately fluttered through his heart. In his previous life, it was at this time when he received an invitation to the classmate gathering. He was working in his office when he received the news, so he had taken the call by himself. At first, Zhang was quite excited to see all his old classmates and old friends that he had not met for 4 long years. Unfortunately, there were too many fair-weathered people. Fatty Han had already stepped into the society right after he graduated from high school, and he became a logistic driver, naturally not having suitable living conditions. Zhang had just graduated from a university, without his parents' aid, as both of them belonged to the bottom category in society. On the day of their classmate gathering, Fatty Han had fetched Zhang with his logistic lorry to the hotel. But in the end, the hotel did not allow a huge lorry to be parked in the parking lot, so they had to park the lorry by the roadside, a few hundred meters away from the hotel. This event had become the laughingstock for everyone that night. Everyone was looking at Zhang Yang and Fatty Han with contempt and disdain. So, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han were holding their anger throughout the night. On that day, Zhang Yang had a thought: if he was able to turn his luck around and become successful, he intended to slap those snobbish faces as hard as possible, every single one of them. However, going through the passage of time, he now had nearly 50 million properties. He could definitely look down on these old snobbish classmates. But he had switched his target to people like the heir to the billionaire family, such as Lu Wei, raising up his status by numerous levels. It would be not interesting at all, not even a bit, for Zhang Yang to be angry at those kind of people. To oppress others with that little bit of wealth, only small-time crooks would do such a thing, like they were afraid of people not knowing their wealth. The real rich people are those who got their fortune through inheritance. They did not have to raise a finger, they would embarrass others just standing at the side. Zhang Yang replied with a light smile, "Not interested, I don't feel like going." "Brother Yang, don't forget that your first love will be there as well." Zhou Kongming mentioned that Zhao Huishan will be there as well. "Don't you want to see how your old lover has turned into now? There are also Yang Jixian and Li Ru, they were all school idols, I wonder how have they turned out to be now?" Zhao Huishan. That was a memory from a very long time ago. Zhang Yang was a king of fighters since his childhood, having no interest at all in studying. Although he was already attending high school, he was still not willing to settle down, and he would still fight with some bad students from other schools. His name was very well known in school, and even teachers were afraid of him to the point that they weren't dare to file any complaints about him. Teenaged boys and girls are full of hope for love, and that was also their passionately rebellious period of time. Zhao Huishan was attracted to the rebellious attitude of Zhang Yang very much, and that was why she began a relationship with him. At that time, Zhao Huishan, Yang Jixian and Li Ru were the three most beautiful girls in the class. They were also the school's top 10 school babe. More importantly, Zhang Yang was positively interested in sex and filled with curiosity about it, so the two were naturally became a thing, immediately starting their relationship together. However, Zhao Huishan was still a good girl. Although Zhang Yang had been a responsible, affectionate partner, the two did not take the final step. In the end, the romantic relationship between the two were found out by Zhao Huishan's parents, and that was when the relationship was ended naturally. Zhang Yang had also tried hard in his studies because of that, and ultimately he was admitted into a university, which was a total shock to both his classmates and his teachers. Everyone had thought that getting a high school certificate would be extremely difficult for Zhang Yang. Entering the university life, Zhang Yang had secretly fell in love with his own lecturer named Zhu Li. That was when he realized that the puppy love he had during his high school time was just like a game, it had not matured at all. Zhao Huishan was naive and knew nothing, that was why she fell in love with his violent attitude, but the moment when she opened her eyes and think through maturely, she certainly would not want to stay together with him for the rest of her life. As for him, it was like he never actually fell in love with Zhao Huishan. Just like a gangster trying to impress, it would be a shame for him to be without a woman by his side while standing in front of his so-called brothers. In his previous life when he attended the gathering, he had found out that Zhao Huishan had become Zhou Kongming's girlfriend. The funny part was that the main reason Zhao Huishan wanted to see Zhang Yang was because she wanted to prove to Zhang Yang that she had made the right decision, saying that Zhang Yang was just a hooligan. There was no way he could better than Zhou Kongming, who had already become the vice general manager of a photo frame company at such a young age. At the gathering, Zhou Kongming and Zhao Huishan had been throwing all sorts of ridicule at Zhang Yang, and they ended up provoking him to the point where he beat the crap out of the two of them. In the end, he was thrown into the lockup of the local police station for 7 days. There was a saying, a girl changes fast in physical appearance from childhood to adulthood, but the changes in this girl was not just the appearance, but also her heart. The initial sweet and pure-looking Zhao Huishan, with a look of a fine lady, had now turned into such a materialistic and ugly person, by heart. Zhang Yang could not help himself but shook his head over and over again. Then he replied, "Fatty, this classmate gathering has no meaning at all. It will all be about showing off the fortunes earned at hand, looking for opportunity to get into beds with their previous lovers. I would rather spend the time on killing more monsters and level up a little." For f***ck's sake, Brother Yang, when did you become an otaku? No, Fatty Han must drag you out for a spin. Fatty Han, you're so persistent because you heard me talking about the getting into bed part, didn't you? Ha ha. You are worthy of being the Brother Yang that knows me well. I was very interested in Yang Jixian, Li Ru and Zhao Huishan, but don't you worry Brother Yang, the wife of my brother, quietly. I shall not mount her, not be mounted by her. I will definitely keep my hands off Zhao Huishan, huh? Having the chance to fly with both Li Ru and Yang Jixian would very satisfying for me. Yo, speaking of Li Ru, I would very much want to see to what extent have the boobs from those days developed into. Then you should go buy your own, I have no objections as well if you are flying on 4P. Brother Yang, we are said to be the pairing of a dragon and a tiger, never to leave each other, how could you abandon me alone? Furthermore, those high school people look down on me, so this time around, I am going to teach them a lesson they will never forget. But you are referring to all your saving money that you have spent, plus the 600,000 that I lent to you just to buy a Maserati sports car? Having the thought of this had already sent Zhang Yang bursting with sweat. Fatty Han had proven himself to be so much more free-spirited than he is. With only a few million on hand, he had spent all the money on his ride. Ha ha. Brother Yang, my sports car is very stunning, isn't it? It's okay, I guess. Zhang Yang commented without any particular thought. A sport car that's worth 300 million was naturally not a low-grade property, although there is still a very big difference between Fatty Han's car and the really famous sports cars, but this would be more than enough to astonish ordinary people. What did you mean it's okay? This is the actual Maserati GT 2034. Fatty Han was jumping in rage over the phone after hearing what Zhang Yang had to say. Zhang Yang laughed and replied, all right, a lovely ride, absolutely stunning, but therefore, I must bring you along to the gathering to show off for a bit. Zhang Yang shook his head again to reject Fatty Han's offer. Fatty, you can use famous cars to fish for women. But, aren't you worried if others find out that you have no savings at all, plus a ton of debt nailed onto your ass? Debts are nothing to worry about. Furthermore, if I don't say, who would know about my history? Brother Yang, please accompany me to the gathering. Brother Yang. Brother Yang. Brother Yang. Fatty Han was using all sorts of intonations and volumes in persuading Zhang Yang to go. Zhang Yang was annoyed to the point where he finally gave in to Fatty Han. Fine. I will go along with you. Happy now? Fatty Han was finally contented, and he praised, that's my good brother. After ending the conversation with Fatty Han, Zhang Yang put on his gaming helmet and logged onto the game. As he still had a few equipment yet to be identified, Zhang Yang went over to the Identify shop and spent a total of 196 gold to identify 4 pieces of yellow gold equipment and 1 piece of gray-silver equipment. Lodax arm brace, gray-silver, armor. Defense, plus 20. Vitality, plus 60. Strength, plus 30. Agility, plus 30. Level 2 socket. Equip, absorbs 60 damage points when hit. Required level, 50. Strong Earth Defense Necklace, Yellow Gold, Necklace. Vitality, plus 100. Strength, plus 25. Equip, absorbs 50 damage points when hit. Required level, 50. Furious Helmet, Yellow Gold, Armor. Defense, plus 40. Vitality, plus 288. Strength, plus 115. Agility, plus 115. Level 2 Socket 1. Level 2 Socket 2. Equip, absorbs 100 damage points when hit. Required profession, Guardian. Required level, 60. The attribute 4, Furious Metallic Boots, was almost similar to the attributes 4, Furious Chestplate, and Furious Helmet. The only difference lay on the slight difference in the numerical values on each of the equipment's attributes. Noob Tank. The moment Zhang Yang put a foot out of his shop, Wei Yenair rode up to him on her Hellstead, blocking his path. Don't go just yet. Please help me identify these equipment. Zhang Yang's brows were furrowed. He possessed the title of Hero of White Jade City, so all fees within the White Jade City are halved. This little girl actually pulled him aside to identify equipment on her behalf. She was indeed a business-minded girl. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, King of the Frost Chimera. Chapter 196, King of the Frost Chimera. Wei Yenair passed 3 yellow gold equipment to Zhang Yang, with 2 of them being Furious Set equipment and the other being Shank's two-handed axe. Histala the Malicious Axe, yellow gold, two-handed axe. Weapon attack, 1697 to 2097. Attack interval, 308 seconds. DPS, 499. Level 2 Socket 1. Level 2 Socket 2. Equip effect, creates a chance for you to use the power of evil when you're under attack. Deals 1000 shadow damage to the attacking target. Level requirement, 60. What a crazy amount of damage, cried Zhang Yang after identifying the 3 equipment and returning them to Wei Yenair. Delighted at having received praise, Wei Yenair had a wide grin as she snorted proudly. As they should be. Just as he was done with it and was about to leave, Wei Yenair stopped him and said, "Wait up. My cousin's sister is on her way, you have to help her too." Those words reminded Zhang Yang that this little brat had not yet paid him the identification fees. He reached out his left hand and gestured. "That's 180 gold coins for the identification. Pay up." "Oh wow. Will you look at that? "What beautiful flowers over there," said Wei Yan'er as quickly as she could. She walked away from Zhang Yang and headed towards the potted plants outside the shop, pretending to enjoy the flowers. Not long after, Han Shui came as well and threw a heap of equipment for Zhang Yang to identify. Of course, she did not have to bear any costs herself. The moment the female gang logged in, the ever-enthusiastic Wei Yan'er called out to Sun Xinu and Daffodil Daydream to make use of Zhang Yang's discounted rate. That too, was free of charge. Muttering to himself, Zhang Yang went into a tirade of complaints. "Damn, I would have to pay to watch a girl strip down naked. Here, you guys wring me dry, and make me pay for everything? What is the meaning in this? Sigh. Hey! Big dummy! What are you rambling about?" said Han Shui. She could see his lips moving. Zhang Yang immediately replied. "Nothing much. That *TTY fatty just logged in and told me about joining a student gathering or something." Boring, said Wei Yan'er as she stuck out her tongue. She then changed the topic. "Hey! When are we going to raid Poison Fireland? I hear that the second set of equipment is there. I still have the class quest to do. The dungeon would only drop 3 tiers of equipment: black steel, green copper, and gray silver. Yellow gold tier gears are only available from a yellow gold tier field boss. You are wearing some yellow gold tier stuff now, aren't you? Why would you still want to farm for gray silver equipment?" Zhang Yang continued. "Besides, that dungeon is a 20-man dungeon. Only level 50 players and above can raid the dungeon. We have only 8 of us at that level. How are we going to raid the boss? Starting from level 50 onwards, all drops from field bosses would almost always be higher tiered than the loots from a dungeon. That is, of course, corresponding to the boss' own difficulty as well. You cannot expect a low-level, easy boss to drop something worthwhile, just because of its field boss prestige. If it was not for the free skill point rewards from first clear achievements, Zhang Yang saw no other reason to clear dungeons. Besides that, after the level 50 mark, even when it was said that the entire world would share the same training maps, additional maps would be made to cater for the astounding number of players. There would be enough field bosses to satisfy the entire world. More bosses meant more rewards. Farming field bosses would be the best source of income and power. "If we can't raid the hardcore mode for now, we can always try the hard mode instead," said Wei Yan'er. She had always been this way. After raiding the same old boss for a number of times, she would grow sick of it. Look to the other bosses for fresh challenges. "We might as well train for the time being. Let's just train to the point where we can finally wear the equipment still sitting in our inventories. That's the path of lords and ladies. Let's focus on field bosses. Leave the dungeon raids to Endless Starlight and his merry little friends," said Zhang Yang as he patted the little brat's head. "Let's find ourselves some yellow gold field boss. We can always come back to raid the Poison Fireland in hardcore mode, obtain the first clear achievement, complete the quest in the highest difficulty, all in one shot." Thinking about the axe that lay in her bag, waiting to hack through the air and spill the blood of her enemies, Wei Yan'er could not help but smile innocently like a little girl. She summoned her own mount and cried to her cousin sister. "Let's go! What are we waiting for? To the grinding fields, .. Burning with enthusiasm, the little girl and her elder cousin ran off to who knows where, leaving Daffodil Daydream behind with Zhang Yang. Watching them galloping away with such enthusiasm, Zhang Yang smiled and was about to leave when Daffodil Daydream quickly grabbed him by the sleeve. Her face was flushed red in embarrassment, and she asked for the identifying fees. Zhanyu, I want to pay. It's not that I did not intend to earlier. It's just that, little Yan'er didn't allow me to. Please accept my thanks," said the girl as she bowed down politely. Oh well, since he had already been ripped off on a rather epic scale, a little more or less wouldn't make any difference. Zhang Yang smiled at her earnestness and smiled. "There's no need for such humility. Just take it as one of the perks of having me as your guildmaster." Zhang Yang summoned his own mount and rode to his little merchandise shop. He had a mountain of green copper and gray silver equipment for sale. Ever since he had auctioned the guild upgrade order, the shop was gained a burst of popularity in White Jade Castle. His total profits had doubled since then. The total revenue had increased from 100,000 to 200,000. All these were just profits he gained from 20% of the auction house's service fees. The other sales from the equipment had not yet been included. Mostly because the equipment was farmed with the cooperation of the party, the sales profit gain had to be shared among the 8 party members. Zhang Yang put up the green copper and gray silver equipment up for sale. As for the gold yellow equipment, he had planned to auction them. This time, he intended to advertise his sales to all 8 major cities. To spread out the name of his little shop as vastly as he could. As for solid iron bar, Zhang had already purchased 17,000 stacks of the item, totaling up to an expenditure of 3,100,000 gold coins. However, he had also spent an additional 13 million gold coins to buy the storage expansion to store the items. According to the current exchange rate, 1:3, he had spent close to $50 million. That being said, the shop storage's capacity had been upgraded to level 10 as a result, so the 6 tabs in the guild warehouse had become a little excessive. When the exchange rate drops down to 1:1, he would have wasted $26 million. With a surplus of 13,000 empty slots, it was enough to store 13,000 stacks of solid iron bar. One stack contained 200 units. These units could be sold for 5 gold each in the near future, totaling up to 13 million gold coins, which was equivalent to $39 million, just enough to reimburse the investment. However, this was a good investment as it's a 1FF thing. The following investments that require him to store massive amounts of ingredient would not require further spending on storage upgrades. However, it was a shame. Since the storage space was still insufficient, Zhang could not make a huge amount of profit from this current sale. At most, the return profit would only be equivalent to a free 17,000 storage slots and earning a little more than 13,000,000, which was far from his initial estimation of 100 million to 200 million profit. However, following the size of the storage capacity of the shop itself, the quantity of the item turnover could raise as well. Since the profit had been growing exponentially for the past few days, earning 300,000 gold coins a day would not just be a dream. After becoming a city lord, Zhang had gained a new skill, City Teleport. This skill wasn't really all that different from the regular teleportation scroll. One is used to teleport to the fortress while the other was used to teleport back to White Jade Castle. Zhang activated City Teleport and a white glow formed underneath his feet. A circular magic circle sharpened out from the light, and after 10 seconds, a white pillar of light engulfed his character. He appeared immediately at the headquarters of Tukulo Fortress. All hail the lord of the city. As he appeared, he was greeted by the surrounding maids and guards. No wonder everyone wanted to be an official one. Anyone could easily be intoxicated by the sensation of being respected. Even when he was in the game, he could feel the reverence from the realistic human characters kneeling down to him. Somehow, he felt as light as a feather. Zhang exited the headquarters and rode out of the fortress, and came into the frozen sky wasteland. There will be a level 50 plus maps after exiting each fortress from all 8 main sites. As the level 50 and 60 maps grew tighter and closer in the center of the global map, there will naturally be fewer and fewer of them as you head deeper in. However, even if the number of maps decreased, each map itself only grew larger. The name of the map really speaks for itself. Everything in this map was either frozen solid or encased in thick ice. The ground was covered in thick snow, and walking by yourself was rather troublesome. A gentle breeze persisted in the background, bringing the frosty north wind along with it. The sky, the field, and even the forest was completely engulfed in snow, making the map seem to appear completely monochrome. With only the sound of the cold wind and the crushing snow beneath his feet with each step, the atmosphere here was nothing but cold and barren. In God Miracle, a field boss had its own domain. It will only roam around in a very small area within a map, which players could easily find and defeat. However, there were a small number of bosses that could roam a large area with no fixed area. They could easily roam across several maps. The boss that Zhang wanted to look for was called King of the Frost Chimera, a green copper tier, and it was rather weak. However, this boss was the only boss that would drop the level 3 fire resistance potion recipe. This was one of those bosses that did not have a fixed spawning location. The boss would roam around this frozen wasteland without any fixed pattern. Since it will fly around randomly, player had a hard time tracking it down. Players could simply bump into out of nowhere, or spend half a year simply trying to pick up a trail. Further, King of the Frost Chimera was rather rare despite being green copper. Once defeated, it would take another 7 days to respawn again. Maps above level 50 only had one similar map in each server. This meant that the entire China server only had one King of the Frost Chimera. Once killed, every player in the China server would have to wait for an entire week, but since the boss was only a green copper tier, a small team of ragtag players could easily defeat it. With many players after this boss, nobody will even know if the boss was alive, or if it was playing hide-and-seek as usual. Other than the first kill, there was no way of knowing if anyone else has killed the boss for the last 7 days. Right now, the time was ripe. Zhang had to find the boss now and farm that recipe before other players start exploring this map. Zhang rode his horse tirelessly, from the top of trees to the bottom of valleys. He searched every nook and cranny of the map for the boss. But Frozen Sky Wasteland was just too enormous for him to search. He had already spent an entire morning, and had covered at least 1/3 of the entire map and had no clue where the boss was. It could have easily entered the spots he already checked. After lunch, Zhang Yan logged back in and continued his quest to search for the boss. Incidentally, he had triggered a few monsters in his wake and killed them in stride, albeit unwillingly. 2 days passed in an instant, and Zhang Yang was still roaming in the frozen land with no trails or clues on the whereabouts of the boss. In that time, Zhang Yang had already attained level 53. So far, beside the 8 players from Lone Desert Smoke including Zhang Yang, the highest level in the guild was only level 48. They might have to train for another 7 to 8 days to reach level 50 in order to raid the Poison Fireland. Besides spending his time searching for the boss, Zhang Yang had brought his party to farm Master Waller for the guild upgrade order. The rest of his time was fully spent on searching for the boss. October the 7th was the 5th day Zhang Yang had spent searching for the King of the Frost Chimera in the Frozen Sky Wasteland. Hey dummy! The monster that you're searching for. Is it called King of the Frost Chimera, Basilisk? Han Yingshue's sultry voice was heard in the voice messenger. Zhang Yang was stupefied for a moment. You saw it? He finally asked. Yeah. I logged out in an open field yesterday. When I relogged in, I decided to walk around, and then I saw a huge chimera monster flying in the sky. When I targeted it, the name was pretty similar to what you have been mumbling on about these few days. Zhang Yang almost felt like crying there and then. He had spent 5 whole days searching for the monster and there it was, chanced upon by an idiot who has a tendency of getting lost all the time. Follow the boss. Do not engage, do no engage. I'll be right there, said Zhang Yang as he quickly sent a party invitation to Han Yingxue. That way, he could easily locate her position in the map UI. Han Yingxue accepted the invitation and Zhang Yang quickly opened his world map. When he had pinpointed her location, he frowned again. I'd say. You're really a good runner. How could you run off to the edge of the map? You're almost running into the necrotic wastelands. Is that so? Is that so? That's all you're gonna say about that? TSK. Hey. I did you a favor here. I found the boss for you. Aren't you supposed to show some gratitude at least? What are the chances of me walking away from here and having you spend a third of a month wandering around the land like a homeless beggar again? One officials, the author used the word to refer to the ancient China Palace ranking system. Officials were ranking officers that had 9 levels of rankings. Normal citizens can become officials by taking a written examination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Fire Resistance Potion Recipe. Chapter 197, Fire Resistance Potion Recipe. Zhang Yang set off like a rocket towards Han Yingxue. Since Han Yingxue was just following the boss and had nothing else to do, she was rather bored and was chirping in Zhang Yang's ear during the whole time. While he was making his way towards her, Han Yingxue had been asking him all sorts of personal questions such as his first love, the popping of his cherry. Frozen Sky Wasteland was truly large indeed. The boss was located away by almost as far as half of the map's size itself. He had to spend at least half an hour riding on his mount just to arrive to the point where he could finally see the blinking dot of Han Yingxue in his minimap. The blinking dot of an ally meant that the distance between them was within 100 meters. Furara. The skeletal warhorse roared as it kicked off a heap of snow into the air when Zhang Yang pulled the reins. Zhang Yang pulled over when he reached by Han Yingxue's side. The woman was sneezing uncontrollably when he had arrived. Hey dummy, I have been waiting for you all day. Han Yingxue complained. Zhang Yang sighed heavily and answered. That's a big no for taking any more gray-silver equipment from my shop. Knowing her for 3 months, he had already seen past all her little tricks. Han Yingxue rolled her eyes and said, Hey. I learned runecraft was for you guys. Oh please, you have to know that equipment higher than level 40 gray-silver tier are extremely valuable. Not many others would be willing to sell them off. The ones in my shop was farmed with everyone's effort. How could I just simply take them out for you? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes as well. You think you're the only who can roll their eyes? Please, I can use the same trick as well. Han Yingxue realized that rolling her eyes was not effective enough. She then resorted to raising her eyebrows suggestively, but, +2 rune stones require level 2 gray-silver essences. Don't you want to upgrade your weapon, Dot? What the F***CK woman? I haven't even received a +1 rune stone from you. What +2 rune stone are you talking about? Zhang Yang turned around and spotted the flying boss in the air. That flying beast was a large chimera, hovering at least 20 to 30 meters above the ground, soaring passively and slowly. King of the Frost Chimera, Basilisk, Green Copper, Beast. Level, 55. HP, 55,000. Defense, 300. That was it. That was the one. Zhang Yang sent away his horse and ran towards to the boss. He bent over and collected a bunch of snow and formed a snowball in his hand. He aimed and tossed the snowball at the boss. Pack! The throw did no damage, but it was enough to trigger the boss aggro and to engage in a battle. The beast growled and flapped its gigantic wings, gliding down from the high heavens and down towards Zhang Yang, firing out a cold stream of air from its mouth. Ding! Basilisk has used Ice Breath. Minus 1023. Zhang Yang took the damage and gained 42 rage points. Minus 1482. Normal attack. Crippled defense. Minus 692. Crippled defense. Minus 3389. Horizontal sweep. Minus 3512. Destructive smash. Zhang Yang had instantly expended all his rage and had dealt close to 9,000 damage to the boss. In terms of percentage, Zhang Yang had knocked off 20% of the boss HP. Incredibly scary. Basilisks cried out as it swings its claw to attack Zhang Yang. Block. Plus 30 rage. Minus 359. Block reflect damage. Blood rage. Plus 30 rage slash. Crippled defense. Minus 752. Crippled defense forward slash. Minus 868. Shield bash. Minus 1648. Force strike. Zhang Yang stacked another 3 layers of crippled defense, making it to 5 stacks in total. The boss was now completely naked to Zhang Yang attacks. Whoa, looks like soloing a boss is no problem for you now, huh? Said Han Shui admirably. Zhang Yang's current attack had far exceeded that of the boss. His HP was now at 12,000. He did not even need to use Berserker's Heal to kill the boss, but... I'm wearing yellow gold and gray silver equipment, woman. How can I not solo kill a green copper tier boss? If I can't even do that, how do I show my face in public, said Zhang Yang as he smirked. What a thick face. Zhang Yang laughed. He raised his axe up high and continued to attack the boss with a DPS of nearly 2,000. To kill a boss with 55,000 HP would only take around half a minute. By the time he had killed off the boss, he did not even break a sweat and had only lost 5,000 HP. Dummy, what exactly is up with this boss to make you go so far out of your way? Women were as curious as cats. As more so for Han Shui, as she posed the question while raising her eyebrows seductively. Zhang Yang bent down and poked around the boss drops and smiled contentedly when he picked up a sheet of recipe. He then quickly patted it on his chest and learned the crafting recipe. Han Shui cried out immediately when she saw him doing that. What the? You slime meanie, you actually used all-pick distribution mode. She actually wanted to pick up the item and teased Zhang Yang for a bit before letting him taking the item. She had never though that Zhang Yang was one step ahead of her and had set the distribution mode beforehand. Zhang Yang laughed manically. Humph. Without proper skills, how can I fight off demons and monsters like you? Blah. Han Shui blew raspberries at him. She was now even more curious about the item that Zhang Yang had picked up. Dummy, at least let me see the item description. Zhang Yang laughed under his breath and posted the description of a type of potion. Level 3 fire resistance potion, consumable. Use, add 600 fire resistant. Last for 2 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Level requirement, 50. Is this the junk that you spent 5 days searching for? Snorted Han Shui. This junk could only reduces 600 fire damage. I can easily heal that amount with 1 tick of regeneration. Your hair must be too long now, it's dulling your senses, said Zhang Yang while giving a crooked smile. What did you say? Care to repeat that again, said Han Shui with the temper of a lioness behind her voice. Zhang Yang quickly twisted his brain, trying to think of a way to switch the topic. There are many bosses that have damaging aura effects. Just like the one that gave us a lot of trouble in the Expedition War, the Burning Aura. If we had used the potion to nullify the aura effect, we won't not have to worry about it anymore. Han Shui only nodded and hummed okay under her breath. For now, she bought what Zhang Yang said. The last boss in the Poison Fireland, Roshunya Copper Hammer, was the kill requirement for the level 50 class quest. The boss had a strong AoE, Burning Aura-like ability. It was not like the beginner anti-shadow potion that was needed to resist the Marzerway's shadow attack, or it was completely impossible to complete the raid without it. This level 50 boss could still be killed without the potion, but having it would make things much easier. The item was bound to be extremely popular in the future. However, Zhang Yang remained quiet about this fact. If he had said it, Han Shui would definitely be asking for a share of the profit. It's best to remain quiet for now. As for the other drops of basilisk, Zhang Yang did not even care to have a glimpse at them. He just looted them all and tossed them into the corner of his inventory, if the inventory had a corner to begin with. It was all just random green copper and black steel tier equipment. Nothing important enough for him to pay attention to. Now that he had what he wanted, Zhang Yang mission was completed. He tore a teleportation scroll and went back to White Jade Castle. To craft the level 3 fire resistance potion, he would require white spotted flower S and fire crystal shard S. White spotted flowers S are harvest ingredients obtainable by herbalism profession. They can be harvested in level 40 plus hunting grounds and are extreme abundant in nature. The price in the auction house was quite low as well. Fire crystal shard S were the miscellaneous items that would be in the ETC tab of inventories dropped by any fire elemental monsters, levels 20 and higher. They usually ended up being sold to NPC directly. Miscellaneous items, in God Miracle, usually seemed worthless, but when a recipe pops up and requires them as ingredients, the item would undergo a sudden change, gaining popularity and having its prices hike up by over 100-fold within a day. Since the recipe of level 3 fire resistance potion was extremely rare to begin with, Zhang Yang had never go to figure out the ingredients needed to craft the item. Only after he had obtained the recipe did he gain the knowledge of the items. Back in his shop, he had adjusted Natalia's setting to begin purchasing these said ingredients. White spotted flower S were sold in the auction house at 10 gold coins a stack. Fire crystal shard S, they were being sold directly to the NPCs. No one would want to waste their money by selling it at the auction house due to the service fees incurred, that would deduct 20% of the price they put up. Selling the fire crystal shard to the NPC would earn them 2 gold coins a stack, without any extra charges. Zhang Yang set the buying price for the white spotted flower at 8.5 gold coins a stack and fire crystal shard at 2.5 gold coins a stack. This time, all 8 major cities had their teleportation circles opened for all. Any player could freely travel to all cities for their liking. With that, Zhang Yang did not have to search for distributors to help him sell his junks anymore. As long as he could spread his little merchandise shop name to all cities, customer will flock to his shop with no time at all. By the afternoon, Natalia had bought a number of ingredients. Seeing that, Zhang Yang could not help but sigh heavily. All his available storage was used to store the solid iron bar, he had no more space to make way for the potion. With no more space left in his own inventory, Zhang Yang had to use Fatty Han's personal inventory as storage for his potions. Zhang Yang was now a professional tier alchemist, he could make 4 bottles of potion in one instance. In just half an hour, he had used up all the ingredient Natalia had stockpiled to craft the level 3 fire resistance potion. There were a total of 34 stacks, all of them which he mailed to Fatty Han. In 2 days, Zhang Yang had not only filled up Fatty Han's own personal storage, he had also filled up Wei Yin Air's, Endless Starlights, and other friends as well. He had even persuaded them to open up a few more storage space in their personal warehouses, all to help Zhang Yang to store the potion. Since both Wei Yin Air and Han Shui was misers to begin with, to ask them to spend their own hard-earned gold to open up a few more slots of storage crossed a line. Left with no choice, Zhang Yang had to pay them money to do his favor. Luckily, the expansion cost of 4 of their personal storage tabs were not expensive at all. At most, it costed him 1,000 gold coins. October the 9th, 6 p.m. in the evening. Bang bang bang. It was like someone was trying to break down the door. "Who is it?" cried Zhang Yang as he peeked through the peephole in the door. He saw Fatty Han standing outside his door while stroking his big tummy. He quickly unlocked the door and greeted his friend. "Damn! I just had my dinner. I have nothing left for you to leech." After the fatso had bought himself a sport car, he had been rather busy for the past few days. He had been coming over to Zhang Yang's to leech drinks and food off him every night. "Little Yang. You must have forgotten." Today, Fatty Han was dressed up all fancily, he was wearing a Burberry top and the same brand of long pants. It was a shame though, he was almost a sharp-dressed man if not for the sight of his bouncing belly which ruined the whole image. Fatty Han shook his head and went up to Zhang Yang's ears, shouting, "It's the students gathering today, yo! Arg! Crap!" Zhang Yang had completely forgotten about the matter. He had screamed in response to Fatty Han's abrupt reminder. "Don't arg me! You promised to join me! Let's go! Let's go! We have 1 hour! Damn! If we get stuck in traffic now, who knows when we might get there? We might not even be there by the year of the monkey." 1-inch Fatty Han's standard operating procedures, if he obtained wealth this year, complete with a car and some money in his bank, he wanted to gloat in the face of those people who had looked down upon him. If Zhang Yang had not died, he would have the same thoughts. However, now that he had experienced death and rebirth, this kind of childish act was completely out of his thoughts. Being dragged and yelled at by Fatty Han, Zhang Yang quickly changed into a new shirt. That outfit was for his job interview. Back then, it had cost him $700. Little Yang. You're a millionaire now. Why would you still wear something that cheap, said Fatty Han when he saw Zhang Yang's outfit. Oh. I understand what you're trying to do, little Yang. You're trying to be a wolf under a sheepskin. Though I must say that it is a little lame for you to do so. Zhang Yang frowned heavily. Wrinkles as long as the highway formed on his forehead. Am I not the one being dragged along by you? Why would I follow your style? Fatty Han's sport car was indeed cool and extravagant. When he parked his car in front of the apartment, many youngsters were ogling and pointing at the car, all with the admiration and impressed look on their faces. Fatty Han was rather happy about being admired at. As he walked to his car, he winked at some female on the side seductively. First, he led Zhang Yang to the car and forced him in. He then moved to the driver's seat and got in. Since he was rather large, he did not exactly take his seat immediately. In fact, he had to squeeze inside, finally managing to get into the driver's seat with much effort. Thump, dot. With a loud thump, his butt landed on the seat, shaking the entire car and stressing the suspension to its maximum potential. It was no wonder how Fatty Han could be as heavy as a ton. Zhang Yang could not help but laugh. Hey Fatty, did you buy a car insurance for your baby? Of course I did. Thank God. If you crush this car, which I think is completely possible, at least you won't be losing everything if you lost the car. F***CKU. I've been crushing Yun Yun every night and she hasn't broken anything. This car is made of metal too, goddammit. If I could crush this car, I would go back to the bastard shop and send a wrecking ball through it for selling me cheap goods. Oh right. Why didn't you bring Yun Yun along? Little Yang, are you being serious right now? If I brought Yun Yun along with me, how am I going to pick up other girls, sulked Fatty Han as he started the car and drove out of the area. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrow and asked. So, you're not planning to settle down with her? Fatty Han scratched his head. Little Yang, what kind of era do you think you're living in? I'm out for chicks, it's not like I'm breaking up with Yun Yun. Besides, I'm still single and ready to mingle. Zhang Yang broke a cold sweat. Damn son. You have a girlfriend and you're out there playing with other women. Am I the one who's outdated? Or are you the one with issues? Zhang Yang could not help but shake his head in denial. Oh well. Anyhow, it's your personal life. I'm not going to butt in this. Do what you like. As they drove all the way to Sheraton Hotel, they were, as Fatty Han has predicted earlier, got stuck in traffic. The traffic jam was rather bad. By the time they had arrived to the doorsteps, the time was already 7:11 p.m. Just as the two friends got down the car, they saw a young man crying out from 2 parking spots away from them. Zhang Yang. Han Guang, the man had just gotten down his normal, everyday car. Zhang Yang stared at the man for a good second and was surprised when he recognized the man. Lu Qiming. Ha ha. That's right. That's me. Thump. The man closes the door of his car and walked jubilantly towards them. Laughing, he said, I never thought that you would be doing so well. Look at you. Driving a Maserati. How much does this one cost? I assume it cost at least $1 million. Zhang Yang smiled as he shook his head. Oh no. The car is Fatty's. I was just hitching a ride. Lu Qiming nodded his head. The wonder in his face faded quickly but rekindled when he saw Fatty Han. Han Guang. I see that you've struck gold now, huh? Fatty Han and Zhang Yang were soul brothers. To look down on Zhang Yang was to look down to him. Seeing that Lu Qiming had expressed a cold shoulder to Zhang Yang, Fatty Han reciprocate the same expression and only exchange a few words with Lu Qiming and called out to Zhang Yang, let's go, little Yang. Even though Lu Qiming had received the cold shoulder from Fatty Han, the slight anger was immediately gone when he saw the luxury car that Fatty Han owned. Author's note, this story arc is about Zhang Yang interaction in reality, his thoughts and relationship. That is why it's long. One lunar calendar year of the monkey is one of the years in the lunar calendar. It was not specified on what year they were in at that time. 2 editors note Fatty Han had used a word that literally meant iron. This word is used to refer to metals in general. Also, since this is Fatty Han we're talking about, I seriously doubt that he knows what Maseratis are made of. let's hope that he doesn't think it's really iron. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Zhou Kongming. Chapter 198, Zhou Kongming. The three of them walked out of the parking lot and walked into the hotel lobby. There stood four beautiful door women wearing tight traditional Chinese qibaos, greeting the guests of the hotel. When the three guys walked closer, the girls bowed down in respect and greeted them as well. Welcome. Fatty Han did a quick up-down on one of the girls and could not help but leak out a perverted smirk. He reached out with his flatty hands and grabbed Zhang Yang by the shoulder, whispering into his ear. Dude. Check the babe second to the right. Damn, that is one fine piece of arse. I swear to God, I'll grab those buns. Zhang Yang sighed heavily. Dude. Undo the calamity that is your memories one. Did you accidentally swallow an entire bottle of Viagra before you got here? Fatty Han burst out in a loud thunderous laugh and it took some time before he could catch his breath. Ha, I could have died laughing. Say, little young. I've noticed this for some time now, but you've changed. Like, you've turned into someone else. Didn't you used to love hanging out with me, checking out chicks on the streets? What's with the pseudo-gentleman get-up? Zhang Yang could not help but agree with Fatty Han. During his high school life, he was as Fatty Han described. Hanging out with Fatty Han at the streets, enjoying the view of girls walking by. Staring, judging, picking the girls with bigger boobs, or booties that rivaled Nicki Minaj. They would sometimes even throw out a catcall or two. They had been doing it so often that people in the street called them the little wolves. However, times has changed. He has changed. His mentality was no longer the young, rebellious brat that had just graduated from university. He had experienced the working adult life, the 5 years of working in the society like every adult did. He had, in fact, died. If he had not changed mentally, that would be weird. When Lu Qiming saw how nonchalant Zhang Yang and Fatty Han were, envy boiled up in him. In high school, everyone was so busy trying their best to cope with studies. With the spirit of youth in them, none of them would slack for a taste of temporary enjoyment. It was a pity though, during university times, their eyes and ears were opened wide, with sweet luxury cars taking beautiful girls out, a scene that was rather common in that period, changing a young teenager into a man of money. You can't put food on the table with bravery and guts. That's the harsh reality of the world. Money makes the world go round. Without money, you can achieve nothing. No girls, no success, nothing. Don't expect beautiful girls to even look at you, if you don't have the bulge of a thick wallet on the back of your pants. Lu Qiming was the same as Zhang Yang was, a university graduate. He had found a job in a small business and had to depend on his parents to buy him a generic car. Working a dull 9-to-5 job had killed off his joy. When he saw the car that Fatty Han rolled in with, he immediately knew that Fatty Han must be a business owner to be that rich. Back when he was still in high school, Lu Qiming was not a man who would neglect his studies to mingle around with Fatty Han, a fat boy who would only spend his entire day brawling about in the streets. However, desperate times, desperate measures. Lu Qiming had thought of a way to help himself. Even if had to defy his own conscience to do so, he thought that he could at least try to pull some strings with Fatty Han. He would try to play the old-school friends card. He thought that Zhang Yang was just the same as him, he thought that he could see through Zhang Yang acts, that he was trying to get to Fatty Han's good side. But obviously, he was no further from the cold truth. Both of them were chatting along, getting into each other's nerves like they were already in good terms. Lu Qiming felt a strong disdain, and silently cursed ass-kisser, bootlicker. Say, Han Guang, what have you been doing after high school? How did you get your hands on a Maserati, said Lu Qiming as he tried to slide in a word with Fatty Han. He could not let Zhang Yang hog all the quality time talking to Fatty Han. Fatty Han had no intention of bothering the arrogant bastard, but when the snobby prick mentioned his car, he got a little excited. Oh, nothing really. I was just around, you know. Helping other buying and selling some stuff. Casual business. Commission-based. What the heck though? That Maserati GT 2034 had cost me $3,870,000. F** King greedy Americans. Zhang Yang had specifically told him not reveal his trades to anyone. That was why Fatty Han had given a vague description like that. Even though he had a body full of fat, he was not pig-headed. He was not really stupid, he was just really bad with books and all. He immediately sensed Lu Qiming trying to get to his good side. Fatty Han laughed mentally at him. The real god of fortune is standing right next to me. I don't see you bending over, head over heels to him. I'm the fake one. Ha! I'll see how you suffer later. Zhang Yang laughed at Fatty Han's comment about his car. Dude. Maserati is from Italy, you dumb f***ck. What's it got to do with Americans? Oh. Fatty Han opened his eyes wide as his jaw was left gaping. What the hell? That bloody sly manager. I told him to give me the best sport car. And that sneaky old fox dared to sell me a toy car from Italy. Oh, he'll know. I ain't gonna stand by this. I'm going back and drive this sh*t crap car into his broken ass. This oblivious Fatty Han was not familiar with any famous brands. He thought that he had cheated by the manager of the auto shop. His heart ached when he realized that he had spent all his savings into buying a cheap car, but... On the other side of the coin, when Lu Qiming heard what Fatty Han said, he could not help but realize just how rich this guy was to throw his money away without a care. What kind of person could just ignore the brand of the car they are buying and make the purchase without thinking twice? What sort of human would do that? Zhang Yang laughed. Damn you, American fanboy. Do you really think all good things come from America? Is it not then? Said Fatty Han with genuine curiosity. Zhang Yang smacked Fatty Han's head. Of course not. You dumb wit. That shirt you're wearing. Burberry. That brand is from England. What does it had anything to do with America? Zhang Yang sighed. No wonder people say it would take at least 3 generations to culture a noble family. If they were to be like Fatty Han, $10 billion would be wasted in a day. Fatty Han shamelessly nodded and laughed it off. Ah well. I don't care if it was made in America, England, or Zimbabwe. I'm rich. I can buy anything I want. Lu Qiming knew that Maserati is an Italian car, but he did not dare to be the Nazi. However, he had never thought that Zhang Yang would blatantly point out his mistake and ridicule Fatty Han for it. Instead of being angry or offended, Fatty Han was rather jubilant about it. Filled with regret, he should have just corrected Fatty Han when he had the chance. Zhang Yang. Lu Qiming. Han Guang. A loud voice could be heard from the front of them. Not far from where they were standing was a young man that just hit his 20s. Dressed to impress, with glimmering hairline that shone under the light. However, his overall appearance was rather dull and common. Nothing really stuck out in particular. He did not have a handsome, nor unsightly face. It was, at best, the most generic face and body that anyone could see and have. With a glance, Zhang Yang could easily recognize the owner of the voice. It was Zhou Kongming. He was also a student of the same high school as Zhang Yang. Zhou Kongming came from a rather mediocre family. A few years back, the government wanted to create roadways that would cut right through their family home. To reimburse them, the government had paid them a generous amount of $10 million as compensation. With that money, his father built a factory that made picture frames. The business was shockingly high, with annual profit of $2 to $3 million. This information came from his own mouth when Zhang Yang had attended the student gathering in his previous life. When he had announced his wealth, he was rather proud of it, and had looked at his fellow friends with a rather condescending look when he said that his annual income was close to $2 million. Zhou Kongming. Zhang Yang greeted him coldly and let it be that way. He came to the gathering today as a favor of the bastard Fatty. He would not go out of his way, pleasing everyone else. Zhou Kongming smiled with a grandiose posture and said, "It's just the 3 of you, Yang Jixian and Li Ru. Okay, let's go. I'll let Shan give a call to the girls, and let them get a room for themselves when they arrive." Just as the name Shan was mentioned, Zhou Kongming had eyed Zhang Yang. This exact scene was just like Zhang Yang's previous life. Zhou Kongming had been seeing Zhao Weishan, the same girl that Zhang Yang was with in high school. The two of them would have been about to get married in a few months' time. In high school, Zhao Kongming was rather mediocre in every aspect. He was not wealthy nor poor, he had a personality that was rather down-to-earth, following rules obediently to the letter. He was not a handsome man that could easily pick up girls at will. He was, as previously described, the most generic kind of person you could ever met. The kind of person that would not naturally attract the attention of the opposite gender. But what kind of guy would not want to get involved with girls? Zhou Kongming had feelings for Yang Jixian, Zhao Weishan, and Li Ru when they were still in high school. But then, who would have noticed him? Only after his family struck gold, and having coincidentally entered the same university as Zhao Weishan, after a few small gifts, he had successfully captured the heart of the young maiden called Zhao Weishan. Having a beautiful woman by his side now was definitely a joyful event. However, there was still a heavy emotional baggage that Zhou Kongming could not let go, like a sharp prick in back of the brain. That was the fact that Zhao Weishan had once dated Zhang Yang for a year. He would not have that. What's so good about Zhang Yang back then? Both of his parents were dead, leaving him nothing but dust. He was bad with his studies and was always getting himself into fights. What did Zhao Huishan see in this person? That was the reason why Zhou Kongming retained a certain level of resentment towards Zhang Yang. In his previous life, Zhang Yang was provoked endlessly by Zhao Kongming in the same student gathering. In the end, his provocation had gotten to Zhang Yang, which led him to sending a good strong punch directing to his mouth. That one punch had bruised his mouth and sent 3 teeth flying off. Reminiscing the past, Zhang Yang started to laugh when he saw his mouth. Want to have another go at it? This time, Zhang Yang was thinking of breaking all of his teeth. The 4 of them came into the elevator and arrived at the 4th floor of the hotel. They entered another large hall. The hall was filled with 8 large tables, which was already filled with over 60 people at the age of 20 and so. Some of them were exchanging words, smiling at each other courteously, nodding politely while talking about the past. Some of the people around were alone, while the rest brought along their partners. As the 4 latecomers arrived into the gall, everyone stood up clapping their hands, welcoming them to the occasion. All right guys. It's just Yang Jixian and Li Ru left. Let's eat. Zhou Kongming waved and gestured something with his hands to the service crew, signaling for the crew to start serving the dishes. Here. Zhang Yang, please sit here. Zhou Kongming pointed at the center table. Fatty Han smiled delightfully and said, Zhang Yang and I must sit together. We're like salt and pepper. Everyone sat down and after a while, a few service crew started coming out from a corner, pushing a cart full of dishes to each table. Zhang Yang. Just when Zhang Yang sat down, an incredibly beautiful woman smiled proudly, with a hint of patronizing behavior. Zhao Huishan, cried Fatty Han and laughed as he replied her. How many years have passed? I see that you're only getting prettier by the day. I see that your parents will no longer need to bug you for a relationship, huh? Ah. Just right, my brother, little Yang is still single. You guys talk. Zhao Huishan changed her expression in a flash. Han Guang. Please don't remind me of the past. I was stupid and juvenile at the time. I wouldn't have known if I was being cheated. Fatty Han frowned. What are you talking about? Back then, I remember that you were the one that followed Zhang Yang like a loyal puppy. What cheat are you talking about? Zhao Huishan was wavering. Back then, she admired men with strength. During his high school days, Zhang Yang was famous for being the king of fighters. Whenever Zhang Yang was in the middle of a fight, she had always been secretly peeking at the brawl, thus falling for Zhang Yang. However, everything changed when she entered university. Everything was either money or cash. When she saw her classmates taking out their cold hard cash every time they shop, slowly and eventually, her mentality had changed. Seeing other rich people having the ability to buy anything they desire, that behaviors had changed her into becoming a gold digger. When Zhou Kongming brought his fortune into her life, she felt that he was her fair prince on a white horse. Eventually, she gave in to her desires and became his girlfriend. Today, they had fixed the marriage date, a few months from now. Now that she had recalled back the day she had wasted with Zhang Yang, Zhao Huishan cursed at herself in her heart. How was she that blind to actually fall for a poor and useless man? Like striking the lottery, she felt that she had made the right choice. If she had not taken her parents' advice and lived on together with Zhang Yang, she could have been one of those poor housewives, strolling along the farmer's market trying her best to think of the cheapest vegetable to buy. That is why, the worse shape Zhang Yang's life currently was, the happier she would be. At least, she could get proper closure on the matter. Still, it was an incredibly stupid theory. 1. Not a translation error. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, A Boring Attack. Chapter 199, A Boring Attack. Eat up. Eat up. Zhou Kongming tried to raise the atmosphere. To shame Zhang Yang was an obligatory act, how it must be done moderately. If it were to be too much. The two of them, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han, were the two fighting addicts that even the teacher would not dare to meddle with. Right now Zhou Kongming felt that his well-being was much more valuable. It's not worth taking a punch for it. In the midst of it, the atmosphere of the table had turned cold and awkward. Besides the chomping of food and the clacking sound of chopsticks, no one would bother to speak up at all. I say, the most successful ones in our class would be Zhao Kongming and Han Guang, is it not? Said Lu Qiming out of the blue. Sitting together, Lu Qiming decided to start a conversation topic when he sees everyone was only pushing food down their food pipe. Zhou Kongming was successful, everyone knew that. That big mouth had mentioned that his family had started a picture frame factory, and he was the vice CEO or something, earning at least 1 million a year. He was so proud about it that he had been repeating that for several times. This meal, this student gathering, was all funded by Zhao Kongming. That was why he was treating this place as if it was his own house. To think that the dumb fatty who barely graduated was this successful, it was an insult to the 3 to 4 years of studying in a university. Everyone started at Lu Qiming with much curiosity. Lu Qiming smirked. Try guessing what kind of car did Han Guang drive today? He presumed that Fatty Han would love to take a compliment. That was why he had decided to go all out with it. What car? What kind of car? Brand? Everyone was startled by Lu Qiming's question and started to follow up with more questions. It was a Maserati GT 2034, said Lu Qiming word by word to build up a suspense. Get out of here. That car costs more than 3 million. Fatty. Wow. Good for you. You must be rich. Han Guang. Your father must be some company's president. Everyone started to get all chirpy about Fatty Han. Some were guessing his source of income, while the others were guessing about Fatty Han's family business. Being at the center of attention, Fatty Han was happy. He gestured his hands by waving them in the air. Ah, please guys. It's just nothing. I'm even planning to purchase another villa in the next few days. It shouldn't be that expensive. Around 10 million should do. This pig sure knew how to brag. Zhang Yang held in his laughter and gulped some beer to hide the expression on his face. He was interested to see what followed next. He did no intent to ruin Fatty Han's performance. But what he did not know was that the car alone, worth more than 3 million, already blew everyone's mind. There were many students here with a rather luxurious families backing them, that they could easily buy a house or a car after they graduated. But to buy a $3 million sport car and a $10 million villa was completely out of this world. Zhou Kongming heard what Fatty Han said. Even him, and mad of his statue, got agitated when he heard Fatty Han blab. His own family's fortune was not as vast as Fatty Han, with an annual income of 1 million and a $10,000 monthly pocket money from his father. If he wanted to buy the same car, he would need to wait until his old man died and passed all the family inheritance to him. Zhou Kongming felt bitter. How could he spend a large amount of money to organize a grand gathering in a luxurious hotel, just to let someone else take the spotlight? Just then, a service crew walked in and served a plate of European lobster. He quickly cried, "All right. All right. Settle down, guys. Here. Please taste this dish. It's lobster. Sheraton's most famous lobster dish. The lobster they used was from Europe. It's authentic and awesome. Though it's only around 1.5 pound portion, please taste the tender's meat." Zhao Weishan echoed, "Yeah. I heard it's really good. Please, help yourself." The dish was so rare that not anyone could eat this kind of cuisine in their lifetimes. Everyone grabbed their chopsticks and helped themselves to the lobster. When Zhou Kongming saw everyone attacking the lobster with relish, silently, he felt that he was patronizing these cavemen. Is it really that good? I mean, munch munch it's tender, just like Kentucky. It had to be from the mouth of an inelegant man. Fatty Han had spent more than 3 million on a car that he had no idea in what country it was made. How could you argue with a man like that, about the difference between a lobster and a chicken drumstick? Everyone choked. Some had even coughed out the food in their mouth. Others were glad that they had already swallowed, or else they might actually choke on the food. Zhou Kongming was just a little more from spitting blood all over the table. This was the highest grade of lobster. From Europe too. One lobster of this grade would easily cost more than $700. How could this pig compare it to a regular fast food joint? Lu Qiming steeled his heart to continue gain Fatty Han's good side. He quickly said, "Ah. Ha, you must have eaten a whole lot of luxurious food now, have you? This lobster must be one of those dishes you have every day. Fatty bro here must be having more than this, perhaps abalone or even bird nest one. It's the same as we us eating fast food daily." Everyone quickly understood what he said and nodded. Owning a $3 million car was enough to gain the respect from all. So no matter what Fatty Han blabbered, the audience would gladly listen. Everyone thought that Fatty Han was just putting up an act. It was worth putting up an act for him too. That thoughtless utterance had completely been misinterpreted by everyone. Now that it had come to this, everyone was left with a stronger impression that Fatty Han was really a rich man. Zhou Kongming was even madder. This meal had cost him tens of thousands, but for what? It was for him to gloat in front of all his ex-classmates. But now that he had bought them the meal, the real spotlight befell on Fatty Han. This event had left Zhou Kongming confused and angry. Oh right. Zhang Yang. So, what did you do after you graduated? Zhou Kongming had decided to divert the attention. He must change the target. He shall divert the conversation towards Zhang Yang and follow his plan to humiliate this ex-lover of his girlfriend. Zhang Yang was munching on the lobster and looked up when Zhou Kongming had mentioned his name. He quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and smiled lightly. I'm a professional gamer. Professional gamer? One by one, the people around the table asked the same question. Is that some sort of a career where you sell some in-game currency for the online game? That was called a gold farmer. They made money via endurance, not skills. To earn a living as a gold farmer was easy as they took up several days and nights, killing monsters endlessly and collecting the gold coins. A true professional gamer required genuine skills. Just like the Korean StarCraft League from a few years back. This career required actual skills to survive. However, Zhang Yang did not bother correcting him. He simply nodded and replied, close enough. Ah. My colleague's younger brother was a professional gamer as well. Someone started to talk. I heard that he could earn around $1,000 to $2,000 by selling the gold he collected for the month. $1,000 to $2,000? That's rather good, I must say. When I first entered the company, I only had $2,000 as my basic salary. Now, I'm entering the third month now, with $3,000 salary, but... Everyone started to discuss about the topic, however, it was implicit in their conversation, it felt as if they were demeaning Zhang Yang. What could he do? Professional gamer? These two words sounds like an unauthentic career. Fatty Han was mentally laughing. Look at you guys go. Did you know that Little Yang's in-game shop is earning more than $200,000 to $300,000 daily? He earns more than what you could earn in a year. Looking down at him? Please, you guys are just frogs in the well. Zhao Huishan was rather jubilant about this. She was truly glad that she had made the right choice. She smirked and said, what a drag. Working like a cow for a whole month just for $1,000 to $2,000. Kongming dear, we have already spent close to $1,000 for our little baby. The moment she had said that name, everyone was baffled. One of them shouted, Zhao Kongming. When did you marry the class queen? You even have a baby now, dot. Zhou Kongming laughed awkwardly and said, Bebe is the pet dog I have back at home. It's a purebred German Shepherd. I bought it 2 years ago. It costed around $700,002 with actual pedigree. With that, everyone now knew that Zhao Huishan was intentionally trying to belittle Zhang Yang. It was rather common knowledge that both Zhang Yang and Zhao Huishan were seeing each other back then, but they could never expect that she would lose her sense and turn around 180 degrees, treating Zhang Yang like a piece of garbage. By the way you speak with each other, I assume you're going to marry soon? Zhou Kongming laughed and purposely glanced at Zhang Yang. Yeah. We had just fixed the marriage date at 1st of May. Please. Come and join us. Swoosh. The speed at which the people around the table turned their neck to look at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was drinking a pint of beer and put the glass down. Well then, I believe congratulation is in order, but... At his current state of height, looking down at the ugly performance of Zhao Kongming, he could not bring himself to be angry. He could not help it. Have you seen an ant trying to dance around to impress an elephant? And would the elephant be impressed by it? No. Because either side was on a whole other level. However, Zhang Yang's action had led everyone to believe that he was drinking to release his frustration. How could they not? When a first love was being married to someone else, and the groom was not you. How much pain could the heart contain before it implodes? Those with a heart of sympathy was rather aplenty around the table, many of which had raised their glass for Zhang Yang. Zhou Kongming saw the drunk look on Zhang Yang's face and was rather satisfied with his accomplishment. Yet, he still wanted to throw more wood into a burning forest, trying to incite the anger in Zhang Yang. Hey, Zhang Yang. It seems that you came here alone today. I assumed that you did not have any person you're seeing. How about this? I'll ask Shan here to introduce a few girls for you. Well, I can't guarantee that the girls would be as pretty as Shan herself. Ha ha ha, ha, ha. He thought that he had said something funny and started to laugh on his own. But when his laughter was not accompanied with anyone else, he stopped and went silent. Talk, talk, talk. A soft knock echoed through the hall that came from the main door. A service crew quickly head over and opened the door. A mature, beautiful young lady walked in. Her long hair brushed against the wind as she walked through the door. A piece of short dress was plastered tightly against her pale marble-like skin. The chest was designed in a deep V cutting that completely exposed 1/3 of her voluptuous hunkas. By the looks of it, the dress was not meant to be worn over a bra. Paired with her slender waist, her soft and well-filled but cheeks were clearly held back by the dress. Each step crossed over the other leg, as she catwalked down the hall, sending waves and waves of pure hot passion. The skirt was so short that it barely touched her knees. Whatever that was lower down was covered in two long black-colored leggings that was so thin, you could mistakenly assume she was not wearing any. Her legs were obnoxiously long and slender, and the short skirt and the high heels only added to their radiance. A pair of sunglasses adorned her nose. With a small handbag hanging on her left arm, she looked like a supermodel from the Western fashion company. The moment she walked into the hall, every young man had their carnal instinct triggered to its maximum. Everyone was questioning themselves the identity of the woman. The woman smirked and curled her lips in. She pulled down her sunglasses a little and said, "You guys sure are full of yourselves, huh? How could you start without me? LL Li Ru." Those who recognized the sexy woman immediately screamed in shock. Li Run turned in circle on her spot and giggled playfully. "What's wrong, guys? You can't recognize me?" Fatty Han screamed out. "I said before that women are genius shapeshifters, and I'll say it again. Especially pretty chicks. Every time they change into a new look, they would only be sexier and sexier." Every other guys nodded their head like student listening to a professor in a classroom. Li Ru was the same as everyone else. She was at the same age and studied together in the same class as the rest. Li Ru had been the class queen and the school idol. But, back then, her figure was still maturing, she was not as alluring nor as bewitching as she was now. Those perky breasts, that jiggle in her booty, those assets reminded how those boys were still boys. She was the kind of perfect dish that people would crave in an instant. Every other lady was sulking bitterly. How could they not? A beautiful peacock has just entered the hall. That entrance alone was enough to send all them doubting their own complexion. How could they be happy about it? Especially when their own partners were drooling over her face, chest, and ass. One bird nest, to be more accurate, swallow's nest. The Chinese believe that ingesting swallow's nest gave strong health benefits. It's usually costly. $2,700. I have no clue what kind of German Shepherd that would cost $700,000. However, do note that the currency they are using is assumed to be China's RMB. After conversion to USD, it would be around 100,000. 100,000 US dollars for purebred German Shepherds that came with their own certificates of authenticity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, Class Idol. Chapter 200, Class Idol. Of all the ladies present, Zhao Weishan was most bitter. Before Li Ru had made her appearance, Zhao Weishan was the most beautiful lady around. Every gesture, every move she made would attract the silent stares of men. But, the moment Li Ru stepped in, every single eyeball in the room had swiveled around to lock onto her body. That alone infuriated the narcissistic beauty, Zhao Weishan. How could she allow this to continue any longer? Li Ru smirked again. She slid her sunglasses off and nipped the edge of it with her lips, ever so sexily. She slowly turned around, giving the men several more angles to gaze upon her beauty as she scanned the room, her long lashes fluttering. As soon as she spotted Zhang Yang, her eyes widened. She kicked off the floor with her high heels and headed towards him. "Hey! Wang Hai, let me have this seat," said Li Ru to the person sitting next to Zhang Yang. As if she was wearing a concoction of Aphrodite herself, the man, coerced by the sweet scent emitting from behind him, lost all sense of mind and complied obediently. Driven by instincts alone, he stood up and stepped aside, his eyes wandering. As she pulled the chair back and sat on it, as his body moved by itself, the man called Wang Hai realized just then that he had given up his seat. Shaking off his stupor, he walked around the large dining table to find himself another empty seat. Li Ru got comfortable in her seat and waved at the service crew at the corner of the hall. She ordered them to bring her a new set of utensil and cutlery. She smiled at everyone. "Ah, it's been such a long time, guys. I missed you guys so much." Fatty Han laughed. "Li Ru, why the hell are you sitting next to my man Little Yang?" Li Ru was twirling her silky long hair over her fair, jade-like skin. "Since when was Zhang Yang your man? I'd known that both of you were rather close, but I don't think that you guys were into each other like that." "What was that?" Fatty Han may be known, for better or for worse, for his knack of blabbing out otherworldly nonsense. Even so, this woman was completely out of his league. Fatty Han was dumbstruck for a moment. Being the Fatty Han that Zhang Yang knew, he would always get back up, more determined than ever, and this was no exception. Fatty Han finally said, after a noticeable pause, "Yo. Little Yang, my bro here is my brother from another mother. Listen, woman, we're so close that we're practically wearing the same pants. As long as you're not getting close to the point of going 20 toes with him, he is still my man. Even though his words were specifically directed to Li Ru, everyone else had been listening as well. Li Ru was the only one laughing uncontrollably. She was practically shaking all over. Her tightly packed goods were trembling vigorously, like a water balloons in an earthquake. Everyone was fixated on her assets, worried that they would sudden pop out of that deep V dress. Well, it wasn't like the men would have anything to complain about if that actually happened. That slow-motion waves of tremors was enough to send 9 out of 10 men down to the abyss, pitching their tents. After laughing for a good minute, Li Ru calmed down and curled her lips. Did you really think that you could wear Zhang Yang's pants with that body of yours? You could, if you go commando all the way. Everyone laughed at her joke. Such an enticing creature, a marvelous being, unfazed by indecent jokes, how could men resist such temptation? Naturally they would respond to please, their minds running wild with images of fantasy. At that moment, all of the men in Zhang Yang's table had been completely charmed by Li Ru. In fact, men from the other table were already coming over to his side. Most of them were just trying to get close to her, bumping their glasses with hers to cheers. Zhao Huishan was still sulking over the matter. The crown that was supposed to be hers had been instantly snatched away by Li Ru. That beautiful lady was being ogled like a superstar. Men fell for her, women envied her. To put it on the scoreboard, Zhao Huishan was at the same level in terms of looks. However, she was somehow lacking in attractive force. Furthermore, she was inferior to her when it came to everything below the neck. It was only natural that Zhao Huishan would lose to Li Ru. It was no news that Li Ru had been the famous girl with big boobs in high school. That devilish, vulgar body of hers was so attractive that she even managed to capture the hearts of male teachers. They had to use their briefcases to cover their groins. Thinking about the past, Zhao Huishan got even angrier. However, the final straw was that her own partner, her boyfriend, Zhou Kongming, would not stop peeking at Li Ru's peaks. What else could she feel then? The regret of not drinking papaya milk and massaging her breasts since she was younger? Li Ru, how have you been these few years? Asked Zhao Huishan. She decided to have a showdown with Li Ru after being knocked off the stage. Li Ru suddenly expressed a distant look, grief and sadness filled her eyes for only an instant, it faded off swiftly, but some of it remained on her face. I did fine. My husband died and left me with a large fortune. Well, at least I don't need to worry about money for the rest of my life. Everyone was curious. One of the men asked. You were married? When did that happen? In university, I was a fashion model. There was this one time when we were filming for a TV program when a rich, old horny man caught sight of me. He said that he liked me and wanted to marry me. He even offered me luxury gifts like a car and a villa. Li Ru was playing with the teaspoon in her hand, twisting and flipping it on the table. I am a woman who enjoys the glamorous life of the rich. So, I took him in. I dropped out and married the man, said Li Ru. She smiled and rested her chin on her palm. He was just aiming for my body. I was aiming for his pot of gold. There was no real chemistry there. Just mutual interest. After we got married for a while, he had a heart attack and died off, leaving my family a huge, profitable company. I think it was worth at least 10 million or so. At least, I have it in for me. My life is secure till I die. The other ladies in the room who were listening to her story gasped in horror. Disgust filled their faces. Some were throwing inaudible insults like gold digger, B*TCH, sly fox, sly snake, and whatever else they could connect to the word sly. In the current era, people would look down on the poor but would never look down on those with beauty. What she had right now was wealth along with a beautiful face and a sexy body. She had it all in one nice package. What man would not want to have her? Obtaining her hand in marriage would be the same as obtaining the world. Every man in the room was burning with desire to have her for their own. Zhang Yang. A toast for you. Li Ru picked up her glass out of the blue, turning to Zhang Yang. He was stunned. Li Ru had not been present in his previous life. His only had fuzzy memories of her name being mentioned during his high school days. If she had not appeared here, he would have completely forgotten about her. He had no idea on how things had turned out this way. However, now that it has come to this, no matter how they diverge from the timeline that he knew, he will just play along and go with the flow. Zhang Yang went along with the flow and raised his own glass to clink into hers. When the cold transparent glasses made contact, he could feel Li Ru's fingers caressing his. At first, he thought that it was merely accidental. However, he saw the seductive curve of her lips, along with a playful lick of her tongue. He immediately got an idea of her thoughts. Witnessing how Li Ru was trying to seduce Zhang Yang, other men gulped. They did not understand what and how this was happening. Zhang Yang was just a regular guy, with a regular face. In fact, he was bad at his studies, often getting involved in street fights. Right now, in his youth and in good health, he had not found himself a proper job. Well, a professional gamer was not considered to be a legit job. For God's sake, which online game could last for more than 3 to 5 years? How could he rely on the game to survive? It would never be able to put food on the table and a roof on his head. While everything was thinking about the same thing, Zhou Kongming was growing redder in color. Tonight, he wanted to strike down his enemy, to publicly shame Zhang Yang. He would never have anticipated that he would end up drooling himself. How could a jewel like Li Ru be interested in a monkey like Zhang Yang? Now, who was the one rubbing salt on whose wounds? He quickly tried to divert the attention. Li Ru, did you know, Zhang Yang is now a professional gamer? Oh. Li Ru's eyes widened with curiosity. Please tell me. Zhang Yang, what game are you playing now? Oh, God's miracle, replied Zhang Yang casually. Ah. I'm playing that too, said Li Ru as she dragged her chair closer. That sudden jerk sent another vulgar tremble across her peaks, sending them jiggling about in the confined space of her dress. What is your IGN? Please send me a friend request. Li Ru. I'm playing God's Miracle as well. I'm based in Violet Star City. I'm in the famous Imperial Sky. We were the second guild in the world to clear the castle interior hardcore mode. One for man came by suddenly and interrupted. He was another ex-classmate, Feng Wangbao. Zhang Yang remained silent and pretended to be distracted by Feng Wangbao. He wanted to play dumb to hide his true identity. Li Ru scoffed. Imperial Sky? Please, that useless guild could not even get their hands on any first clear achievements. Can they compete with Lone Desert Smoke? Besides, the name Imperial Sky sounds weird. It's so Western. Everyone laughed. One of them cried out, not bad. There are many of us here playing God's Miracle. I'm in Emerald City. Level 43, anyone else? Feng Guangbao was clearly bothered by Li Ru's comment. I know what we cannot be compared with Lone Desert Smoke, but at least Imperial Sky is still the world number 2, Fatty Han had a bad impression on Imperial Sky. He opened his mouth to comment. You claim to be the second in a single dungeon. With that in hand, you claim that you're the world's second best guild? Are you flattering yourself? Han Guang. Which guild are you in then? Feng Guangbao snorted. Oh, it's quite widely known, everyone knows the name. Just like you said, the best guild in the world, Lone Desert Smoke. Fatty Han held his nose up high, posing a proud look. Is that true? Said Li Ru as she widened her pearly eyes and edged forward. I've always wanted to join Lone Desert Smoke, but their entry requirements are just too strict. Hey! Fatty! Do you know anyone else inside the guild? Take me. Take me. Take her? Many of the men listening to their conversation had taken those words in an entirely different context. Fatty Han threw a quick glance at Zhang Yang and said slowly. This is rather, there are rules and regulation, Fatty Li Ru squealed suddenly. Fatty Han was rather shocked by it to the point that he forgotten what he was about to say. Actually, if you want to join the guild, you'd best talk to Zhang Yang. He was the one who introduced me into the guild. No biggie. He is one of the higher-ranked guild officers, said Fatty Han. He was obviously out of tricks to fend of this *TCH and had passed the baton to Zhang Yang. Li Ru quickly turned her head to face Zhang Yang. Her hair flew out glamorously and brushed over her cheek. She smiled sweetly and said, Come on, old friend. You would help me out, right? Furious with Fatty Han for talking too much, he pointedly turned away and explained to Li Ru. He was right. There are rules and regulations to follow. I'm going to stop you right there, said Li Ru as he held her hand out. Please don't bring that attitude to me. What attitude? Li Ru made an impression of a salesgirl. Oh. I'm sorry, sir. We cannot allow you to smoke in here. Ha! You know. Uptight, rigid, black and white, stick up your ass kind of behavior. That's you. Don't do that. Oh. Zhang Yang returned to his beer. He did not want to carry the conversation any further. Li Ru jerked her chair yet again and got even closer to Zhang Yang, whispering into his ear. If it's come to that, I'll let you bend the rules a little. From Zhang Yang's point of view, he could clearly see the deep, forbidden regions of a woman's cleavage. That deep, dark canyon between her two humongous melons. When she leaned in, the scent of her perfume was too strong and sweet that it filled him with a strong carnal desire to grab hold and claim the woman. However, Zhang Yang was not someone with a weak will. He nodded and looked up to meet her eyes instead. I cannot allow you to bend the rules. Just give me your IGN and I'll have the other officers process your application to the guild. Whether they accept or reject you would be out of my hands. My authority is limited. Fatty Han bit his lips. He thought that this man was good in putting up an act. He was determined to aspire for that kind of behavior. Li Ru giggled and remained close to Zhang Yang's ear. Zhang Yang, you must know that I was in love with you ever since high school. Everyone in class were as soft as teddy bears, but you were like a lion. A man above all men. I'll let you in on a little secret. Whenever that old, wrinkled husband of mine was in bed with me, I had always imagined that it was you, inserting your huge and thick P*N*S inside me. Only then, I would not feel disgusted about that dead man. The smell of her perfume lingered around him. Zhang Yang had a sudden thought, and it was a rather sympathetic one. For money, you married a man that you didn't love. Was his all worth it? Li Ru laughed this time, yet her laughter was fake and hollow. How many women truly marry the men they love? Didn't you notice? There are many women out there who would rather be mistresses to married men. At least I had it better. I was married officially to him. Compared to the other mistress or secret lovers, I had it better. Zhang Yang was rendered speechless. Reality was like a butcher's knife, hacking away at people's dreams and visions. Society was like a huge pot of water, ever so polluted with what was once pure romance and love. Everyone had the power to choose. Whether it was right or wrong, good or evil, all depended on the person's own situation. Here, to our wonderful futures. Cheers, said Zhou Kongming as he lifted his glass high. Zhou Kongming had seen how closely Ru was to Zhang Yang. He was burning in a rage, fueled by a source he could not determine himself. Even though it was none of his business, really, his heart was a torrent of unstable emotions. He immediately took action to stop them from getting along further, trying to reclaim the spotlight. Everyone knew that Zhou Kongming was the person who organized this gathering, and also the person who would be paying the bills in the end. So, in obligatory respect, everyone stood up and lifted their glass. For a wonderful future. Cheers! Cheers! When everyone had a little more alcohol in them, the atmosphere got a little livelier. Many of the men in the hall know clearly that they had no chances of tackling someone out of their leagues like Li Ru. They resorted to try their luck on the person they had a liking to back when they still in high school. Perhaps luck might give them a chance. They might be able to take off to the hotel and rent a room to snuggle around later. After the rather exaggerated show of an applause, Zhang Yang sat down. Just then, he felt a light rubbing sensation on his shin. He began looking around and quickly realized that he did no need to do so. Only Li Ru who could do something like that. He turned to face her, only to see the charming little minx biting her lower lip, completely dyed in a deep, rose-red color that expressed a burning passion. Her seductive eyes looked as if they were craving for lust. Zhang Yang remained stoic and silent. He pulled back his legs and tucked them beneath his seat. However, just when he was about to get comfortable, he felt another light touch. Not much sooner after that, he definitely felt something on his thighs now, dangerously close to danger. Zhang Yang turned to Li Ru again. This time, her eyes were lowered, but her intentions were clear nevertheless. They were burning with desire. Her cheeks were flushed in a pinkish hue that could instantly double the rate of any man's heartbeat. Everything she did, and gazed at, made her look even more seductive. What the hell is going on? Zhang Yang came here was only because he had been forcibly dragged along by Fatty Han. Yet, here he is, being seduced? If he was placed in the same situation in his previous life, he would surely fail to resist this exquisite creature. However, after all that he had been through, it was as if Zhang Yang had activated an unlimited amount of shield wall. You can try all you want, but you'll never be able to seduce me in this massive crowd. Talk. 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 The door of the hall was knocked on again. The service crew hurried up to the door and opened it. Fush. A gorgeous lady with her eyes covered by a pair of sunglasses walked in. Her long silky hair flowed back and forth as she walked into the hall. A light yellow dress adorned her slender body. The dress was rather well made, with excellent workmanship and high-quality fabric. Anyone with a keen eye could easily recognize the dress was Chanel's most popular dress this summer. The little handbag that was slung over her forearm was also a Chanel. The perfume that she wore on her today was also Chanel's. The bracelet was yet another Chanel. This lady must be a crazy fan of Chanel. That, or Chanel had a crazy sale and she was just there coincidentally. Unlike Li Ru's mature style, this young woman had a distinctively different style. Her curves were rather substantial, however, she could not be described as having a devilish body. However, she had her own special features. Her legs. Her long, pearl-like legs were so slender. If she had stood in a corner, she would look like a mannequin in a fashion shop. Complexion-wise, she possessed a certain degree of beauty that rivaled Li Ru and Zhao Wuishan. Her cold, frost-like composure gave her a sense of nobility that people could only look up to. Another unexpected person appeared. Yang Jixian. She was the most beautiful girl in the first class, which made her the most beautiful girl in the entire school. She was beautiful indeed, no one doubted that. That and, she was rather exceptional in her studies. A full package, people said. Zhang Yang vaguely remembered her, but one thing was for certain, neither of them were supposed to be in the student gathering. Among the things that had happened, it was as if there was a huge hand in the cosmos, silent and undetected, changing the world as it is. Yang Jixian? Li Ru was the first to greet her. Here. 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 Sit with me, she shrieked. Chanel girl Yang Jixian saw Li Ru calling out to her and smiled proudly. She lowered her sunglasses a little and walked gracefully towards Zhang Yang's table. With extreme elegance and grace, she sat in the last available seat at Zhang Yang's table. She carefully took out a napkin and ran it over the chopsticks and spoon. Only after the deed was done did she sit properly and get comfortable. The graceful, ladylike manner had left everyone slightly uncomfortable. Fatty Han loved beautiful women, but he could not get used to her level of mannerism. He laughed awkwardly and said, "I'd say, Miss Yang, if you took off your pants and fart, wouldn't it be too redundant? I think you're sugarcoating your actions a little too much. This hotel is 5-star, 3-star by your standards at least. They would never serve unwashed cutlery for a customer to use, no?" Yang Jixian lifted her head and stared at Fatty Han. Her eyebrow twitched a little, as if she was clearly offended by his crude language. Li Ru interjected, "Fatty, could you say something like that in front of a fair lady?" "Sorry, lady. I mean, Lady Yang." Fatty Han laughed awkwardly again. Who knew that kind of context he really meant when he used the term lady? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.